Chapter 106. Half his life savings gone to dust. Only his vitality remains for eternity. Translator, Sky Pharaoh, Editor. Sky Pharaoh a day later. On the futon, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged. A large, face-sized white light was an arm's distance from his face, silently floating. Fang Yuan took out piece after piece of primeval stones from his money bag and threw them into the light ball. The white light contracted but became more eye-piercing. When it shrunk to a fist size, the white light was glaring, and Fang Yuan could only squint his eyes to observe it. Probably the last piece. Fang Yuan played around with the primeval stone in his hand. Knowing that the critical moment was here, he tossed the primeval stone into the light ball. He could vaguely see the primeval stone floating around in the light ball, like snow dropping into boiling water, constantly melting away. A large amount of rock powder fell on the ground. The primeval stone vanished, and the light ball exploded. With a bam, the 3 goo worms flew in 3 directions. One fell on the bed, while the other 2 flew to the walls and then dropped to the ground. Refining the moonglow goo had failed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He quickly moved his finger, calling back his goo worms. The moonlight goo and little light goo wavered their way to Fang Yuan as they floated around, slowly landing in his palm. But the other little light goo had no response. It laid on the ground, its milky white 5-star-shaped body gradually dissipating into the air. After a few breaths' time, it had completely vanished with no lingering traces. This was the price of a failed fusion. According to the different fusing recipes, the goo worm might get injured as a result, or, when unlucky, might even die. Even with his rich experience, adding on to the fact that Fang Yuan could multitask and had the right recipe, there was still a chance of failure. Fang Yuan was not upset. He had seen such an event many, many times. He had already performed to his best, and if the results still failed, it could only be attributed to luck. Luckily, it was not the moonlight goo that died, but the little light goo. I can just buy another one from the shop. It is easy to replenish. If the moonlight goo died, it would not be easy trying to get another one. He had lots of cash now. Even if one little light goo died, he could just purchase another one. Next, he inspected the moonlight goo and the remaining little light goo. On the surface of both goo, it was slightly dimmer than usual. This was the result of an injured goo due to fusion failure. Once a goo worm gets injured, the chances of a successful fusion would drop drastically. I have to wait for them to recover before I continue trying. Fang Yuan knew that haste does not bring success, and quickly kept the 2 goo. He estimated the time around at least 3 days later would he be able to perform another try. Cultivation did not end there. Fang Yuan opened his right palm. His left hand was pale, and on his palm there was a green insignia with a grass pattern, like a dark green tattoo. Fang Yuan's thought moved, and the primeval essence in his aperture began to move, like light red fog flowing towards the insignia on his left arm. The green insignia was instantly brought alive. From Fang Yuan's palm, the tip of the grass emerged, followed by the round leaves of 9 dark green leaves, lastly followed by the jade-green transparent stem. As for the roots, they were not exposed. On his palm, the original dark green tattoo was gone, only leaving behind traces of dark green lines. It represented the intertwining of the grass with Fang Yuan's palm. It was the rank 2 grass goo, 9-leaf vitality grass. Right now, Fang Yuan's palm was like a piece of land, and a 9-leaf vitality grass was growing on top of it, like the exquisite art made of jade stone carvings. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand's finger and plucked the leaves. With every piece of round leaf that he plucked, Fang Yuan could feel a slight pain himself, like the feeling of pulling his hair. After the 9 pieces were plucked and placed at the bedside by Fang Yuan, there was only the bare stem of the 9-leaf vitality grass left on his palm. Fang Yuan continued to deploy his primeval essence. The light red-colored rank 2 primeval essence continued to rise from his palm like a cloud of mist and covered the jade-green stem. The stem continued to absorb the primeval essence, and eventually a bud started to grow from deep within the stem. This budding was pinkish-green, small, delicate, and very fragile, breaking upon contact. Fang Yuan continued to use his primeval essence, and the bud grew bigger, its color deepening. Eventually, it grew into a piece of dark green color, a completely mature leaf. I used up 20% of my primeval essence. Fang Yuan inspected his aperture and concluded he only had 44% primeval essence in his sea. That meant that he could only create 2 vitality leaves at one go. After creating another piece, Fang Yuan grabbed a piece of primeval stone and rapidly recovered the primeval essence in his aperture. When the primeval essence rose to 40%, he nurtured the vitality leaf again. Rinsing and repeating like this after half a day, he had finally made the 9-leaf vitality grass grow back to 9 full leaves. He did not pluck the leaves this time, but with a thought kept the 9-leaf vitality grass back into his left palm, turning it back into a green insignia. He took the leaves that he plucked and placed them into a small bag, bringing it with him. A piece of vitality leaf was a rank 1 goo worm, each worth around 50 primeval stones in the market. This meant that with just these 9 leaves, it could allow Fang Yuan to earn 450 primeval stones. Of course, he incurred costs in creating them, but excluding costs, he still profited around 400 primeval stones. Among all of the family assets, the most valuable one was no doubt this 9-leaf vitality grass. Owning it was tantamount to owning a gold mine. And this 9-leaf vitality grass had an advantage too. It was easy to feed. It only needed water and sunlight to survive. Thus, there was virtually no cost in raising it. To Fang Yuan, he could give up all the other family assets, but for this 9-leaf vitality grass, he needed to grasp it firmly in his hands. Of course, this type of 9-leaf vitality grass goo was not owned by Fang Yuan alone. In the village, others held this grass goo as well. In fact, there were 5 9-leaf vitality grass goo that was collective property owned by the clan. Every day there were specialized goo masters whose missions were to create large numbers of vitality leaves. To Fang Yuan, this is a good thing. If he alone had the 9-leaf vitality grass, the clan would definitely strike and buy this grass goo by force. Just like how Gu Yue Qing Shu represented the clan and came to buy his liquor worm. Precious goo like liquor worm, black and white boar goo, and the 9-leaf vitality grass. The clan higher-ups all wanted to control it and make it useful for the whole clan. 3 days later, a light ball under Fang Yuan's supervision suddenly exploded, and a new goo worm floated in midair slowly. It was sparkling and translucent, bent like a crescent, resembling a piece of water-blue crystal. In a nutshell, it was like the moonlight goo that was enlarged in size by 2-fold, yet it was not the moonlight goo, but the higher-ranking rank 2 moonglow goo. This time, Fang Yuan's fusion succeeded. The moonglow goo is made by fusing a moonlight goo and 2 little light goo. A little light goo can raise the power of the moonblade by 100%, but 2 little light goo still raised its power by 100%. This boost was not additive, but the refined rank 2 moonglow goo, its attack power reached 3 times of the moonlight goo. Actually, there are many different recipes to refine the moonlight goo, and it has many advancement paths. Fang Yuan took this path to raise the Moonblade's attack power to the limit. The attacking range remained unchanged. It still had a scope of 10 meters. There was a route, using the Moonlight Goo and the Stone Scar Goo to perform fusion. The result would be the Moon Scar Goo. Its attack power remained unchanged, but the range doubled, reaching 20 meters. There was another common route, which was using the Moonlight Goo with the Whirlwind Goo to fuse, creating the Moonwhirl Goo. Using it, the Moonblade turns from blue to green, and at the same time its attack trajectory becomes curved. Gu Yue Qing Shu took this path. As for Gu Yue Fang Zheng, he used the Moonlight Goo and Jade Skin Goo to create the Moon Raiment. This was a rare route and had an upper limit of rank 5, becoming the Moonlight Treasure King, Goo. However, having a rank 5 recipe did not mean it was definitely possible to create a rank 5 goo worm. Many rank 5 goo masters did not have a single rank 5 goo in their possession. What causes this awkward situation is not a lack of ingredients, but the success rate. Goo fusion was not a 100% success rate. The higher the ranking of the goo worm you are trying to refine, the lower the success rate. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada had a success rate of less than 1%, and it failed countless times. Sometimes he was lucky and less goo worms died. Other times, all the goo worms died together. To refine the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, it needed all rank 5 goo worms. Once these goo worms die, all of Fang Yuan's hard work and accumulation would go up into smoke, becoming an illusion. Fang Yuan failed countless times and started over many times, fusing once again and collecting goo worms and special ingredients all over again. Eventually, he caused too much of a commotion and incurred a public outrage, causing the will of the people to become disorganized, and many deaths, forming seas of blood and floating corpses. He was lucky, though, as he finally succeeded and obtained the Spring Autumn Cicada. But once he obtained this rank 6 goo, all the righteous cultivators who were eyeing his goo all along came to attack, and before he even got a chance to familiarize himself with the goo, he suicided. Thousands of millions of years it was because of this disgusting failure rate that caused many high-ranking goo masters to waste their efforts and go back to square one. The only way was to slightly curb this failure rate, and that is vital goo. No matter the fusion result, failure or success, the vital goo never dies. At most, it gets injured. Why? Many people guessed that it was because the vital goo is the goo master's first goo worm and is linked to the goo master's life, forming a mystical relationship and connection. As long as the goo master is alive, if the vital goo's fusion fails, at most it would be almost dead. Of course, the other goo worms used in the fusion had a possibility of death. Even so, a portion of the goo master's fruits and labor can be preserved and accumulated. The vital goo is the goo master's greatest fortune and fallback. Whatever the vital goo is, it can, to a large extent, affect the goo master's development path. Conversely, goo masters also find new recipes aggressively to raise the level of their vital goo. Some rank 2 and rank 3 garbage recipes. To goo masters, it worsened their future prospects. When Fang Yuan found that the Spring Autumn Cicada had become his vital goo, why was he so happy? This was why. The Spring Autumn Cicada was an extremely rare goo worm. Allowing others to rebirth, it was a heaven-defying ability. No matter how it is refined, it will not die. If this was Fang Yuan's previous life, where the Spring Autumn Cicada was not his vital goo, if he continued refining, it could potentially die. Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 6, something many goo masters would never be able to reach in their lifetime. An extremely large number of goo masters did not even have a rank 6 recipe, and are still desperately searching. Spring Autumn Cicada, although unable to be used to its full potential by the current Fang Yuan, was still his greatest treasure. The flower wine monk's inheritance compared to this was a difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 107. Skillfully earning primeval stones, ill-intent customers come to wreak havoc. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh, the cold snow came to an end, and spring wind took its place. Without realizing it, winter had already passed, and the days of spring arrived. The frozen mountain creek began to flow again. The ice cones under the eaves of bamboo buildings and trees were sparkling and translucent, dripping water in the sunlight. In the morning, the wine tavern was quite empty. There were not many drinkers. Fang Yuan sat inside at the seat near the window. According to his request, the surrounding was covered by wooden plank screens, creating a small room for him. A gust of wind blew in from the window, and the fresh and fragrant smell of the earth was wedged between the air, letting people who smelled it feel carefree and pleased. Xianxia sat opposite Fang Yuan, his face full of smiles. "These are the primeval stones this time, please confirm it." He took out 4 money bags, placing them on the table and pushing it towards Fang Yuan. What was inside the money bag was naturally primeval stones. Fang Yuan did not open them one by one, but checked their weight by holding them in his hand. He had over 100 years of experience making deals and transactions, so he could easily tell the number of primeval stones in his hands. One less, and he could immediately tell. This was nothing special, to be honest. On Earth, there was an oil seller who placed a coin on the bottleneck and dripped oil inside, where the oil dripped in a line and entered the bottle through the tiny hole without any spillage. There was another divine shooter who could shoot tree leaves at 100% accuracy from 100 meters away. There was also a butcher who worked for many years, using his hands to check the weight. He could tell their exact weight, and when scaled, was exactly as he said. How to train such a skill? Nothing else but practice makes perfect. Accumulation of experience, when enough, can stir up a miracle. After his rebirth, this kind of experience was naturally brought over as well. Fang Yuan used his hand to check, and on finding no problems, he then took out a small cloth bag and gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia received it with both hands and opened the bag, checking the quantity carefully. Although Fang Yuan had 9 vitality leaves in his possession, he did not plan to sell it himself. If it was Gu Yue Dong Tu, he would rather do this to sustain his social relationships and increase his influence. But Fang Yuan was reluctant to do this. It wasted too much time and effort. Thus, he sold them all to Xianxia, who was a shop owner, so Xianxia could sell the rank 1 healing grass goo to the clansmen. Xianxia is Zheng He's brother, and when Fang Yuan was searching for the liquor worm, they met before. His brother was even Fang Yuan's half-alliance mate, thus having him take over the transaction and sell to the clan was a reliable method. 1, 2, 3, 9, indeed, it is 9 vitality leaves. Xianxia counted 3 times before closing the bag and carefully keeping the bag close to his body. Next, he raised his cup, toasting to Fang Yuan. Lord Fang Yuan, happy doing business with you. Let me toast you. His gaze towards Fang Yuan carried deep admiration, even turning into a hint of jealousy. A year ago, when it was also spring, the first time he met Fang Yuan, the latter was still a student at the academy, not even having the rights to wear the Gu Master's battle attire. But now, Fang Yuan was not only wearing battle attire, his belt was also red color and a square steel piece in the center of the belt, a rank 2 Gu Master. However, he himself was still a rank 1, carrying a green-colored belt. Never mind that, what made him jealous was, after getting the inheritance, Fang Yuan turned from a pauper into a tycoon. He owned the wine tavern, bamboo buildings, as well as the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was all fortune that Xianxia would never be able to earn throughout his lifetime. But Xianxia did not dare to show his deep emotion of jealousy. Fang Yuan sold the vitality leaves to him and allowed him to earn the difference in price. Fang Yuan is already his money tree, and Xianxia no longer dared to offend this junior. Sigh, comparing among people is odious. Xianxia held the cup. His face was full of smiles, but in his heart he was sighing deeply. Fang Yuan raised his cup and drank it in one shot. Xianxia's expression, although secretive, with Fang Yuan's old fox wits, how could he not tell? Fang Yuan did not put it to heart, for if Xianxia was not jealous, it showed that he had much greater heart, and that would make Fang Yuan think more highly of him. But he stared at Fang Yuan's small fortune and got jealous. This showed how little his world was insignificant. Drinking with him was solely because he still had some value to exploit. Xianxia put down the cup, excitedly saying, "The clan's vitality leaves are sold at 55 primeval stones apiece. I followed your instructions and only sold our grass goo at 50 primeval stones, and the demand is overwhelming. Lord, why don't you make more leaves daily? That way we can earn much more." Fang Yuan listened and slowly shook his head, rejecting outright. "No, creating 9 leaves is already my limit. It is already wasting much of my cultivating time." This was the difference between Fang Yuan and a mere frog like Xianxia. In Fang Yuan's perspective, primeval stones were just a cultivating resource, a tool. It is all for his cultivating needs. However, Xianxia treated primeval stones as his life goal. Thus, he cultivates in order to earn more primeval stones. But even if Fang Yuan only made 9 leaves a day, he could earn 400 primeval stones daily, and with the accumulation, the fortune in his hands also grew to an amazing level. Seeing Fang Yuan's rejection, Xianxia did not dare to push his luck, only moving his lips in pity, then continuing to pour wine for Fang Yuan enthusiastically, and then for himself. "Indeed," he exclaimed, "Lord has such great fortune, you do not have to waste time and effort daily. In my opinion, why does Lord have to stay in that poor old rented flat? Why don't you empty out a bamboo building and stay there yourself, then marrying a beautiful wife and having 7 or 8 family servants to take care of you? That is truly the dream life." Hehe. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, not saying anything. How could a farmer understand the ambitions of the conqueror? He turned around, looking outside the window. House after house, the bamboo roofs had remnant snow, bathing under the bright and beautiful light of spring. Far away was a willow tree, the branches of yellow-green soft leaves rolling down, gently swishing in the soft spring breeze. Fang Yuan's gaze was slightly blank as he thought about his current predicament. After solving the problem of Fang Zhong, the family asset could be said to be in the bag. The white jade goo and moonglow goo were successfully refined. He now covered attack and defense. What came next was the liquor worm. But the liquor worm was troublesome. To refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, he needed a second liquor worm, as well as sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, 4 types of wine. These things he had no idea where to get. I definitely have to refine the liquor worm. Without it, my progress will be slower by at least half. But to refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, I will need to wait for the caravan and borrow that chance to showcase my white jade goo. That way, I can show off my true fighting strength and stop hiding my abilities. Fang Yuan had the Moonglow Gu and the White Jade Gu. Together with his 500 years of combat experience, he was stronger than most rank 2 Gu masters. Slightly famous group leaders like Sickly Snake Zhao San, if fighting one-on-one with Fang Yuan, might not be his match. But against Qi Shan, Mo Yan and Qing Shu, Fang Yuan was still weaker. One was insufficient cultivation level. Fang Yuan was only a rank 2 initial stage, but they were upper or even peak stage. Next was the lack of strong Gu worms. Fang Yuan only had 2 battle Gu worms, but they all had at least 3, and even hidden trump cards. Among the same age group, Fang Zheng, Mo Bei, and Qi Cheng were already showing their dominance, no doubt. Especially Fang Zheng. Now that he had obtained the rank 2 Moon Raiment, he already has the ability to fight with Fang Yuan. As time passes, his cultivation level will get higher and eventually he will leave Fang Yuan in the dust. Unless Fang Yuan can fuse the 4-flavor liquor worm and maintain the same cultivating speed as Fang Zheng. As for the higher ranks, those rank 3 or rank 4 Gu masters. To Fang Yuan, battle results aside, even keeping his life is a difficult thing, not to mention challenging a higher rank. Transcending rank was very difficult. One was that Fang Yuan did not have trump cards, and 2, he does not have talent. Even with his rich fighting experience, a woman cannot cook without rice. Without a strong Gu worm, his experience cannot display their worth. If I can successfully fuse the 4-flavor liquor worm, my cultivating speed will be satisfactory. But I also have to replenish my Gu worms. Defense, I have White Jade Gu. Offense, I have Moonglow Gu. Healing, I have 9-leaf Vitality Grass, but I need a movement type and recon type Gu. These 2, although are support types, they can cover up my weakness and at least triple-fold my fighting strength. Fang Yuan pondered. He did not need to learn step by step. With his rich life experience, he already knew the direction to take. Beside him, Zhang Ya's voice came, "I heard recently someone is finding trouble with you, Lord. Purposely finding trouble at your bamboo building and wine tavern?" Fang Yuan frowned. His train of thoughts were broken. But Zhang Ya was right. Fang Yuan had investigated. This was his uncle Gu Yue Dongtu's act. After Gu Yue Qingshu warned his uncle, he did not dare to use Fang Zheng to instigate trouble anymore. But after waiting for a while, the indignance and anger in his heart rose, and using his relationships, he got a few Gu masters to find trouble at Fang Yuan's places. People who do business hate these kinds of problems. Thus, recently, he had been finding time to look after the locations. "Owner, someone is finding trouble again." At this time, a clerk carried a scared expression and walked towards Fang Yuan. "Oh?" Fang Yuan's brows raised, not expecting to encounter this immediately. Not waiting for Fang Yuan to react, Zhang Ya stood up abruptly, eagerly saying, "Wait a moment, Lord, let me go see." He walked out of the partition and came back almost immediately. "It is Gu Yue Man Shi." Zhang Ya's expression was pale, suppressing his voice. His gaze revealed shock and worry. Gu Yue Man Shi. Fang Yuan did things carefully and knew the importance of information. During this period, he had gotten the information of all the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan, and memorized most of them. Gu Yue Man Shi is a slightly famous Gu master, specializing in defense and having a great strength, being the Man Shi group's leader. In terms of fame, he was higher than Zhao San by a little. Bam! Smashing sound came from outside. Thereafter, a coarse and arrogant voice resounded. "Blah, what sort of wine is this? Tastes like horse shit, you dare sell this to me." Fang Yuan's gaze shone with cold light as he stood up. Chapter 108. That Pair of Eyes. Translator, Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh Xianxia saw that Fang Yuan intended to go out, and hurriedly stopped him. "Lord Fang Yuan, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This man Shi is very strong, one of the few people who managed to escape for their lives from Bai Ningbing. He cannot be underestimated. Using his loss as a glorious fame, what fear is there for these kinds of people?" Fang Yuan laughed lightly, stretching his hand to put it on Zhang Ya's shoulder. "Just sit here and drink away." "Lord," Zhang Ya was about to urge again, but he met with Fang Yuan's icy gaze. The chilliness in Fang Yuan's eyes caused his heart to stop. He was tongue-tied, helplessly sitting on the chair again, while Fang Yuan took a few strides and left the partitioned room, walking towards the main hall. He saw that at the center on a square table, a rank 2 Gu master had one foot stepping on a stool while another stepping on the table. His body was slightly short, but his arms and waist were thick. With a thick black beard extending downwards from his cheeks to meet at his chin, his body emitted a strong aura of ferociousness. The ground near him had broken wine pot fragments, and most of the liquor had seeped into the ground along the concrete cracks on the floor. Only 2 or 3 puddles of wine accumulated on the surface, or in the broken pots. The shopkeeper old man bowed his head low as he apologized in trepidation. "Lord, please be appeased. If this wine is not to your satisfaction, the shop will give you another brew free of charge." "Huh, I don't want wine. Your wine tastes like shit. Why are you opening a shop?" "Compensation. I must be compensated. My good mood was ruined by you guys. You have to compensate me at least 500 primeval stones." Manshi demanded a ridiculous amount. "This is the 3rd time already it seems this wine tavern has offended some people. Sigh, let's not drink here anymore. Quick, go. When Gu masters fight, we mortals suffer." The surrounding people frantically left their seats. Only a few Gu masters remained and continued their chat. "I heard this tavern is opened by Fang Yuan. Who is it that is finding fault with him?" "Oh, the one whose parents died and inherited their fortune, the lad who got rich overnight. No wonder people are doing this. Even if it is me, I'd be jealous. Just think, we fight for our lives out there for these fortunes to live a stable life. But he, Fang Yuan, is merely a newbie. What rights does he have to obtain these things?" "That's right, even if his ancestors are taking care of their future generations. Times have changed. The clan's resources are limited. Everyone can only get a small piece of the pie. How can he, a C-grade talent, enjoy such fortune at this age? Preposterous. Is Manshi trying to anger him into a duel? If they had a Gu fight, he might be able to get a piece of the pie." Someone shook his head. "Heh, you think those clan elders are fools?" Someone nodded. "Could be true. The clan policies are there. Haven't you guys understood from all these years? To a degree they allow us to compete. The strong should get more resources, isn't that right? If the weak cannot protect their assets, they would have to give it up. It is all for the clan's prosperity." Makes sense. Let's see first. There's something going on here. I heard that Manshi has a retired elder behind him. Someone suppressed his voice and said, "Who dares to leave? All of you stand there. No one is to leave." On the table, Manshi suddenly shouted. Those mortal drinkers were already at the doorstep, but did not dare to disobey. They all stood at the spot in horror. Some of the pedestrians found that there was drama going on, and they went to the doorstep, stopping to watch the show. Purely here to find trouble. Fang Yuan, upon seeing this scene, his face was emotionless, but his eyes glinted with cold light. Manshi saw him. "Oh, you are that Fang Yuan, right? Junior, your wine tavern is cheating my money with your horrible wine. However, since you are a newbie, I'll give you a chance to repent and apologize in public. If not, others will say that I, Manshi, is bullying a junior with my status." Haha. Manshi laughed loudly. "As long as you apologize and bow to me, this matter will be over. I walk my talk. I will do as I promised." He patted his chest in thunderous volume, showing an air of magnanimity, but his intention could not lie to the surrounding Gu masters. What a bastard move. That's right, if Fang Yuan apologized, he would no longer be able to raise his head, and anyone would come over and step on him and bully his weakness. But if he does not apologize, that is disrespecting a senior, and with such an attitude, the entire community will keep him away. Yeah, he's stuck with 2 difficult decisions. "Oh my, what the fuck?" the Gu masters whispered, but suddenly someone's mouth went wide open, able to swallow a duck's egg. The remaining Gu masters were in a similar state. Some stared until their eyeballs almost fell out. Some choked and spilled out the wine in their mouths. Some stared in utter disbelief, like statues. They were here to watch a show, an enjoyable show. In the end, Fang Yuan not only satisfied their wish, but also gave them a great surprise. The young man instantly flicked his wrist and shot a moonblade out. Pew! The moonblade of the Moonblow Gu. The eerie blue crescent fang flew in the air as large as a face. Trailing along a square desk, it was quickly cut like tofu into 2 halves. "Eh?" Manshi's laughter stood. His pupils dilated as the moonblade became increasingly larger in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the eerie blue moonblade was already near his face. showing every single strand of his mustache with its glow. Facing strong feelings of death, at the very last moment, Man Shi screamed out in panic, "Monolith Gu!" Immediately, his entire body had a deep gray light. His skin turned and became rock skin. But before it had fully grown, the moonblade had already hit his chest. With a light sound, the rock skin tore open, and Man Shi's chest became a large diagonal injury. Blood spilled and poured out of his large wound. "Ah!" Intense pain rushed through his nerves as Man Shi shouted out in horror, his voice full of disbelief and shock. He had never expected Fang Yuan to attack immediately without a single word. He dared to attack, in the village, directly using a goo worm and attacking a clansman? Not to say Man Shi, even the onlookers showed utter disbelief and were lost for words. What situation is this? Is this lad crazy? Not saying a word and immediately going for a fatal attack. Isn't he afraid of killing Man Shi and being arrested by the punishment hall, paying for his crimes? Young men are way too rash. Did you guys see that moonblade? It is definitely not the moonlight goo, but the moonglow goo. To think Fang Yuan succeeded in his fusion already. "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" Man Shi stood on the square table, tearing his throat and screaming in a thunderous volume, with a face full of ruthlessness. His entire body's muscles bulged, growing into rock skin at a deeper intensity. The injury was also covered by the rock skin, but large amount of blood still poured out, although less of a fountain. Fang Yuan's face was calm as he continued his walk. He did not talk, or rather, he did not have the intention to talk. He made another move to reply to Man Shi. Another moonblade. Pew. The moonblade flew across the short distance and shot out. "You." Man Shi had no time to talk, but raised his arms and protected his brain and chest. His limbs were covered with a thick, deep gray-colored rock, as if arms made from a statue, sturdy and thick. The moonblade hit his arms, cutting a deep wound, numerous small rock fragments flying out. The moonblade's strength caused Man Shi's body to fly backwards. His entire body was made of rocks, causing his weight to rise drastically. Finally, the table under him could not bear the weight, and with a crack, it collapsed completely. Man Shi lost his footing and fell on the ground, his defenses revealing a weakness. Fang Yuan walked slowly, his eyes shining in cold light as he captured the weakness, and fired another moonblade at it. The moonblade tore through the air and emitted a swooshing sound of the wind. Man Shi hurriedly raised his hands, but he underestimated Fang Yuan's intense battle experience. Although the moonblade was moving straight, it tunneled for an angle not parallel to the ground. Man Shi's arm could block half of the moonblade, but the other half hit his chest. Injury on top of injury? Man Shi's chest had even greater blood loss now. Is he going to kill him? The Gu masters who were originally sitting on the seat could not stand it any longer, and they all got up. The mortals did not dare to make any noise. They watched in fear and anticipation. Gu masters killing each other, it triggered something that had been repressed in their hearts all along. Man Shi breathed heavily, wanting to climb up. But due to his injuries, the intense pain caused his hard work to be wasted, as he crashed on the ground once again with a thump. Fang Yuan walked over slowly. Man Shi lost a lot of blood, and his face was pale. He stared at Fang Yuan in horror. Fang Yuan was walking slowly, with a cold expression, getting closer, bringing him greater pressure by the second. "Fang Yuan, you cannot kill me. Killing me, you will be arrested by the punishment hall." Man Shi pushed against the floor, trying to move backwards. He was still bleeding, and along with his body carved a bright red line on the concrete. The gallery was silent. Everyone was stunned by Fang Yuan's cold aura and held their breaths as they wanted. Nobody felt that Man Shi was a worthless piece of shit. Without any composure, they would not have fared any better if they were in his shoes. Fang Yuan walked to Man Shi, raised a leg, and harshly stepped on his chest injury. The pain caused Man Shi to draw in a cold breath. Fang Yuan continued to stomp, and Man Shi began to feel immense pain, like a wild boar charging around was trampling him repeatedly. He could not endure it any longer, screaming loudly. Even with the thick rock skin's protection, his chest was still enduring great pressure from Fang Yuan, and the injury area was still overflowing with blood. More importantly, Fang Yuan's right hand was covered in an eerie blue moonlight, held in place but not fired yet. This was the symptom before a moonblade attack. Man Shi thought this worriedly, as he did not dare to move a muscle. You cannot kill me." He stared with his eyes wide open. growling in difficulty. "I won't kill you," Fang Yuan said, the first sentence since he arrived. His tone was flat, and in the dead silent wine tavern it reverbed into everyone's ears. "But I can cripple you, breaking one of your arms or a leg. According to the clan rules, I have to compensate you a number of primeval stones and be imprisoned for some time. But what about you? Your remaining life would be spent in bed. Your injury would reduce your battle capability greatly, and you shall no longer be able to execute missions. Do you think this result is acceptable for you?" Fang Yuan stared down at the sprawling Man Shi, slowly reasoning. The emotionless voice traveled into Man Shi's ears, causing his heart to stop and his body to shudder. He opened his mouth, breathing heavily, his brain becoming more chaotic. Fang Yuan's leg exerted strength that made him feel like he was being crushed by a rock, making him feel harder to breathe. Damn it, damn it. If I was on guard, if I was not caught off guard and were injured at the start, how could he? Erg! Man Shi's voice came to an abrupt stop as his gaze met with Fang Yuan's eyes. He lay on the ground, staring upwards. Fang Yuan's half-narrowed eyes, dark and eerily looking down on him. Just what sort of pair of eyes was that? If it was full of killing intent, Man Shi would not be afraid. However, this pair of eyes was filled with indifference. This indifference was like arrogance towards reality, the disdain towards people of the world, the trampling of life and the abandonment of rules. This pair of eyes, Man Shi's eyes shrunk into pin size as the deepest memory in his heart played. The nightmare of his life. 2 years ago, at night in the bamboo forest, a young man in white clothing, similarly trampling him under his feet. Damn it, God damn it. If I had refined the monolith goo, how could you break my defense? Death was impending. He screamed with his life, full of indignance. "Oh, in that case I shall not kill you." The white-clothed young man's lips curled, revealing a smile full of interest. "Go back to the village and cultivate harder. Refine the monolith goo, and let's have a match again. Hehe, I hope that in the future you can bring a tint of excitement to my life." Saying so, the young man lifted his feet, sparing him. Man Shi breathed roughly, lying on the ground, not expecting this turn of events. He stared at this white-clothed young man in shock. The young man looked at him like an ant, saying indifferently, "Why aren't you scramming?" Man Shi's body shook as he hurriedly got up and made his escape. This white-clothed young man was none other than Bai Village's #1 genius, Bai Ningbing. Back then, he was only rank 2, but could already kill rank 3 clan elders. Man Shi escaping from him and preserving his life caused his fame to shoot up. Through the 2 years, Bai Ningbing's facial expression had become a blur in his memories, and he could only remember those eyes. Eyes that looked at the common life, the world with indifference. The high and mighty iris, hiding an unbelievable pride that mortals cannot comprehend. To think that in his own village he could see these eyes. At this moment, Man Shi's heart was filled with terror, the indignance and anger in his heart dissipating without a drop of fighting spirit left. Fang Yuan closely observed Man Shi's facial expression. The young man was slightly shocked, not expecting Man Shi to be so cowardly. But never mind, just a cowardly mouse. Fang Yuan's objective was achieved, and he let go of his leg. "You can scram now." Man Shi felt like he had heard a divine mantra as he rolled and climbed out of the tavern with a pale face. The audience were stunned. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, his gaze sweeping the area. The surrounding Gu masters, rank 1 and some rank 2, avoided his gaze subconsciously. The shopkeeper and clerks were all terrified and excitedly worshipped him. Who did not want a strong backer? Behind him, Xianxia was staring dumbfounded. He heard a commotion and ran out, but saw Fang Yuan chasing away Man Shi. That is, Gu Yue Man Shi. His heart was shocked to the limit, and his gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Jealousy had vanished. At this point, Xianxia understood why Fang Yuan had such an achievement. Because he was never the same kind of person as myself. Chapter 109. Treehouse hides the liquor worm. Translator, Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh Gu Yue Man Shi was defeated by the newbie Fang Yuan. The news spread quickly and caused small waves of gossip among rank 2 Gu masters. Everyone was familiar with the 2 main characters of this event. Man Shi was a slightly famous rank 2 Gu master who had managed to escape with his life under Bai Ningbing's hands. He was not to be sniffed at. And Fang Yuan was the year's champion. Many had witnessed him defeating Fang Yuan at the yearly assessment. He also obtained his family inheritance and became rich overnight, causing many to become green with envy. The gap between the two was clear, but against all expectations the weaker Fang Yuan had defeated the stronger Manxi. Such a discrepancy really caught the people by surprise. As more and more people continued to discuss the event, Fang Yuan's fame also rose. Rank 2 Gu masters began to take this young junior seriously. He directly attacked without saying a word. Young people are too impulsive. He has wealth and has also refined Moonglow Gu. He has some ability. He is a lunatic. He is too hard-handed. Reportedly, Gu Yue Manxi had to lie in bed for at least 3 days to recover from his injuries. People commented on Fang Yuan. He had made a sudden attack on Manxi, initiating a head start, inflicting serious injuries on the very first attack and establishing great dominance. It felt like he did not win honestly. However, victory was victory, and loss was loss. The result was everything. Maybe on Earth most would emphasize the process instead of the results. But in this world where survival was arduous, surroundings full of deadly dangers, victory often meant survival and defeat meant death. Losing everything. Winners gained everything, losers lost everything. Almost everyone approved this notion. Fang Yuan had won. It was the fact, no matter how he did it. A newbie had sprung up by stepping on Manxi, entering into everyone's eyes. Manxi had become a stepping stone. His reputation was destroyed. Once he recovered, he would resign from the group leader position. This was the outcome of a failure. Close relatives would sympathize with the losers, but they respected and acknowledged the winners even more. Winners represented strength, and strength meant better security to the people. After this event, Gu Ye Dong Tu sensibly stopped his dirty tricks. Gu Ye Manxi, stepping down, had finally made the astute uncle aware of the reality. Fang Yuan's growth made him feel helpless, resentment, and indignation. He knew he now had no chance of seizing the inheritance. Continuing was meaningless. He had used his connections and employed other people to find trouble for Fang Yuan. This consumed his primeval stones. Yet Fang Yuan had profits coming from all sides. In case the stalemate continued, even if he had a large amount of primeval stones, the final loser would definitely be he, himself. Because he lost the bamboo houses, wine tavern, and 9 leaves vitality grass, he was now without any source of income. The used primeval stones would be difficult to replenish. By contrast, Fang Yuan lacked primeval stones, but it was increasing day by day. The main point was that Gu Ye Dong Tu dispiritedly realized that the stalemate would not have any benefits. Thus, when he heard Manxi running away in defeat, he immediately stopped these meaningless actions. In fact, when Fang Zhang had not been able to create trouble for Fang Yuan, it already signified Gu Ye Dong Tu's defeat. With this, Fang Yuan's wine tavern's business returned to normal, which was a joyous thing. There was another joyous matter. The caravan would be coming early. March. In the bright and beautiful spring sunshine, the light song of the days of spring treaded a lively and cheerful beat as it arrived. With the warmth of spring, flowers bloomed and grasses grew wildly. Qingmao Mountain was a scene of green as far as the eye could see. Wild flowers blossomed on the sunny side of the hills, forming a colorful and gorgeous sea of flowers. The gurgling and burbling river surged up like a flame and entangled with the sunshine. Newborn dragonpill crickets came out of their eggs and formed a batch of new swarms, enlivening the nighttime. At daytime, a large flock of colorful peacock parrots hovered in the air, chirping and twittering. The warm spring spread its favor and kindness, letting all living things grow in brilliance. In such a scenery, a caravan was slowly making its way to Qingmao Mountain. Fat black beetles were slowly moving forward, their backs filled with people and goods. Proud ostriches with brightly colored feathers were pulling handcarts. Hairy mountain spiders disregarded the terrains. Winged snakes twisted and snaked forward, occasionally opening its wings and flying forward. A treasure brass toad was leading the caravan. It was 2.5 meters tall, its entire body orange-yellow in color. On its back was the rank 4 Gu master Jia Fu. After the caravan stationed in the village, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. It changed again. In my previous memories, this caravan should have arrived in summer. According to the previous precedents too, the caravan should have only come in summer. Now, however, it has come in spring, 2-3 months earlier, and its scale is also much bigger. Fang Yuan's rebirth changed his current situation and similarly also influenced his surroundings, creating changes in the future. The root cause should be due to him killing Jia Jinsheng. Fang Yuan had deceived everyone, so Jia Fu mistakenly believed Jia Jinsheng's death was a conspiracy by his rival Jia Gui. After Jia Fu returned to the clan, he had taken radical steps which made the competition between them more intense. To strive for exceptional achievements, the Jia brothers rushed out even before the year's snow had completely melted, leading the caravans to peddle their goods everywhere. The clan leader Gu Yuebo received Jia Fu. The two rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of the both sides. "Brother Gu Yu, I trust you have been well?" Jia Fu was full of smiles and warmth, but his face had a long scar now. "Ha, brother Jia Fu, you are quite early this year." Gu Yuebo looked at the scar on Jia Fu's face. His heart jolted, but he didn't ask about it. "The early bird gets the worm. This time, I have brought many precious goods, and I believe the noble Gu Yuye clan will have lots of needs." Jia Fu had made a big effort this time to fight for better achievements. "Yes, this is good news." Gu Yuebo's eyes flashed. Continuing on, "It just so happens that the day after tomorrow is our clan's awakening ceremony, and I would like to invite Brother Jia to attend it." "Ha, it is my honor to be able to witness the prosperity of Gu Yu clan." Jia Fu immediately cupped his hands and sincerely replied. Inviting others to watch the clan's awakening ceremony was treating them as honored guests. Jia Fu could feel Gu Yuye clan's sincerity from this invitation. In fact, there is also another matter. Jia Fu hesitated. "You have come from afar, so if you have any requests, please say it. Our clan will definitely do our best to fulfill it," Gu Yuebo said. Jia Fu sighed. It is regarding Jia Jinsheng's matter. I have especially brought over a few investigation experts from the clan, and I hope that in the course of our investigation you can allow us some convenience." Gu Yuebo immediately revealed a look of understanding. Apparently, Jia Jinsheng's death had caused Jia Fu to fall into an awkward and passive situation in the competition for family assets. It was said that after returning to the clan, Jia Fu had squabbled with Jia Gui in public, and the situation had erupted into an intense fight. The scar on his face could very well be a trace from that fight. It was no wonder he had come running over at the start of spring. He had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Fang Yuan was strolling around tents and street stalls. The scale of this year's caravan was much bigger than any of the previous years. Not only were there more tents, there was also a Gu house. Gu house was something only large-scale caravans had. A large-scale caravan usually had 2 to 3 Gu houses. Jia Fu's caravan was at most a middle scale, but it had a Gu house. This Gu house was a large tree. It was 18 meters tall, and it really seemed to reach to the sky. Its roots and branches were twisted like the tangling of dragons and snakes. The diameter of the trunk at the base was 10 meters. It decreased as it went up, but the decrease wasn't that visible. The brown trunk was not actually a single entity and had 3 layers of space inside. There were also windows on the trunk. Sunlight and fresh air passed through the window and entered the 3 layers of space inside. The branches and leaves seemed to be scarce on the trunk. Only at the treetop was it verdant and lush. The spring wind blew, and the tree leaves shook and created soft rustling sounds. This was the most common type of Gu house. The rank 3 plant Gu named 3-Star Cave. It could instantly grow once primeval essence was poured into it. There were 3 rooms arranged in these 3 layers of space. The defensive power of these rooms were incomparable to that of the tents. In the continuous stretch of tents, an enormous tree was standing aloft in the middle like a tower. It was like a crane among a flock of chicken. At the base of the enormous tree, there were 2 wide doors used as entrance. Fang Yuan followed the stream of people and walked into the enormous tree. The tree had 3 layers of space which were transformed into the layout of stores. There were rows of counters inside, and on them were displayed all kinds of Gu worms. These counters were made of wood and were a part of the enormous tree. On top of growing green leaves and branches, the 3-Star Cave tree Gu could grow different designs according to the Gu master's will. Apart from these counters, there were stools and benches for the customers to rest upon. A rank 3 support Gu master was constantly operating and monitoring the situation from somewhere in this enormous tree. In case someone snatched the Gu worms in the counters, the monitoring Gu master could operate the enormous tree to immediately close the doors and create a momentary prison cell. Countless branches would be madly grown and perform group attacks. At the same time, the security goo masters in the tree would also make their moves. The treehouse was much more secure than the tents, and so the goods sold inside were more precious. Fang Yuan had just entered the first layer when he saw a lone counter in the middle, and on it was a liquor worm. Many goo masters were surrounding this liquor worm, assessing it. Some clicked their tongues in admiration. Fang Yuan swept his eyes over the place, where the other counters also displayed many precious goo worms. There were jade skin goo, whirlwind goo, scarstone goo, and so on. All these goo worms were compatible with the moonlight goo and could fuse into higher rank goo worms. Jiafu wasn't completely clear on these fusion recipes, but with his many years of business experience, he knew which goo worms the Gu Yue clan might need more. Naturally, Jiafu's caravan isn't just targeting the Guyu village. He is really making an all-out effort this time. It seems he was thoroughly provoked when he returned to the clan. Fang Yuan's heart moved when he saw this. Chapter 110. Old Woman, You're Too Tender. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh, Liquor Worm. Fang Yuan lightly muttered, walking to the side of the center reception desk. He only needed this liquor worm, along with the sweet, spicy, sour, bitter, 4 types of wine, to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. Of course, such a fusion also entailed a chance of failure. But if Fang Yuan did not have a second liquor worm, he does not even have a chance to try. This is life, after all. Hard work does not mean results, nor success. But if one does not work hard, they are destined to fail. The demonic path was the same. The demonic cultivators are good at clearing obstacles in their way, bravely advancing in their paths. To most people in the world, they were seen as extremists and adventurous. I was still worried earlier as to where to find a second liquor worm. To think that fate sent this liquor worm right to my doorstep. The chance is in front of me, how can I give up? I must get this liquor worm. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with determination. If my cultivation reaches rank 4 or 5 with a strong fighting capability, I would snatch it away without a thought, killing gods and slaying Buddhas in my way. If I was rank 3 or 4, with my ample experience, I can steal it without anyone finding out. Sadly, I am just a rank 2 now. In fact, I'm just initial stage. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. I can only purchase it fair and square like this. He looked at the price on the counter. Liquor worm. 500 primeval stones. The liquor worm's normal price is 580 primeval stones. The price here was actually 80 pieces cheaper than the market. But if Fang Yuan really thinks he can spend 500 primeval stones to buy this liquor worm, then his 500 years of living would have been in vain. The low price was just to attract customers and trigger people's mentality and greed into buying it. This treehouse was obviously Jiafu's asset. Grandma, this liquor worm is only 500 primeval stones. A young girl walked in, screaming in shock. The young girl's eyes were glowing, shaking her grandmother's hand. Grandma, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Didn't you promise to give me a present? Why don't you give this liquor worm to me? The young girl's grandma had a white waist belt, and the belt had a square silver piece with the number 3 inches on it. Once a Gu Master reaches rank 3 cultivation, they automatically ascend to clan elder position. Only that among clan elders there were differences. There were elders in power who held great political power, while others were not. They would only be controlling the departments with little profits. But this rank 3 elder was not those weak clan elders. Gu Yu Ye Yao Ji. Fang Yuan recognized her immediately. This was the Medicine Hall's clan elder. The Medicine Hall is the clan's support faction. It can be said to be the most lucrative department. Gu Yo Yao Ji had very great influence due to her seniority. Even towards the clan leader, she could do away with paying respects and reply while sitting. She was the #1 healing Gu Master in the clan, and had saved many lives of the clan elders, thus having very strong network in the clan. All right. If my obedient granddaughter wants it, Grandma will buy for you. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles. She was a hunchback and had a walking cane in one hand, helplessly sighing and saying with a benevolent face, Grandma is the best. I knew Grandma dotes on me the most. The young girl happily grabbed Gu Yu Yao Ji, joyfully planting her lips on her grandma's cheek. Then, Grandma, let's call the shop assistant and buy this liquor worm immediately. Gu Yu Yaoji shook her head. My lovely granddaughter, the goo worm here isn't bought like that. Let Granny teach you. You see that stack of paper and pen over at the counter? The young girl nodded. I see it. Gu Yue Yaoji said, Go get a piece of paper and use the pen to write down the price of the liquor worm. After that, stuff it into the hole. If among all the bidders your price is the highest, this liquor worm will belong to you. So that's it. Very interesting. The young girl took a bamboo paper and held the pen, but hesitated when writing down. Her lovely eyebrows frowned as she thought hard for a moment. Then finally pouting her lips, she said, Grandma, what price would be appropriate if I set it too low? Other people will get the liquor worm, but if I set it too high, I would be making a loss. Gu Yue Yaoji laughed, teasing her, How can it be so easy to buy the liquor worm? Let's see your luck, Grandma, the young girl said coquettishly, hugging Gu Yue Yaoji's limp and shaking arm. All right, stop swinging, my body is going to collapse. The old woman sighed. Grandma will fill it for you. The young girl quickly jumped, saying, I knew Grandma is the best. Gu Yue Yaoji wrote a price before putting her own name as the young girl watched in anticipation. After she had finished, she folded the paper and signaled to the girl, Go, put the paper in. The young girl obediently took the paper and found the hole in the counter and stuffed the paper in. She returned beside Gu Yue Yaoji, feeling uncertain. Grandma, will this do? The old woman nodded. That's about it. But life is hard to predict. Someone might put a higher price. But that price would be too high. If they really bidded so much, the person who bought this liquor worm is a fool. Don't worry, the liquor worm is in the bag. Oh, the young girl nodded with a cute expression. Let's go. Come accompany Grandma upstairs and look around. Okay, Grandma. Seeing them leave, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with severity. This Gu Yu Yaoji, to him, was a tough competitor, not to be underestimated. But this situation Fang Yuan had prepared and anticipated it. The liquor worm was precious. Although it was only usable for rank 1 Gu masters, the liquor worm could refine primeval essence, and that was very useful. Refining primeval essence and raising it by one small stage. This meant that the primeval essence storage increased, and this had a great driving force towards Gu master cultivation. The only flaw is that the liquor worm did not have a good prospect in the future. According to the popular recipes, liquor worm was only used as a fusion ingredient, and the new Gi worm created does not have the primeval essence refining ability. This was too much of a waste. In fact, it was not worth it. Thus, most clans have the liquor worm, and did not use it to undergo fusion, but is used by the academy to allow the students to take turns using it. If Fang Yuan exposed his advancement recipe, the liquor worm's market value would rise drastically. Sigh, it is not easy to get this liquor worm. This grandma and granddaughter is just one competitor. I wonder how many others are there who have placed a paper into this hole. Liquor worm was a good thing, and people naturally want good things. Just that among these competitors, some were sincere about buying it, while others were just trying their luck. Some are affluent, like Gu Yue Yaoji, while some were poor, like Fang Yuan. Luckily, I got back the family assets, and these few days I've sold some rank 1 vitality leaves, plus the wine tavern and bamboo buildings are all rented out. Thus, I could accumulate some savings. If not, I would not even be able to compete. But he had too little time to save up. On one hand, he had a lot of Gu worms to feed, and in terms of fortune, he could not compete with an old woman like Gu Yue Yaoji. Sigh, let's go. Lord Yaoji just tossed in a paper. I saw it too. It seems I'm not fated to have this liquor worm. The Gu masters surrounding this counter all left dejected. Only Fang Yuan still stood there. His eyes were like the Abyss River, shining with cold light. The Gu masters who left were all scared off by Gu Yue Yaoji's aura and backed out of their own accord. But how could Fang Yuan be scared away? Some chances are just in front of you, only that people choose to give it up. I still have a chance. Fang Yuan's brain worked intensely as he fell into deep thought. To compete fortune, Fang Yuan was not her match. Even then, that did not mean that Gu Yu Yaoyi's bidding amount was definitely higher than Fang Yuan. Even though the liquor worm was precious, it was still a rank 1 Gu worm. The price of any commodity would fluctuate, but it would definitely not rise or fall beyond a certain limit. Thus, all price deviations have a range. The crucial point now is, what price did Gu Yue Yaoji give? She did not lack money, and for the granddaughter she doted, how much was she willing to pay? As long as Fang Yuan's price, if even a single point, is higher, he wins. This is a different kind of battle. The strong might not necessarily win, the weak might not necessarily lose. Guessing and gambling made the fight much more exciting. If it were others, they might not be able to guess it. Gu Yu Yao Ji, you purposely said some things earlier to scare away competitors? But in front of me, you are still too tender. Fang Yuan's lips curled into an angle as he smiled confidently. In this world, transactions were very interesting. If it was on Earth, the seller would definitely adopt an auction style when selling rare goo worms like the liquor worm. But in this world, auction did not work well. An important reason was that kinship is the greatest value here. It is the clan's cohesiveness. If an auction was held, the clan's members would have a subconscious animosity towards outsiders like Jiafu. Once the auction items are priced too highly, they would step out of the competition and even try to appease the seller, making some leeways to exchange and compensate. This world's people had one viewpoint. Losing to the family is okay. But for an outsider to earn from it, that is an insult to the entire clan, unless a few clans joined in an auction together. In that case, there is competition, and it would be full of rivalry. But these auctions were hard to conduct, because transport is inconvenient. Transport is the basis of trade, and if the transport system is not developed, the business and trade would dwindle. Because in trade, it was the movement of commodities that matter. Each village occupied a mountain and stayed far from each other. The roads that connected them are hard to travel, constantly having wild beasts, cliffs coupled with dangerous terrain and weather, and even dangerous wild goo worms. It was truly full of difficulties. Such an inconvenient transport system made it difficult for different clans to come together for an auction. Even at Qingmao Mountain, with its 3 clans, Jiafu did not dare to organize an auction. Firstly, where would it be held? It isn't safe in the wilds, and if it is held in the Guyu village, the other 2 clans would not feel safe. He was only rank 4, and the head of the other 3 villages were also rank 4. He could not suppress the situation. Compared to Earth, trade here was not developed and had its own rules. Using his knowledge of business and enterprise from Earth, Fang Yuan managed to earn and also lose money. After some painful experiences, he finally learnt from experience. Combining the complete business knowledge from Earth, along with his personal experience, without bragging, Fang Yuan had the top-tier knowledge in the business industry in this entire world. Just an old woman who had lived in the Qingmao Mountains village her whole life. She dares to obstruct me in getting the liquor worm? Old woman, you're far too tender. Chapter 111. Primeval stones are but material goods. Translator. Sky Pharaoh. Editor. Sky Pharaoh, Grandma, what goo is this? The young girl curiously pointed at the central counter in the 3rd floor. There were 3 floors in this treehouse. The first floor sold rank 1 goo worms, the second floor sold rank 2 goo worms, and the 3rd floor sold rank 3 goo worms. The higher you went, the lesser the goo worms and the more expensive the price. Naturally, the goo worms that were put for sale in the treehouse were all rare and precious. Gu Yu Yaoji followed her granddaughter's gaze and saw a round bucket-shaped, tall and thin tree stump. The stump had 5 branches like 5 fingers of a human and were intertwined in the middle. A sphere-shaped goo worm that was thumb-sized was wrapped around by the fine branches and covered by green leaves, emitting a white silvery glow. This is a white-silver relic goo. It can only be used once and can instantly raise a rank 3 goo master's cultivation by a small realm. Gu Yu Yaoji slowly explained. Relic goo was a series goo worm. Rank 1 had green copper relic goo, which was specially targeted towards rank 1 goo masters. Rank 2 had red steel relic goo, which was effective only on rank 2 goo masters, and rank 3 was this silver relic goo. Rank 4 had yellow golden relic goo. The price is 30,000 primeval stones. It's so expensive. The young girl was so shocked, she stuck out her tongue. Gu Yue Yaoji nodded. Its final price should reach at least 50,000 primeval stones. All right, we have strolled long enough here. Let's go to the 1st floor reception desk. The results to the liquor worm's bidding should have come out. In the treehouse, a rank 1 goo worm would only be displayed for half a day, once there was a bid on it. For goo worms that people had little interest in, it would be kept on display till someone made a bid. Rank 2 goo worms would be displayed for a day, and rank 3 ones for 2 days. At first glance, this practice looked odd, but when put in practice, this was the most suitable way of doing business. At the reception desk. What, the liquor worm has been bought by someone else? Gu Yu Yao Ji immediately frowned upon seeing the results. She had put a high price and was confident in obtaining the liquor worm, but to think she had actually miscalculated. Who is it to be so bad as to snatch my dear liquor worm? The young girl angrily asked. Yao Lei. Gu Yu Yao Ji reminded her granddaughter. The young girl pouted and obediently shut her mouth. The sales clerk behind the counter was a rank 2 female Gu master. She slightly bowed and answered the young girl, I am sorry we can't divulge our customers' information. Each business has special rules. Please forgive me. It was this confidentiality that dispelled many customers' apprehensions and allowed them to freely take part in the bid. Sometimes people would have some things they clearly wanted, but they would yield to others because of feelings and courtesy. After all, they would frequently see each other in the clan. But such a method of doing transactions secretly allowed one to go around the problem of sentiments. Why would such a good thing need to go to you? Because you are my senior, relative, or friend. Never underestimate the dark side in everyone. Such secret transactions allowed this dark side to come out. Gu Yue Yao Ji ruminated for a while and said, I know the rules. You don't need to worry, little girl. I won't ask the name of that person who bought the liquor worm. I only want to know what the final price was. The female Gu master bowed again. I am really sorry, the price is also confidential, but please don't worry. The final price was definitely the highest among all the bids. Jia family's business has always centered around honesty. Little girl, do you know who I am? Gu Ye Yao Ji's face sank and coldly snorted. What is going on? At this moment, a rank 3 middle-aged Gu master hurried over. This treehouse was constantly being monitored. They would naturally know if anything occurred. Lord Supervisor. The female Gu master immediately greeted this middle-aged man. The man waved his hand at the girl. You can leave now, I will handle it here. He turned towards Gu Yue Yao Ji and smiled. So it was Lord Yao Ji. She should be your granddaughter, right? She looks smart and sweet. Gu Yue Yao Ji's expression softened upon seeing that this man was also a rank 3 Gu master, but she still asked to know the final price. The male supervisor felt that the situation was rather tricky. He was an elder at the caravan and also a trusted aide of Jia Fu. After doing business for many years, he had a deep understanding of the Gu Yu village's situation and knew the influence this old woman had. To them, even if they offended Gu Yue Qilian or Gu Yue Mo Chen, they wouldn't want to offend Gu Ye Yao Ji. The latter's influence was second only to clan leader Gu Ye Bo. The male supervisor pondered and said, How about this? Since Lord Yao Ji wants to purchase the liquor worm, I could call the shots and secretly transfer one over. To be honest, the warehouse has 3 liquor worms and Lord Jiafu personally decides where to sell them. You should know how precious the liquor worm is. As for the price, let's decide your bidding price as it. However, Gu Yue Yao Ji slightly shook her head and knocked the cane on her hand on the ground. She said, I am not looking for a bargain. The price will be the same as the selling price of the previous liquor worm. This, the supervisor hesitated. He naturally saw Gu Yu Yao Ji's aim. Gu Yue Yao Ji pretended to be annoyed and continued to pressure the male supervisor. What? Is the price so high that you are afraid I won't be able to afford it? Of course, I didn't mean that. Sigh, all right, we will do like you say. The supervisor sighed and said a price. Upon hearing the price, the young girl first heaved a sigh of relief, but soon after that she felt somewhat indignant. What, it was only 20 primeval stones more than ours? Gu Yue Yao Ji narrowed her eyes but didn't speak. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had already exited the treehouse and arrived at the wine tavern. The second liquor worm was already in his possession, and now the only things he needed were the 4 types of wines: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wines. I already have the sweet wine. There is still quite a lot of the golden honey wine remaining from the family inheritance mission. Spicy and sour wine should not be a problem. My only concern is the bitter wine. Fang Yuan was a bit worried when he thought of this. If he had bitter wine, he could begin refining the 4 flavors liquor worm tonight. Many things in life were like this. Whatever you fear, it will come true. Fang Yuan's worry became reality. He spent several hours rushing through countless tents. He found spicy and sour wines, but he didn't find bitter wine. Not everything in this world follows our wishes. Fang Yuan was very helpless. He could only set aside the fusion plan for the liquor worm. Without the 4 flavors liquor worm, his cultivating speed would be ordinary. In the afternoon, he went to the treehouse again. There were new goo worms in many counters on the first floor. The central counter, where the liquor worm had been displayed, was now occupied by cleansing water goo. The cleansing water goo resembled the leech on Earth, except it was much cuter than the leech. Its whole body had a light blue luster like that of the glimmering water. Cleansing water goo can remove the mixed aura in the aperture. To Qi Cheng, it is a goo worm that he must have. Fang Yuan thought of Qi Cheng when he saw this cleansing water goo. He knew Qi Cheng only had a C-grade aptitude and had forcefully raised his cultivation with the help of his grandfather Gu Yue Qi Lian's primeval essence. Thus Qi Lian's aura was mixed inside Qi Cheng's aperture. If Qi Cheng didn't clean it off, then his future prospects would be jeopardized. Qi Lian will definitely buy this goo worm for Qi Cheng. Let me think. His quote should be between 630 to 640. This price was much more than the liquor worm's market value. The main reason was that Qi Cheng especially required this goo worm. If I quote 650, it should get me this cleansing water goo. Just by adding 10 primeval stones, this cleansing water goo is bound to fall in my hands. As for the liquor worm I bought this morning, my quote should have been about 20 primeval stones higher than Gu Yu Yao Ji's. Fang Yuan coldly smiled inwardly. He had this self-confidence. His 500 years of experience and the advanced business knowledge from Earth had combined to form this self-confidence. It was beyond ordinary. With his previous life's experience, when he just put 10 more primeval stones, he had an 80% guarantee of getting the goods. When he bought the liquor worm, the reason why he had put 10 more primeval stones was because of his cautious nature. Fang Yuan didn't make a quote. He didn't need the cleansing water goo, and if he obtained it, then it would be investigated by Qi Lian. Of course, the main reason Fang Yuan did not bid was because he needed to hold on to the remaining money to see if there were any good goo worms in the coming days. I lack 2 types of goo worms, a scouting type and a movement type. The wolf tide will come in the coming year, and the caravan won't come again. Although there is the Flower Wine Monk's hidden inheritance, that was hastily left behind by Flower Wine Monk after he was injured. Who is to say if it is complete or not, and what goo worm would be next? In his memories, the wolf tide next year will be very dangerous. Fang Yuan didn't want to be powerless just because he lacked goo worms, being injured or even perishing in the wolf tide. It would be a disaster for the current him if he were to be surrounded by wolf packs. Before that happens, he needed to make sufficient preparations. Both his cultivation and goo worms shouldn't be lacking. After this, he repeatedly went to the treehouse for 3 days. On the 3rd day, in the first floor of the treehouse, he discovered something to be happy about: a black boar goo. Black and white boar goo were goo worms that could increase the fundamental strength of goo masters. Fang Yuan had already used the white boar goo and received a power equal to that of a boar. If he used another white boar goo again, he wouldn't receive any increase in strength. But the black boar goo was different. Its ability could overlay with the white boar goo's prize. Hence, at noon, there was 1 more goo worm in his possession. After that, there was nothing. Some scouting and movement-type goo worms appeared on the counters, but they couldn't satisfy Fang Yuan. These goo worms were displayed on ordinary counters, and the price wasn't good, so there weren't many who would purchase them. Fang Yuan heard the caravan would be staying for 8 days, so he patiently waited, without becoming anxious. It was the 7th day. In the 2nd floor of the treehouse, Fang Yuan discovered a red steel relic goo. It could instantly raise a rank 2 goo master's primeval essence by a small realm. Its price was marked at 3,000 primeval stones, attracting many rank 2 goo masters to bid over it, dropping papers in the counters. It was a very lively scene. If I obtained this red steel relic goo, I could push my cultivation to middle stage instantly. With the middle stage scarlet primeval essence, I would be able to use the moon glow goo and white jade goo many more times. Cultivation was the foundation of a goo master. An increase in cultivation meant an increase in fighting power. In terms of its effects, it was far better than getting the scouting and movement goo worms. Moreover, these 2 types of goo worms in the treehouse were all ordinary to Fang Yuan, with none catching his eyes. I have purchased the liquor worm and black boar goo. I also bought some wine. This red steel relic goo's final price will definitely cross 5,000 primeval stones, and could even reach 8,000. After all, everyone knows about the wolf tide, so raising one's cultivation by a small realm will be a lot of help. My primeval stones won't be enough if I want to get this relic goo. Fang Yuan instantly realized that an obstacle had appeared in front of him. Chapter 112. Truly a Great Resolve. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. Even though he inherited his parents' assets, to Fang Yuan, the time he had to accumulate wealth was still too little. Activating the vitality leaf, he could not do it daily as it consumed a lot of time. Every time he grew out 9 vitality leaves, half a day would be expended. Fang Yuan considered for a moment. The sale time of this red steel relic goo is only 1 day. In such a short time to come up with these large amount of primeval stones, the only way was to mortgage his wine tavern or the bamboo buildings. This was nothing to feel pity over. A year later, it would be the wolf tide. Under the wolves' attack, Gu Yue village would desperately hold on several times, and during the most severe attack even the front gate was broken through. The clan leader and the clan elders restrained the lightning crowned head wolf, and Gu Yue Qingshu sacrificed his own life to block the gate and stabilize the situation. The wolf tide caused Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans to suffer a great reduction in clan members. Although not as much as 90% was gone, but at least half the population was wiped out. By then, there would be more property than people. What talk would there be about renting out the bamboo building? The wine tavern was facing the eastern gates. Who would dare to drink there? Even if they wanted to drink, the tavern would have gotten used by the clan and turned into a defensive tower. Right now, the clan and many people were underestimating the severity of the wolf tide. At this point, if he could get rid of the tavern and bamboo buildings, he would be able to sell it at the best price. Money and fortune are just material goods. Only one's cultivation is the root. But selling it to the clan is too cheap. If I sell it to an individual, the price would be higher. But who would have the financial ability right now to buy my bamboo building and tavern? Such a huge transaction, it is not something that can be settled at one go. Both sides have to observe and haggle for the best prices. That would take too much time. I only have 1 day. Wait, maybe someone can. Fang Yuan's inspiration struck as he thought of someone. This person was none other than his uncle Gu Yue Dongtu. Uncle and aunt were both cunning and miserly. These decades of operating the tavern, bamboo buildings, and selling the vitality leaves, they must have a huge stash of primeval stones. Moreover, these assets were originally operated by them. All in all, it can save a lot of observation time. The most important part was, they desperately needed this family asset to continue operating. No matter how much assets they had, without any income, this was like a river without a source. Their primeval stones would get lesser and lesser. Anyone would also be anxious over it. It could be said, uncle and aunt were the best transaction targets. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan hesitated no longer, leaving the treehouse and walking towards Gu Ye Dongtu's estate. The one who opened the door was Shen Sui, his former servant. "Ah, it's you." Seeing Fang Yuan, she was very shocked. Soon, she realized her slip of the tongue, and her face turned white from horror. Fang Yuan was now a rank 2 Gu master, but she was a mere mortal. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. More importantly, Fang Yuan was the ruthless person who dared to kill the Mo family servant, later mincing the corpse and sending it to the Mo family. This servant pays her respects to young master Fang Yuan. "Welcome home, young master." Shen Sui shivered from her fear, and her knees went soft, kneeling on the ground. "Home?" Fang Yuan took a step into the courtyard. Seeing the familiar settings, his face showed a hint of mockery. There was no sense of belonging or attachment. A year later, he had returned here once again. Compared to his mental impression, this place was much more vacant. Just as Fang Zheng had said, some family servants were already sold away or retrenched. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance had alarmed uncle and aunt. As the housekeeper, Mother Shen arrived at the first moment, kneeling and bowing to invite Fang Yuan into the living room, and served him tea by hand. Fang Yuan sat on the chair, observing the living room. Many of the furniture was missing, and the decor was much more simple and plain. But this did not mean that uncle and aunt had no savings. Gu Yue Dongtu is still very cunning. This is an act of self-preservation. He had already stepped into the background, and his battle strength had drastically slipped. Most importantly, He had lost the 9-leaf vitality grass, meaning that he had lost the trump card in maintaining his personal relationships, no longer able to exert influence outside. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing another's greed. After Fang Yuan inherited the assets, many clansmen were jealous and eyed his fortune. As for uncle and aunt, they faced the same problem. The huge amount of savings they had was both a blessing and a problem. Not showing off one's wealth, to them, this was the correct method of living. At this time, footsteps could be heard. The footsteps got closer, and soon, aunt appeared at the doorstep. Fang Yuan, you actually still dared to come back here. Seeing Fang Yuan, the rage in her heart appeared out of nowhere, screaming shrilly, "You traitorous scoundrel! How did we raise you? And to think you treat us like this, do you have a conscience? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? You still have the cheeks to come here and have the cheeks to drink tea here? Are you here to see our sorry states now that you've seen it? Are you happy?" Her finger pointed at Fang Yuan, her other hand at her waist as she screamed like a shrew. If not for Fang Yuan wearing a glaring Rank 2 Gu Master battle attire, reminding her, she would have pounced on him and strangled him. Fang Yuan paid no heed, nor showed any expressions to Aunt's finger or her angry accusations. A year of not meeting, Aunt's yellow face, although full of rage and hatred, could not hide her haggardness. Her clothes had already changed to a simple hemp garment, and the accessories on her head had reduced. Without any makeup, her mouth looked sharp and her face small like a monkey. Fang Yuan getting back the assets had caused a great influence and impact on her daily life. To her furious bantering, Fang Yuan paid no heed to them. He held up his cup and drank some tea before saying slowly, "My trip here today is to sell the tavern and bamboo buildings. Does uncle and aunt have any interest?" "Pa, you traitorous wolf, what good can you have wanting to sell the tavern and bamboo?" Aunt's tone stalled as she finally reacted, her face showing disbelief. "What? You want to sell the tavern and bamboo buildings?" Fang Yuan put down his teacup, leaning back on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. "Better to get uncle here to discuss with me." Aunt gritted her teeth, not believing it, her eyes like erupting flames as she stared angrily at Fang Yuan, saying, "I know you're trying to toy with me. That's why you said that. Once I agree, I will get harshly mocked and ridiculed. You think I'm a fool and would be played by you?" This was purely a way of thinking from a person of low social status. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart before saying one sentence to change his aunt's attitude. "Say any more bullshit and I'm leaving. I believe others would be interested in these assets. By then I would have sold it to other people, so don't you both regret it." Aunt paused for a moment. "Do you really want to sell these assets? I am only waiting for 5 minutes." Fang Yuan opened a slit of his eyes to talk, before shutting them again. He heard Aunt stomping her foot before a series of quick and softer footsteps. Not long after, Uncle Gu Yue Dong too appeared in front of Fang Yuan, but Aunt did not accompany him. Fang Yuan looked at him. Uncle was already aging extensively. His originally well-maintained face had shrunk, and there was much more white hair on his head now. He had been worrying these few days. Losing the family assets, he lost his financial sources all of a sudden. Without the 9-leaf vitality grass, he also lost his outside influence. His hidden elder title was already falsifying. Although he had a huge amount of fortune in his hands without his influence, these primeval stones had gotten troublesome. The clan's politics was to encourage the clansmen to compete for resources, especially the rules on Gu fighting. It was inhumane and non-friendly. But this could exterminate parasites and the appearance of a good-for-nothing second generation, allowing the clan's people to maintain a sense of alertness. This also allowed the clan's fighting force to maintain at a strong position. In this world, only strong fighting force could ensure survival. Tornadoes, floods, and beasts do not speak sense with you. These years, Gu Yuedong too had lived a life of peace, and his fighting ability had diminished. In order to reduce his burden, the Gu worms that he used to fight with, he had sold them away already. If someone sent him a challenge now, he would definitely lose more than win. Towards his uncle, Fang Yuan spoke openly about his purpose in coming. "Fang Yuan, I shall not beat about the bush. I don't understand something. Why do you need to sell the wine tavern and bamboo buildings? If you keep them, you will have a steady source of income." Uncle could not believe it, but his tone was much more acceptable than Aunt's. "Because I want to buy a red steel relic Gu," Fang Yuan said honestly. There was no need to hide such things. "So, that's it," Uncle's gaze shone. Then you are selling the 9-leaf vitality grass too? That is impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head without any hesitation. I am only selling the wine tavern, the bamboo buildings, the land, and the 8 servants. 9-leaf vitality grass was the most valuable thing in the asset. Fang Yuan needed its healing ability, as well as selling them to earn primeval stones. It could sustain his cultivation and also feed the goo worms. Furthermore, next year the wolf tide was coming, and the vitality leaves price would soar. With this 9-leaf vitality grass in hand, Fang Yuan would have no problems with primeval stones for his rank 2 cultivation journey. But if Uncle obtains the 9-leaf vitality grass, his hidden elder influence would instantly recover. Fang Yuan did not want to see this happen. Seeing Fang Yuan's determined attitude, Gu Yuedongtu's heart was very disappointed. At the same time, he felt helpless. The two had a secret talk for 2 hours. Then they signed an extremely secure transfer agreement. Gu Yuedongtu regained the tavern, bamboo buildings, family servants, and land, while Fang Yuan led 3 family servants who were holding a box full of primeval stones each towards the treehouse. They each got what they wanted. Hearing the news, Aunt rushed over. Seeing Gu Yuedongtu's contracts and deeds in his hands, she stared with round eyes and showed overwhelming joy. Hubby, that lad got stupid from cultivating. He actually sold away such a profitable business. So stupid, wanting the eggs and not keeping the hen that lays eggs. Will you die if you stop talking? Shut up. Gu Yuedongtu sounded very irritated. Husband, Aunt pouted. I'm just happy about it. Do not get complacent. With this tavern and the bamboo buildings, we have to be even more cautious now and keep a low profile. A huge tree attracts the wind. Although Fang Zheng is our adopted son, we cannot misuse this relationship. After all, Fang Zheng has not fully developed himself yet. Who knows what the future entails? Gu Yuedongtu sighed deeply. Got it, husband. Aunt listened while staring at the stack of deeds, laughing uncontrollably. Gu Yuedongtu's face was solemn throughout. The transaction went well, and he now had income. The primeval stones he spent would be replenished with 2 or 3 years of operation. But he was not happy at all. His mind was full of Fang Yuan's silhouette. For a relic Gu, Fang Yuan unhesitantly sold the assets. This was akin to giving up the comfortable life ahead. Gu Yuedongtu placed himself in Fang Yuan's shoes and thought, would I be able to do this? I can't. Even if he did not like Fang Yuan, filled with hatred and disgust, at this moment he could not help but exclaim in his heart, able to give up and abandon his future comforts just like that. What great resolve he has. Chapter 113, Keeping Quiet and Earning a Fortune. Translator, Skypharaoh Editor. Skypharaoh, the competition is really fierce. Who knows who the final winner will be? I have been standing here for just 15 minutes and have already seen over 10 Gu masters putting quotes in the counter. Ah, this is a game for the rich. People like us don't even qualify to compete. In the second floor of the treehouse, Gu masters were surrounding the central counter, discussing and sighing. As night approached, the competition for the red steel relic Gu had reached its peak. Many rank 2 Gu masters who were observing in the dark started putting their quotes in this final hour. Some Gu masters even made several bids. The final winner for this struggle should be either Mo Yan or Qi Shan, someone guessed. That's possible. Mo Yan and Qi Shan are both at rank 2 upper stage. With this relic Gu, they can advance to peak stage and be at the same level as Qing Shu. In recent years, Gu Ye Qing Shu has been hanging over their heads. I don't believe these two don't have any thoughts about it. We can't say for sure. It is not only us rank 2 Gu masters. There are even some rank 3 elders who have made bids. Just this morning, someone saw Lord Yaoji casting her bid. Right, I also heard that. Lord Yaoji's granddaughter, Gu Yu Yaolei, is taking part in the coming awakening ceremony. Lord Yaoji should be preparing ahead and paving the way for her granddaughter. Ah, how good would it be if I had such a doting senior? Fang Yuan was among the crowd, his gaze tranquil as he listened to the discussions. No one had mentioned his name. In the people's eyes, Fang Yuan was only a lucky kid who had just inherited the family assets. In their minds, Fang Yuan was still not at the level of people like Qi Shan, Mo Yan, and Qing Shu. Great. The less attention on me, the more smoothly can I get this red steel relic Gu. But with these repeated purchases, I should have attracted his attention. Fang Yuan was 99% sure of getting this relic goo. He began to think of another problem. If the following events develop according to his expectations, then there would be a perfect ending to his several days of effort. It was time. The leaves and branches on the counter suddenly grew and wrapped firmly around the relic goo. The green leaves blocked the people's sight, and when these leaves again unfolded, the red steel relic goo was not there anymore, and was replaced by a revert goo. The revert goo looked like a flat, oval, palm-sized stone. Its surface was slightly bulging and smooth, forming an eye pattern. The base of the stone was flat and felt rough to the touch. The stone was black, whereas the eye's pattern was covered with white lines. About every 2 seconds, the eye would blink once, and the white lines that portrayed the eyeball would swivel, giving the feeling that this stone was rolling its eyes. Revert goo had a special function. It decomposed rank 2 Gi worm to rank 1. For example, if the revert goo was used on Fang Yuan's white jade goo, the white jade goo would again change back to white boar goo and jade skin goo. This process was called reverse refining. Fang Yuan glanced at it and immediately lost his interest. He didn't need the revert goo. The surrounding goo masters began arguing. Revert goo couldn't become everyone's focal point, like the red steel relic goo. Everyone was very curious on who the red steel relic goo went to. Some people looked for the floor's caravan goo master, and some people waited at the main desk. The crowd slowly thinned out, but Fang Yuan didn't move away. "Young Master Fang Yuan, please come to the 3rd floor. Our Lord Jiafu would like to have a chat with you." A voice suddenly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan wasn't surprised. There were many types of secret sound transmission goo worms in this world. He followed the directions given by the voice and walked to a wall in the 3rd floor. Branches and leaves stacked together and covered the wooden wall. Swoosh! The branches and leaves automatically parted to the sides and revealed a concealed door. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and saw an exquisite whirling staircase that moved up. He walked along the stairs and came to a small study room. In the study room, Jiafu was handling some accounts, his hand writing away speedily. He raised his head when he heard Fang Yuan's footsteps, revealing the scar on his face. He gave a gentle smile. "We meet again, little brother Fang Yuan. Respects to Lord Jiafu." Fang Yuan clasped his hands and saluted. "Come, sit here." Jiafu pointed at a nearest desk. After Fang Yuan sat, his left hand pushed a bamboo paper on the desk towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a glance and immediately recognized that this bamboo paper held all his quotes that he had made in the recent days. Under every quote was his signature. He was inwardly happy it had gone according to his expectations. But on the surface, he wore a doubtful expression as he asked, "I am not sure what Lord Jiafu wants to show me." Jiafu's smile slightly decreased, his eyes flashing as he looked at Fang Yuan. "These are your quotes you made along with the quote you gave for the red steel relic goo. I will be honest, I am amazed at your business talent. Do you know, every one of your bids was very close to the final sale price. Although you only succeeded in buying a black boar goo, a liquor worm and the red steel relic goo, your quotes for other goo worms only lacked by 10 or so primeval stones. Brother, do you have any interest in working for me?" Jiafu tried to recruit Fang Yuan. "Here it comes," Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. He had repeatedly made bids these days and had intentionally lost on most of them, his bids differing from the final price by only 10 or so primeval stones. He had only successfully won black boar goo, liquor worm, and red steel relic goo. And just like he wished, Jiafu was interested in the business talent he showed and took the initiative to recruit him. However, in fact, if Fang Yuan wished so, he had almost full guarantee of being able to purchase all the goo worms. This, Fang Yuan hesitated, then shook his head. "I am greatly honored to receive Lord Jiafu's kindness, but I don't want to leave the clan." "Oh, so it's like that." Jiafu's gaze flashed. "Brother might have some misunderstandings towards me. A year ago, I indeed doubted you, but after using the bamboo gentleman, the suspicions on you have already been removed. Jia Jin Shang was my brother. I hope you understand what my mood was like then. There is another piece of good news. I have already invited divine investigator Ti Shui Lung. There isn't any case which he cannot solve. I believe he will definitely be able to investigate the truth and give justice to you. Divine investigator Ti Shui Lung, this is a problem." Fang Yuan thought over this name. This was not good news to him. In this world, there were many magical places, and also many amazing methods that could be used to investigate. When Fang Yuan killed Jiajin Sheng, he had only been at rank 1. Even if he knew a lot of methods, he couldn't use them. In his memories, Ti Shui Lung had a profound cultivation and wouldn't even tolerate a bit of sand in his eyes. He followed the thought of punishing evil and rewarding the right throughout his whole life. He had an extremely rich sense of justice, and his thoughts were meticulous. He was very good at finding subtle traces from any clues. Divine Investigator has a high reputation. I have also heard of him. But when will this Lord Divine Investigator arrive at Qingmao Mountain? Fang Yuan put on an anticipating look and directly asked. That Jiafu awkwardly smiled. Divine Investigator is very busy. From his reply, it might only be the year after the next. Fang Yuan immediately felt relieved. He had a lot of time to prepare. Brother, I think highly of you. I hope you can carefully consider my proposal. Jiafu made attractive offers. Fang Yuan tactfully refused. Now was not the best time to leave Qingmao Mountain. If he went to a strange environment without enough strength, he was bound to be bullied and pushed aside. The caravan was also full of unwritten rules on bullying and pushing aside. That is really a pity for your talent. How about this? I will give you this token. If there comes a day where you want my help, this token will be the proof that I will always welcome you. Jiafu had failed in recruiting Fang Yuan, but he didn't feel surprised. He had a deep understanding towards this type of clan's cohesiveness. If he was to know now that Fang Yuan was Jiajin Sheng's murderer, who knows what his expression would be? Fang Yuan apologized in shame as he received the token handed by Jiafu, along with the red steel relic gu. He kept the 2 items close to him and backtracked his way out. A young female gu master was caressing the leaves on the wall when suddenly she cried out in shock. The branches and leaves suddenly parted and revealed a door. The door was pushed open from inside and Fang Yuan walked out expressionlessly. You. The young girl widened her eyes and blankly looked at Fang Yuan brushing past her. Among the surrounding gu masters who saw this scene, some were familiar with this, some gave a knowing smile, and some threw amazed looks. Fang Yuan paid no heed to these gazes and walked down to the 2nd floor. Some gu masters were still waiting there, excitedly discussing who the red steel relic gu went to. Some people brazenly made guesses, whereas some people gave some little news. Mo Yan had a mysterious smile when she walked out of the treehouse. Qi Shan's face was ashen, and so on. And, to top it all, some people pledged that so-and-so had bought the relic gu, even making an oath. Fang Yuan went past this bored group of people. No one knew that at this moment, the red steel relic gu was so close to them. When Fang Yuan walked out of the treehouse, he bumped into Qi Shan. His face indeed looked unsightly, and at his side, Qi Cheng was asking about the whereabouts of the red steel relic gu. After seeing Fang Yuan, Qi Cheng snorted and turned his head, intentionally not looking at him. Qi Shan silently nodded his head towards Fang Yuan as a greeting. Fang Yuan also nodded his head as a reply, his face carrying a wisp of smile. The last of the sunshine shone on this young boy's face. He was indeed happy. With the red steel relic gu, his cultivation would instantly advance by a level. And there was also the token. A year ago, Fang Yuan wanted to build a friendship with Jiajin Sheng and rely on him to take part in the future large-scale gu fighting competition, reaping benefits in that period of upheaval. Unfortunately, life was unpredictable. The final outcome made Fang Yuan not know whether to laugh or cry. Unexpectedly, he ended up killing Jiajin Sheng with his own hands. No matter. Without Jiajin Sheng, relying on Jiafu also worked. This token was equivalent to the admission ticket to the future large-scale gu fighting competition. Chapter 114, Monkey King in the Cave, Translator. Sky Pharaoh, Editor. Sky Pharaoh 3 days after the caravan left a village. In the rock forest inside the mountain, filled with dark red light, huge stone pillars extended down from the ceiling, resembling long and gigantic tree trunks, forming into a majestic gray-colored stone forest. Fang Yuan was retreating from battle in the rock forest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A bunch of stone monkeys stared with their green, circular monkey eyes, chasing after Fang Yuan relentlessly. Moom glow goo, Fang Yuan called in his mind, his right arm chopping towards the direction of the monkey gang. Pew! An eerie blue moonblade as large as a face formed into a crescent and pierced through the air. cutting into the monkey gang. A jade-eye stone monkey was jumping in the air. With no foothold to escape on, it was hit directly by the moonblade. Before it could scream, in the next moment, its entire body was split into two from head to toe. It had lost all its remaining life force and was enveloped in a deep aura of death. In a split second, its lively eyes became a pair of jade pearls. As its body descended, it turned into a rock statue. Bam! With a crisp sound, the statue fell onto the ground, smashing into pieces. The moonblade only dimmed a little, and after killing this stone monkey, its force remained as it rushed for the monkeys behind. Kachakak. After a few cries, 5 or 6 stone monkeys were killed on the spot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Their companions' death fueled the monkey gang's rage, as they screamed furiously, their influence doubling, imposingly leaping at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was unfazed by the danger, his heart remaining as calm as ice. He fought and retreated appropriately. As the stone monkeys neared, he attacked with the moonblade. The moonlight goo in the past, even with the boost from little light goo, each moonblade could only kill 1 or 2 monkeys. But now, with one attack, the moonglow goo could kill 5 or 6 stone monkeys. But there were positive and negative impacts. The moonglow goo, to the current Fang Yuan, had a huge cost. Each moonblade used 10% of his red steel primeval essence. Fang Yuan only had 44% primeval C in his aperture. This meant that he could only use 4 moonblades in one go. If I can successfully fuse the 4 flavors liquor worm and refine my primeval essence, I would be able to shoot 8 moonblades. What a pity. Even though I have the second liquor worm and 3 out of the 4 flavors of wine, I am lacking the final one. I'm stuck at the final step. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. 3 moonblades later, his aperture only had 14% light red primeval essence left. To play safe, he no longer used the moonblade, but activated the white jade goo. The stone monkeys encircled him, the closest monkey jumping to Fang Yuan's leg and going into a frenzy. From down to up, it used its monkey head to hit Fang Yuan's chin. Fang Yuan snorted. He wanted to use his fist to crush this overconfident monkey. But suddenly he had a thought, and stopped his hand, using his chin to receive the blow instead. A moment before the point of impact, his chin shone with white jade cold light. A loud bam sound resounded. The force of the attack caused Fang Yuan's head to tilt back, but that monkey laid on the ground, hugging its head and rolling around the ground screaming in agony. Without the white jade goo, Fang Yuan's chin would have been smashed, but now Fang Yuan only felt slightly dizziness with no injuries. But even with the white jade goo's defense, he still had to withstand the impact of the attack. Fang Yuan took a few steps back before recovering and seeing the scenery clearly before his eyes again. He had intentionally withstood the monkey's headbutt earlier. It was to have this body get used to such attacks and get used to the slight dizziness. This way, in the future when he falls into a life-and-death crisis, encountering such an attack, he would be able to recover much more quickly and fight for a survival chance. Fang Yuan was always ruthless with his methods. This ruthlessness was not only towards enemies, but also himself. He came here to kill stone monkeys almost every 3 days. His motive was not just the flower wine monk's strength inheritance, but also another motive, to utilize the stone monkeys to train his own fighting ability. A goo master's physical stats, physical combat proficiency, aperture primeval essence, battle experience, and every goo worm, they were all elements that affected the overall battle strength. Only by gathering all these elements tightly together can one exert the greatest fighting strength. The stone monkey group was like a hammer, and Fang Yuan was the ingot that had just came out of the cauldron. With every hit of the hammer, he would become more sturdy, more refined, and more compact. 15 minutes later, this battle ended. On the ground, there were rock fragments all over the ground, and within those were dozens of jade pearls. I killed 41 jade-eyes stone monkeys this time, Fang Yuan counted in his heart, and every time he would collate the battle results. From each battle, he'd reflect upon himself and improve upon what he did not do properly. At the same time, he would feel his own improvement speed. In the earlier battle, the moon glow goo was the most contributing factor, with 3 moonblades killing at least 17 or 18 stone monkeys. That is about half of the entire battle results. The remaining monkeys were all killed by my close combat. Moonlight goo's effect on the stone monkeys was not very obvious, but after advancing to moonglow goo, it jumped to being Fang Yuan's most powerful attacking method. Not only was its attack power strong, but more crucially, its efficiency was very high. Fang Yuan utilized 3 moonblades only in the span of a few breaths' time, but when he used his fists and kicks to smash the stone monkeys, that took over 10 minutes. These stone monkeys were very agile and had swift movements. When the stone monkeys were on the ground, there was no point thinking of hitting them physically. With a jump, they could easily leap away and avoid Fang Yuan's attack. The only weakness was that when they jumped in mid-air, they couldn't change their moving direction. Fang Yuan being able to kill them was due to this weakness. But this was owing to his rich fighting experience. If it was any other rank 2 Gu master, even Qi Shan, Mo Yan, or Qing Shu, they would not be able to catch the weakness every time like Fang Yuan. His previous life's memories could allow Fang Yuan to sensitively catch the opportunities in battle and seize them. He could meticulously use every ounce of his strength. Even though he was rank 2, he could already utilize his fighting strength to the limit of his abilities. He was definitely not like Fang Zheng, having the jade skin goo, but on the arena after being overwhelmed by Fang Yuan's aura, could not even display his supposed strength. Of course, Fang Yuan's cultivation was still very low, and against the monkey group he could not overwhelm them by brute force. Every time he had to fight while retreating. Luckily, the monkeys did not have high intelligence. They could not adjust their attack patterns, and even after seeing Fang Yuan crushing them in mid-air many times, they still leapt towards Fang Yuan while attacking. At the same time, every time they chased Fang Yuan, if it was too far from their homes, their longingness to their homes would overwhelm their anger. Many monkeys gave up on the chase due to this. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, humans are the spirit of all living things. Fang Yuan is relying on the intelligence of humans to understand the stone monkey's habits and using the correct fighting methods to get deeper into the rock forest. At this point, he was already near the central area of the rock forest. After many attempts, Fang Yuan finally exterminated the monkey group on this rock pillar. Right now, in front of him, was the final pillar. It was the largest and thickest rock pillar in this rock forest. The pillar extended downwards from the ceiling, almost touching the ground. It emitted a majestic aura amidst the silence. Fang Yuan counted the number of rock caves on the pillar, getting an estimation of at least 500 stone monkeys. This was the largest monkey group he had encountered up till now. But no matter how many jade-eye stone monkeys there were, to Fang Yuan it was just a small bit of trouble. At most he'd have to exert more effort and waste a few more trips. What caused his gaze to become serious was the rock cave at the most upper level. The entrance of this cave was larger than any of the surrounding caves, at least twice as large if not more. And below it, the caves were tightly cluttered together, forming and resembling a position where they were worshipping and revering. It seems that there is a monkey king in this rock cave. Fang Yuan frowned. This was where the problem lay. As long as a beast group is large, there would be a beast king created. There was a wild boar king in the wild boar group. Obviously, there would also be a monkey king in the monkey group. The threat of a beast king was multiple times higher than a normal wild beast. The reason was that their bodies had 1 or 2 goo worms inside. These goo had a mutual partnership with the beast kings, and once the beast king is attacked, they would come out and assist. This jade-eye stone monkey king should not be very strong, at least weaker than the wild boar king. Otherwise, the surrounding monkey groups would have been under his control already. Fang Yuan, using his experiences, gauged the monkey king's strength. Normally, the bigger the beast group, the stronger the beast king. Weaker beast kings did not have the ability to rule over a large number of its kind. According to the beast group's size and classifying of the beast kings, from low to high, they could be classified as 100 beast king, 1,000 beast king, and myriad beast king. The wild boar king that Sickly Snake's group hunted was 1,000 beast king. It ruled over 1,000 wild boars. The stone monkey king before Fang Yuan was 100 beast king. It only had several hundred stone monkeys under its rule. The culprit behind the wolf tide, the lightning crown wolf, was a myriad beast king. Every single lightning crown wolf ruled over at least 10,000 lightning wolves. The difference in ability between the 3 beast kings were huge. 1,000 beast kings needed 3 teams to cooperate together to be able to barely kill it. The Sickly Snake group was able to deal with the wild boar king, mostly due to it being injured beforehand. A myriad beast king required the clan elders and clan leader to work together to be able to go against it head-on. As for 100 beast king, a regular 5-man group would be able to handle it. But for Fang Yuan, who wanted to deal with this monkey king, he could not borrow outside strength and could only rely on his own power. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence is ineffective here. It seems it is time to use the red steel relic goo. Fang Yuan eyed the rock cave deeply, then left the second secret room and closed the rock door. If what stands in his way is a 1,000-beast king like the wild boar king, Fang Yuan would retreat without thinking. But if it is only a 100-beast king, if Fang Yuan had rank 2 middle stage cultivation, he could give it a shot. Of course, the results could go either way. Even with middle stage cultivation, he still had roughly 75% chance of failure, his chances of success not even hitting 30%. Chapter 115. Advancing to middle stage. Translator. Sky Pharaoh, Editor. Sky Pharaoh, the translucent light membrane, faint red primeval sea, and the surging waves. On the sea surface, 2 fat white liquor worms were absorbing the water. In the air above the sea, a black ladybug-like black boar goo was shaking its wings and hovering around the red steel relic goo. The pebble-like white jade goo had sunk to the depths of the sea and was motionless. Spring Autumn Cicada had concealed itself. It was in a deep slumber to recuperate. It is time. Fang Yuan willed. The sea waves paused, and a portion of primeval essence surged up and poured towards the red steel relic goo. The red steel relic goo immediately shook and flew up, giving off bursts of red rays of light. It was like the slowly rising sun, its rays of light shining upon the aperture wall. The rays of light were as hot as fire and as dazzling as a sword. The black boar goo was soon unable to bear it and fell down to the primeval sea. The 2 liquor worms also sunk down to the depths of the primeval sea. White jade goo was flashing inside the sea. For Fang Yuan to advance to rank 2 middle stage with normal methods, he could only use the method of grinding, using his light red primeval essence to cleanse the light membrane aperture wall. But now, red steel relic goo gave off majestic red light, which replaced the light red primeval essence and poured directly into the aperture wall, giving astonishing results. Fang Yuan could see the whole light membrane thickening at an astonishing pace. The light on the light membrane condensed into streams of light, gradually changing to a water membrane. The white shimmering rays flowed continuously, becoming clear one moment and dark in the next. Right now, Fang Yuan had advanced to middle stage. However, the relic goo was still bursting with red rays of light. The rays of light filled the whole aperture. It replaced the primeval essence and continuously injected its essence and foundation into Fang Yuan's aperture. The water membrane accepted it all, and the shimmering rays of light on it was like water as it flowed freely. This continued on for about 15 minutes. Red steel relic goo had thoroughly exhausted all its energy. Its body turned transparent and disappeared in the red light. The penetrating red rays of light also suddenly dissipated with its disappearance. The aperture recovered its tranquility once again. However, the water membrane had become much thicker. Using the red steel relic goo had saved Fang Yuan from wasting a lot of time and effort. A thread of scarlet red primeval essence appeared in the primeval sea. This was the rank 2 middle stage primeval essence. It was more condensed than the light red initial stage primeval essence. It sank to the depths of the primeval sea and lingered around the white jade goo. A red steel relic goo could directly strengthen the foundation of the aperture. To a goo master, this meant advancing by a small realm. This type of goo worm was naturally better if used early. To a goo master, higher cultivation meant stronger fighting force, better survival rate, more mission completions, and also more primeval stones earnings. It had a great influence on every aspect. After reaching the middle stage, Fang Yuan took several primeval stones and started recovering his primeval essence. He stopped only after the 44% primeval sea in his aperture had completely filled with middle stage scarlet primeval essence. Half an hour later, he once again stepped into the stone forest, heading towards the central area. He stepped into the warning zones of the monkey groups. Immediately, furious jade-eye stone monkeys came out of the stone pillars. They screeched and pounced upon Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression didn't change. Most of his attention was on that cave at the highest layer of the stone pillar. When encountering a common jade-eye stone monkey, there was no need to be nervous as long as you weren't surrounded by them. The main problem was the stone monkey king. What goo worms resided on it? Fang Yuan didn't know. Fang Yuan slowly retreated while cautiously observing, but the stone monkey king didn't appear. Fang Yuan was baffled. Is there no monkey king in this monkey group? If there was a monkey king, then it would no doubt be the first to come out if someone infringed on its territory. Hold it, maybe it has already come out. Just as he thought of this, the sleeping Spring Autumn Cicada in his aperture suddenly floated into appearance. Its body was trembling as it gave a weak, startled cry that resonated only within Fang Yuan's mind. The vital Gu's warning. This appeared only when the vital Gu felt there was an intense threat against the Gu Master's life. In that split second, Fang Yuan's hairs stood up. Without thinking twice, he directly used the white jade Gu. A layer of bright white jade light covered his whole body. In the next instant, the Stone Monkey King, who was 3 times bigger than a normal stone monkey, suddenly appeared on the left side of Fang Yuan and fiercely struck out with its sharp claws at Fang Yuan's left shoulder. Bang! The Stone Monkey King's attack was blocked by the white jade Gu's defense. Its attack failed. In the instant Fang Yuan received this attack, the white jade Gu in his aperture suddenly lit up and consumed 5% of the scarlet primeval essence. If it was when Fang Yuan was at the initial stage, 10% of light red primeval essence would have been used up. From this, one could see how sinister and vicious the Stone Monkey King's sneak attack was. Despite Fang Yuan having a calm character, he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat at this moment. If it were not for him sharpening himself these days and polishing his condition to a peak combat state, he might have really been hit by the Stone Monkey King's attack. Had his reaction been just a bit late, his left shoulder would have become crippled and unusable. Fang Yuan would then end up miserable just like Gu Yueman Shi not long ago. There is actually a wild concealing type Gu worm residing in this Stone Monkey King. Fang Yuan hurriedly retreated. He had no way to detect a concealing Gu worm and ended up in disadvantage all of a sudden. The Stone Monkey King seemed to be more cunning than normal stone monkeys. After its attack missed, it again hid itself away. This undoubtedly was a huge mental pressure on Fang Yuan. He used the white jade Gu to form a defense around his whole body. Such a method used primeval essence every moment, and it was impossible for him to maintain this defense. Even when he had fought with the Stone Monkey troops before, he would only use the white jade Gu at the crucial moment. If he continued to maintain this state, then his primeval essence would completely dissipate not long after. Over 500 stone monkeys encircled Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his greatest speed to retreat and pull some distance. Some stone monkeys' momentum became weaker, whereas some stomped on the ground and began to head back to their homes. Chirp! Right at this moment, the Jade-Eye Stone Monkey King appeared and commanded in a loud voice, "Chirp, chirp!" The stone monkey groups immediately responded. Their confusion and hesitation disappeared, and again started their chase after Fang Yuan. Over 500 Jade-Eye Stone monkeys were persistently chasing after him, but Fang Yuan didn't panic, his lips revealing a cold smile on the contrary. This accident was already in his expectations. He had chosen the easiest route towards the central area of the stone forest, opening up a passage. In the surroundings of the passage were large numbers of stone monkey groups. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this passage. However, with the low intelligence of these stone monkeys, how could they know? Under the supervision of the Stone Monkey King, they stormed through the stone forest, infringing on other monkey groups' warning zones, and resulting in counterattacks from the other monkey groups. The stone forest was in a great chaos. Countless Jade-Eye Stone monkeys stood at their place, starting a massacre to defend their homes. In 10 or more years, the Stone Monkey King might even advance to become 1,000 Beast King and completely unify this stone forest. But now, it was only 100 Beast King and didn't have the ability to control so many stone monkeys. The different groups of stone monkeys fell into a chaotic battle with each other. For a moment, all Fang Yuan could hear was the screeching and screaming sounds of the stone monkeys. Those 500 stone monkeys that were chasing him were quickly entangled with the other stone monkey groups. But the Stone Monkey King still persisted on chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was attacking and retreating. In this period of time, he suffered many sneak attacks from the Stone Monkey King, and every attack would consume great amounts of his primeval essence. Luckily, he had advanced to middle stage before this. Otherwise, with the initial stage primeval essence, he wouldn't have been to handle this consumption. Fang Yuan landed in absolute disadvantage. He had not found any weakness in the Stone Monkey King. The only chance to attack lay in the moment the Stone Monkey King was about to attack. But even if Fang Yuan was able to react, he had no time to even make an attacking movement. The Stone Monkey King possessed a concealment-type Gu worm and firmly held the initiative. It could attack Fang Yuan whenever it wanted to attack. Even if Fang Yuan injured it, it could use the concealment-type Gu worm to safely escape. It was in an invincible position. Without a stealth removal Gu worm, the probability to win this battle is extremely low. If I had a wide area attacking method, Maybe I could give it a try. But Moonglow Goo, I will only be able to hit this Stone Monkey King if I am lucky, but the probability is too low. Fang Yuan clearly understood the battle situation and immediately retreated. However, the Stone Monkey King seemed to be determined to kill him. Fang Yuan retreated to about 100 meters from the rock door when he suddenly stopped. I only have a bit over 10% of my primeval essence remaining. It won't be enough to cover this 100 meters of distance. And even if I am able to enter the second secret room and close the rock door, this Stone Monkey King might just break the door. Fang Yuan had thought that the Stone Monkey King would give up after chasing him for such a long period of time. Yet who could have thought that it still persisted on chasing him? He was already out of the stone forest now, and around him was a patch of empty ground. Countless stone monkeys were fighting chaotically in the stone forest, causing an uproar. Their noisy sounds kept on echoing within this empty space. Fang Yuan didn't budge. His battle intuition told him that the Stone Monkey King was hiding somewhere, waiting for him to show a gap before making a fatal attack. Fang Yuan knew he had already fallen into an impasse. Normal rank 2 Gu masters would have already fallen apart from this fear, unable to endure this formless pressure. But Fang Yuan was still calm. This situation was also within his expectations, though its probability was very low. According to logic, the Stone Monkey King should also possess the Stone Monkey's habits and be reluctant to leave its home. But for some reason, this Stone Monkey King was hell-bent on chasing and killing Fang Yuan. If you choose to take a risk, you need to be willing to risk your life. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He then took off his upper garment. Chapter 116. Killing the Monkey King and Getting New Goo. Translator, Sky Pharaoh Editor, Sky Pharaoh 11% Primeval Essence. This means 2 Moonblades or sustain the Monkey King's sneak attack twice. Relying solely on the Moonglow Goo or White Jade Goo will not do. My only chance is the instant where the Monkey King attacks me. I have to grasp the opportunity and shoot the Moonblade, instantly killing it. Fang Yuan's thoughts sparked like flint, thinking of the most optimum strategy. Stone monkeys did not have outstanding defense, and since the Monkey King chose a sneak attack approach, it revealed that defense was its weakness. 1 Moonblade could slaughter 5 or 6 Jade Eye Stone monkeys. Even if it couldn't kill the Monkey King, it can still heavily injure it. But do not think that this is easy. Getting to this point is difficult. Even if a group of Goo Masters came without a stealth removal type Goo, they would still lose their lives. This monkey is cunning, choosing not to attack. Is it waiting for my primeval essence to be used up? Never mind, I shall trust the Spring Autumn Cicada once and bet on this chance. Fang Yuan instantly decided, his eyes shining with a cold and ruthless light. He stood on the spot, both hands hanging beside him, holding the collar of his shirt. At the same time, he closed his eyes, only leaving a slit of visibility. What is more shocking is that he removed the defense of the White Jade Goo. The expenditure of the primeval essence in his aperture finally stopped. At the same time, he was no longer under the protection of the White Jade light. The rock forest continued to reverb with the cries and anguish of the monkeys, but Fang Yuan could feel that these noises were getting closer and closer to himself. A type of calmness enveloped his heart and mind. He was silently waiting for the Stone Monkey King's attack. When it attacks, that is when the match is decided. Waiting. Suddenly, the Spring Autumn Cicada vibrated in the aperture. Pew! The very next moment, Fang Yuan heard an explosion and the Stone Monkey King appeared on his left. White Jade Goo. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as the White Jade light covered his entire body. Bam! The Stone Monkey King hit Fang Yuan's body with a strong force, almost causing him to topple, his primeval essence dropping by 5%, only left with the other half. Seeing that his attack did not finish Fang Yuan off, the Stone Monkey King tried to escape. Fang Yuan had no time to counterattack, but it was enough for him to flick his upper shirt. Suddenly, he felt that there was someone on his upper shirt, tugging towards the outside direction. The shirt was not made of steel, and to prevent it from tearing, Fang Yuan let go of both hands, seeing the floating shirt fly around the place at a shocking speed. Now! Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, as the battle's outcome would be decided with this Moonblade, his heart cold and calm as ice. The Monkey King was after all a wild beast, and after having its face covered by a shirt, it flew into a panic. It emitted a shrill scream, calling its stone monkeys to help. At the same time, the shirt continued to move around, changing directions and going all over the place. An eerie blue moonblade flew out and hit the stone Monkey King. The Monkey King cried in pain as its camouflage was exposed. Its appearance was the same as a normal stone monkey, but its body size was 3 times bigger, and at the same time its eyes shone with a bloody red light. A long and deep wound stretched from its chest to its left leg, blood continuing to pour from it. Although not dead, it had already suffered a heavy injury, and the aura of death permeated its entire body. It covered its wound in shock, going invisible again. Fang Yuan's upper shirt was cut open by his moonblade, falling onto the ground. But the blood traces exposed the Monkey King, and it hurriedly retreated, no longer having the idea of killing Fang Yuan. With such a grave injury, if it did not deal with it, it would lose its life. At this time, Fang Yuan also retreated to the rock door. After activating the moonblade, his aperture only had a little bit of primeval essence left, and his battle strength dropped drastically. Although it looked like a draw, Fang Yuan had won. The Monkey King's injury could not be recovered shortly. The more blood it lost, the weaker it felt. But Fang Yuan could use the primeval stones to recover his primeval essence and recover his battle strength. Even without a stealth removal type goo, nor a wide area attack method, with his rich fighting experience and the will of steel in the face of danger, Fang Yuan could beat the strong in a weaker state. Monkey, fox, they won. These wild beasts have extraordinary intelligence compared to ordinary wild beasts, and are more cunning. Because of this, they lack the wild courage and often retreat while injured. If it were a wild boar or bull, they would go into a frenzy while injured. This Monkey King seems to only have one gee worm. Although the goo worm could grant stealth, it cannot hide blood traces, and if my guess is correct, it should be the rank 1 stealth rock goo. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart, and relying on his memories, the Monkey King had no more secrets in front of him. The result has been decided. Fang Yuan returned to the rock room, closing the door and replenishing his primeval essence. A moment later, his primeval essence went back to its peak state, and Fang Yuan opened the rock door, being in the rock forest once again. The rock forest was still a mess, but better than before. After this chaos, the entire rock forest's forces will be reset. The stone monkeys will relocate and regroup, and the roaming and isolated stone monkeys form into new monkey gangs. The path that I painstakingly created would thus vanish. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He needed to kill the stone Monkey King before this path is completely gone. If not, opening this path would expend much of his time again, and by the time he got to the center again, the Monkey King would have completely healed. He shall chase after and annihilate lingering enemies with bravery, rather than be easily contented with fame and compliments like Shang Yu. 2. Fang Yuan trailed along the opened path, invading the rock forest. The stone monkeys who appeared in his way were all exterminated. 15 minutes later, he appeared at the central pillar once again. The stone Monkey King laid on the ground. It had turned into a statue and was already dead. A jade-eye stone monkey was stepping on its corpse, screaming about. Replacing the title of king, with the death of the former king, a new king takes its place. Regardless of the beast group or human society, this was the cruel elimination system. Saved some effort of mine. Fang Yuan slowly got closer. At this moment, a goo worm slowly floated from the corpse of the stone Monkey King, flying towards the new king. Moonglow goo. Fang Yuan shot out a moonblade just in time, chasing away the new stone Monkey King, then walking up and grabbing the goo worm. This goo looked ordinary, like a gray rock, with an uneven surface that was not even squarish nor spherical. If this goo was thrown on the road, no one would notice it based on appearance. But in reality, it was the essence of a rock, a natural goo nurtured by Mother Nature. It seemed like an inanimate object, a rock. But in fact, it was the real deal, a living being with its own consciousness and thought. As Fang Yuan predicted, it was the stealth rock goo. Grabbed by Fang Yuan, it desperately struggled, trying to be free of his demonic grasp. Spring Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan called in his mind, and the Spring Autumn Cicada appeared in his aperture, leaking a trace of its aura. The stealth rock goo instantly went dead, not daring to struggle like a mouse meeting a cat. Fang Yuan's red primeval essence activated and instantly refined it. Another goo in the bag. The stealth rock goo was kept in the aperture and sunk to the bottom of the primeval sea, side by side with the white jade goo. The stone monkey watched helplessly at the side, and on seeing Fang Yuan keep the stealth rock goo into his body, it frantically jumped about, screaming incoherently. It had just gotten the new position, so not many monkeys obeyed it. With another moonblade, Fang Yuan took a few more monkey lives. Those that gathered around their new king instantly dispersed. The new stone monkey king gnawed its teeth at Fang Yuan. Scram. Fang Yuan stared at it, saying a word, with his expression cold as ice. The monkey king shuddered, feeling the intense killing intent from Fang Yuan. It stared at Fang Yuan blankly before gulping and turning around to escape, showing its superior intelligence compared to wild beasts. Fang Yuan chased these stone monkeys away and ignored them, getting to the bottom of the rock pillar as soon as he could. As he got close, he found a cave below the rock pillar. The cave was not big, and some rock stairs extended downwards into the darkness. Fang Yuan had no investigative goo worm, so he could not tell what was down there. With the situation unclear, Fang Yuan did not enter the cavern and walk down the stairs. He had barged his way in earlier, and his body condition was not at its prime. Furthermore, the chaos in the rock forest was disappearing and was stabilizing. He had spent much effort and time to open the path, but many stone monkeys were starting to reside in the pillars along the way. Haste brings no success. Now that I have found the inheritance clue, I have achieved my goal. It is time to return. Fang Yuan controlled the urge to investigate and returned via the same route. On the way, the pressure intensified, but eventually he endured the pressure as he was chased by hundreds of monkeys, tragically rushing out of the rock forest. Time passed quickly, and summer replaced spring. Unknowingly, it was the scorching summer again already. Fang Yuan spent every second of his time cultivating diligently. Using the red steel relic goo, he instantly caught up to Fang Zhong's cultivating speed. He did not have a special goo that could hide his middle stage aura. After killing the Monkey King and obtaining the stealth rock goo, a day later his cultivation level was exposed. The clansman only knew then that he was the one who obtained the red steel relic goo. It was actually Fang Yuan. At the same time, he intentionally revealed the black boar goo. Fang Yuan sold such a huge amount of assets to get the black boar goo and red steel relic goo. Many people could not understand his thoughts, calling him a fool, dumbass, maniac, and short-sighted, as they became his new nicknames. With a rise in attention, Fang Yuan had to reduce the number of times he ventured into the flower wine monk's inheritance. He continued to nurture his aperture as he steadily moved towards rank 2 upper stage, while collecting the ingredients to fuse the liquor worm as well as the stealth rock goo. At the same time, he used the vitality leaf to earn primeval stones, sustaining his cultivation. July, the start of autumn. At the foot of the mountain near the village, a wild rank 5 goo suddenly appeared, causing a huge tremor at Gu Yo village. 1. Bei, a legendary wolf in Chinese mythology. 2. Shang Yu, Qing Dynasty conqueror, Chapter 117, Bitter Shell Wine and River Swallowing Toad. Translator, Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh. A solemn and serious atmosphere filled the conference hall. A group of elders silently sat on their seats. Their faces were either indifferent, gloomy, or serious. Clan head Gu Ye Bo was sitting on the main seat, his gaze also filled with unconcealed worry. 3 days ago, a river-swallowing toad appeared near the village by the foot of the mountain. This toad flowed along with the Huanglong River, and accidentally reached here. Right now, it is blocking up a river channel and sleeping there. If we ignore it, the village will constantly be in danger. So I would like to ask the elders if you have any good ideas to drive this toad away. The elders looked at each other. For a moment, no one spoke. River-swallowing toad was a rank 5 goo. It had an enormous might and could spit out a river. If this was not handled properly and it was provoked, over half of the Qingmao mountain could be submerged with water, and the whole village would be destroyed. After a long silence, Guye Qilian spoke. The situation is grave, and we need to resolve this as quickly as possible. If this news gets leaked, we can't say for sure if those with evil intentions might not secretly go and intentionally provoke this river-swallowing toad to entrap our Gu Yu Ye clan. Elder Qilian is right. Gu Ye Mo Chen nodded in agreement. Although he and Gu Ye Qilian were political enemies, but at such a critical time for the village, he let go of his past prejudices. He continued speaking after a moment. There is another more serious problem. If the river-swallowing toad floods the Qingmao mountain, the wolf lairs will be submerged, and for their survival the wolf hordes will move up the mountain. At that time, the wolf tide will break out before its time, and we will have to fight with countless wild beasts to fight for the space at the top. The elders' complexion turned pale when they heard this. Gu Yuebo spoke with heavy tone. Everyone, don't forget the foundation of our village. The first-generation ancestor set up the village in this place because of the underground spirit spring. If Qingmao Mountain gets flooded, this spirit spring might also be destroyed. What should we do? Sigh, even if we withstand the beast tides and survive at the mountaintop. After the flood subsides, the spirit spring will have disappeared. Many beasts will have died. Our surroundings will turn to a wasteland and we will be lacking cultivation resources. If we are to die, then why not ask help from Xiong and Bai villages? We are 3 boats tied with 1 rope. I don't believe they won't help. The elders whispered to one another, with panic hidden inside. Some had already started thinking of asking for reinforcements. It is too premature to ask for help now. Gu Yebo shook his head and denied this idea immediately. It is not the most challenging period now. When the first-generation ancestor had just established the village, a rank 5 Blood River python attacked the village, but the first-generation clan head killed it. Compared to the Blood River python, the river-swallowing toad is just so much more adorable. It has a warm temperament and is harmless to ordinary people. Only if it senses the aura of other Gu will it be alert. If it receives serious injuries, it will be angered and spit out a river. By chance, I heard the previous clan head talk of a rumor about the river-swallowing toad. Gu Yebo's composed and calm voice resounded within the conference hall. The group of elders listened attentively. Their nervous and panicked expressions eased up. He is really worthy of being the clan head. He calmed their hearts with just his words. Gu Yu Yao Ji sensed the change in the atmosphere. She gave a profound look at Gu Yuebo and praised him inwardly. If we follow what clan head said just now, chasing away the river-swallowing toad wouldn't be a difficult thing, an elder spoke. We can't say that. Gu Yuebo shook his head. These are only rumors. I haven't personally seen it or even put it to use. The important thing is that we can't be careless. I suggest we first send a group of Gu masters to test it. All the elders agreed. Gu Yue Qilian spoke. Then how about I send a member of my Qi family? If he can't do it, then no one among our clan might be able to do it. Everyone knew who Qilian was speaking of, and they approved of it one after another. Clan head Gu Yuebo smiled. Since it is so, then we shall just assign it to the Qishan group. It was early autumn. The weather was gradually turning cool. On a table by the window of the tavern, Fang Yuan was sitting alone, calmly tasting some wine. The tavern shopkeeper was standing beside him, bowing his head. Shopkeeper, is there progress on the matter regarding bitter shell wine that I asked you to look into a few days ago? Fang Yuan asked. Fang Yuan was lacking a bitter wine for the liquor worm fusion. However, bitter wines were difficult to find, and because of the matter regarding the red steel relic Gu, people had been focusing on him. Wherever he went, people would point him out. Thus, it was not easy to make inquiries of bitter wines. The disturbance had settled down only recently, and maybe because extreme sorrow turns into joy, Fang Yuan had accidentally found a clue regarding the bitter wine. The old shopkeeper promptly replied, "Young master, the bitter shell wine you wanted me to look into, someone had drunk it in Bai village. The raw material of this wine is a type of conch found in deep ponds. This type of conch is completely black with circles of white lines on its shell resembling a tree's growth rings. We call it a bitter shell. Normal conchas can form pearls. The bitter shell swallows the sands and stones in the water, dissolving them and forming bitter water instead. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water, using it to brew wine, making the bitter shell wine. Its taste is very unique, bitter and fragrant." Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows upon hearing this. "Does that mean Bai village has this bitter shell wine?" The shopkeeper hurriedly bent down. "I don't dare to guarantee it. I have only heard people talking about it occasionally. However, the truth is Bai village is famous for its white grain liquid. This wine, along with our clan's green bamboo wine and Xiong village's bear gull wine, are called the 3 wines of Qingmao. Bitter shell wine, I think even if the Bai village possesses it, there wouldn't be much. Even if there is little, I have to find it," Fang Yuan said in his mind. But this matter was troublesome. Bai village had been gradually showing signs of coming to emergence these years, starting to shake the Gu Yue village's position as the overlord. If Fang Yuan wanted to enter the Bai village without permission, the patrolling Bai village's Gu masters might kill him before he even sees the village gate. Even if it was so, Fang Yuan still wanted to attempt it. After all, getting this bitter shell wine was more reasonable than the green eye wine that was immeasurably far away. As he broke away from his contemplations, Fang Yuan found that the old shopkeeper was still standing beside him. He waved his hand. "All right, you can leave, there is nothing for you here." The old man didn't leave. His face revealed hesitation, not speaking out what he was about to say. He finally summoned his courage. "Young master, could you please take back this tavern again? All the waiters and I want to work for you. You don't know that when the old landlord came back, he deducted most of our wages. With such little primeval stones each month, it is really difficult for us to support our families." Fang Yuan shook his head, his face without any expression. "I have already sold this tavern to him. I can't take it back according to the contract. Moreover, I don't want to engage in this tavern business. You can leave now." "But, young landlord..." The old man still didn't move. Fang Yuan frowned in annoyance. "Remember, I am no longer your landlord." He had previously increased their salaries only to arouse their passion for their work. It was all for himself. However, these people mistook it for his tolerance and wanted to push their luck. Right now, by selling the vitality leaves, he could only fulfill his own needs. On top of that, he was feeling vexed due to the bitter wine. So why would he take back the tavern for these people? "But young landlord, we really can't keep on living like this. Please show mercy and have pity on us." The shopkeeper knelt on the ground and implored. The sound immediately attracted the surrounding guests. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He picked up a wine jar from the table and smashed it on the shopkeeper's head. Kachak! The jar shattered. The wine splashed all around and blood flowed from the old man's head. "Did you think I won't dare to kill you? You tactless fool, get lost." Cold light flashed out from Fang Yuan's eyes. The old shopkeeper's whole body trembled from this killing intent. He was startled and hurriedly left. No matter which world, there will always be a group of weak people who will brazenly and indiscreetly ask charity from the strong, as if helping them was the manner of the strong, and not helping them was wrong. The weak should have the manners of the weak. They should either resign to their fate and act like slaves, or try hard while keeping a low profile. The strong helped the weak only as a charity when they were in a good mood. The weak refused to work hard, shamelessly begging from the strong, and even demanding definite results, acting like a leech. They deserve getting rejected. People who are content with being weak, who don't put their own effort and only think of begging from the strong, simply aren't deserving of sympathy. "Shopkeeper, quick, bandage the wounds." The waiters hurriedly surrounded the old man whose face was covered with blood. The old shopkeeper was only a mortal. It wouldn't be a problem even if he was killed on the spot. Such an ending took away the interest of the surrounding guests. They turned back and continued with their discussions. "Do you know? Something big happened recently. Are you talking about that river-swallowing toad? Right now, who wouldn't know of this? This is a rank 5 goo. If it isn't dealt properly, the village might fall into crisis. It is said that this river-swallowing toad's food is water. When it is hungry, it opens up its large mouth and directly sucks a river in. If it is angered, it can release the water into the Qingmao mountain. Its power is extremely horrifying. We might die. Then what should we do? Sigh. We just have to see how the clan's higher-ups will deal with it. After all, we can't escape. Where can we escape to? Bewilderment and confusion pervaded the air in the tavern. River-swallowing toad. Fang Yuan inwardly smiled when he heard this. Fear was infectious. It increased the more it is spread. Actually, the river-swallowing toad was very gentle and was not dreadful. Its natural disposition was to sleep, and people would often see it flowing with the river. The toad would lie down on the water surface with their white bellies facing up and sleep soundly. When it wakes up, it would swallow the river water up to its fill and return back to sleep. They had no interest towards fighting and killing. If they meet an enemy, their first reaction would be to flee. Only if they fall into an impasse and couldn't escape will they make fierce counterattacks. They were very powerful and could release torrential river from their mouths, engulfing the lands instantly and turning them to marsh. This river-swallowing toad probably fell asleep, then drifted along the Huanglong River and accidentally entered a tributary, reaching the foot of the Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan guessed the truth. 1. Huanglong River. The name means Yellow Dragon River. Chapter 118. Legend of the River-Swallowing Toad. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. It is said that every single river-swallowing toad's stomach carries a river. Fang Yuan did not use the river-swallowing toad in his previous life, but he has a strong impression of this goo because of one person. A normal person, a family servant. Around 200 years later, in his previous life, a very special goo master will appear, Zhang Fan. His existence shocked numerous goo masters, and his story would be spread around by the mortals. Once he appeared, he became a legend. His entire success was attributed to a river-swallowing toad. Zhang Fan was a mere family servant, single-handedly taking care of a fishery for his master. One day, a river-swallowing toad arrived at the coast with its belly side up, lying in the water, asleep the entire time. Zhang Fan was initially scared and shocked, but slowly, he felt that this toad was dead. Why was it not moving at all? The toad corpse blocked the upflow of the river water, and this caused many problems for Zhang Fan, who was taking care of the fishery. Zhang Fan tried many different methods and ways to move this toad corpse away, but he was just a mere mortal. How could he move something as heavy as the river-swallowing toad? His master was stingy and cruel, and if he could not meet the monthly quota, his head will be decapitated. Zhang Fan did not dare to report it, as someone not too long ago did not manage to fulfill his quota and reported it with a proper reason, but ended up getting killed on the spot. Seeing that the due date was getting closer, and the corpse still remained there blocking the water, it greatly affected his revenue. Gradually, Zhang Fan became more frightened, and his temper became more abusive and frustrated. Although he knew that he could not move this corpse away, he would still go to it every day to punch and kick the toad corpse, crying and making a din, letting go of all the fear and anger he had in the face of death. But one day, the river-swallowing toad woke up, and with its half-opened eyes stared at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's legs went soft from the shock. The river-swallowing toad was half asleep and half awake, but it still laid there like it was a corpse. After some time, Zhang Fan regained his composure. He was not afraid he was going to die anyway. What is there to be afraid of? He climbed to the top of the river-swallowing toad's belly and lied down face up, staring at the sky. Toad, oh Toad, you are the same as me, with only one last breath left in you. You're about to die too, huh? He did not know about the characteristics of the river-swallowing toad. Looking at its half-dead state, he thought that it was going to die. After saying so, Zhang Fan's face flooded with tears. The river-swallowing toad squinted its eyes, listening to Zhang Fan's words while staring at the sky. For the next few days, he continued to lie on the river, swallowing Toad's white and soft belly, crying while talking, complaining about the pain and the repressed feelings of a mortal. Finally, the deadline was here. The person in charge came down from the village to the fishery to collect the fish. Where could Zhang Fan find fish to meet the quota? Left with no choice, he could only give an excuse that he needed to do some packing, and ran to the river-swallowing toad to bid farewell. He patted the river-swallowing toad's belly. Old Toad, to think that I'm going to die first. It must be affinity that led to me knowing you. I hope that in your remaining days, you will have a better life. At this moment, the river-swallowing toad started move. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Seeing that the river-swallowing toad's actions were becoming larger, he quickly jumped off. Plop. The river-swallowing toad turned around, with its belly side down and back facing upwards. It had fully woken up. Zhang Fan's body was drenched, and on having seen this scene, he became angry and stomped his foot. Old Toad, oh old Toad, so you can still move? Ah, you have caused my death. If you had moved a few days ago, I would not have to die. The river-swallowing toad ignored his words. It had just woken up and felt hungry. Half of its body was submerged into the water as it opened its mouth, starting to suck in the river water in order to sate its hunger. Seeing this, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. He shockingly saw that the water level was receding, dropping at an observable pace, rapidly falling. Large amounts of river water were swallowed into the toad's belly, but its belly did not even expand a bit. It was almost like a bottomless hole. A moment later, the river-swallowing toad stopped its meal. The river water had already dropped to an extreme level, and the bedrock was exposed. If a person stood in the river, the water would only reach their knees. Zhang Fan stood at the coast, at a loss for words. The river-swallowing toad glanced at him and suddenly burped. Its stomach expanded and contracted, its mouth opening wide as it vomited out a large amount of seafood. Fish, prawn, turtle, crab, snails, eels, everything. The river-swallowing toad only ate water as its food, but did not consume the seafood, hence it vomited all of them out. At this point, it seems like it was raining seafood. In the blink of an eye, the seafood gathered into a mountain, and Zhang Fan, upon seeing this, was overwhelming exhilarated. He screamed loudly, "I'm saved! I'm saved! These seafood is enough for me to hand up for 3 months. Old toad, oh old toad, it is all thanks to you." He packaged those seafood and quickly handed them to the person in charge. The person in charge was both shocked and suspicious. How could there be so much? He quickly reported it, and the goo masters in the village also found out that the water level had changed drastically. After investigating, they found out about the river-swallowing toad's existence. It was a rank 5 goo. The village fell into a panic and they formed into large groups, trying to expel the river-swallowing toad. Zhang Fan did not want the river-swallowing toad to be harmed. These days he had treated the river-swallowing toad as his only friend. He kneeled in front of the goo masters and pleaded hysterically. But why would goo masters care about a mere mortal? They kicked him aside and were about to murder him. But at this moment, the river-swallowing toad arrived. Nobody knew if it had treated Zhang Fan as its friend, or felt that being with Zhang Fan was interesting and could cure boredom. The point is, it struck. It carried Zhang Fan and vomited out a stream of river water that engulfed the whole village and drowned half the hill. This battle startled the entire southern continent. Thereafter, Zhang Fan's name spread throughout the 100,000 mountains. With the river-swallowing toad staying by his side, it meant that he owned a rank 5 goo worm. After all, even a rank 5 goo master might not have a rank 5 goo worm. Rank 5 goo masters were rare. Even in the Gu Yu clan's history, there were only 2 people, the 1st-generation clan leader and the 4th-generation clan leader. But Zhang Fan did not have an awakened aperture, yet as a mere mortal he had a river-swallowing toad. His existence stunned the entire Gu master world. After that, Zhang Fan built a hamlet at the village's location. He was endearing to people and sympathized with mortals, aspiring to reach equality among all people. It was a village without oppression. He became a flag, and the mortals in the surrounding villages came to him and wanted to depend on him. But eventually he was still assassinated. With just a river-swallowing toad, it could not make him truly powerful. He was not a Gu master after all, and after his death, the river-swallowing toad left. Gu masters razed his hamlet to the grounds and slaughtered the mortals who dared to oppose them. With his mortal self, Zhang Fan challenged the entire system of society, and that brought forth the rage of the Gu masters. I wonder if Zhang Fan will still appear this time after my influence. After his recollection, Fang Yuan laughed, but Xishan could not laugh. His face was grim as he returned. The villagers at the mountain foot were waiting for the Gu masters to deal with this problem. But the great Gu Yuye Qishan arrived and still could not solve the issue. This caused the villagers to panic, and the panic spread and reached a high point. They dragged their families, brought big and small bags, and rushed up to the village. They naturally did not dare to step inside. Thus more and more villagers kneeled outside the village's doors, begging the Gu masters to have mercy and let them in. In the hall, what? These lowly commoners dare to surround the main gate. Atrocious. They are getting more and more daring. Kill them all, the Punishment Hall clan elder screamed. Medicine Hall's Gu Ye Yaoji's face was also grim. Although these lowly commoners deserve death, killing a few is enough to threaten the rest and chase the group away. But it would be like a joke for the other villages to observe. Gu Ye Qilian said, "The important thing now is not this. If even Qishan cannot wake this river-swallowing toad, who else in our clan can? It seems we have to get reinforcements. The Xiong clan specializes in strength." He sighed and continued, "For the safety of the clan, we should get them to do it. Even if we have to pay a price, it is worth it." These words got the consent of the other clan elders, and even clan leader Gu Ye Bo was moved. "Clan leader and the other clan elders, this junior has something to report." Gu Ye Qishan had been standing in the hall, listening to the clan elders, but suddenly he bowed and spoke. Gu Yue Bo nodded. He had an appreciative attitude towards Gu Yue Qishan. "Qishan, if you have any ideas, you might as well say it." Qishan asked instead, "Elders, to push this river-swallowing toad awake, does it really need one person's strength?" Gu Ye Bo said, According to the previous clan leader's words, the river-swallowing toad has a mild temper and loves to sleep. Even if it is awakened by someone pushing it, it would not rage. Thus, we asked you who has the greatest strength in the village to wake it, but it ended in failure. Qishan said, "Then can clan leader grant me a brute force longhorn beetle goo? With one bull's strength and my inborn strength, I would be able to push this river-swallowing toad awake." You definitely cannot use a gi worm's strength. Just as Qishan finished speaking, a clan elder denied his request. A gi worm's aura will invite the vigilance of the river-swallowing toad. If this causes it to feel threatened and rampage about, who would face the consequences? That's right. Gu Yuebo nodded. By using a gu worm, even if we wake up the toad, we cannot get its approval. It has to be a single person using his own strength to wake it and get its approval. Gu is the spirit of heaven and earth, but it behaved more like wild beasts. Wild beasts have their territories, and roaming wild beasts when encountering the king of a territory would have a battle. The victorious takes the territory and the loser roams. The formation of a beast tide is also based on this wild beast instinct. Strong beast groups will invade and conquer neighboring land. Weaker groups would be exiled, and this forms the beast tide. To chase the river-swallowing toad away, they have to abide to its habits. River-swallowing toad has a mild temperament, not enjoying conflict, and as long as the territory's beast king can be recognized, it would leave. Thus, using gu worms is a no-no. The gu worm's aura will be sensed and cause the river-swallowing toad to take unpredictable actions. Using everyone's strength was not possible too. Once there are many people, even if it is moved, the toad would not leave. That is because everyone acting together was not fair and would not be recognized by it. Thus, the clan leader got Qishan to go ahead, as he had the greatest strength in the village. So that's it, I understand. Qishan finally understood the situation. He cupped his fists. In that case, I will recommend someone to the clan elders. He has greater strength than me. Oh, who? There's such a person. Why did we not know? Qishan, don't keep us waiting. Quickly say it. This person is Guyu Fang Yuan. Qishan said a name. Chapter 119. This lad is stubborn. He needs more polishing. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh Guyu Fang Yuan? The elders couldn't help but look at each other upon hearing this name. They clearly recognized this name. In fact, from the beginning, Gu Yue Fang Yuan's name would occasionally reach their ears, especially after the awakening ceremony. When his Gu master cultivation started, this lad had been getting restless. He frequently caused some disturbances that attracted attention. Ah, I remember him. Isn't this kid the one who sold his family assets and bought a red steel relic Gu? An elder came to realization. Gu Yue Qilian and Gu Yue Mo Chen's faces turned ugly. If Qishan or Mo Yan had used the red steel relic Gu, they could ascend to rank 2 peak stage and be equal to Gu Yue Qingshu. This would reflect towards the higher-ups. Whether it was the Mo faction or Qi faction who got the relic Gu, it would be a political victory. But to think that this prodigal kid had ruined it all. Returning to the main topic, this kid is truly strong. At the arena previously, he used his bare fists to shatter Jade Skin Gu's defense and pummeled Fang Zheng down, achieving the championship. An elder recalled. This time, it was the clan head Gu Yuebo's turn to be embarrassed. He had especially nurtured Gu Ye Fang Zheng, thus Fang Zheng's defeat, in some sense, was his, the clan head faction's defeat. As long as one entered the system, anyone would be labeled with factions. There were neutral political factions, but absolutely not a person without any faction. But in terms of power, his strength shouldn't be comparable to yours, right? Qi Lian doubtfully asked Qishan. Qishan respectfully answered, Elders, perhaps you might not know, Fang Yuan not only bought red steel relic Gu, he also purchased a black boar Gu. These few months he has been buying pork to nurture the black boar Gu and increase his strength. Once I even saw him moving a huge rock in the mountain to measure his strength. I am not sure how much strength he has, but from what I have seen, his strength absolutely doesn't lose to mine. So it was like that, to think this kid Fang Yuan has grown to this stage. Gu Yuebo nodded his head. Then let's assign Fang Yuan's group to give it a try. Hearing this, the Internal Affairs Hall elder awkwardly stood up from his seat. Lord Clanhead, this Fang Yuan is a loner and hasn't joined a group. What is that supposed to mean? Gu Yebo frowned. The thing is, after the first beast tied, his group was completely annihilated and the only survivor was him, alone. The Internal Affairs Hall Elder replied. Even if it is so, why was he not considered during the group reorganizing? An elder curiously asked. Sigh. The Internal Affairs Hall Elder gave a heavy sigh. I also urged him about this, but he didn't have any intention to join any groups. Honestly speaking, I don't approve of this kid. He is very good at goofing around. It might be that he has lost the will to fight after inheriting that inheritance. Goofing around? How can that be? He hasn't joined any groups, so how could he complete the monthly clan missions? An elder doubted. The Internal Affairs Hall Elder's face sank. Every month he receives the compulsory mission, but the results are all failure. I haven't seen records worse than his. Almost all the missions are recorded as failures. I have already tried talking with him several times, but he still wants to continue in his way, without any repenting. However, he hasn't violated the clan rules, so I can only give light punishments to this unruly and crafty kid. The elders looked at each other. They had never seen such a younger generation who didn't want to advance forward. Mission failures represented a narrower career progression within the clan. This kid has become muddled. He is too unruly. He is destroying his own future. If I had such an indolent child, I would directly slap him to death. Enough. Gu Yuebo raised his hand, putting a stop to the elder's private chats. One couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. Gu Yuebo's gaze moved around and finally stopped on the Internal Affairs Hall Elder. Send a compulsory command. Let Gu Yue Fang Yuan try his strength on river-swallowing toad. This kid is stubborn, rebellious, and unruly. He needs to be polished. If he fails, we can use this pretext to give some punishments. It will be as Lord Clanhead says. The Internal Affairs Hall Elder promptly agreed. There was a racket in the tavern. Do you guys know the clan sent the Qishan group to the foot of the mountain, but they ended up returning in defeat? The villagers living at the foot of the mountain are all kneeling in front of the clan's entrance, blocking the gate. These lowly commoners don't even have a bit of knowledge. River-swallowing toad is a rank 5 gu. Do they really think they will be safe in the village? Although this was said, the air was dense with panic. These gu masters were all forcefully calming themselves. Fang Yuan listened for a short moment before no longer paying attention. This was no longer fresh news. He stood up and was about to leave when a person entered the tavern. This person was tall with a thickly built body. The upper half of his body was naked, and his muscles were the color of bright red, seemingly wanting to erupt. It was Gu Yue Qishan. The chatters within the tavern immediately stopped. Countless gazes landed on Qishan. Qishan ignored these gazes. He glanced around and found Fang Yuan. You were here. Under the numerous gazes, he walked in front of Fang Yuan. Let's go, the clan has already given a compulsory order. Let's head to the foot of the mountain. I will tell you the details on the way. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He couldn't refuse a compulsory order. Moreover, there was not much danger when facing the river-swallowing toad. Thus he agreed. Only after Fang Yuan and Qishan left the tavern did the racket start again in the tavern. Shopkeeper, the heavens have eyes. Look at this, such a quick karmic retribution. That is a rank 5 gu. Even other Lord Gu masters are helpless facing it. Whereas he is so young, isn't this just losing his life in vain? We thought young Master Fang Yuan was different from other Gu masters and would empathize with us mortals' pain and sufferings. To think he would also be of the same mold. Screw him, we wouldn't have any regrets even if he dies. Shopkeeper, you didn't suffer this wound in vain, getting a Gu master's life, for it is absolutely a profit. The old shopkeeper's head was bound with circles of white bandages. Right now he continued to groan, leaning weakly against the corner. Several waiters were by his side consoling him. The old man's eyes flashed with resentment, but his mood slightly eased up upon hearing these words. However, after a while of listening, he hypocritically berated them in a low voice. Shut your mouths. Is this something we can talk of? Aren't you afraid of losing your lives if the other Gu masters hear it? The waiters giggled. Shopkeeper, you are too worried. It is so noisy in the tavern, who could have heard our whisperings? They had just said this, when a Gu master sitting nearest to them spoke. I heard it. The shopkeeper and the waiter's complexion changed greatly. They were extremely terrified. Lord, the old shopkeeper ignored the dizzy feeling in his head and hurriedly walked towards the Gu master to ask for forgiveness. This Gu master raised his hand and stopped him. You all spoke very well, I liked what you said. Fang Yuan, this bastard, even if he dies, it shouldn't be regretted. Speak more, I will give you great rewards if I like what you say. The Goo Master took out a primeval stone and slammed it on the table with a bang. If Fang Yuan was here, he would recognize this person. This person was that healing Goo Master of the previous small beast tide. Fang Yuan had used the girl this Goo Master sought after as a shield to cover his body. Thus, this Goo Master had a deep hatred towards Fang Yuan, and it was irreconcilable. The waiters looked at each other. One of them, with more guts, started staring at the primeval stone on the table with wide eyes. The Goo Master's 3 companions frowned, but didn't stop him. They could only listen to the waiters scolding Fang Yuan as if they were in a competition. It was early autumn and the scenery was good. In the forests, some leaves were of dark shade and some were of light. Green leaves had started changing to yellow, and yellow leaves faintly showed red. In the paddy field, fields of yellow-orange rice crops waved along with the autumn wind. In some lush vegetable fields, the vegetable leaves were fat, tender, and pleasing. Fang Yuan sped all the way from the middle of the mountain, following the Qishan group down to the foot of the mountain, where he saw the rank 5 river swallowing toad. It was huge and resembled a small hill. It lay belly side up in the riverbed and blocked the river channel. The upstream of the river was already filled with so much water that it was almost spilling to the riverside, and there was almost no flow of the river downstream. Only a shallow, moist riverbed could be seen. The river, swallowing Toad's belly, was exquisite snow-white and was covered with a layer of luster. Its back was clear sky-blue color and also had a glossy shine to it, with no warts like the ones found in common frogs and toads. It was sound asleep at this moment, but there were no sounds of snoring. It was sleeping very quietly. Sensing its aura, the 2 liquor worms in Fang Yuan's aperture curled up into a ball. The black boar goo's lively appearance seemed to have been wiped out as it flew down. The moonglow goo that resided in his right palm hid its glow. Only the Spring Autumn Cicada was still sleeping peacefully. Fang Yuan withdrew the moonglow goo into his aperture. As long as he didn't take the initiative to use these goo, their aura wouldn't leak out. Putting them in the aperture was very safe and reliable. Fang Yuan, it's your turn next. Qishan spoke from the side. He had already explained most of the details on the way. Fang Yuan also approved of this method. Of course, the simplest way was to use Spring Autumn Cicada. Once a rank 6 goo worm's aura leaked out, this river-swallowing toad would be frightened and immediately flee. This was also because the river-swallowing toad didn't like fighting. If it was a vicious goo like the Blood River Python, Spring Autumn Cicada's aura would instead cause it to go berserk and retaliate madly. Fang Yuan stood at the riverside, trying out to push at first. The river-swallowing toad's skin was slippery, making one feel that his strength has been nullified. In addition, it was extremely heavy. One simply couldn't even budge it. Can you do it? Qi Cheng sneered from the side. Fang Yuan ignored him and said to Qishan, although I have the increased strength from Black Boar Goo, my strength is probably only a little more than yours. As for pushing this river-swallowing toad, it is not hopeless. But I need your help. What help? Qishan immediately asked. Fang Yuan slowly explained it. Qishan was doubtful. If we do this, wouldn't it be teaming up? Even if the river-swallowing toad wakes up, will it still acknowledge you and then willingly leave? Fang Yuan smiled. You don't have to worry about it. As long as you guys keep a distance and not let it detect you, it will be possible. After all, it is a goo, don't think it is too intelligent. Chapter 120. Literally effortless translator, Sky Pharaoh editor, Sky Pharaoh. At the height of autumn, the air was refreshing and the breeze moderately flowed under the beautiful sun. The blue dome of heaven was clean and clear like a crystal. The wind blew gently, brushing Fang Yuan's appearance into motion. Looking from afar, the nearby villages had little people. Nearby, the hill-like river-swallowing toad was slumbering, blocking the riverbed. Fang Yuan, who was standing at the river edge, looked like a tiny monkey beside a large elephant in comparison to this rank 5 goo. Fang Yuan's heart was calm as water, without a trace of nervousness, thinking internally, I used the white boar goo and the black boar goo to enhance my body and raise my strength, having the strength of 2 boars. Together with my own strength, I have around the strength of 5 or 6 adults. But to push this river-swallowing toad, I need to have around 2 bulls' strength. With just my current strength, it will not do. But if I borrow the power of the tides, it's here. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Yuan turned his body around and saw that waves were crashing and approaching, causing a huge movement in the peaceful river water. The tides got bigger and continually crashed against the river-swallowing toad, causing the waves to fly high into the sky. Fang Yuan only stood for a while before he got drenched. He did not mind it, and began to push the river-swallowing toad with vigor. The river-swallowing toad was still dead asleep. It was originally a goo worm that lived in the rivers and sea, and to it the force of the waves was normal and could not awaken it. With the force of endless waves, Fang Yuan tried for some time and finally managed to push the river-swallowing toad away from its original location. The riverbed was wider as the river got downstream. Along with the flow of water, it made Fang Yuan's pushing easier. After about 300 meters, the river-swallowing toad opened its sleepy eyes. A pair of deep green eyes, in its sleepy state, gradually contracted and stared at Fang Yuan, who was beside it. Fang Yuan was fearless as he matched its gaze. From its dark, eerie eyes, Fang Yuan could see his own reflection. Jiangga! River-swallowing toad raised its head, suddenly opening its mouth and emitting a strange croak. The cry spread out and reverbed throughout Qingmao Mountain. At once, Fang Yuan could feel his ears going deaf from the ringing noise. River-swallowing toad lowered its head, its mouth sucking at the river water that was approaching. Swish, swish, swish. The river water flowed at 10 times the original speed as it was all sucked into its stomach, and the water level could be seen decreasing at an observable pace. Fang Yuan stood beside the river-swallowing toad, clearly seeing a large amount of seafood also being sent into the river-swallowing toad's stomach along with the river water. Sensing the river water's change, the Qishan group also hurried over, and as the three observed the river-swallowing toad who was ingesting water, they were stunned. "What a spectacular sight," Qi Cheng observed, unable to hide his shock. "You succeeded?" Qishan looked at Fang Yuan. "Seems so," Fang Yuan nodded lightly. The water level decreased until the water stopped flowing, and the river-swallowing toad raised its head once again, its stomach expanding and contracting, vomiting out numerous fish, prawns, turtles, etc. At once, a large amount of seafood fell onto the ground, emitting a crisp sound. A fish splashed on the ground. A turtle fell on its back, confused. The crabs walked away horizontally, and then they were smashed by the falling seafood. Fang Yuan did not mind it, and only looked casually. But suddenly he smelt some wine fragrance. "Strange, why is there a wine smell?" Qi Cheng sniffed, a face of surprise. "It should be the 100-year bitter shell," the female goo master in the group said, and pointed at a disc-sized broken black shell. This shell was black as ink, with white round markings on it, like the rings in a tree trunk. "That's right. Bitter shell can turn the sand and rocks into bitter water juice. 100-year bitter shells, bitter water, after the accumulation through time, can turn into wine. Bai Clan's current clan leader loves to drink this bitter shell wine." Qishan added on. He needn't go into detail. Fang Yuan had already long taken up this seashell, starting to collect his bitter shell wine. Not too long ago he was still worried about how to get this bitter shell wine, but to think it appeared in front of him like this. Truly the phrase, spending lots of effort looking for something fruitlessly, but it appears in front of you when least expected. The river-swallowing toad had pretty much swallowed all the water in this river. Deep in the riverbed there had been some 100-year bitter shells buried in the soil, and because of the river-swallowing toad, the shells were exposed. Fang Yuan quickly collected 6 little 100-year bitter shells. 2 of the shells were broken, but the other 4 were intact. "I've finally collected the bitter wine. This way I can start refining the 4-flavor liquor worm." This moment Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but had no one to share the joy with. Jiangang. After the river-swallowing toad vomited the seafood, it croaked again, and then looked at Fang Yuan once before moving its large body to swim downstream along the river. "He really succeeded," Qishan muttered, his heart feeling relief. He observed the river-swallowing toad leaving until its shadow was completely gone, away from his vision. What, he scared it away so easily? "If I knew this earlier on, we could have done it ourselves, but now we let Fang Yuan become a hero so easily." Qi Cheng pouted, his tone full of jealousy and indignance. "Fang Yuan, no matter what, this time you have done a good deed. You are the Gu Yue clan's hero." Qishan stared at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. "Oh," Fang Yuan replied absent-mindedly, giving a half-hearted feeling. At the same time, his gaze shone as he continued to rummage and search for 100-year bitter shells among the seafood. What hero? It was merely a title. Between praise and slander, they were all views and expressions of others onto oneself. What opinions others had of him, Fang Yuan did not give a damn. You can think all you want, I live my own life. Hero? Zero. Hee, I rather have a bitter shell. News of chasing away the river-swallowing toad reached the village at once. Gu Yebo said good 3 times continuously, and the solemnness in the hall was swept away at once. Only the internal affairs elder's face was complicated. He did not think well of Fang Yuan. Not too long ago, he even criticized Fang Yuan. But now that the village was in danger, Fang Yuan was the one who resolved the issue. With these 2 issues coming together, wasn't it a slap in his face? Gu Yue Fang Yuan has the credit of chasing away the river-swallowing toad. We'll make an exception to promote him to team leader and reward him 500 primeval stones. Gu Yue Bo thought, before giving the order filled with a special meaning. In the wine tavern. What? Fang Yuan actually succeeded? Strange, he's just a newbie, how can he chase away a rank 5 goo worm? Even Qi Shan failed miserably, but he did it. The news spread, and everyone was filled with shock. Fang Yuan became the savior of our clan. This, the male goo master who had animosity with Fang Yuan, was lost for action after hearing this news. His group leader suddenly shouted, pointing at the clerks in the tavern, "You mere mortals, you dare to slander our clan's hero. You deserve execution." Even before finishing his words, he shot a moonblade. The elderly shopkeeper did not expect that such a life-threatening situation would occur, and after being hit by this moonblade on his neck, he was beheaded. "Lord, spare us!" The clerks upon seeing this were first stunned, but quickly kneeled on the ground, begging for mercy. Loudly, "Group leader, what are you doing?" The male goo master stood up. "What am I doing, huh?" His group leader moved his brows, sighing solemnly. "Times have changed, Ahai. Fang Yuan has turned into a hero suddenly. The higher-ups will pay attention to him. If words of our slander towards him spread, what do you think will happen? There are lots of detection-type goo masters around, and if someone wants to harm us and said several bad things to the clan elders, our future would be ruined." The male goo master broke out in cold sweat, from fear. It was indeed like this. Clan relationships ruled above all. Fang Yuan had gone and dealt with a rank 5 goo worm, risking his life to defend his clan. At the same time, he was slandered and insulted by them. What mindset was this? This was ungratefulness, coldness, emotionless, and utter disregard for relationships. Like history on Earth, Yue Fei fought in the battlefields, defending his country, but Qin Hui framed him as a spy in court. Although these goo masters did not go as severe as framing, but if this matter was spread out, would the higher-ups feel safe with these people around? If it was Mo Yan or Qi Cheng, people with tough backgrounds, that would still be all right. But these few were people without backing. Trying to climb up the system's ladder, it was push and shove, stepping on each other. If others used this incident and attacked them, to their future it had a destructive influence. It is still not too late to salvage the situation. We just have to express our attitudes, and outsiders won't say much. These mortals have cheap lives, so be it if they die, but they can be sacrifices for us, and this is their honor. You guys should immediately strike. Each one of you must kill one each. After killing you should praise Fang Yuan and express our stand, the group leader shouted. Damn it! The male goo master cursed. Between hatred and his future, he unhesitantly chose the latter. With a moonblade, a clerk died on the spot. Lord, please spare us. At once, all the other clerks were paralyzed on the ground, scared until they peed their pants. The male goo master did not care about them, and under everyone's watchful gaze, he pointed at these pitiful clerks righteously, shouting, "You lot deserve death. Gu Yue Fang Yuan is a hero, and with his own strength, he defended the clan. What gave you the courage to slander him?" The male goo master said this while frowning. This was his true emotion. Fang Yuan was someone he deeply hated, but he had to praise him in public. He felt a strong sense of disgust and irk for himself. "Lord, didn't you ask us?" "Erg!" A clerk felt feelings of injustice deeply, shouting out loudly. But he could not finish his sentence before he stopped. A moonblade went flying, splitting him in half. A bunch of lowly slaves, not only slandering Fang Yuan, but also wanting to implicate us. A female Gu master struck, her expression cold as she shouted fiercely. Other Gu masters, seeing this, felt like they were watching a soap opera. Some smirked, some were indifferent, and some continued chatting, but nobody stopped them. So what if a few mortals died? Just compensating a few family servants would do. Everyone was part of the clan. They were family. No one would interfere or pursue the matter for these outsiders, causing conflict for themselves. Chapter 121. 4 Flavors Liquor, Worm Translator, Skypharaoh, Editor, Skypharaoh Gu Yue Clan. Xianxia stood at the mountainside and gazed at the distant Gu Yue village, a complicated expression on his face. Cool autumn wind was breezing gently. The color of autumn dyed the mountain. Tree leaves were a mix of yellow and red, with wild fruits growing all over the place. Only the Qingmao bamboo remained green and erect. Not long ago, Gu Yue clan was like these Qingmao bamboo, evergreen all the year, the overlord of Qingmao Mountain. Now they are actually falling behind. Xianxia's lips curved with a cold, mocking smile. But quickly he thought of the Bai village, and the curve of his lips smoothed out. His mood turned serious. Bai village's uprising had already broken the old balance of Qingmao Mountain. The traditional hegemon, the Buya clan, had weakened. Zhong village's operations were not running properly. All these were pushing the situation in the Qingmao Mountain towards an upheaval. Zhongli knew this upheaval hadn't erupted yet because of the pressure from the wolf tide. The 3 villages needed to collaborate if they wanted to overcome this wolf tide. Thus, they tacitly maintained peace and threw away grievances for the time being. Once the wolf tide is gone, Qingmao Mountain's old structure will be shattered. Bai Ningbing has already reached rank 3 in only a couple of years. It's really terrifying. Xianxia recalled the figure of a white-clothed youth, and he felt stifled as if he was pressed down by a huge rock. He, Xianxia, was the top amongst the Xiong village's rank 2 Gu masters. He had fought all sorts of battles and won most of them, establishing his name. He held the Grand Bear Gu and could erupt with a bear's strength. He was also known as the strongest person in Qingmao Mountain. He had already made his debut and had personally seen the rocket-like emergence of Bai Ningbing, so he was clearer than others regarding the terror of this youth. Group leader? That is, Gu Yu Ye village. It's still far away, why are we stopping here? From the side, Xianglin raised his 2 hands and clasped them behind his head as he curiously asked. In this 5-person group, Xianglin was the youngest and was a newbie who just made his debut. He was the same age as Fang Yuan, and was this year's top genius of Xiong village. His stature was short, and he had shaved his head, which seemed to shine under the sunlight. Zhongli looked at this new talent of the clan. His heavy mood eased up a little. He answered in a deep voice, "We are here on a diplomatic mission and not on a scouting mission. This area is already the warning area of the Gu Yu clan, and we will probably be treated as enemies if we boldly enter." Oh, so it was like that. Zhonglin realized. We have 2 objectives this time. One is to hand the clan head's personal letter to Gu Yue's clan head. Another is to investigate the matter regarding the river-swallowing toad. Gu Yu village is not our area, so make sure to keep your temper in check when we get there. However, you absolutely can't degrade the prestige of our Xiong village, understood? Xiangli's gaze swept all around and shouted. The rest of the Gu master's expressions all turned serious and silently nodded. Group leader, someone's here, the scouting Gu master in the group suddenly spoke. We have revealed our movements for so long, they should be here by now. But who would it be, So it was Qi Shan. Soon after, Xianxia also discovered Qi Shan group. His eyes flashed. Wow, that person is so tall. Is he Qi Shan? He is even taller than the group leader. Such muscles, piece by piece, group leader. Isn't he the guy born with super strength who has been trying to seize the title of the strongest person of the Qingmao Mountain? Xianglin immediately looked straight at Qi Shan. It had to be him. Xiongzhang spoke gloomily and twisted her lips in disdain. Xiongli, Qi Shan. The 2 groups were 50 steps apart from each other. The 2 group leaders came face to face. Their gazes clashed in the air and seemed to form sparks. Looks like you are Zhong village's special envoy this time, Qi Shan snorted coldly. He had fought many times with Xiongli. That's right. Has the special envoy from the Bai village arrived? Xiangli's expression steeled up. Why ask so much? Follow me. Qi Shan cautiously turned and invited. Meanwhile, In the second secret room, 4 wine jars were in front of Fang Yuan. Sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy, 4 flavors of wine. Sweet belonged to golden honey wine. Spicy was white grains liquid. Sour came from red berry wine. Bitter was from bitter shell wine. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. He then willed the 2 liquor worms to fly out of his aperture. The fusion process of 4 flavors liquor worm was slightly different from normal fusion. The 2 liquor worms followed Fang Yuan's will and entered the red berry wine jar. They started the fusion within the red berry wine. A white ball of light formed in the wine jar. Its majestic light pierced out of the wine jar and shone on the wall. Fang Yuan threw primeval stones in the wine jar. 1 piece, 10 pieces, 50 pieces. When it reached the 100th piece, the light ball shrunk to a fist size and floated in the wine jar. The red berry wine was completely used up. Fang Yuan picked the second wine jar, golden honey wine, and poured it into the jar. The white ball of light was immersed in the honey wine, suddenly swelling up to its original size. Fang Yuan's head was soaked with sweat. He was constantly maintaining the fusion of the 2 liquor worms' consciousness, and such multitasking was extremely taxing on the mind. He continued to throw primeval stones towards the wine jar. Every piece of primeval stones caused the ball of light to shrink by a bit until it condensed to a fist's size again, reaching its limit. Fang Yuan followed the pattern and successively poured the bitter shell wine, then the white grains liquid. When the 4 types of wine were completely used up, the light in the wine jar suddenly flourished before disappearing completely. Success! Fang Yuan knew he had succeeded without even looking in the wine jar. He willed, and a goo shakingly flew out of the wine jar. It was the 4 flavors liquor worm. Comparing it with the liquor worm, there wasn't much change in its external form, except that it was slightly bigger. It also resembled a silkworm and had a tiny pair of shiny black eyes. The difference was that the liquor worm's body was completely white, but this 4 flavors liquor worm's body continuously flickered with 4 colors: red representing spicy, blue representing bitter, green representing sour, and yellow representing sweet. Fang Yuan couldn't help but associate it with the neon lights on Earth. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a big sigh of relief. His luck was good this time and didn't encounter failure, succeeding the first time. If it failed, the liquor worms could suffer serious damage and one of them could even die, or the bitter shell wine might be used up. Either of these outcomes would be troublesome. Fortunately, this situation didn't occur. A goo master needs to use, nurture, and refine goo. None of them were easy. And in the aspect of fusing goo worms, many goo masters would go through a lot to look for recipes and collect materials. There were various recipes and they might not necessarily be suitable. As for collecting materials, goo masters might even spend over 10 years of efforts on it. Even if they find the recipe and collect all the materials, if the fusion failed, the materials would be used up, and all their previous efforts and preparations would go down the drain. Goo master's cultivation is difficult, Fang Yuan sighed. Fusing goo worms were easy at the beginning stage of the cultivation. But the success rate for rank 4 and rank 5 fusion would often not reach even 1 in 10 times. Rank 6 fusion success rate was even as low as 1%. Every failure when fusing high-rank goo worms meant a loss of a great sum of resources. However, once succeeded, the benefits would be extremely high. Taking Fang Yuan's newly refined 4 flavors liquor worm into account, it could refine rank 2 primeval essence and increase it by a small realm. Fang Yuan used a red steel relic goo to advance to middle stage. Now, with the 4 flavors liquor worm, he would have upper stage primeval essence. His fighting strength was now doubled. At the same time, the 4 flavors liquor worm would nourish his aperture, which meant faster cultivation speed. However, with advantages comes disadvantages. Using the 4 flavors liquor worm to refine his primeval essence would definitely lead to an increased consumption of primeval stones. Just by relying on the income from selling vitality leaves was already not enough to maintain his cultivation expenditure. Next, I need to fuse the stealth rock goo into stealth scales goo. This will add on to another expenditure. Fusion, whether success or failure, used up primeval stones every time. Fang Yuan had used up over 400 primeval stones earlier for refining the 4 flavors liquor worm. The clan had awarded him with 500 primeval stones for chasing away the river-swallowing toad. 500 primeval stones was enough for other goo masters to spend for a long while, but Fang Yuan had almost used it completely. Fortunately, from the reselling of the assets, after using up most of it to purchase the red steel relic goo, some of it still remained. There was no need to worry for a short period of time. But it was necessary to refine the scale's stealth goo. Fang Yuan had obtained the stealth rock goo after he killed the Stone Monkey King. However, it had no practical use. It could only conceal the body. That meant, once Fang Yuan used it, his body would be concealed and be invisible to people. But the clothes on his body, his wrist guards, leg wrappings, and bamboo shoes would still be visible to the naked eyes. The Stone Monkey King had no worries about this. It was a wild beast and didn't need clothes. But Fang Yuan would be in an awkward situation. To use the stealth rock goo to the best of its ability and be invisible, he would need to take off all the clothes on his body. Otherwise, even if he concealed his body, others would see a set of walking Rank 2 Goo Master's uniform. Stealth Rock Goo was a Rank 1 Goo worm. Once it advanced to Rank 2 Stealth Scales Goo, this problem would be resolved. Stealth Scales Goo could conceal even the clothes. If the Stone Monkey King had Stealth Scales Goo, then even if Fang Yuan's shirt covered its body, the shirt would also become invisible. Supposing that the Stone Monkey King had Stealth Scales Goo, then the matter of whether Fang Yuan could defeat it was rather suspenseful. Refining a Stealth Scales Goo naturally required other materials other than the Stealth Rock Goo. These materials were quite common, and Fang Yuan had already requested Zheng Ya's help to gather them. If I could refine Stealth Scales Goo, it will become very convenient for me to enter the secret cave. Moreover, during the wolf tide, I could easily attack and retreat with this method. Fang Yuan pondered. It was getting late. He retrieved the 4 flavors liquor worm into his aperture and exited the cave, walking towards the village. He had instantly attracted a lot of attention after successfully chasing away the river-swallowing toad. It was not easy moving about these days, so he was slightly worried that if he stayed for long in the secret cave, people would harbor suspicions. At the village gate, a bout of strength contest had concluded. Zhongli's group was proudly standing, whereas Qishan's group, along with the Goo Masters guarding the gate, had heavy faces. Zhongli wasn't as tall as Qishan, but his gaze seemed to be overlooking everything at this moment. He slowly spoke. Qishan, you are indeed blessed with super strength, but I have brown bear innate strength gi, and I possess the strength of a bear. You saw from the battle just now that you are still not my match. Wanting to get the title of the strongest in Qingmao Mountain, dream on. Xiong Zhang sneered from the side. Qishan's face was ashen. He knew the other party had intentionally challenged him, and their conduct was filled with political intentions. His loss now was no longer just his personal affair. Rather, it was tarnishing Guye clan's name. What are you being proud over defeating me? You don't know that I am no longer the strongest person in the clan. If you have skills, then speak after defeating Fang Yuan. Qishan had no choice but to mention Fang Yuan. Oh, Fang Yuan. I heard an A-grade genius emerged in Gu Yue clan, and his name was Fang Zheng. But who is this Fang Yuan? Xiongli asked, doubtfully. Qishan sneered. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother. He is also blessed with innate super strength, and similarly possesses a strength-increasing goo worm. Previously, he alone pushed the rank 5 river swallowing toad over 100 meters, finally driving it away. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone in the village. Zhongli Group's expressions couldn't help but change. Rank 5 river-swallowing toad, Fang Yuan. This name was instantly engraved in their minds. Chapter 122. There are many blizzards in life. Translator, Skypharaoh. Editor, Skypharaoh Wiz. 3 face-sized moonblades slashed through the air, carrying an eerie blue light. Screech. Instantly, 16 to 17 jade eye stone monkeys were killed on the spot. The stone monkey groups chasing after Fang Yu were instantly cut down by a small half. Fang Yuan stood on the spot and didn't retreat. Instead, he lifted his right hand and slashed the air 3 times. 3 moonblades ran through the stone monkey group, beheading any stone monkey in its way. The corpses of the stone monkeys fell on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Their eyes turned into jade pearls and rolled on the blood-filled ground. Fang Yuan inspected his aperture. He still had greater half of dark red primeval essence remaining. The Moonglow Gyu required 10% of light red primeval essence to use a moonblade. Fang Yuan could only use 4 moonblades repeatedly at rank 2 initial stage. The number increased to 8 when he reached the middle stage, and at the upper stage, the number doubled once more, reaching 16. Fang Yuan wasn't really at rank 2 upper stage, but with the 4 flavors liquor worms refining of upper stage primeval essence, he could be considered to be at false upper stage. His fighting strength was rising sharply. Before, he would have needed to fight while retreating when chased by these 70 or 80 stone monkeys. Now he just attacked with the moon blades, rapidly killing most of them. The remaining stone monkeys had escaped. I cleared up 3 stone pillars within just 2 days. This speed is many times faster than before. If this goes on, I will be able to reopen a path to the central area in about half a month, Fang Yuan pondered. From the flower wine monk's style, the underground cave in the central pillar should be the next barrier. It is very likely that there will be another earth treasure flower go at the barrier. I reckon the flower wine monk's strength inheritance is almost over. After all, he was seriously injured, and his state was far from good. Thus, he hurriedly set up this inheritance. At most, there will probably be 2 more obstacles remaining. Fang Yuan recalled the scene on the image wall, the blood-soaked flower wine monk on his last breath. With his previous life's deep experience, he reached this conclusion. Flower wine monk had too little time to set up this legacy. There was no way for him to do more. However, this was a special case. Gu masters normally used years to set up their legacies. There were some large-scaled legacies that would only open once every 10 or more years. Some legacies were even divided and scattered across different areas, and could even be at the different ends of the world. The latter generations would need 10 or more years or even decades of time to go through all the tests of such legacies. Some legacies might not even be explored completely throughout a Gu master's life. The Gu master would often leave this incomplete task for their descendants. Flower wine monk's inheritance can be classified as a micro-scale legacy, its shortcoming being the small amount of inheritance items. But this also has its advantage. The first barrier is arranged according to the local conditions and is thus simple. I have successively obtained white boar gu, jade skin gu, and liquor worm from this inheritance. Stealth stone gu can be barely considered as the inheritance. Next, there are probably only 2 more earth treasure flowers remaining. I hope that the gu worms in them will be related to scouting or movement type. Time passed quickly. Autumn went and winter arrived. Early winter, the first snowfall had come. The sky was gray. Snowflakes floated and fell on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan was moving alone through the snow. He had just come out from the secret cave in the stone crack and was hurrying towards the village. Over 2 months have passed, but my progress in clearing the stone pillars has not been good. Fang Yuan's countenance carried a dark scowl. It was not because he hadn't put in effort, but rather the prelude to the wolf tide had already shown its signs. Food was scarce during the winter. The growing wolf packs started to increase their hunting scale to gather enough foods to eat their fill. The wild beast groups in the surroundings were purged due to this. Small beast tides frequently started to occur due to the disorder. Similarly, there were also the crippled wolf packs. These crippled wolves were expelled from the nest. These wolves gathered together and formed a group. They had started making frequent movements near the village. It hadn't reached the wild stage of attacks on the village yet, but the hunter families no longer went up the mountain to hunt. Similarly, there were occasionally some villagers who lost their lives to the wolves. Gu Yue village mobilized many Gu masters to carry out a cleanup operation. Due to this, there were many people moving about, along with a lot of scouting Gu masters among them. Thus, Fang Yuan sensibly decreased the amount of times he went to the secret cave inside the stone crack. No doubt this caused the speed of his progress in the stone forest to fall steeply. The cold wind was getting stronger. Snow was also falling heavily. Ho! A deep, beastly howl suddenly spread through the wind and snow. Fang Yuan swiftly stopped and looked around, alert. A small-scale wolf pack with about 20 or more lightning wolves quickly appeared in range of his sight. "Here we go again," Fang Yuan muttered. This was already the 8th beast group he had encountered this month. However, this time was somewhat different. The wolf packs are starting to make their moves so near to the village. Next, the clan's Gu masters will make their moves more often. The stone crack's secret cave is not far away. Looks like I can't go there for some time. Fang Yuan's heart sank upon this thought. The journey was difficult. There would always be some obstacles preventing people from progressing. The wolf pack closed in on Fang Yuan. "How! How! Ho!" They howled before charging at Fang Yuan, coming at him one after another. Moonglow goo, Fang Yuan willed. A moonblade flew out from his hand. The eerie blue moonblade slashed through the wind and snow, going through the sickly wolves. It instantly beheaded 3 wolves, but when it reached the 4th wolf, the wolf suddenly rolled and cleverly dodged the moonblade. Although most of these crippled wolves were handicapped, blind, or missing their tails, they had plenty of battle experience and were very cunning. A normal rank 2 middle stage goo master would be in intense danger if they ran into such a group of crippled wolves, and especially if they were surrounded by these wolves. But Fang Yuan was calm. His plentiful battle experience and the refined upper stage dark red primeval essence were the source of his confidence. Kill, kill, kill. He nimbly moved under the joint attacks from the crippled wolves, calmly dodging and decisively attacking. The wolves continued to die by his hands. After a short while, the number of the lightning wolves in the pack had sharply decreased by half. Howl! A wolf gave a mournful howl. The wolf pack immediately stopped their offensive attacks and began retreating. This was the cunningness of these wolves. When they discovered that Fang Yuan was a tough bone, they decisively retreated, giving up their plan to hunt Fang Yuan. These old, sickly, and injured wolves weren't in a perfect state, but being able to live till now showed their survival wisdom. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, calmly looking at these crippled wolves disappearing into the wind and snow. If he could hide his strength, then he didn't feel it necessary to reveal it. After confirming that the wolf pack had completely escaped, he promptly collected the items on the wolf corpses. Wolf skin, teeth, and so on were all valuable. Although their market price was on the low end, it could be made up by the quantity. In these 2 months, Fang Yuan had made some earnings from the spoils of war from eradicating these crippled wolves. The blood flowing from the wolf corpses were still warm. There were some crippled wolves who still had some breath left, their eyes showing a trace of vigor. In this world, not only humans but all living things are struggling to survive. This world is using life and death to unfold a brilliant stage. Fang Yuan sighed before ruthlessly killing off these dying wolves. A crippled wolf's fighting strength was higher than 2 jade eye stone monkeys. Under the coordination with the pack, their fighting strength would double. I can still deal with these small-scale crippled wolf packs, but it would be troublesome to handle large-scale crippled wolf packs, or a small-scale healthy wolf pack. Fang Yuan could feel a faint pressure. The wolf tide will break out soon and the whole clan will be mobilized. I won't be able to act aloof. If I want to hunt the lightning wolves by myself, I must have a scouting or movement-type goo. Otherwise, I will fall to the wolf tide. Fang Yuan clearly recognized his shortcomings due to his ample experience. His fighting strength had increased sharply after getting the 4 flavors liquor worm. With the Moonglow goo and Jade skin goo, he had both offense and defense. With his previous life's deep accumulation, he could totally be ranked along with Qing Shu, Qi Shan, and Mo Yan. One could say he was barely, but already able to stand in the top ranks among the rank 2 goo masters of the clan. Why it was barely was because he was not truly at the upper stage, and at the same time his aptitude was also only C grade, and was thus very limited. Being able to accomplish this much with his fighting strength was already the best result, but fighting strength was only one aspect in surviving the wolf tide. I must have a scouting method. If I have a scouting goo worm, I will be able to sense the movements of the wolf pack and quickly retreat or move through another route, or use movement-type goo worms to quickly run and escape from the wolf pack's besiegement, Fang Yuan pondered. His survival rate would greatly increase if he had just one of these 2 goo worms. If he had both, then he would be able to move about easily. I hope Flower Wine Monk's legacy contains such goo worms. It's not a problem, even if it doesn't. From my memories, the 3 clans would jointly establish contributions list during the wolf tides and put their stored goo worms out for exchange. There were many precious goo in the list. At that time, I can use my contributions and exchange them for Bai or Xiong villages' goo worms. Fang Yuan planned in his mind and stood up. He had swiftly arranged the spoils of war in a short period and packed them in a bag which he then carried on his back. The snow continued to fall and soon froze the wolf blood, covering their corpses. Look, Fang Yuan is back. He is carrying a bag. Did he go out to hunt the crippled wolves again? It was him that saved our village. Hey, it was only by a stroke of luck. We both know how it went. If I had such great strength, I could also do that. It's no big deal. As Fang Yuan walked through the village, the people made way for him. There were praises, curiosity, and also envy. Fang Yuan, Qishan suddenly appeared from a corner and shouted, Note, the blizzards in the chapter title, There Are Many Blizzards in Life, is a metaphor for obstacles. Chapter 123, I Travel Alone Through Heaven and Earth. Translator, Skypharaoh. Editor, Skypharaoh, what's the matter? Fang Yuan looked at Qishan. Even if it was winter, he continued to be topless, his red skin emitting a warmth that made people feel like they were near a heater. The white snow that landed on his body instantly melted. This is because his aperture had a double orifice stove goo. The stove goo was a rank 2 goo worm. It could store internal heat that could be used for attacking. Subduing the cold was just a side effect. Qishan's expression was complicated. He stared at Fang Yuan and said gravely, Do you know that these days Xiong Li from the Xiong clan has been finding you for a contest of strength? I know, Fang Yuan nodded. Qishan sighed. Xiong Li finding you for a contest of strength is not a mere competition, but it involves the interest allocation of the 3 clans' alliance. Under the wolf tide, non-alliance means destruction. But after forming an alliance, the biggest problem is how to distribute the interests and profits. These days, the 3 clans have been at a stalemate due to that. Fang Yuan looked at Qishan, instantly understanding why he had looked for himself. Negotiation was the hardest thing to do. For their own interests, the 3 clans would not give way automatically, and they would have to fight for their best interests. The negotiation table was long filled with gunpowder and smoke, battling wits. In this world system of values, first was strength, second was kinship. Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans were individual clans, having great conflict towards each other since a long time ago, each bearing old and deep grudges. Of course, kinship cannot be used to alleviate their tensions. So to break the tension, they had to rely on strength. On Earth, there are military exercises to display one's strength. In this world, it worked similarly in that there are goo contests to display the strength of one faction and achieve greater benefits for themselves. Xiong Li finding Fang Yuan for a contest to compete strength was due to this. As expected, Qishan said next, I have competed with Xiong Li. He has the brown bear innate strength goo and already possesses the strength of 1 bear. He also has the grand bear goo and can increase his strength by another bear. Together he has 2 bears' strength. I am far beyond his match, as much as I want to deny it. But as Qingmao Mountain's #1 strongest person, the title belongs to him, no doubt. He paused for a while, then continue, Let's talk business. Your strength is around mine, so you are not his match either. But you cannot lose, as you were the one who woke up the river-swallowing toad, the hero that saved Qingmao Mountain. Once you lose, our Gu Yue clan's interests will be compromised. So for the clan's interests, discard your personal honor and avoid battle. Fang Yuan stared silently at Qishan. Qishan looked down. I know that this matter towards you is very difficult. After all, avoiding the competition has a disastrous damage towards one's own reputation. But it is for the interests of the clan. If you lose, the clan would have to give up much more. The clan has nurtured us. We naturally have to contribute to the clan, right? The clan needs you. Sacrificing your own reputation for the clan is only natural. But this matter started due to me, so in my personal name I will compensate you for it, as part of my goodwill. Saying so, Qishan handed Fang Yuan a large money bag. Fang Yuan weighed it and chuckled, So my reputation is only worth 200 primeval stones? Qishan could hear the sarcasm in his words. His gaze sharpened as he said solemnly, Fang Yuan, please do not have any indignant feelings. Earlier, I tried to console you with kind words, but the truth is I'm here with a mission. Avoiding the competition is the clan higher-up's orders. Regardless of what you think, this is an order. I hope you understand your position. Saying so, he turned around and left, leaving deep footprints in the snow. Fang Yuan looked at Qishan's back as his eyes revealed a sign of understanding. In order to get the greatest benefits, the clan has already used the event of me chasing away the river-swallowing toad as a chip in the negotiation. After all, the river-swallowing toad was a danger to the entire Qingmao Mountain. In order to get rid of this chip, the Xiong clan sent Xiong Li to challenge me. To the clan, I am but a chess piece. Xiong Li is the same, and Qishan is also a chess piece. What is sad is that these people are willingly being pawn pieces, even basking in its glory and finding it natural. This is truly a successful brainwash by the clan. But I originally did not want to compete with Xiong Li anyway. The so-called reputation is merely praises from others. This chain that binds people has captured many heroes and geniuses in the past. But to me, what loss is there? Hehe. I have to thank Qi Shan for sending me 200 primeval stones. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smirked. Why did he attract Xiong Li's challenge? Merely because he had the glory of saving the village. Why did Qi Shan challenge Xiong Li? It was merely for the reputation of Qingmao Mountain's #1 strongman. The so-called reputation is merely a superficial carrot. It has tempted many people and trampled many others, manipulating countless people. Sad, how sad. Snow continued to descend slowly. The entire Guyu village was silently erected in the snow. The people beside him rushed through the streets. What's laughable is that these people have had their bodies trapped by this fictitious glory. Fang Yuan's eyes drooped down, as his eerie dark iris was half covered by hair. The light reflecting from the snow shone on his face. The young man's face was pale and had a sort of coldness. Suddenly laughing, Fang Yuan recited a poem, "White snow blankets the land as I travel alone through heaven and earth. Alone, without any attachments, my solitary shadow travels freely." He took a large step and continued traveling. While others rushed, Fang Yuan walked alone. Whether it was clansmen, snow, or the village, they were merely a blurry background. A moment later, he reached his rental apartment. The bamboo buildings and the wine tavern, he had already sold them all away. He continued to stay in the rented flat, and although it was very simple, Fang Yuan did not ask for more. He just needed a shelter over his head. Sitting on the bed, Fang Yuan began to cultivate. Gu masters in cultivating to break through a large realm needed ability and talent. But to break through a small realm, it was merely the accumulation of time. With enough time, the aperture would be continuously nurtured, and it can continue to elevate. According to agreement, when it reached evening, Xianxia came to Fang Yuan's residence. "Lord Fang Yuan, these are the primeval stones this time. Please inspect it." He walked into the room, handing over 5 money bags respectfully, filled with primeval stones. There was more than 400 primeval stones inside. And as the wolf tide approached, Gu masters had an increased reliance on the vitality leaves. This caused Fang Yuan's sale price to continuously go up. Fang Yuan handed Xianxia 9 vitality leaves, asking, "The thing I asked you to purchase, have you done it?" Xianxia showed a look of disappointment, shaking his head. "Lord Fang Yuan, this is bad timing. The wolf tide is coming and the clan has increased its control on resources. Other things aside, that fish scale gu is only slightly less valuable than the jade skin gu. I have already tried my best, but it is difficult to have results immediately." Fang Yuan frowned. Fish scale gu was used with stealth rock gu to create the stealth scale gu. Without the fish scale gu, he couldn't refine the stealth scale gu. Even with resource control, it does not mean we cannot find a fish scale gu. The root of the problem is Xianxia's ability being too small. It seems that fusing the stealth scale gu would have to drag on. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, but he was not discouraged. 9 out of 10 things in this world will not go according to plan. This is life, and the phrase smooth sailing is only a beautiful greeting. Bai clan produces the fish scale gu, and our clan also has them, although less in number. It seems this matter has to wait after the formal alliance. Fang Yuan was not in a rush. He knew that once the 3 clans form an alliance, they would create the battle merit board. This would encourage gu masters to proactively hunt wolves. By then, he would be able to use his merit points to exchange for the 3 clans' resources. Of course, Gu Ye clan's Moonlight Gu, Xiong clan's Bear Strength Gu, and Bai clan's Stream Gu were the clan's signature and would not be exchangeable. But the fish scale gu was definitely inside. Danger is accompanied by opportunity. To gu masters, the wolf tide was a strict examination, but also an opportunity to rise up. Under the attack of the wolf tide, numerous famous gu masters died, while many gu masters gained fame due to it. The older factions in the clan would weaken due to this, but new factions would rise up into the political stage. At night, unexpected guests arrived. Gu Yue Qingshu and Gu Yue Fangzheng. Qingshu got to the main point, mentioning his previous objective, wanting to buy the liquor worm from Fang Yuan. At the same time, he also wanted to buy the black boar gu, and even the 9-leaf vitality grass. 9-leaf vitality grass was a no-brainer. Liquor worm had long become the 4-flavor liquor worm. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to, he couldn't even produce it now. Thus, he rejected them. But the black boar goo, I have already gained the strength of a boar, so the black boar goo has little value to me anymore. Black boar goo's best advancement path is the steel mane goo. Although it is a goo with both offense and defense, to me who already has the white jade goo, it has little use. I might as well exchange it into a fish scale goo. Fang Yuan thought of this and mentioned it. Fish scale goo? King Shu frowned, then nodded. I know, you lack a defensive goo worm. The fish scale goo can be fused into the rank 2 scale armor goo. It can provide good defense. Using the fish scale goo and stealth rock goo, to create the stealth scale goo, the recipe would only be discovered 200 years later, so it was natural that King Shu had no clue. Fang Yuan did not expose himself. The black boar goo is more valuable than the fish scale goo, so if we exchange it, you have to compensate me the difference in price. Naturally. King Shu nodded, then asked, Never mind about the 9-leaf vitality grass. Are you really not selling the liquor worm? It is useless to you already. Raising it for nothing is just a waste of your primeval stones. Fang Yuan shook his head. Don't mention the liquor worm. It is not for sale. King Shu rubbed his nose, laughing bitterly. Fang Yuan, this matter is more complicated than you think. Do you know Gu Yue Yao Le? She is the granddaughter of Medicine Hall Elder Gu Yue Yao Ji, a new student this year, and has B-grade aptitude. Gu Yue Yao Ji loves her granddaughter and once tried to buy a liquor worm in the treehouse, but did not succeed. You've used the liquor worm before. I'm sure you know the benefits it has. I won't say any more, but Lord Yao Ji really wants this goo worm for her granddaughter. An elderly's affection for her grandchildren is completely understandable. Thus, she has come to you. She is serious about buying it and has offered a high price. She even promises that if you got injured in the wolf tide, you'd get special attention from the medicine hall. I hope you consider it thoroughly. Chapter 125. Oh, then I admit defeat. Translator, Sky Pharaoh, Editor, Sky Pharaoh, the traditional overlord Gu Yu clan, the newly rising Bai clan, and the never underestimated Xiong clan. Fang Yuan's gaze flew across the people as he stood in the crowd, observing the entire situation. Gu Yue clan has Qing Shu, Qi Shan, Mo Yan. Xiong and Bai clan also had their outstanding rank 2 elite Gu masters. Together with the different clans' heads and elders in the rock building, the Alliance slope can be said to be filled with elites. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing, the man who symbolizes the Bai clan's rise. Bai Ningbing is already rank 3. He is definitely not among the rank 2 Gu masters. It seems he isn't in the rock building either. Gradually, the discussions gathered on Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing did not appear, his brilliance had already suppressed all the Gu masters below the rock building. I remember that 3 years ago on the Alliance slope, it was Bai Ningbing who was the first to step out and start the Gu battle. In just 3 years, he became a rank 3 clan elder. Thinking about it makes me shudder. He rose to heaven in one step. When he was rank 2, he could defeat a clan elder in the Xiong clan. This guy has a bright future ahead. The point is that right now he has already grown up, and at this rate, he can become a rank 4 expert and even rank 5. As for rank 6, rank 5 is mortal while rank 6 is immortal. Rank 5 is already amazing. Rank 6? You are all overestimating him. That might not be who can predict the future. Under such discussions, the 3 clan heads in the rock building stood up, staring down at the thousands of Gu masters. Gu Yue clan head was in the center, Bai clan head and Xiong clan head at his left and right respectively. The Alliance slope gradually quietened down. Gu Yue Bo held the railings, sweeping a glance at the crowd before saying, The 3-clan alliance will pull together in times of trouble. For the Gu battle tournament, in the spirit of competition, competitors shall stop before fatality occurs. Start. The Alliance slope was dead silent. The crowd looked at each other. The 3-clan alliance would always hold a Gu battle tournament. Not only was it to show off the clan's individual strength, it was also to promote conversation and temporarily alleviate their grudges, to achieve the aims of working together. But who will stand out first? If the first Gu master to stand up failed in public, it would be shameful on their own reputation, and it even shames the clan elders up in the rock building. Last time, Bai Ningbing stood up, but this time, the crowd continued to hesitate. Suddenly at the Xiong clan's side, A group of Gu masters stood first. It was Zhang Li's group. Immediately, the group of 5 invited numerous people's attention and gaze. The Xiang Li group walked past the Gu Yue clan's area, and under everyone's watchful eye he stood at the Bai clan's territory. It's Xiang Li, Qingmao Mountain's strongest man. That's right. It seems that not too long ago, the Gu Yue clan's Qishan lost to him in public. His title is unmovable, not even Bai Ningbing can take it away. Damn it, the Gu Yu clan isn't going over. Are they trying to bully our Bai clan? At the Bai clan territory, there was a mild disturbance. Many people knew Zhang Li's strength and felt a sense of pressure. But Zhang Li looked around and did not move from his spot. Instead, Zhongjiang, who was beside him, stood out. Zhongjiang had a thin body, and at the Xiong clan's area with lots of burly men, he was very striking. He took a few steps forward facing the Bai clan's Gu masters, cupping his fist. Xiong clan Zhongjiang challenges brother Bai Bingyi. Once he spoke, astonished noises could be heard below the rock building. Bai Bingyi's status was around the same as Qishan and Xiong Li, etc. Among the Bai clan's young Gu masters, he is only inferior to Bai Ningbing. For Zhongjiang to challenge him, he was evidently trying to overcome the stronger foe. But could he? Bai Bingyi stood up with a grim face. His body was small and his face was pale. He was like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness, giving off a feeling of being weak and sickly. But no one dared to underestimate him. You, Zhongjiang, dare to challenge me. You have some courage. How do you want to compete? Say it, I'll accept it, he said to Zhongjiang. Zhongjiang laughed darkly. I specialize in defense, and you specialize in attack. How about this? I defend and you attack. I'll give you 3 attacking opportunities and we'll compare the results. This was not a life and death match. It was only sparring. But Zhongjiang had such confidence, he was obviously prepared. And this caused many people to mutter among themselves. Bai Bingyi raised his brows. Zhongjiang, no matter what Gu worm, you are still a rank 2 Gu master. Your cultivation is like that. Do you really think you can block my water drill Gu? If I injure you, don't complain. Zhongjiang snickered. We wouldn't know unless we try, right? Come. Saying so, he activated the Gu in his body, and his body changed color, becoming dry and green like a dead block of wood. At the same time, his teeth turned sharp and long, and 4 fangs were exposed out of his lips. His iris also turned green. This was the rank 2 Gu, roaming zombie Gu. Once activated, it could turn one into a zombie. Compared to living people, zombies are better at resisting punches and kicks and have greater regeneration, but is afraid of fire, lightning, and light, although it has greater resistance towards water, wind, and poison. At the same time, zombies when fighting under the sunlight are not as strong as in the night, and thus are weakened by the time of the day. Even so, I am not afraid, Bai Bingyi laughed coldly, raising his right arm. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he gathered his 5 fingers at one point and contracted his fist. First, a droplet of water formed on his 5 fingers. Then, in the blink of an eye, the droplet expanded, turning into a fast-flowing current, and from his fingertips, the water coiled around his palm in a spiral manner. In 2 breaths' time, Bai Bingyi's fist was already covered by a light blue-colored spiral drill that rotated non-stop. Rank 2 water drill Gu, able to drill through rocks and steel with very strong attack power. Barely any Gu worm could defend against it. Receive my blow, Bai Bingyi coughed, throwing out his fist. Zhongjiang raised both arms, forming an arm shield. The water drill hit his arm, and a large amount of water splattered. The two were at a deadlock for a few breaths, when suddenly the water drill's rotation intensified, and Zhongjiang flew 5 to 6 steps back. Zhongjiang laid on the ground, but quickly did a belly flip, standing again. One could see that the muscles on both his arms were torn by the water drill, showing his pale white bones. Bai clan's Gu masters, upon seeing this scene, uncontrollably cheered, but a small number frowned. He. Zhongjiang laughed slyly, not minding his injury as a zombie. His pain sensors had been reduced to 0. Bai Bingyi stood on the spot, but suddenly his pale face changed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Bai clan Gu masters' cheers ended. What happened? Someone exclaimed. It's the shadow-bound Gu. Bai Bingyi stared deeply at the ground, where Xiongjiang's shadow was distorted at a creepy angle, pasted on top of the snow. It connected both Xiongjiang and Bai Bingyi together. It seems I win, Brother Bai. With this shadow bond goo, no matter how much injury I suffer, you will take 10% of it. I specialize in defense, but you are a pure attacker, and you have poor health, so even 10% of the damage is deadly to you. Xiongjiang said plainly. Bai Bingyi wiped the blood traces off his lips, staring deeply at Xiongjiang for a while before saying, "Good, very good. You planned well with such great tactics. I lost." He admitted defeat on the spot, too unscrupulous, absolutely cunning and shameless. To think he had a shadow bond gu, Senior Bai Bingyi was completely outplayed. Bai clan's gu masters exploded into a series of discussions. Xiongjiang cupped his fist. "I'm flattered. If we really fought, the final winner would still be Brother Bai. The Shadow Bond Gu's range is limited. It can only bully close-ranged Gu masters. I hope Brother Bai can take good care of me in this upcoming wolftide." Of course. Bai Bingyi's expression softened a little and nodded. Bai clan's Gu masters also started to quieten down. Standing on the rock building, the three clans higher-ups who had been observing nodded discreetly at this scene. The Gu fighting competition was only for sparring and not ruthless assault. Xiongjiang exposing a trump card also increased each other's trust and understanding. Whether it was Xiongjiang or Bai Bingyi's attitude, they were good. Resolving it like this, the Bai clan's Gu masters, even if they did not admit it, felt admiration towards Xiongjiang. After all, the strong were respected. Zhongli's group had a good start, Gu Yuebo lightly praised. He. Xiong clan head beside him laughed lightly. Xiongjiang had given him face. Bai clan head at the other end had a tough expression. But Xiongli's group did not quit while they were ahead. The five left the Bai clan's area and came to the Gu Yu clan. After challenging the Bai clan, they are challenging the Gu Yu clan now? Oh no, Xiongli himself is stepping up now. Gu Yu clansmen were slightly nervous. Many of their gazes were gathered on Qi Shan, Mo Yan, and Qing Shu. But who knew? Xiongli shouted loudly, "Who is Fang Yuan? Please stand up. I heard you could chase away the river-swallowing toad alone. Why don't we have a contest of strength?" Instantly, the crowd exploded. Xiongli stood up, yet he did not challenge Qing Shu, Qi Shan, or Mo Yan, but instead pointed out a newbie junior, Fang Yuan. Some of the other village's Gu masters had never heard this name before. Chasing away the river-swallowing toad alone. Oh my god, that's a rank 5 Gu. Is he so absurd? Some shot glances of shock and curiosity. Gu Yu clan's Gu masters took the initiative and opened up a path, and Fang Yuan, who was among them, was exposed. Without anything hindering their vision, Xiongli and Fang Yuan stared at each other. Xiongli's lips curled to an angle, saying with a very manly elegance, "I hope Fang Yuan would generously teach me." This Fang Yuan, who in the world is he? He doesn't have 3 heads or 6 limbs anyway. Chasing away the river-swallowing toad is also by coincidence and luck. It is nothing hard. Heh! Being targeted by this muscled man Xiong Li, he is in big trouble now. Fang Yuan, you can't avoid it anymore. Sigh. In that case, just hope for the best and go ahead and battle. Qi Shan sighed in his heart. "Oh, is that so?" Fang Yuan shrugged with a plain expression. "Then I admit defeat." The moment he said so, the crowd all went dumbfounded. Chapter 126, Demise of the Wood Charm Translator, Sky Pharaoh Editor, Sky Pharaoh Admit Defeat. Fang Yuan's words were still lingering in the crowd's ears. Instantly, almost all the rank 2 Gu masters below the rock building looked at Fang Yuan with surprise. Fang Yuan ignored them. He held his arms and stood on the spot with an indifferent expression. Admit defeat? He directly admitted defeat. Did I hear that wrongly? He is Fang Yuan? He doesn't even have the guts to come out, haha. We recognize Zhongli's power. He is indeed strong. But even if you want to admit defeat, at least do that after the formalities. By directly admitting defeat, he is not only showing that he is a coward, he is even tarnishing the clan. The whispers were like ripples in a calm lake. The Gu masters' gazes turned from surprise to despise, scorn, and gloating. Many Gu Yu Ye clan Gu masters felt unease. The gazes from the Xiong and Bai clan's Gu masters were like invisible needles, piercing their self-esteem. Fang Yuan was a member of the Gu Yu Ye clan. With him directly admitting defeat, this made them feel absolutely humiliated. How could you admit defeat? Fang Yuan, you are a man of Guyue village. Stand up and fight bravely with Xiongli. Even if you lost, it wouldn't be anything serious. If you don't even have the guts to go out, then that would really be throwing away our dignity. Some Gu Yu Ye clan Gu masters shouted and urged Fang Yuan to take the challenge. Fang Yuan was indifferent. To him, these words were like dogs barking. The so-called name, face and honor, was only a pie painted on a paper, shackles used by the higher-ups to bind the organization members. These Gu masters were also dogs on a leash. Xiongli gazed at Fang Yuan and suddenly laughed. I am truly disappointed. Is this how a Gu Ye village's bravery looks like? Gu Ye clan Gu masters looked unsightly when they heard this. Hoots of laughter came from Xiong village's side, and even Bai village's Gu Ye clan with mockery. The people around Fang Yuan started moving away. Everyone made some distance from him. Their faces were filled with embarrassment. Soon, there was no one within 5 steps from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood alone. My way or the highway, one. His expression was calm as opposed to the surroundings. Others fancied a courageous reputation, but Fang Yuan scoffed at it. This made others loathe him. Because Fang Yuan loathed fame, he was rejecting the society's values. Denying this system of values was rejecting the people who lived their lives following these values. Others naturally wouldn't deny their own values, otherwise they would feel that they were living in a wrong way. Thus, they had subconsciously started to reject and boycott Fang Yuan. A weak-hearted person would be defeated by such rejection, and they would change themselves to suit the public. However, Fang Yuan needed such rejection. He had too many secrets on him, and so he needed to be solitary. At the same time, these people weren't worth being friends with. In his memories, Qingmao Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the wolf tide. But the accident 2 years later would totally destroy them and turn the entire Qingmao Mountain into a desolate area. What Fang Yuan needed was to use this time to improve himself as much as possible, then leave the clan and avoid the fatal disaster. Guyue Qingshu, the number 1 rank 2 Guyue clan, couldn't help but stand up seeing this situation. Zhongli, how about sparring with me? Hee, what will we compete on? Zhongli was smiling, but his expression was serious. Guyue Qingshu didn't look at Zhongli. He slightly raised his palm and silently moved his primeval essence. His eye watchfully looked at the green vine that was slowly growing out from his palm. He calmly said, Let's compete on your strength. If you can break away from my green vine's binding, I will admit defeat. Is that okay? Hehe, good suggestion, let's do it that way. Xiongli grinned, his eyes revealing a bright light. He inwardly thought, I already have the strength of a bear, and combining it with the strength increase from Grand Bear Gu, I possess the strength of 2 bears. Although green vine is tough, I have absolute guarantee of breaking it away with the strength of 2 bears. Xiongjiang won against Bai Bingyi, and if I defeat Qingshu, it would give us great reputation. Qingshu gently smiled. Without speaking, he extended his 2 hands. 2 green vines grew out from his palms. Like 2 nimble green pythons, the 2 vines climbed up Xiongli and twisted around his body. Xiongli's hands were at his waist. The green vines coiled around both his arms and instantly made a dozen circles around them, tightly binding his hands with his back. The Gu masters on the scene couldn't take their eyes off this contest. Please, Qingshu said to Xiongli. Xiongli opened his eyes. He tightly clenched his fists and started putting strength. Every muscle on his body seemed to stand out like lumps on a huge rock. Strength of a bear. Boom. The green vines started to snap under his enormous strength. Ha, brother Qingshu, it seems the winner of this contest belongs to me. Xiongli was using his strength to break free, but he still had enough energy to make a conversation. Senior Qingshu. Fang Zheng was nervous, and his hands were sweating. The other Gu Yu clan's Gu masters were also the same. Gu Ye Qingshu was the number 1 among them, and if he lost the contest, the Gu Ye clan would have thoroughly lost their face this time. Not necessarily. Gu Ye Qingshu smiled, his eyes showing confidence. When he finished speaking, the green vines on his hands started changing. The originally green-like jade color suddenly changed to a dark green color. At the same time, the vines also became thicker and green wide leaves started growing on it. Xiongli's face changed. He sensed the green vine's coiling strength had increased by more than 10 times. What made him more apprehensive was that those green vines which he had broken away from started growing and reconnected with the broken areas. Grand Bear Goo. He sensed the situation going bad and immediately used the Grand Bear Goo in his aperture. Immediately, his hair started stiffening up like steel needles. The muscles on his whole body enlarged, and he seemed to have become much taller and bulkier. Strength of 2 bears, the green vines gave creaking noises, but it was still able to resist this terrifying strength, firmly confining Zhongli. Zhongli's face became very red, and he brought out all his strength to break the green vines. But finally, he was only able to snap one green vine and couldn't continue anymore. I lost. He released the supporting strength of Grand Bear Goo and said while gasping, "You let me win." Qing Shu cupped his hands and retrieved the green vines. "Senior King Shu, you are the best." Gu Yue clan's Gu masters were jubilant. Senior Qing Shu really deserves his name. Big brother can't compare to him at all. Fang Zhang stood beside Qing Shu and looked at the latter with reverence. Zhongli's gaze was complicated as he looked at Gu Ye Qing Shu. He had progressed and obtained Brown Bear Innate Strength Gu, but Qing Shu had also progressed, although he didn't know what the latter used, but this was his true rival. As for that Fang Yuan, he was only a newbie and was nothing to worry about. It really is the wood charm Gu, Fang Yuan thought, as he observed Qing Shu from afar. Xung Li hadn't discovered anything when facing Gu Yue Qing Shu. 2 emerald green leaves had grown on Gu Yue Qing Shu's hair. This was the sign of using the wood charm Gu. The so-called wood charm was a tree spirit. Using the wood charm Gu could let one battle as a tree spirit. The tree spirit was an unusual creature. It could directly absorb the natural essence in the air and use it. Gu masters couldn't do this. They could only use the primeval essence in their aperture. When one used the wood charm Gu, they could become an embodiment of a wood charm tree spirit and would be able to directly absorb the natural essence in the air and replenish their primeval essence. It was the same as absorbing the primeval essence from primeval stones. When normal Gu masters battle, they are unable to divide their mind and absorb primeval essence from primeval stones while fighting. But, as an embodiment of the tree spirit, the absorption of natural essence is an instinct and does not need one to divide their minds. This meant that the Gu masters who used wood charm Gu were experts in war of attrition. Although one couldn't say that they could use the natural essence endlessly, they could fight for as much as 3 times longer because of the continuous replenishment. And once one became an embodiment of the tree spirit, Gu worms like green vine Gu and pine needle Gu would also have their strength amplified. Fang Yuan instantly connected the dots. Wood charm Gu's fusion advancement can be said to be one of the most extravagant advancement routes. It is a rank 3 Gu and needs to fuse with a 100 years lifespan Gu to advance to a rank 400 years wood charm Gu. The 100 years wood charm Gu needs to fuse with a 1,000 years lifespan Gu to advance into a rank 5,000 years wood charm Gu. Everyone knows this fusion route, but Gu masters rarely use this recipe. The reason is due to the preciousness of the lifespan Gu. When the Gu masters finds lifespan Gu, they will usually use it directly to increase their own lifespan. In this world, a human could live for at most 100 years if they didn't encounter any accidents or illnesses. 100 years was the lifespan limit of the humans. But a lifespan Gu can increase lifespan. 100 years lifespan Gu can increase the lifespan of a person by 100 years, and 1,000 years lifespan Gu could increase it by 1,000. Lifespan Gu were extremely rare, and everyone sought after them. Fang Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life because he used 500-year lifespan Gu in his previous life, thus adding 500 years to his lifespan. His 100 years lifespan had turned to 600 years. But in the end, halfway through, he was attacked by the righteous factions and had no choice but to self-detonate and die. Lifespan Gu represented long life and could let people live for long, but it didn't mean undying. The wood charm Gu is powerful but has its weakness. Gu masters can't use it for a long period. If they use it for too long, the wood charm Gu's strength will affect their body and will transform their body to that of wood, finally changing the body into a wooden corpse. In my previous life, Gu Ye Qingshu had died in this way. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Ordinarily, powerful Gu worms had huge side effects and needed to be used with other Gu worms. Otherwise, there would be harmful influences on the Gu master's body. Zhongjiang's roaming zombie Gu was best used with the bloodline Gu. If not, the blood in his body would decrease when used for too long, and he would change into a true zombie. The Xiongli group returned to their camp. They first won against Bai Bingyi, then met defeat against Qingshu. Even so, the group still received a lot of applause and praises. Mo Yan, I challenge you. Come, Xiongjiao man, I will fight you. After the Xiongli group, the whole scene suddenly became noisy. Many Gu masters continuously came out and challenged the powerful opponents in their minds, demonstrating their bravery. The alliance slope turned chaotic, and all kinds of brilliant and varied Gu battles were occurring. The true Gu battle had started. Not entirely sure how to fit this into the passage, it is an idiom, but it just means he does whatever he wants / to persist in whatever he is doing no matter what others say. Chapter 127. So-called Morals and Relationships. Long chapter. Translator. Sky Pharaoh, editor. Sky Pharaoh only until evening did the Gu tournament come to an end. On the alliance slope, the Gu masters from all 3 clans were no longer as divided as earlier. Gu masters plastered the slope, and only 3 densely packed groups could be vaguely seen remaining. Gu battle sparring was both a form of venting and also compromise. In this world where the greatest value is strength, only with strength comes respect, and that forms the basis for cooperation. After Xiongli challenged Fang Yuan, no one else came to look for him. Fang Yuan was only a newbie and did not have much interactions with the other 2 clans' Gu masters, not to mention any animosity. As for his own clansmen, they would not challenge someone from their own clan in this situation. Especially after Fang Yuan admitting defeat, it caused other Gu masters to lose interest in him. Towards this lazy, cowardly opponent, what value is there in winning? Not wanting to be trampled on, there are 2 ways. One is to become strong until no one dares to step on you. Another is to turn into dog shit, something no one would want to step on. Fang Yuan did not care about dog shit or the reputation of the strong. He always acted unscrupulous and only cared about the results. Without anyone challenging him, it made his life easier. The surrounding people's contempt and disdain, he treated it like air. If he could not endure even these gazes, what right did he have to pursue the demonic way? The alliance gathering ended successfully, and Guyue clan, Bai clan, and Xiong clan all reached an agreement. First, declaring the rules. The 3 clans will temporarily put aside their grudges and resist the wolf tide together. In times of danger, they will assist each other. At the same time, internal killing is prohibited, and an investigating battle group will be set up. Once they find any murders, the murderer will first be chased out of the clan, then the 3 clans will bring judgment together, making them pay with their lives. If the murderer escapes outside, their family's lives will be forfeited. Even if the Gu master dies, Gu worms retrieved from their corpses have to be given to the clan, and if it is used secretly, they will be charged with murder. After the Gu worm is submitted, they can exchange it for merit points. Secondly, setting up the battle merit board. With a small group as a unit, every moment will be showing the battle achievements of the groups from all 3 clans and their rankings. A lightning wolf's eyeball is exchanged for 10 merit points. Merit points can be used to exchange for Gu worms, primeval stones, and other resources. The appearance of the battle merit board naturally inspired the hot-bloodedness of the Gu masters. The result of the Gu battle sparring could not explain the true strength of both parties in actual combat. For example, in the case of Xiongjiang and Bai Bingyi, other than the water drill Gu, Bai Bingyi naturally had other attacking methods, but Xiongjiang's Shadow Bond Gu only had an effective range of 10 meters. Furthermore, the results of any battle are swayed by many external factors. Gu battle sparring lacked a convincing element, which the battle merit board can provide as a fairer method of competition. The Gu masters from the 3 clans wasted no time in hunting lightning wolves, fighting for a better ranking on the battle merit board. This was not just for one's own glory, but also for the reputation of the clan. Especially the top 3 positions in the merit board, it showed intense competition. Almost every day the top 3 would have some sort of change. Very quickly, a month passed. Winter left and spring came, causing all living beings to grow once more. After a battle, Fang Yuan stepped on the remaining snow, regulating his breathing as well as observing the battlefield around him. On the battlefield there were over 10 lightning wolves, all dead. Wolf blood and minced corpse could be seen everywhere, and the air emanated a smell of thick blood. Howl. At this point, wolf cries could be heard from a distance not too far away. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. With his experience, he knew that a pack of wolves were heading this way rapidly. If it was any other Gu master, after an intense battle, Without enough primeval essence in their aperture, they might have thoughts of retreating. But Fang Yuan did not care about this. He squatted down and began to gather the eyeballs from the wolf corpses. His movements were fluid and highly efficient, but even so, after he was done extracting, he was already half surrounded by the wolf pack. This was a mid-sized wolf pack, with around 100 crippled wolves, their greenish wolf eyes showing a ruthless expression as they stared at Fang Yuan firmly. Fang Yuan kept the wolf eyes well before standing up with a smile. Next, his body flickered like water ripples and he vanished on the spot. The wolf pack that had come to assault him were instantly riled up, and some of the crippled wolves stood in their tracks, showing a hesitant feeling. After all, they were wild beasts. Seeing such a magical scene, it was hard to comprehend. But this is also because the Lightning Wolf King uses its wolf eyes to observe, and not its nose. Lightning wolves are fantastical creatures of this world. Their vision is sharp like an eagle, but their sense of smell is no better from humans. My stealth scales goo counters these lightning wolves perfectly, but it cannot hide from a dog's nose. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart. Stealth scales gi was successfully refined by him before the gi battle tournament. It was like a fossilized carp, gray throughout, lying in Fang Yuan's primeval sea, letting the liquid essence flow around its very realistic fish scales. The fish scale goo that Fang Yuan lacked was naturally obtained by trading the black boar goo with King Shu. With this stealth scales goo, Fang Yuan could retreat from under the lightning wolf's nose. In these few days, this situation had already occurred many times. Normally, wolves or hounds had very sensitive noses, but lightning wolves were different. They were very fast, but without clear vision they would knock into a tree or the mountain rocks. But nature is fair, as when it bestowed the lightning wolves with its sharp vision, it also took away their sense of smell. However, the lightning crown wolf was different. Even with the stealth scales goo, Fang Yuan could travel freely among the normal wolf tide, but in front of a myriad beast king like the lightning crown wolf, he had nowhere to hide. That is because the lightning crown wolf's eyes had the lightning eye goo residing in it. This goo allowed the ability to see through all sorts of cloaking. Other than the lightning eye goo, there are actually also many other goo worms that can detect the stealthed Fang Yuan. For example, the snake communication goo, it can detect heat. The beast language goo can allow a goo master and wild beasts to converse and obtain information. The clairaudience goo can allow a goo master's hearing to be extremely sensitive. Thus, even with the stealth scales goo, it did not mean Fang Yuan was completely safe, but it was at most a good life-saving trump card. When he returned to the village, it was still afternoon. The day in spring was bright and beautiful, and there were many people passing in and out of the village door. What was different from previous years was that people on the road were mostly goo masters, while there were very little mortals. Under the influence of the wolf tide, the wilderness was not safe. Hunters did not dare to hunt in the mountains, and farms were almost abandoned. On the streets, goo masters were high in morale, each returning with blood traces all over, or enthusiastically leaving. They were either talking about the battle merit board's ranking, or discussing their experiences in killing the lightning wolves. Some were talking about the well-performing goo masters from the other villages. Fang Yuan was among the crowd that walked into the village, and he went to the village square in front of the family head pavilion. The square already had a stage. The merit points were exchanged here. A large amount of goo masters gathered here, and rank 1 goo masters were doing administrative work. Some rank 2 goo masters squeezed around, using the blood-stained wolf eyes to exchange for merit points. There was also a portion of them that were using their merit points to exchange for primeval stones, goo worms, or food ingredients, etc. In the middle of the village square, a large banner was erected, and on it there was the written language of this world. It was constantly changing. This is the battle merit board, and on it there are over a dozen swimward goo. Rank 1 swimward goo, after being manipulated by rank 1 support goo masters, can freely convert the contents of the writings on the banner. Why is the number 1 still the Bai clan's Bai Bing Yi's group? Some stared at the battle merit board, frowning. Let me see, Bai Bing Yi is number 1. Our clan's Qing Shu group is number 2, and Xiongli group is number 3. My group is the 137th. A goo master counted. This time, someone suddenly said, It changed. Qing Shu group is now number 1. They pushed Bai clan's Bai Bing Yi to number 2. On the battle merit board, the symbol showing the second-ranking Qing Shu group suddenly moved, crawling its way upwards and pulling the Bai Bing Yi group down with its hands, ascending the position of number 1 itself, even using its leg to trample around. Such a human reaction, it was naturally due to the Gu Master manipulating the swimward Gu. Seeing this interesting change, the Gu Masters in the village square laughed heartily, pointing a thumbs up towards Qing Shu's group, praising non-stop. The rank 1 Gu Master controlling the swimward Gu had a red face as he showed an expression of excitement. Lord Qing Shu, you are indeed our number 1 rank 2 Gu Master. Good job, Lord Qing Shu. Guya Qing Shu walked among the crowd, smiling faintly. Guya Fangzheng, who was behind him, clenched both fists, following closely with an excited expression on his face. The praises from all over the square filled the young man's strong materialistic desire. This made Fang Zheng feel like he was walking on a bright path, unknowingly increasing his recognition towards the clan. Big brother, he saw Fang Yuan standing among the crowd, observing with his arms folded. Big brother, you are still alone, all by yourself. No wonder you have been at the bottom of the ranking ever since the start. Only by removing your prejudice and fusing into the masses can you feel the warmth and happiness of the clan. Fang Zheng sighed, feeling that Fang Yuan was somewhat pitiful and pathetic. People who were like Fang Yuan, always fighting alone without any companions, could not feel any kinship from the clan or friendship forged from fighting together with your teammates. Facing everything alone is not only dangerous, but mundane. A person living without friendship, love, or kinship, what is the meaning of being alive? Fang Yuan stood among the crowd, staring at the tall merit board. Without doubt, the last position on the ranking was written in large letters, Fang Yuan Group. Other Gu Masters, upon seeing this, felt extremely shameful, but Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, not minding it one bit. After being promoted to group leader, he had never recruited any members. He was a loner group leader, the most special group in the entire Qingmao Mountains' 3 clans. With only him alone, of course, his daily hunting results could not compare to other groups. Of course, with Fang Yuan's current abilities, if he tried hard, he would definitely not be last place. But this was pointless to Fang Yuan. He did not need much merit points, living resources, or Gu Worm's food. He had stock for everything. He had planned to exchange for a fish scales Gu earlier, but now he no longer needed to. Right now, he was hunting lightning wolves daily just to put on a show to fulfill the quota, and secondly, accumulate some merit points to exchange for moon orchid petals. After all, his Moonglow Gu needed this food. Half a month soon passed, and the spring atmosphere intensified. Trees started to grow leaves, and wildflowers on the roadside bloomed. Under the warm spring winds, Gu Masters sang in battle, and the battle situation was getting better and better. Fang Yuan walked on the pavement, seeing everyone's happy faces, their exchanges of praise like courageous acts and the likes. Of course, there were also some Gu Masters who were in deep worry, showing an unhappy expression. These Gu Masters were mostly the elderly. As with their rich life experiences, they knew that the real wolf tide was coming in summer and autumn. Fang Yuan realized in his heart, what caused this current situation is due to the 3-clan alliance, thus people have reduced their caution of each other, and this enabled Gu Masters to be more invested in resisting the wolf tide. Secondly, the lightning wolves exterminated were only the crippled wolves. Thirdly, with the coming of spring, many wolves are busy mating. When summer comes, the truly energetic and healthy wolves would attack from all directions, causing great damage and deaths to the 3 clans. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. In this year's wolf tide, the intensity was like never before. It reached a danger level that was unforeseen. Even the clan higher-ups greatly underestimated the severity of this wolf tide. In his memory, most of the Gu Masters died, and the trump cards of the 3 clans were nearly fully expended. Fang Yuan had never thought of warning the higher-ups. One is that even if he did, they might not listen to his suggestion, and even emphasize on where he got the information, which he is unable to explain. Secondly, there was no point in telling them. It is a fundamental difference in strength. Thirdly, and the most crucial reason, warning the clan did not fit his biggest interest. I would rather let the world down than be let down by the world. What kinship, friendship, love, these are but an ornament in life. How can they compare to a man's great ambition? On earth, Xianxia wanted to cook Lu Bang's father, and the Han Dynasty ancestor Lu Bang even laughed and said, "Go ahead, Don't forget to give me a piece of meat. Tang Dynasty, Li Shiming killing his brothers. Cao Cao's army having no rations and cooking people to turn them into dried meat as food. Liu Bei borrowing Jing Zhou but never returning. The higher-ups praise the values and morals, but those are just tools to maintain their rule. If one is restrained by these, how can they achieve anything? Those who step into upper society, who does not have blood-stained hands, stepping on corpses along the way. A capitalist's initial startup fund, the process is always bloody. Any politician's hands are dirty, and the so-called philanthropists are merely using money to gain recognition in society. It is just that the successful are apt in hiding their past acts, and those who believe the stories of the successors are truly fools. These fools are everywhere. Restrained by emotions and morals, they deserve to be stupidly manipulated by rules. What's sadder is that when they see others not being restrained, they would jump out and criticize, trying to impart these morals to the people, not allowing others to have more freedom than them. In this process, they would even enjoy this ridiculous moral superiority and bliss. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at the Gu masters walking past him. These people, they had a body full of abilities, and some even had higher cultivation than him. But for what? They are just pawns, merely restrained dogs. What truly stalls a person's success is not talent, but mindset. Any organization, once a person is born, would impart their morals and rules, constantly brainwashing. Those that want to surpass humanity's achievements have to break this restraint on their mindset. Sadly, most people are trapped by this their entire lives, using this to move forward with motivation, and even use their chained collar as a symbol of pride. Thinking so, Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Walking out of the village door, he retracted his thoughts. There was something important today. He was preparing to enter the rock-cracked secret cave again. Chapter 128. If not for the harshness of the winter, how could we look forward to spring? Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. A faint red glow pervaded the stone forest, the petrified growths sprouting out from the ceiling towards the ground like upside-down trees. It was a sight to see. It has been over a month since I last came here, Fang Yuan thought helplessly. After the three clans united, they had commenced a crusade to continuously eliminate the surrounding wolf packs. Because of the constant traffic for the war effort, Gu masters made up an almost ever-present flow moving nearby the stone-cracked cave. In such a situation, even if Fang Yuan possessed stealth scales Gu, there was a danger of exposing himself. Despite the risk, Fang Yuan was very careful in the way he did things. 500 years' worth of life experience had nurtured enough patience in him. He kept rein over his desires and made sure not to make movements around the stone cave during this period. When spring came, the crippled wolves had been successfully rooted out, and there were few Gu masters left roaming around. Only then was he willing, and Fang Yuan circled around the village before using the stealth scales Gu to come back. A month had passed by, allowing some stone monkey groups to repopulate, and they had moved to the stone pillars he had cleared before. Fortunately, the number were quite few. Fang Yuan spent some time killing the monkey groups and advancing towards the central area of the stone forest. Under the shadow of the huge stone pillar, an obvious artificial cave entrance appeared before his eyes. Some crude rock stairs extended downwards from the cave mouth into the darkness. Fang Yuan used the white jade Gu to cover his whole body with a layer of faint jade light and carefully descended down the stairs. His left hand held a fire torch, whereas bright moonlight shone on his right palm. The Moonglow Gu was already activated. It was completely dark underground, and even the fire torch could only illuminate 5 steps ahead. An illumination-type Gu would be a lot helpful in such situations. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was not so affluent. Step by step, he walked on for a long while before reaching the end of the stairs. A crude, artificial stone door was in front of him. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Fang Yuan lifted his fire torch, which illuminated some characters carved on the stone door. Earth communication, Golden Centipede. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed, comprehending the meaning. If this is what I think it is, he crouched down and touched the ground. The soil was wet. There's something. He was happy. He began to dig the soil, and indeed, he found an earth treasury flower. He carefully uncovered the petals and took out a Gu worm from the heart of the flower. This was a special Gu. It resembled a human ear, but much smaller. It was yellowish-brown and looked shriveled and dull. He felt it in his palm. It was shriveled like marinated radish and carried some warmth. Dozens of roots like the ginseng roots grew out from its sides. This was a rank 2 grass gu, earth communication eargrass. Looking at the earth communication eargrass, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. This earth communication eargrass's usage was to scout. It had appeared in a great time and was perfect for Fang Yuan. Earth communication eargrass had a great advantage. It could scout up to 300 paces. This range was among the best of rank 2 investigative goo worms. It was easy to feed too. Its food was the ginseng roots. There were many forested mountains in the southern border. There were far more ginsengs here than in Earth. Hunter families would occasionally pick some when they went to hunt in the mountains, especially when ginseng is easy to store. As long as it is completely dried and sealed up properly, it could be kept for a long time under room temperature. Moon orchid petals wilted in a few days, but ginseng could be stored for a long time. Goo worms need to be nurtured, used, and refined. These three aspects are broad and has many mysteries within them. Earth communication eargrass is easy to nurture, but using it is rather troublesome. Fang Yuan pondered. He held the earth communication eargrass and poured primeval essence, instantly refining it. Earth communication eargrass was very outstanding and could compare with many rank 3 investigative goo worms. However, heaven was fair, and using the earth communication eargrass didn't end with just refining. It still needed a certain price. Just like the zombie goo and wood charm goo, which needed to be used with other goo worms, there was a consequence. If used for a long time, the goo master's body would slowly corrode and turn into a true zombie or tree man. Many goo worms can't be used by merely refining them. They still need some special prerequisites. This earth communication flesh ear goo is also the same. By using it to ascertain the situation, I can truly move about freely in the wolf tide, and even achieve some of my goals during this wolf tide. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and decided to use this earth communication flesh ear goo, as the gains would be greater than losses. Even if he had to pay the price, it was nothing for the sake of his future. No matter which world, how could one gain anything without paying a price? Fang Yuan coldly smiled and put the earth communication eargrass in his aperture. He gazed at the stone door deeply, then turned around and left. If he didn't guess wrong, there would be a great danger in the other side of the stone door. Only by using the earth communication eargrass could he be able to avoid it. Fang Yuan exited the secret cave and leisurely circled the village. After making several rounds, hunting several lone wolves and taking their eyeballs, he returned. He was still the last in the battle merit board. As he walked through the street, the goo masters who recognized him laughed at him or threw a contemptuous look. Fang Yuan didn't care and still went his own way. After several days, he used small battle merits to exchange for ginseng roots, properly feeding the earth communication eargrass and recovering its vitality. Most of the clan's attention was on the wolf tide. No one paid attention to Fang Yuan. If it was before, uncle and aunt might have brought him some troubles, but they had made no more movements ever since Fang Yuan sold the family assets to them. Difficult to do openly, easy to do secretly. Soon, Fang Yuan smoothly completed some preparations in the dark. Tonight, the moon was bright and stars were few. The moon hung high above like a jade plate, and the gentle darkness of the night was like a yarn, covering Qingmao Mountain. From time to time, wolf howls could be faintly heard from afar. Fang Yuan securely closed the door and windows. He stood inside his rented room, his whole body naked. There was a table in front of him, and a basin filled with warm water was laid on it. Beside the wash basin was a white towel and a sharp dagger on top. Even the floor he was standing on was covered with a layer of thick cloth. Strands of moonlight passed through the cracks in the windows and shone upon the table. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he grabbed the dagger. The dagger was sharp and had a cold shine to it. It could even be used as a mirror. Under the faint light, the young man's indifferent face was reflected on the dagger. Right now, Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of a martial arts skill book from Earth called The first sentence in the first page of was, "Castrate yourself to train this skill." One needed to give up or pay something if they wanted to receive quick strength. So what if you needed to castrate yourself? If you don't have such ruthless decisiveness and aren't willing to let go, how could you accomplish your ambitions and become a lord ruling over everything? Wanting to receive without paying anything was only fairy tales to deceive children. Back to Fang Yuan's current state, to use this earth communication eargrass, the price he needed to pay couldn't amount to anything. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan coldly smiled. He used his fingers to lightly caress the cold blade and softly hummed, "Moon like the frost-filled night. If not for the harshness of the winter, how could we look forward to spring?" He quickly moved his hand. The hand rose and the dagger fell. Blood burst out. A piece of flesh fell on the table. Fang Yuan had cut apart his whole right ear, and blood was spurting out of it. He first felt a little cool before an intense burst of pain suddenly attacked him. He gritted his teeth and sucked in breath through his teeth. He resisted the pain and called out Earth Communication Eargrass from his aperture. He had nurtured this Earth Communication Eargrass back to its full vitality. It was now completely different from how it looked back when he just got it. Back when he had taken it out of the Earth Treasury flower, it was shriveled and dull. Now it was plump and warm, fat and big, and had grown up to an adult palm size. It was highly elastic and resembled the Buddha's drooping ear of earth. Fang Yuan pressed the Earth Communication flesh ear goo on his wound at the right side of his head and immediately poured red steel primeval essence towards it. The Earth Communication flesh ear goo's roots immediately came to life and rapidly began to grow, taking root in Fang Yuan's wound. Another burst of pain came. Fang Yuan felt like dozens of earthworms were drilling towards his brain from his wound. This feeling was painful and also nauseating. Generally speaking, goo masters would use some goo worms to numb their nerves in this stage. But Fang Yuan wasn't in that situation and could only rely on his iron willpower to forcefully endure it. In the end, his body was that of a youth's, and Fang Yuan, who endured this pain, couldn't help but feel his body starting to sway. More and more roots extended, entered his wound. Slowly, the Earth Communication eargrass glued together with the bloody wound, becoming Fang Yuan's new right ear. Finally, there was no more blood flowing out of the wound. There wasn't even a scar. However, Fang Yuan's face was pale. The pain had only slightly decreased. It was still tormenting him. Veins bulged out from his head and his heart thumped rapidly. At this stage, Fang Yuan was already finished for the most part, but some time was still necessary for his body to adapt to the Earth Communication eargrass. He picked up a mirror and looked at it under the faint moonlight. He saw his pale face and frowning brows in the mirror. His right ear was bigger than his left by over 2 times and looked like a deformity. Fang Yuan didn't mind it. After looking at the mirror for a moment and seeing no problems, he felt satisfied. He put the mirror down and picked up the towel. He dipped the towel in the warm water in the basin and wiped the bloodstains on his body. He had no clothes on, so it was very easy to clean the bloodstains. Some blood had flowed down his foot, but were absorbed by the cotton cloth spread on the floor. Fang Yuan cleaned the bloodstains, then picked up his right ear from the table. He coldly snorted, then used the moonglow goo, slicing his own right ear into meat paste and completely destroying it. Fang Yuan held the basin filled with the watery blood and put it under the bed before throwing a piece of coal in it. Only after doing all this did Fang Yuan lay down on the bed. The pain had weakened for the most part, but was still tormenting him. Fang Yuan felt the pain in his head along with his heartbeat. He did not know how much time had passed, but he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 129, Chainsaw Golden Centipede Translator, Skypharaoh Editor. Skypharaoh, when Fang Yuan woke up, it was already noon of the second day. His headache was gone, and the intense pain had vanished completely. He touched his ears subconsciously, the sense of touch no different from before. It was as if the cutting of his ear never happened last night. He climbed down from his bed, finding a mirror to look at himself. In the mirror, a young man's face was shown. He was not handsome, but his dark, abyss-like iris made him stand out from mortals, showing a special, unique coolness and charisma. The young man's ears were the same as any others. Last night, when he planted the Earth Communication eargrass, Fang Yuan's right ear was plump and big, his ear drooping till it nearly reached his chin. But now it was completely normal from appearance. There was nothing different. This is because his body and the Earth Communication eargrass had gotten used to each other. Fang Yuan's thought moved, and from his aperture a little red steel primeval essence flowed along his body, moving up towards his right ear. At once, his hearing improved multiple times, and numerous footsteps could be heard. Although he was on the second floor, he had a feeling of stepping on earth. Fang Yuan paid attention and listened as his primeval essence continued to be used, and his hearing improved as well. In the mirror, roots started to grow out of his ear. These roots were like the roots of 1,000-year ginseng, extending from his ear towards the outside, constantly growing longer and moving toward the ground. At the same time, his right ear had the notion of becoming fatter. Fang Yuan stopped using the earth communication eargrass, and a second later, the roots growing out of his ears retracted, and his right ear became normal again. Of course, his hearing also went back to its initial state. This way, I have a recon-type goo. Fang Yuan wore his upper shirt, taking out a water basin from under his bed. Last night, the bloody water had turned into blackish, dirty water due to the charcoal tossed in. The bloody towel submerged within was the same as well. There was still some white in the red color initially, but now it was all covered by the black soot. It was easy to make people assume that it was a cloth for wiping grease in the kitchen. This basin, when brought out, even if it was poured in front of someone, nobody would notice. Summer was coming, and many clansmen were trying to clean the stove that they used in winter. Often they would end up with a basin of dirty water just like this. While the iron was still hot, Fang Yuan entered the rock-cracked secret cave again. This time, he did not enter empty-handed, but caught a deerling outside and tied its 4 limbs together. He used a steel contraption to bind its mouth, and then used the stealth scales goo to hide his presence, and brought it to the rock door. He did not open the door in a hurry, but activated the earth communication eargrass. The roots extended from his ear, and his hearing ability amplified. Dong dong dong. Firstly, he heard a light sound, the sound of slow heartbeat. As the roots grew longer, the heartbeat became louder, and the sources of sound also increased. Fang Yuan did not need to think to realize that these heartbeats were coming from the jade eye stone monkeys in the rock forest. He shut his eye, and he could imagine in his head the owners of these sounds hiding in their caves, curling into a ball and sleeping. But this was not what he wanted to find out. He continued listening, his right ear already becoming slightly fat, the ginseng limbs growing out of his ear almost half a meter long, the roots having sentience. They extended to the rock door and stabbed in rather shallowly. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt that his hearing had a gigantic boost. With him as center, he could hear the numerous noises of a 300-step radius. This was the earth communication eargrass's true usage. What he did in the village was merely a test. If the earth communication eargrass's roots did not touch the ground, for a rank 2 recon goo, it was at a very average level. But once the roots are in the ground, its range would drastically improve. This was understandable. On Earth, the theory was that sound travels at a speed related to its intermediary. Sound in the earth or in water, the speed of transmission was far greater than through air. In ancient China, some soldiers in war, when sleeping, would use a wooden quiver as their pillow. Once any cavalry attacks, the soldiers would hear the noise from the earth and be awakened in time. If they waited for sound to travel by air, they would not have time to react. The roots grew into the rock door, and Fang Yuan could instantly hear the commotion behind it. It was a very scrambled and confusing noise, but very frequent. Compared to this noise, the stone monkey's heartbeat was like the sound of drums. If a newbie was using this earth communication eargrass for the first time, upon hearing this, they would be thinking of all the possible guesses. But to Fang Yuan, this noise was expected, and he only listened for a while before frowning. He pushed open the rock door. The rock door was heavy, but with his strength of 2 boars now, it was easy. The rock door opened, and a dark long tunnel appeared in front of him, stretching on at a straight line, towards the unknown. Fang Yuan untied the deer he had caught and tossed it into the tunnel. The deerling was very smart. Sensing the dangers of the dark path ahead, it did not dare to move forward. Its huge eyes stared at Fang Yuan, showing fear and a begging intention. Fang Yuan snorted and threw a moonblade. This moonblade was controlled to be small, slicing vertically and inflicting a light wound on the deerling's body. The blood gushed out from its wound, and under the pain, the deerling's fear towards Fang Yuan won, and it rushed into the dark tunnel. Darkness soon engulfed it. Fang Yuan activated the earth communication eargrass again. This time, the roots grew into the walls. His hearing amplified, and first he heard the deerling's footsteps, its heartbeat, and some other noise. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that these noises were the movement sound of a centipede. In his ear, he could hear the deerling's cries. Evidently, it had gone into the cave and met the centipede. Fang Yuan could see the image in his mind, the flustered deerling attacked by a centipede swarm, completely engulfing it. The deerling turns around in fright, and as it kicks its young hooves, it felt the sense of death approaching, and gave cries for help. Uncountable number of centipedes climbed onto its body, and the deer laid on the ground. rolling and struggling. Only after a while later, its heartbeat stopped. The centipede army started to consume the deerling meat on its body. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he heard a special sound. This sound was like a buzzing, like the turning on of a chainsaw. It was full of arrogance, dominance, and wildness. If a newbie heard this, they would be confused. But with Fang Yuan's experience, he could guess the identity of this sound at once. Rank 3 Wild Goo Worm, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. This was the Worm King in the centipedes, the true killer in the centipede cave. Fang Yuan could completely imagine, a meter over in length, the breadth of 2 fists, coiling and slithering around the cave. On the 2 sides of its body there is a row of sharp saw-like teeth. As it moved, the chainsaws also moved around rapidly, just like an electric chainsaw. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's arrival caused the centipede army to quieten. It came ferociously, and wherever it went, the centipedes gave way, showing the half-body remains of the deerling. It climbed to the deerling's body, opening its mouth and consuming the deer blood and deer meat, and when it got to the bones, it coiled its body up and used the chainsaws to lightly grind against the bones, turning it into powder easily. Even the white jade goo's defense cannot endure this Chainsaw Golden Centipede's attack. It seems that the flower wine monk's intention is to make me use this earth communication eargrass and avoid the centipede. But I have the Spring Autumn Cicada, so to subdue this Chainsaw Golden Centipede, it is not impossible, Fang Yuan had a thought in his head. He was overjoyed at this prey. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede was an outstanding goo worm. If it was his to use, it would be another strong method of attack. Only that, in order to subdue this Chainsaw Golden Centipede, even a rank 4 goo master would have to expend a lot of effort. Catching and killing are 2 things. The former is way harder than the latter. Wild goo worms were all crafty, and if the Chainsaw Golden Centipede saw something amiss, it would burrow into the ground and escape. If a goo master did not have a burrowing method, how can he give chase? But Fang Yuan had the Spring Autumn Cicada, thus as long as he caught this Chainsaw Golden Centipede and released a hint of the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura, he would make the goo worm cower and not dare to move. Spring Autumn Cicada was a rank 6. Its aura was extremely powerful against rank 1 to rank 4 goo worms. But against rank 5, it had less effect, and towards other rank 6, there was no deterrence force in it. This phenomenon is very interesting, but actually, human society is just the same. Towards someone outstanding, people would envy, worship, and admire. But to someone who is only slightly better performing, they would dare to offend, and was mostly competition and jealousy. I am only at rank 2 middle stage now. Hence, to subdue this rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede, it is possible but still too early, Fang Yuan assessed. Rank 2 goo masters should use rank 2 goo worms, which is the most appropriate and most useful. Of course, rank 2 goo masters can also own rank 3 or even rank 4 goo worms. But this was not common. Firstly, the higher rank the goo worm, the more expensive it is to feed it. Secondly, they become harder to use and require more cost when activating. Like a baby trying to wield a large hammer. If it forcefully tried to, it might pull a muscle due to the hammer's weight and smash its own leg. The deerling has already alerted the entire colony. It would take 10 days to half a month for these centipedes to calm down. After my testing, the thought in my heart has been affirmed, but I have no chance to strike yet. Why don't I slow down and give it some time? This matter cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan left his thoughts here and closed the rock door again. He then left using the stealth scales goo. Chapter 130, Clansmen are still more reliable. Translator, Skypharaoh Editor. Skypharaoh dark clouds covered the sky, casting shadows over the entire Qingmao mountain, seemingly signifying the coming of a storm. On a remote mountainside, a dozen robust lightning wolves drew back the corners of their mouth and made low roars. They had surrounded Fang Yuan. These wolves had a healthy body and were not like the crippled wolves. Any other rank 2 goo master would be desperate if they were caught in such besiegement, alone. However, the situation was quite opposite right now. Fang Yuan was standing on the spot, his expression calm. Instead, these lightning wolves that were surrounding him were slightly nervous and afraid. The battle had already continued for a while and the ground was soaked with blood. Several lightning wolves had collapsed on the ground, and the silence showed Fang Yuan's battle accomplishments. "Kill!" Fang Yuan shouted inwardly. He took the initiative to attack even though he was the one surrounded. His foot pushed the ground as he pounced towards a lightning wolf on his left side. This lightning wolf immediately shrunk back a small step in fear, but then its vicious personality was stimulated. It made a powerful jump and attacked Fang Yuan. It opened its mouth in the air, revealing the many sharp wolf teeth that filled its mouth. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He didn't evade, but just swung his right arm. Whoosh! An eerie blue moonblade flew horizontally through the air and struck the lightning wolf's open mouth. There was only a ripping noise. This unfortunate lightning wolf was instantly cut apart into two, from its mouth to tail by this moonblade. Boiling blood spurted out and poured like a rain of blood. Fang Yuan's whole body flashed with white jade light as he charged through the blood rain and rampaged within the wolf pack. The lightning wolves reacted. They attacked him from all sides. They opened their mouths and tore at him, but were blocked by the white jade goo's defense, causing their own teeth to be broken. Their claws were also of no use. Fang Yuan punched and kicked, and the lightning wolves were sent flying under his enormous strength of 2 boars. Some lightning wolves had their skulls directly smashed and died on the spot. Fang Yuan grasped the upper hand in this battle. But good things don't last forever, for his primeval essence was being used quickly. Fang Yuan's aptitude was only C grade, and his cultivation was at rank 2 middle stage currently. The primeval essence in his aperture was not even 50%. He looked at his declining primeval essence, but there were still several lightning wolves remaining. He had no choice but to use Stealth Scales Goo. His body gradually disappeared like the ripples in the water. In a blink of an eye, there was no more trace of him. The lightning wolves were at their wits' end, and they gave off furious howls and started searing the area but didn't find anything. Fang Yuan had not gone far. He gazed at the lightning wolves' movements while absorbing primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, and also maintaining the concealment of the stealth scales gay at the same time. Lightning wolves had extraordinary eyesight, but their sense of smell were not sharp. The stealth scales gyu just so happened to be their bane. When Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovered to 30%, the lightning wolf pack finally retreated unwillingly. Fang Yuan didn't have a movement goo worm, so if the lightning wolves really retreated, he would definitely not be able to catch up to them with his speed. Thus, he removed the concealment of the stealth scales gi and became visible. Hool! The lightning wolves saw Fang Yuan, and as if he had killed their fathers, they rushed at him. Fang Yuan sneered. He waited till the lightning wolves were in front of him. Then he suddenly struck with his right hand. His right fist was covered with a layer of faint white jade light, which was extremely hard. The punch ferociously struck a lightning wolf's lower back. Crack. A crisp sound was heard immediately, and this unlucky lightning wolf was sent flying by Fang Yuan, its lower back fractured. It fell on the ground and crazily struggled while letting out miserable howls, but it could no longer get up. Fang Yuan had recovered sufficient primeval essence, and with his formidable fighting strength, he killed 4 more lightning wolves in a few moments. The remaining several lightning wolves lost their fighting spirit and looked at Fang Yuan with fear. They whimpered and then tucked their tails and escaped. Fang Yuan didn't chase after them. He couldn't compare to these lightning wolves in speed. Chasing was pointless. The ground was filled with wolf corpses, and they were all Fang Yuan's spoils of war. But Fang Yuan was cautious. He didn't hurry to take out the lightning wolves' eyeballs. Earth communication eargrass. He got down on his hands, his right ear close to the earth. Roots grew out from the ear and pierced the soil. His hearing strength amplified instantly. He could scout anything within a 300-step radius. Many sounds entered his ear, but there were no sounds of wolf packs or the sounds of other goo masters moving about. It is safe for the moment. Fang Yuan let out a breath of relief. He took out a dagger and began to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. He only handed over a small part of these eyeballs and hid the rest. If he handed all of them, it would no doubt attract suspicions and even result to secret investigations. Fang Yuan wanted to prevent such inconveniences as much as possible. Fang Yuan immediately left after digging out all the eyeballs of these lightning wolves. When he had killed 2 more wolf packs like this, the sky was already covered with thick dark clouds. Strong wind blew, blowing through the pine forests, creating a green wave in the mountain, along with the rustling of the leaves. Hoo-ah-oh. Faint howls of large numbers of lightning wolves echoed within the wind. Fang Yuan's expression slightly paled. According to his previous life's memories, today was the day the wolf tide truly broke out. He used the earth communication eargrass again, but didn't hear the rapid advancement of the lightning wolves. He wasn't surprised. but instead became calm. This meant that there was at least over a 300-step gap away between him and the lightning wolves. This distance, along with his own speed and the knowledge of the topography, sufficed to let him reach the village safely. These lightning wolves are cunning, choosing to attack in such weather. The noise from the strong wind and the sounds from the pine forest will mask their movements to a great degree. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, then ran towards the village with his greatest speed. After running for hundreds of meters, he bumped into a 5-person Gu Master group. "Hey, you are Gu Ye Fang Yuan." A young Gu Master in the group raised his eyebrows when he saw Fang Yuan and greeted him in an odd way. This Gu Master was Gu Ye Peng, Fang Yuan's classmate. During the academy period, he had suffered from Fang Yuan's bullying and extortion. Fang Yuan indifferently glanced at him before brushing past him without pausing, not giving him a chance to speak again. "Bastard!" Gu Yu Peng was stunned. Then a stifled feeling rose up in his heart and his speed slowed down. He didn't get the chance to ridicule Fang Yuan. "Little Peng, don't slow down. We need to hunt at least 50 lightning wolves today to preserve our rank in the battle merit board," the group leader spoke. Gu Yue Peng immediately restrained his furious expression and quickly followed the group members. "My group is ranked 75 in the battle merit board. That Fang Yuan is ranked at beyond 200. This difference is like that of heaven and earth. I am also quite fortunate to have such a caring senior as the group leader. From the start of the wolf tide till now, I have exchanged part of the battle merits to get a Gu worm. My future is bright. How could Fang Yuan compare to me?" Gu Yue Peng calmed down a lot when he thought of this, even feeling blessed at that. In this world, what can one accomplish by fighting alone? Many hands make light work. Unity is the greater power. It is still the clansmen that are reliable. Borrowing the clan's strength, we newbies can safely grow up. That Fang Yuan is an idiot. He really thinks he is a hero. He resolved the problem of the rank 5 river swallowing toad only by luck, and he is putting on airs. Although he has become a group leader, he hasn't recruited any group members. Serves him right to be ranked last. Haha. Anyway, with his eccentric personality, how will he recruit any group members? Gu Yue Peng's movement became more relaxed. Strangely, all along the way, they hadn't run into any wolf packs. Gu Yue Peng raised his head to look at the sky. It was afternoon, but the sky was already dusky as if it was evening. The wind blew, and the dark clouds densely covered the sky and moved rapidly, brewing thunder and rainstorm. However, Gu Yue Peng was not afraid, a mocking smile appearing on his mouth as he thought, "Haha, so Fang Yuan was hurriedly rushing back because he was worried of this rainstorm? What a coward! What is there to be afraid of a rainstorm?" Right at this time, the group leader's face suddenly paled. He opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. "Sir Group Leader, what happened?" Other 4 members naturally noticed this. In this Gu Master group, the group leader was in charge of scouting. Although he was also a rank 2 Gu Master, his scouting Gu worm didn't have as great a radius as Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass. His face was deathly white right now, and he had no wish to give detailed explanation. "Run, quick!" he shouted with terror, and amidst other group members' astonished gazes, he turned around and ran. "Follow the group leader." Other group members were not foolish. They quickly reacted and broke into a run. Hoo! Wolf howls came from behind them continuously. From these noises, they knew there was more than 1,000 lightning wolves. Everyone in the group was pale. They breathed heavily and used all their strength to run. "Wait for me." Gu Yue Peng sprinted with all he had but was still the last. He lost his composure and started screaming for help. He felt the breathing sounds of the lightning wolves behind his back. But what made him despair was the group leader, who normally showed great consideration to him, didn't even turn his head back. The teammates who used to pat their chests and speak of brotherhood and sentiments ignored his shouts. Ho! Gu Yue Peng suddenly heard a wolf howl right next to him. In the next moment, he felt an enormous force pressed on his back and knocking him down. He tumbled on the ground. The fall had made him dizzy. He subconsciously turned around to try to resist. Boom! A lightning snake flashed through the air. In the darkness, a bold lightning wolf's figure immediately became visible. Its body was twice the size of a normal lightning wolf, the hair in its body erect. It opened its mouth and revealed its silver-white sharp fangs. Gu Yue Peng's pupils shrank to a needle size, a thought echoing within his mind. 100 Beast King. The wolf pack's scale in the wolf nest was enormous. Not only were there 3 myriad Beast King level Thunder Crown wolves, There were also 100 Beast King level Bold Lightning Wolves and 1,000 Beast King level Frenzy Lightning Wolves. In the very next second, the Bold Lightning Wolf opened its mouth, and with a crack sound, Gu Yuepeng's whole head was gnawed off. Fresh blood and brain matter splashed. The Bold Lightning Wolf lowered its head and began to swallow the blood from Gu Yuepeng's neck and gnawed at his fatty meat. Countless lightning wolves came from behind it and rushed ahead. Rumbling sounds continued incessantly. Pitter-patter, heavy rain also started pouring. The true wolf tide had begun. Chapter 131. Loneliness is the deepest darkness. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. The rain poured heavily from above, and snake-like lightning danced in the sky randomly. This sustained for the entire night. Fang Yuan lay on his bed, hearing the shouting of Gu masters outside his house and the sound of their footsteps in the rain. He squinted his eyes, visions of his past life flashing in his head again. In his previous life, when the wolf tide attacked, he was still a rank 1 Gu master, and being part of the support group, he hid within the village and managed to escape the disastrous fate. But this time, he was already a rank 2 middle stage, and he had the 4-flavor liquor worm, currently moving towards upper stage. Thus, he had to be like other Gu masters, resisting the wolf tide in such a dark night. The rain is pouring outside, and they still have to fight the large amount of lightning wolves in this poor vision. This is truly torture, Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. He did not sleep in the rented apartment, but instead he was at the inn. If Fang Yuan was at the rented house, he would definitely be forced to participate. The clan higher-ups have definitely underestimated this wolf tide's severity. The correct method would be to hide in the village and defend to the end. Unfortunately, they are blinded by past experiences. Fang Yuan flipped around in his bed while thinking about this. Outside the window, the rain splattered all over the place. It was definitely a storm. Sounds of thunder constantly entered his ears. On the streets, Gu masters hurriedly moved about, the sounds of their footsteps and furious bellows never having a pause. At once, the cries of the wolves reached the village. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the Gu masters who were risking their lives fighting, or the mortals hiding in the village shivering, or even Fang Yuan, after sleeping until the midnight hour, they naturally awoke. He did not get up, but opened his eyes in the darkness while lying on his bed. The sounds outside the window entered his ears. People's life and death battles he could imagine, along with the thunderstorm outside the village. Gu masters and wolf packs formed an extraordinarily lively stage. No matter which character they were displaying the essence of life. Life was like a show. This was a good show. But Fang Yuan had no intentions of joining the act. On the contrary, he felt a sense of unexplainable loneliness, a loneliness with boundary. This was not because he was a transmigrator, reincarnator, or the fact that he carried an unspeakable secret, but because everyone was born lonely. Humans are like isolated islands floating in the sea of fate. Human encounters are like the collision of these loneliness islands, and once they touch, there would be an effect. Sometimes the islands would stick together, in the name of interest, kinship, friendship, love, and hate, but eventually they would separate, walking towards the path of destruction. This is the truth behind life. Unfortunately, people are always afraid of being alone. They crave the liveliness of human crowd, and they refuse to do nothing with their time. Because once they face loneliness, it meant facing pain and hardship. But once they can face this pain, people would obtain talent and courage. Thus, there is a saying, high achievers are definitely lonely. This is the feeling of being lonely. Every time I savor this, it strengthens my resolve to pursue the demonic way. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, thinking of the story of Renzu. Legend says, Renzu had obtained the Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was like a mask, and without a heart, Renzu couldn't wear it. Because before this, Renzu had given his heart to the Hope Gu, and from then on he never feared difficulty. But if Renzu wanted to use the Attitude Gu, he needed to have a heart. Renzu was troubled. Thus he asked Attitude Gu. He said, "O Gu, sometimes attitude says it's all. Now that I have encountered a problem, you know it, thus I'm here to seek advice." Attitude Gu said, "This is not hard. Renzu, you lack a heart, thus you just have to find a new one." Renzu was confused, asking again, "Then how can I find a new heart?" Attitude Gu sighed. Heart is nowhere and everywhere. Finding a heart, it is both easy and difficult. With your situation, you can obtain a heart now. Renzu was overjoyed. Quick, tell me how. Attitude Gi warned him. This heart is called loneliness. Human, are you sure you want it? Once you obtain it, you will face endless pain, loneliness, and even fear. Renzu did not listen to his warning. He continued asking. Attitude Gu could not defy Renzu's orders. Thus he said, You only have to stare at the sky on a starry night and say nothing. Once you reach daylight, you will obtain the heart of loneliness. That night, it was a star-filled sky. According to Attitude Gu's instructions, Renzu sat alone at the mountain peak, staring at the night sky. Before this, his life was very difficult, constantly struggling for survival. He had no time to admire this beautiful yet mysterious sky. But now, as he stared at the starry sky, his thoughts began floating, constantly thinking about himself. Such a meager and weak being like himself, living a life of constant fear and insecurity. Sigh, although I have Hope Gu, Strength Gu, Rules and Regulation Gu, and Attitude Gu to survive in this land, it is still difficult as ever. Even if I die tomorrow, it is not shocking. If I die, will the world remember me? Will anyone rejoice over my existence and grieve over my death? Thinking of this, Renzu shook his head. In this world, he was the only human. How can there be others? Even with Gu accompanying him, he still felt a strong sense of loneliness. Heart of loneliness. At this moment, when Renzu felt lonely, his body suddenly had a brand new heart. The sun rose from the horizon and shone on his face. But Renzu felt no happiness, and instead felt an endless pain, despair, confusion, and even fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear, for all he felt was the advent of darkness and apocalypse. Thus he painfully cried, stretching out his fingers and digging out his eyes. His left eye fell onto the ground and transformed into a young man. He had golden hair and a strong body. Once he appeared, he kneeled at Renzu's feet, saying, O Renzu, my father, I am your eldest son, verdant great son. At the same time, his right eye turned into a young girl, and she held Renzu's hand, saying, O Renzu, my father, I am your second daughter, desolate ancient moon. Renzu laughed loudly, tears flowing out of his empty sockets. He said good 3 times and continued, I have children now, I can finally endure the pain of the heart of loneliness. From now on, there will be people celebrating my existence and grieving for my death. Even if I die now, you will remember me. Only that, finally, he sighed. I lost both my eyes and can no longer see the light. From now on, you too shall observe this world from me. It rained the entire night. Only at dawn did the rain stop. Fang Yuan left the inn. Along the streets, the passers-by carried heavy and sad expressions. This night, the clan suffered great losses. The truth was, for the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain, none of them escaped this fate. All had suffered heavy losses. Fang Yuan could tell from seeing the merit board. After a night, the battle merit board lost 25 small groups, all sacrificed in the wolf tide. Even if there was 1 or 2 survivors, they were either injured or crippled. The group Gu Yu Peng was in was among this. The dozen over days after this, the situation worsened by the day. First, the 100-beast king Bold Lightning Wolf had appeared, and then soon after, reports came in that there was the 1,000-beast king Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Information like this caused the rank 2 Gu masters battling to be frightened. If they met the Frenzy Lightning Wolf, they would need at least 3 groups to cooperate to deal with it. This is not including the normal wolf groups together with the Frenzy Lightning Wolf. The 3 clans had to send out their rank 3 elders to deal with the situation. In this situation, the Gu masters' daily lives became very dangerous and long. Even with the stealth scales Gu, Fang Yuan had to be careful and meticulous. After all, he might encounter a Beast King class Lightning Wolf with a Lightning Eye Gu. The good news was that he had previously paid a price to be able to use the Earth Communication Eargrass. This investigative Gu's range was very large, allowing him to avoid the large-sized wolf packs. Eventually, the weather got warmer as July was at its end. Even though the situation was not optimistic, under the cooperation of the 3 clans, the situation was under control, somewhere near the mountainside. 3 Gu masters who had already experienced an intense battle were facing against a bold lightning wolf that had just arrived. The aura of death was impending. Damn it, insufficient primeval essence. If I had 60%, no, just 30%, we would not have to be chased like this. Group leader Xianxia stared at the slowly approaching bold lightning wolf. Like a cat chasing a mouse, he vomited a mouthful of bloody water. The mountain cliff is ahead. There is no path left. What do we do? A group member asked with a pale expression. What can we do? We can only put our hopes on the reinforcements. I heard Lord Bai Ningbing from my clan has come out of his closed-door cultivation and is rushing into battle. The two original groups, from both the Zhang clan and Bai clan, faced the wolf tide together and cooperated, but now only 3 people were left. Rather than relying on the Bai Ningbing, who is nowhere to be found, I'd rather fight for a chance to survive. Xiongzhan gritted his teeth. The reason why a beast king is so dangerous is because of the goo on its body. I have a plunder goo. It can forcefully steal a goo worm from my enemy, but it needs to be sustained when activated, and I cannot move. During this period, you have to protect me. Okay. The other 2 looked at each other and stood in front of Xiongzhan, helping him block the bold lightning wolf. Even though they knew that there was little hope, no one was willing to resign themselves to death. If the plunder is successful, we have a chance to live. Heaven bless us. Xiongzhan's face was determined as he raised his right arm. Life and death depends on this. The 3 humans and 1 wolf did not know that. High up on the cliff, a white-haired young man wearing a white shirt was staring at this scene. Life is so boring, he sat on the ground, one hand propping himself up, while the other was pouring liquid from his wine bottle. What he poured out was not wine, but sweet mountain spring water. He did not drink wine, but only liked water. As this young man drank, he stared at the show before him. Fight and die. Such a mundane life is too boring. Only with an intense battle like this can your lives have a hint of excitement and color. This way, your lives has some meaning. He laughed lightly in his heart, not showing any inclination to help. Even if he had the ability, even if his Bai clan member was there. So what? To him, loneliness is the deepest darkness, and the light of kinship is just a facade. He, Bai Ningbing, would not do something as boring as saving someone. Tai Riang Mong, verdant great sun. Gu Ye Yin Huang, desolate ancient moon. Important note. These names are really hard to translate, actually because they are names they should be in pinyin, Tai Riang Mong and Gu Ye Yin Huang. However, the names are relevant to another plot-wise matter, so they had to be translated to English, which was really difficult. For Gu Yu Yin Huang, the Gu Ye here is exactly the same as the Gu Ye clan. On the cliff, Bai Ningbing watched with interest. As he sat at the cliff, a life-and-death battle was on full display. The bold lightning wolf took its move, slowly approaching. 2 Gu masters blocked its path with a grim expression. Behind them, Xiongzhan was half kneeling on the ground, his left hand grabbing his right wrist, his right hand in the shape of a claw, aiming at the bold lightning wolf. Plunder Gu! Suddenly, he shouted loudly, all the primeval essence in his body gushing towards the plunder Gu. An invisible grabbing force exploded from within. Xiongzhan's right hand grabbed the air, and a sense of illusion made him feel that he had grabbed onto a goo worm. But this goo worm continued to struggle, contesting with him. This force was very large. His center of gravity had already been very low, but he still felt a very strong force dragging him forward. Plunder Gu's success rate is very low, but I have to succeed this time. Otherwise, we're doomed. He gritted his teeth, veins popping up on his forehead, as his expression turned ferocious, contesting with all his ability. Xiongzhan had no other way. Failure means death. Under the pressure of death, he infused the plunder Go with all the primeval essence he could muster. With the infusion of the primeval essence, the plunder Go residing in his right palm also increased its sucking force. The bold lightning wolf felt something amiss and started howling, attacking in a frenzy. The 2 Gu masters could hardly block it. Just when Xiongzhan felt that his plunder was going to succeed, his expression changed. Damn it, not enough primeval essence. He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his state of health being at the worst. Once a plunder fails, he would face some backlash. This was a flaw of the plunder Gu. How? Without the plunder Gu's restriction, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth and started to howl. The goo worm that lived within it used its ability and made its teeth shine with lightning. Eerie blue lightning discharged and finally shot out from its mouth. The lightning shot through the middle of both Gu masters, aiming for the half-kneeling Xiongzhan. Xianxia did not even have time to cry before he got hit by the lightning, turning into a piece of charred black cooked meat, instantly dead. Run! The remaining two Gu Masters no longer had any fighting spirit as they ran in two directions. The bold lightning wolf chased up to one of them, pouncing on him and biting the throat. The final Bai clan Gu Master was blocked by the bold lightning wolf and could only retreat towards the cliff. "Ah, I'm going to die." With his back against the cliff, he roared in despair, venting out the fear in his heart. But suddenly his voice came to a stop. He saw Bai Ningbing on top of the cliff. "Lord Bai Ningbing! Lord Bai Ningbing! Is that really you?" He was stunned, but then started shouting, overjoyed. "Oops! You found me." Bai Ningbing laughed and raised his right hand. His right index finger pointed downwards and an icicle instantly formed, shooting downwards. The icicle hit the Gu Master crying for help, penetrating his skull all the way to his chin. "Ah!" His face was still fixed with intense joy after finding hope, but then fell to the ground with a plop. The bold lightning wolf was shocked by the event. It stared at Bai Ningbing, its mouth opening. Within, lightning coiled around its teeth. Ignorant beast. Bai Ningbing stared plainly, jumping down lightly from the 5-meter cliff. In the air, he clapped his palms together, and icy mist instantly formed. Next, his palm splitted, and an ice blade appeared. This ice blade was around 1.7 m, like the katana on Earth, with a transparent icy body. The handle was grabbed by Bai Ningbing. Bold lightning wolf shot out electric light from bottom to up, and Bai Ningbing laughed while 2 lines of white water vapor poured out of his nose. The water vapor swirled around, wrapping around his body into a layer of water barrier. The water ball continued to rotate on its own, and the bold lightning wolf's lightning dissipated upon hitting this barrier. The water ball burst open, and the white-clothed young man appeared from within. Die. The young man's iris turned from black to pure blue, like 2 pieces of blue crystal devoid of feelings and emotion. The light of the blade shone. Bai Ningbing landed lightly, and from his half-transparent white ice blade, a drop of blood fell. Meanwhile, the bold lightning wolf stayed still like a statue. A breath later, fresh blood poured from its neck as the large wolf head fell on the ground, rolling several times. As for the body, it collapsed on the ground. The lightning current goo that resided in its body shot out like lightning towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing flicked his wrist, and a light shot out from his blade. The lightning current goo, under his sword, exploded into a ball of eerie blue lightning current with a bang, perishing instantly. Bai Ningbing slowly walked towards Xianxia's corpse. The other goo worms, they are all ordinary, but this plunder goo is slightly interesting. From Xianxia's corpse he extracted the plunder goo and held it near his chest. Even though the 3 clans have an agreement, after a Gu Master dies, if anyone after that obtains a Gu worm that has lost its Gu Master, they need to hand it over. But Bai Ningbing did not care about this rule. Even if they found out, so what? He was the symbol of the Bai clan's rise, and the clan would definitely protect him. This, he was very sure of. Only this wolf tide is really boring. He used his hand to caress his ice blade, feeling the intense freezing sensation. Come to think about it, it is more fun competing with someone. He yawned, suddenly smiling. I wonder how Qingshu, Xiongli, and the others are doing. How much have they grown? After cultivating behind closed doors for so long, maybe they can give me a surprise. Maybe. Days later, at the square where it was overflowing with people, Fang Yuan stared at a giant flag. On the flag, words were formed by the swim word Gu. The content was about the resources co-supplied by the 3 clans. These resources were very broadly categorized, from food used to feed Gu worms, rice and condiments for humans, oil and other living necessities, to Gu worms themselves and primeval stones. But behind these resources, there was a number attached to them, corresponding to the amount of merit points needed to exchange for them. A wolf's eye was 10 merit points, and 5 merit points was for a bag of 500 g of rice. Using 25 merit points could let a Gu master exchange for 1 primeval stone. Undoubtedly, the arrival of the wolf tide brought about an opportunity never seen before during peaceful times. The Battle Merit Board and this Resource Board urged on many Gu masters, making them willingly bath in warm blood, hunting lightning wolves day and night. Especially recently, as the wolf tide intensified, the 3 clans brought out the savings they had and spurred on the Gu masters' battle spirit. also raising their battle capability to help the village survive this ordeal. Thus, the resource board had many things that were not commonly seen. Like now, Fang Yuan's attention was on this goo. 3-step fragrant grass goo, he muttered, staring at the description on the large flag. 3-step fragrant grass goo was a goo worm Fang Yuan needed, as it could assist with movement, raising Fang Yuan's running speed. Honestly speaking, these days the resource board had many new goo worms, but only this 3-step fragrant grass goo was what Fang Yuan wanted. Except that this grass goo was not easy to get. It was not only the only one of its kind on the resource board, but the merit points required to exchange for it is also very high. If I use my true ability, I can definitely gather enough merit points to exchange for this 3-step fragrant grass goo. But if I do that, it would invite the suspicion of the clan, and that is not desirable. Fang Yuan thought silently. There is another way, and that is to produce a large amount of vitality leaves and sell these rank 1 goo to the clan, exchanging it for merit points. But this method is slow. By the time I get enough points, someone might have exchanged it already. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. This method had a flaw that would lead to failure. Then what should he do? He stared at the resource board and the merit board, falling into deep thought. Towards the merit points, he had a clearer and deeper understanding of it compared to all the surrounding people. Merit points are basically a kind of emergency currency. During peacetime, primeval stones are the common medium of exchange. They were hard currency and had high commercial value in themselves, thus would never devalue. But with the wolf tide, the need for primeval stones surged, and it could no longer be used as a currency. Thus, an emergency currency was needed to take over. Thus, merit points were born. With an alternate currency like the merit point, it can prevent the economy from collapsing temporarily. Like on Earth, when there's a war, the government would print large amounts of paper money. Of course, that causes inflation and rising price levels. The merit points are the same. The more it drags on, the more it devalues. But during the time of the village's life and death situation, without merit points and using only primeval stones is not sustainable. Thus, they can only pick the lesser poison. Hence, after the wolf tide, the economy always has signs of depression. I love you. Sigh, this rough form of an economy is nothing worth mentioning. If I am a rank 3, I can easily play around. But unfortunately, I do not have enough strength, so I'm unable to handle the risks. If I push on, it is equivalent to playing with fire. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The point was that his cultivation was not high, and his strength was not sufficient. Without strength, only having wisdom, it is useless. Thus, in Renzu's story, Renzu chose to deal with the strength goo, obtaining strength and giving up on wisdom. That is because strength is the foundation. Fang Yuan was still thinking deeply when he heard the discussions of the people around him. Do you guys know? Bai Ningbing struck again. Which unlucky goo master is it this time? It's Xiong clan's Xiong Li, that dejected-looking one. Sai, what is this Bai Ningbing doing? Last time, injuring Qi Shan, and now attacking Xiong Li. With the wolf tide coming, he is still fooling around. He's always does what he wants. He is already a rank 3 goo master, and is still finding problem with rank 2 goo masters. For fairness, he even used a goo worm to suppress his own cultivation to rank 2. He is really bored and hard to understand. Bai Ningding ha, a person halfway into the coffin. But that reminded me of something. Fang Yuan, upon hearing this, felt something in his heart stir. He knew how to get a large amount of merit points quickly. Chapter 133, Thanks for Letting Me Kill You. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh sprinting rapidly. The trees before Fang Yuan looked like they were crashing into him, and he quickly avoided them nimbly, pushing off with his legs. His right ear had roots swaying around, and behind him was a bold lightning wolf angered by him on purpose, and several hundred healthy, ordinary lightning wolves. The lightning wolf's speed was faster than him. Especially the bold lightning wolf, its streamlined body jolted around in the complicated terrain, having an extremely fast speed. Seeing Fang Yuan, who was about to be caught up, suddenly his body had ripples of light around him, and he vanished. The bold lightning wolf had to halt its steps and observe the surroundings with bewilderment. Fang Yuan sprinted to a faraway place, before reappearing again. Bold lightning wolf's eyesight was sharp, immediately finding him. It growled angrily, and chased after Fang Yuan again. As for those ordinary lightning wolves, they followed closely behind. Fang Yuan laughed internally and continued sprinting. Rinse and repeat, he had finally reached his destination. This time, he activated his stealth completely. The wolf pack who came chasing sniffed around the area where Fang Yuan disappeared, and soon after, the bold lightning wolf found its new target. Not far away, on the mountain valley, there were 5 Gu masters fighting with a pack of wolves. Howl, the bold lightning wolf had limited IQ, immediately forgetting Fang Yuan. It turned its head and growled, and the lightning wolves behind it entered the valley's battlefield like tidal waves. How can this be? The Gu master in battle saw this scene and despaired. Didn't they say that each pack of wolves have their own mobility range? We took so much effort to kill a bold lightning wolf, and here comes a second one. We're screwed. Quickly send the distress signal to the clan. This new pack of wolves joined in, and the Gu master's pressure intensified, their tone showing a panicky and flustered emotion. The investigative Gu master shot out a Gu worm from his hand. This Gu worm was like a golden round ball, but had a pair of colorful feathered wings. It flew into midair and exploded, turning into a rainbow flame, observable from a 50 kilometers range. This was the signal Gu, a rank 1 expendable Gu worm often used to send signals. The signal has been sent. Everyone hang in there, wait for reinforcements. The group leader shouted at an appropriate timing, slightly raising the morale and stabilizing their fighting spirits. It's useless. Fang Yuan appeared at a high point on the cliff, staring downwards, his heart smirking. This Gu master group's situation was already well investigated by him. The nearest group in the vicinity was also deep in the wolf pack's encirclement. That pack of wolves was also lured over by Fang Yuan to restrict them. Killing lightning wolves, each eyeball is 10 merit points. But on the battlefield, reclaiming worms and bringing them to the clan higher-ups is worth at least 1,000 points. This kind of thing, after doing it 2 or 3 times, I will be able to exchange the 3-step fragrant grass Gu, Fang Yuan thought in his heart. Under his scheme, the Gu master group's fate was sealed. Next, I will wait for them to be exterminated. Then I shall lure the lightning wolf pack away and come back here to collect the Gu worms. Fang Yuan walked to a nearby tree and sat down leisurely. No one was willing to die, so these Gu masters put up a strong resistance. Fang Yuan did not risk it to lure 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf, but instead chose the bold Lightning Wolf, so this gave them the opportunity to struggle for a longer time, especially when among them there was a defeated opponent of Fang Yuan's, Gu Ye Man Shi. He had the monolith Gu and had strong defense, thus he alone could block many Lightning Wolves' attack. But this was also why Fang Yuan chose their group. The more precious the Gi worm, after returning them, the more merit points are awarded. After bringing back the monolith Gi, Fang Yuan can get around 3,900 merit points, and that can let his position on the battle merit board rise by at least 20 positions. Of course, Qi Shan, Mo Yan, and Qing Shu's Gu worms were more precious than the monolith Gu, but Qi Shan's group had Gu Ye Qi She, who possessed the snake communication Gu, able to rely on heat to detect living beings. Fang Yuan's stealth had no use against him. As for Mo Yan, she had an even stronger investigative Gu master than Qi She, with even more methods. She had single-handedly completed wolf den investigation missions given by the clan many times. Qing Shu group does not have a strong investigative Gu master, but because of Gu Ye Fang Zheng's existence, the clan has definitely sent a clan elder to follow and protect him. Thus, if Fang Yuan lures them, it is courting death. For the Gu masters in the other 2 clans, Fang Yuan was not familiar with them. Setting up others was not easy to do. After choosing left and right, he finally decided on a few groups, and after following them for a long while, he managed to find an appropriate chance. Bai Ningbing was sleeping when sounds of battles entered his ear. He opened his eyes slightly, the slit of his eye shining with cold light. Another boring scene. He was sleeping on the edge of the cliff, and just turning around allowed him to have a clear view of the valley. He was about to go back to sleep, but suddenly saw a figure. Oh? His eyes shone with shock as he saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was leaning against the tree, eating a wild fruit he picked, staring coldly at the battlefield with no intention to help. Bai Ningbing instantly grew interested. He had never met someone like this. From young, the people around him were all loyal to the clan, and indulged in kinship. But from Fang Yuan, he felt a sense of familiarity, loneliness, and aloofness. Who is he? Bai Ningbing's heart developed confusion and interest. The wild fruit was picked on the spot, but with his experience, Fang Yuan could tell it was harmless. The fruit was juicy, sour, and sweet. As he ate, his right ear twitched. He heard something and it was nearby. Bai Ningbing was sleeping on a higher terrain of the cliff earlier, but without making any movements, the earth communication eargrass could not sense him. However, now that he moved, he was instantly discovered. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with lightning as he turned his body to see a white-haired and white-clothed young man stabbing his ice blade into the cliff and sliding down along it, landing not too far away. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted, recognizing him instantly. Qingmao Mountain's #1 genius, the symbol of Bai clan's rise, killing a rank 3 clan elder at rank 2, and at this young age he already reached rank 3. A crucial person capable of changing the entire power distribution of Qingmao Mountain. If it was other Gu masters facing Bai Ningbing alone, their expression would be rapidly changing, either nervous or wary. But Fang Yuan's gaze only stayed on him for a second before looking back at the valley. His expression was calm, almost uncaring. This is because Fang Yuan knew all about Bai Ningbing's trump cards and secrets, very clearly. Oh! Bai Ningbing walked over, staring at Fang Yuan blankly, his mouth opened, dragging his word. He curiously stared at Fang Yuan like he was looking at an object he had never seen before. He got closer and closer. The more he looked at Fang Yuan, the more his eyes shone, and the greater interest he had in his heart. On this person, why do I sense a familiar smell? It feels like I've seen him before. Like long ago, we are already friends, this feeling. Bai Ningbing's heart was turbulent. Friend? This word he was always skeptical, despising, and even felt disdain towards it. He never thought he would have a friend. Those commoners around him, they only had the right to admire him. They had no right to become his friend. Bai Ningbing always thought he would never have a friend in his life. But now, he suddenly had this feeling. This was a mystical feeling, but he was very sure of it. When he looked at Fang Yuan, it felt like he was looking at himself. Bai Ningbing got slightly too close, and Fang Yuan turned around, staring at him plainly with his deep, dark iris. Without a reason, Bai Ningbing understood the meaning of his gaze. It was a warning. He halted his steps, slightly stunned, very impolitely staring at Fang Yuan while saying, "Hey, you really are interesting." If the Bai clan Gu masters who were familiar with him heard this, they would go crazy. That is because, since his birth, Bai Ningbing had never praised someone like this. Fang Yuan ignored him, biting his wild fruit and staring at the valley's intense fight. Bai Ningbing circled around Fang Yuan, observing him closely, as if he was looking at the strangest food on earth. He looked from every angle, even squatting down on the ground and looking up at him from the floor. His silky white hair, which was impeccably clean like a crystal, instantly laid on the muddy ground, but he did not care. His white robe dragged across the ground and he paid no heed either. This moment, he was like a pure child seeing his playmate, curiously staring at Fang Yuan with a longing expression, many times wanting to speak but couldn't. Bai Ningbing felt that he had many things to say to Fang Yuan, but when he was about to speak, he felt no need anymore, because he felt that Fang Yuan understood. After being silent for a while, he asked, "The valley's battle is not interesting at all. What's there to look at?" Halfway through, his eyebrows raised, showing an expression of realization. "I see. You lured this wolf pack. You want to kill these Gu masters, but why did you not do it yourself? Oh, afraid of leaving evidence. You are too vigilant. From your aura, you already have rank 2 cultivation. If I were you, I'll just go ahead and do it myself." Suddenly, he chuckled like he had seen the most fun toy in this world as a kid. His eyebrows darted around. "You are really interesting. Even the things you do are interesting." "Hehehe, I am starting to like you." Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning around and looking at Bai Ningbing. He knew this person. That is because this person is also a natural demon. What is a demon? Abandoning the worldly customs, treating the people of this world with indifference, engulfed by loneliness and despising relationships. This person was like Fang Yuan's shadow, except that Fang Yuan was deeper down the path, and Bai Ningbing was more pure. In simple words, they were kindred spirits. In his previous life's memory, after the 3 clans barely survived the wolf tide, This man murdered the 3 clans and caused the lustrous green Qingmao Mountain to turn into a hellish ice mountain. Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, saying slowly, "You're very lonely, huh?" Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, squatting on the floor, nodding continuously, empathizing and sighing. "Yes, these days, life has been super boring. Some time ago, I killed a Shang clan Gu master, and that was somewhat fun. Getting this Gu, look." Fang Yuan looked at the plunder Gu in his hand, starting to laugh. "So, you want to kill me?" Bai Ningbing's eyes turned from black to blue crystal color as he jumped up and straightened his body. "Ha ha!" He raised his head and laughed thrice, staring at Fang Yuan with an excited expression. "You do know. That's right. I want to kill you. Come kill me too. Life and death battles are the most fun. Meeting someone as interesting as you. I swear I've never done anything so interesting." He got more and more excited as he suddenly opened both arms, arching his head and sighing, "Ah, I can feel that my life had never been so colorful. Thank you. Although I don't know your name, thank you for letting me kill you." Chapter 134. Hunting Down Translator. Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh, do not worry, you are only a rank 2. I will not lower myself and take advantage of you. I shall restrict my cultivation to the same rank for your sake. So come, let's have a fair fight." Bai Ningbing roared with savage laughter. Facing the crazy Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan easily maintained a languid expression. He met the heated glare in an equal manner, responding coolly. "Wanna kill me, then come." Nothing left to say. Fang Yuan took the first step, his body drifting away like a falling petal. Bai Ningbing's laugh came to an abrupt stop at this, his voice easily tainted with anguish. "Don't you run from me!" He instantly ran after, engaging Fang Yuan in a relentless chase. Fang Yuan ridiculed the disheveled master soundlessly, sprinting towards the mountain valley. Disturbed by the 2 barging into the valley's inner battlefield, the wolf pack reacted with fury, wasting no time in attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. The Gu masters, who had already been forced into the valley and lost, one man noticed the spectacle, the remaining 4 revealing a relieved expression when they saw the wolves become distracted. "Hang in there, guys, reinforcements are here." One even shouted loudly, blatantly trying to encourage the wolves against the newcomers. "Why is there only 2? Another asked, clueless while they saw the muffled figures of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. But as they got closer, Gu Yuemanxi's face turned weird with realization. It's him. It was impossible for him to not remember Fang Yuan, along with a sharp feeling of fear mixed with shame. It was this man that had defeated and publicly humiliated him. Those cold, merciless eyes dug out the deepest nightmare in his heart. He would never forget that terrifying event, and the fiendish man who accompanied the memory. He had once sworn to himself that he would buck up and reclaim his pride, but now, faced with Fang Yuan, who was here to save him, Gu Yuemanxi felt very complicated internally. Wait, the second person is? They all were able to recognize Bai Ningbing, and showed collective signs of shock at his appearance. Bai Ningbing. Gu Yuemanxi's eyes widened. He did not expect in the least to suddenly see Bai Ningbing appear under such a situation. "Scumbag, stop right there." Behind him, Bai Ningbing was continuing to shout vehemently. Fang Yuan paid no attention, however, and transversed among the wolf pack. His body was glowing with a white jade light, protecting him from the rabid lightning wolves' bites and scratches. But because each assault made contact, his aperture's primeval essence dropped quickly in turn. Not far away, Bai Ningbing's nose had flared and was blowing out water vapor, forming into a round shield of condensed moisture, enveloping his body. As each of the numerous lightning wolves hit this seemingly water shield, though, all of their kinetic force built up by their charge was simply dispersed by the water flow, and they were quickly sent flying away after with the resounding ripples of water. Logically speaking, Bai Ningbing's performance now wasn't that impressive, though. He was already a rank 3, even though according to him, he had already seemed to have suppressed his cultivation personally, using only rank 2 strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Even with rank 2 strength, Bai Ningbing's speed was slightly faster than Fang Yuan's, and he had more primeval essence, but with the interference of the wolf pack, his distance with Fang Yuan started to increase. The crucial deciding factor was the difference in physical strength between the two. Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, while Bai Ningbing's strength was of a slightly lower quality. Fang Yuan could also endure the wolf pack's attacks and continue moving forward. Bai Ningbing's water shield, although it is able to mitigate some of attacks, could not open a path forward for him, unlike Fang Yuan. Howl. One especially bold lightning wolf began to pay attention and was drawn to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. It howled, commanding the ordinary lightning wolves around it to give way, opening a path for it instantly. The lightning wolf wasted no time and spread its limbs, charging towards Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, the 4 trapped Gu masters all showed expressions of worry. As for Bai Ningbing, still behind Fang Yuan, upon seeing this new development, laughed loudly. But the next moment, Fang Yuan's body disappeared right before Bai Ningbing's eyes, vanishing from his vision like a fleeting ripple of water. His laughter cut off abruptly at the sight, the other Gu masters in the valley being left similarly speechless. The bold lightning wolf howled angrily after having lost track of Fang Yuan, but did not reduce its speed while charging towards Bai Ningbing to take its fury out on him instead. This prompted a smile from Bai Ningbing, his lips curving once more in amusement. He, this is really interesting. You really are interesting. Ha, then I shall start my meal with this appetizer. As he finished speaking, his eyes transitioned, changing from black to a shade of blue, the same color as that of the sky. Taking a stance, he propped one leg up like a flamingo, holding out the ice blade, and started to rotate. Quickly picking up speed, the ice blade carved out many waves of sword traces, maneuvering and slashing the air to form a scene similar to a tornado. The bright sword waves congealed into a blizzard storm and quickly engulfed the wolf pack. Numerous lightning wolves were torn to shreds by the act, becoming pieces of minced meat flung about by the storm. But not much blood ended up splattering against the surroundings, as it had almost all been completely flash-frozen by the icy blizzard storm already. The bold lightning wolf howled, showing its ferocity against the storm. The goo worm in its body started to work as well, causing golden sparks of electricity to flicker throughout its rugged coat. The hair on its body stood on ends. Golden electricity flowed like chains, coiling around its body and limbs. Altogether, it formed what looked to be a modest chainmail. Its 4 paws sprinted, and it streaked like a golden shooting star, rushing into the ice blade storm. Bam! A thunderous explosion sounded through the valley as the ice blade storm came to a stop, a broken piece of the ice blade flying in the air and with a swoosh stabbed into a mountain rock above. The white mist dispersed around the area. The bold lightning wolf laid on the revealed ground, its heart pierced through by an ice blade. Such a fatal attack ended its life almost instantly. Bai Ningbing laughed as he retracted the ice blade in his hands, gloating in his victory. The ice blade itself was broken from the middle down, the blade that managed to survive full of cracks, seemingly in a sorry state in his grip. But Bai Ningbing did not care as he stretched out his left hand and wiped the blade. The icy mist from before emanated from his left hand at the touch, spreading across the blade starting from the handle before covering it completely. Everywhere it reached, the ice blade was regenerated, the edge being sharpened once again. Soon, a new tip was fully grown in place of the broken end. The death of the bold lightning wolf had dispersed the wolf pack, but Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen. We will definitely remember Lord Bai Ningbing's act of saving us. The few Gu masters that survived went up and gratefully paid their respects to Bai Ningbing. Only Gu Yuman Shi stayed on the spot, his expression being uncertain. Back then, he lost to Bai Ningbing and was very indignant, but was let off by the latter. Now, though he had already successfully refined the monolith Gu, upon seeing Bai Ningbing again, he did not have any confidence to challenge him anymore. Bai Ningbing snorted. Suddenly, his arm moved, and the ice blade drew a few shining traces in the air. The 3 Gu masters were caught off guard, not expecting their savior just moments ago to attack. They carried a look of disbelief as they laid on the ground, forever. Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Gu Yumanshi screamed, shocked and angry at the sudden manslaughter. Murdering, of course. Is something wrong in your head? Isn't this obvious? Bai Ningbing shrugged and laughed coldly. Accursed bastard. Gu Yumanshi tightly clenched his fists out of rage while he gritted his teeth and scolded the other master. Our 3 clans have formed an alliance, yet you attack our Gu Yue clansmen. This is a violation of our alliance treaty. If you have any problems, come at me. I'm here. Never mind. It is time we settle our grudge from back then. Saying so, Gu Ye Manshi shouted and took a few steps, charging towards Bai Ningbing. He activated the monolith Gu with all his strength, and all the muscles on his body bulked up while a thick rock skin formed. His entire appearance had turned into a rock man, courting death. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, raising his blade. The sharp ice blade came down relentlessly, first hacking Gu Ye Manshi's head, moving down past his brows before carving through his nose, lips, and throat. The blade quickly came to a rest after it bisected the Gu Master down past his chest in an instant. Rock fragments flew out as the ice blade hit the abdomen, and the blade snapped. But the icy mist had already frozen all the remaining life force left in Manshi's body. Plop! He fell to the ground with a splatter as dead as can be. The rock skin on his body slowly vanished, revealing his true form. Looks familiar. Bai Ningbing shook the wrist that was hurt by the vibration of the rock. He had pretty much forgotten the incident where he spared Manshi. He shook his head, turning around and facing the wide valley to shout, "Come out. The Gu Masters you want dead. I've done it for you. Come, come, come. Let's have a life and death match." Just as Bai Ningbing's words had finished, Fang Yuan appeared not far away. The white-haired young man's gaze became excited as he raised his ice blade, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed soundlessly at the act, turning around and leaving. Bai Ningbing shouted in anger that he was still fleeing, once again chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly. On the way, Fang Yuan lured Bai Ningbing to the battlefield that was the closest, where the Xiongli group was fighting against another group of wolves, led by a bold lightning wolf. This pack was obviously lured by Fang Yuan as well. Everyone put in more effort. The wolf pack is at its limit. The southeast direction sent a distress signal. "It's been a while, they need our help," Xiongli urged on his group. But halfway through, he could no longer speak when he saw Fang Yuan, and the Bai Ningbing persistently behind him. Ever since Fang Yuan surrendered, Xiongli no longer cared about him. Thus, his gaze quickly shifted from Fang Yuan to Bai Ningbing. "Bai Ningbing!" Xiong-Li's eyes spewed fire upon seeing the white-clothed, white-haired young man, his heart uncontrollably growing with rage. Not long ago, Bai Ningbing had appeared in front of him and attacked without a word, the event still fresh in his mind, and had been purposely suppressing his cultivation to rank 2. Xiongli was caught off guard and lost the battle. His personal honor and the clan's glory was all trampled by Bai Ningbing ruthlessly. This to him was a big disgrace. How could he not be furious? Wait, Bai Ningbing seems to be chasing Fang Yuan. Xiong-Lin suddenly noticed. His body was short in stature, his round bald head glowing with light. Xiong-Lin is the same age as Fang Yuan, but having B-grade talent instead, he is the #1 talent among Xiong Clan's new Gu Masters of Age. He was a rank 2 cultivator as well now, and after getting some experience, had grown up. Xiongli suppressed the urge to attack. Fang Yuan was from the Guyu clan, not from his Xiong clan. Even though there was the 3-clan alliance, they are still not close. Since it is an outsider fighting, it is best if one does not get involved. The Xiongli group was about to watch on the sidelines, but how could Fang Yuan not expect that? One sentence from him changed their perspective in an instant. Fang Yuan quickly got close to the Xiongli group, shouting in a frightened voice, "I saw the plunder Gu on him, protect me. Bai Ningbing is trying to eliminate all witnesses." Chapter 135, Northern Dark Ice Soul, 10 Extreme Talents Translator, Sky Pharaoh, Editor, Sky Pharaoh, what? Xiong-Lin was stunned. Plunder Gu? There is only one person that has this Gu worm in Qingnao Mountain, and that is my cousin Xiongjiang. Xiongjiang's face turned gloomy. Xiongli closed his eyes, fierce light flickering in them. Others might be afraid of Bai Ningbing, and even he was afraid. But this fear didn't represent his weakness and cowardice. In his heart, long was there already thoughts of sacrificing himself for the clan. He had the resolution to fight to the death with Bai Ningbing. "Bai Ningbing, is the plunder Go in your possession?" He stepped forward and faced Bai Ningbing, letting Fang Yuan brush past him. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. "So what if it is?" Xiongjiang's face was as gloomy as water, and asked, "Tell me, how did my cousin die?" "Why is his Gu worm in your hands?" Xiong-Lin also asked. "Bai Ningbing, I respect you as my senior, but you secretly seized our Xiong clan's Gu worm and didn't hand it over. This is an open violation of the alliance treaty." After he spoke, he raised a signal Gu in his hand. With a bang, bright fireworks burst in the sky. The colorful light from the fireworks shone upon Bai Ningbing's face. He laughed. I have never cared about the dog-shit alliance treaty. I only saw someone using the plunder goo and thought it was interesting, so I collected it. Xianxia was unable to hold back his anger when he heard this. He gave a furious shout and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you looked while my cousin fought to death and didn't help. You bastard. The 5-person group was an integral whole. For personal or private reasons, the Zhongli group were irreconcilable with Bai Ningbing. The fight was hard to avoid, the scene immediately turning chaotic. On one side was Bai Ningbing facing the Zhongli group's attack. On the other side, they were surrounded by Wolfpack and still had to face their attacks. Fang Yuan left the battlefield and calmly spectated from far away. The Wolfpack moved together like a large millstone, and the 6 Gu masters fought with their lives. The slightest carelessness could land them into the wolves' mouths. Zhongjiang used roaming zombie Gu, his 2 irises turning gloomy green. Zhongli's 2 eyes were red, whereas Bai Ningbing's pair of pupils were azure like crystals. The fight between these 3 was the most intense in the battlefield. Under the roaming zombie Gu's ability, Zhongjiang turned into a zombie. His defense was amplified against water and ice. Withstanding Bai Ningbing's attacks, Zhongli used Grand Bear Gu. With the strength of 2 bears, his bowl-sized fists were without rival, and even Bai Ningbing's water barrier was destroyed under their attacks. It wasn't easy for the remaining 3 group members to meddle in this fight. They could only do their utmost to fight against the lightning wolves. That bold lightning wolf lured in by Fang Yuan could have been easily dealt with, but it had turned into a huge threat now. Bai Ningbing, you will pay for what you have done. Xianxia shouted and charged at Bai Ningbing. Just with you? Bai Ningbing coldly smiled. He nimbly jumped back, pulling apart some distance, and flung out his left hand, throwing out 5 finger-sized icicles. The icicles struck Zhongjiang's body, but Xianxia didn't feel any pain whatsoever. When he turned into a zombie, even if his hands and legs were broken, he wouldn't feel any pain. The cold aura in the icicles could freeze and slow down ordinary people's movements, but it only felt cool and refreshing to Xianxia. Zombie physique belonged to yin physiques. It had low resistance to fire, lightning, and sunlight, but was very powerful against this type of cold aura. Bai Ningbing, you are still playing in this situation? Unleash your true strength, Zhongli furiously shouted. Bai Ningbing had been suppressing his cultivation base to rank 2 from the very beginning, and was also mostly using rank 2 Gu. Zhongli felt like he was being held in contempt. He felt humiliated, which caused his anger to burn even more. Ha ha ha! How can you minor characters have the qualifications to make me use my full strength? Bai Ningbing coldly laughed. His attacks were becoming more powerful, but he was still suppressing his strength and didn't use a rank 3 worm. Fang Yuan, who was spectating from afar with his hands crossed, clearly understood the reason. It is not that he doesn't want to unleash his true strength, but he cannot use it. Bai Ningbing, hey, he has northern dark ice soul physique. In the oldest legends of this world, all humans are descendants of Renzu. But as the saying goes, the dragon has 9 unique sons. There are no 2 absolutely same people, and even twins have differences. In this world, the difference that is of the biggest concern is aptitude. Those that have the aptitude to cultivate could become Gu masters, going beyond ordinary. Those with no cultivation aptitude were just mortals, the lowest level in the society, who could be trampled upon and played with. Cultivation aptitudes were divided into 4 grades: A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade. Everyone knew this. But actually, there were still more outstanding aptitudes above A grade. This was a secret. Clans would never carelessly spread this, and only after reaching a certain status in society could one know this secret. Zhongli and the rest naturally didn't know. Even elders and clan leaders might not know. But Fang Yuan, who had reached rank 6 in his previous life, shedding his mortal body and becoming a Gu immortal, naturally was aware of this. There were 10 types of aptitudes above A grade, and they were collectively called 10 extreme physiques. Before Renzu died, he gave birth to 10 children. The eldest son, Verdant Great Sun; second daughter, Desolate Ancient Moon. Among the 10, there was one named Northern Dark Ice Soul. Renzu's legends, whether real or false, alluded to many secrets in Gu Master's cultivation. Renzu's 10 kids individually represented 10 types of ultimate aptitudes, Fang Yuan recalled. Any one of the 10 extreme physiques is superior to A-grade aptitude. The most excellent A-grade aptitude can only store 99% primeval essence in their aperture. But any one of the 10 extreme physiques holds full 100% primeval essence in their aperture. However, everything exists in balance. The 10 extreme physiques which holds 100% primeval essence is too perfect, and heavens won't easily allow their existence. For instance, in Renzu's story, his 10 kids didn't have a long life. In reality, it is difficult for the Gu Masters who hold 10 extreme physiques to grow and mature, almost all dying an untimely death. Of course, if they can really grow to become a rank 6, they will be able to sweep through same-stage opponents and even perform miracles, such as fighting a higher rank. Bai Ningbing, who possesses Northern Dark Eye's soul, is the same. With 100% primeval essence, his aperture is too stressed out and has the risk of collapsing any moment. To decrease this risk, Bai Ningbing must cultivate and use primeval essence to nurture his aperture walls and increase its strength to be able to support the 100% primeval essence. Thus, his cultivation speed is outstanding and shocking. However, high cultivation means higher quality primeval essence, which subsequently increases the pressure on the aperture, instead increasing the risk. Bai Ningbing is like a victim in a lone boat in the sea. He doesn't have fresh water and can only drink the seawater to relieve his thirst, but the seawater is salty and will absorb the original moisture content of the body instead, making him even more thirsty. The higher his cultivation is, the nearer he is to destruction. Yet he cannot choose not to cultivate, since being from Bai village and the one upon whom the clan's expectations lies, he will also face assassination from Xiong and Guyue village. This forces him to continue to grow stronger. Being the possessor of the Northern Dark Ice soul, he clearly understands his situation. Knowing he doesn't have much time left, and his death being certain, he has thus formed this temperament. Fang Yuan sighed when he thought of this. This was clearly an irony. Excessively excellent aptitude didn't lead a Gu Master to have a meteoric rise, but would be the main culprit behind their deaths. Too much is as bad as too little. People need to drink water and eat food, but if they eat and drink excessively, they could die. From another angle, no matter which world, there is no true perfection. There is no perfect love, no perfect work. Excessively perfect will just lead to destruction. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 3 years after the Wolf Tide, Bai Ningbing's cultivation inevitably reached rank 4 realm. His aperture couldn't support the burden from the primeval essence, and ultimately it exploded. 10 extreme physiques wasn't tolerated by the heavens and earth, and the self-detonation of such a heaven-defying thing was like the most perfect song, its power outstanding, directly annihilating everyone in the 3 villages and turning the whole Qingmao mountain into an absolute death ice domain. Fortunately, by that time, because of Fang Zhang, who had been making things difficult for Fang Yuan, who only had an average cultivation, Fang Yuan could only join a caravan to go away, thus luckily avoiding this disaster. To delay his death, Bai Ningbing used Gu worms to dilute his rank 3 silver primeval essence into rank 2 red steel primeval essence, of his own accord. He also rarely used rank 3 Gu worms at the same time. This was simply because rank 3 Gu worms consumed great amounts of red steel primeval essence every time, resulting in the strength waning if it continued. Instead, it was better to continue using rank 2 Gu worms, which would be of much more help to Bai Ningbing in battles. This was the real reason Bai Ningbing suppressed his cultivation. If not, having strength but choosing to bind one's own hands and feet, landing in a dangerous state, was something only a brainless retard would do. Bai Ningbing was smart and intelligent. He had received great training and education, so how could he do such a foolish thing? Except, such a temperament at his young age was indeed unusual, but as someone who was about to die, why would he have misgivings in his behavior? Such disregard and fearlessness prevented him from being assimilated into the system, and nurtured a heart of the demonic path in him. Otherwise, with his living environment, countless expectations, great trainings, holding honor, fighting enemies, bright future, he would have already been assimilated into the organization system and nurtured a leader's temperament. Bai Ningbing was actually a pitiful child, and Fang Yuan had no wish to deal with him before. But since he wanted to kill Fang Yuan also didn't mind making use of him first before removing this misfortune early. The battle was still continuing. In this while, the situation had already changed. Bold Lightning Wolf was killed by Bai Ningbing and the wolf pack had ran away in defeat. Xiong Li Group's healing Gu Master fell under Bai Ningbing's blade, but he had paid a heavy price for this. His right arm was viciously punched by Xiong Li, and it seemed to have fractured as it was hanging limply throughout the battle. However, all of these couldn't hinder him from occupying the upper hand. Xiong Li was a top elite amongst rank 2 Gu Masters, his strength equal to Qing Shu and Qi Shan. Zhong Jiang was a newly rising defense expert. Zhong Lin was the genius newbie and now had rank 2 battle power. There was also another Gu Master, but even after combining their strength, these 4 were still suppressed by Bai Ningbing. One should know Bai Ningbing had already fought a battle before which had consumed a lot of his red steel primeval essence. He also killed Bold Lightning Wolf and the healing Gu Master, resulting in his right arm losing its ability to move. He could only abandon using his ice blade with his habitual right hand and switch to his left. By doing this, he had to temporarily abandon using his icicles, his offensive power almost reducing by half. He was still occupying the upper hand in such situation, and his dominance was even becoming more solid. It is, after all, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Although he used Goo Worm to dilute his primeval essence and sealed the true advantage of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the primeval essence recovery speed is still maintained. His advantage will continue to increase the longer the battle lasts. Fang Yuan looked at the situation and inwardly sighed. My current battle strength is not enough to defeat him. Fang Yuan calmly admitted this point. Fang Yuan only had C-grade aptitude with 44% primeval essence. Even the combined strength of B-grade aptitudes, Xiong Li, Xiong Lin, and Xiong Jiang were being suppressed by Bai Ningbing. It was obvious that if Fang Yuan faced Bai Ningbing by himself, his situation would only become more difficult than Xiong Li and the rest. However, not being able to defeat you doesn't mean I can't kill you. Fang Yuan coldly smiled. This was the accumulated wisdom from 500 years of experience. Although they had similar reflections, compared to this centuries-old devil, Bai Ningbing was only a little devil forced into it by his cruel fate. Chapter 136, Clash of Brawn and Brain. Translator, Sky Pharaoh, Editor. Sky Pharaoh cold air blew all over the place, accompanying ice blades in flight. Steel fists howled in the wind, and fangs growled their fury. Xiong Li and the others' fight against Bai Ningbing had reached its climax. Not that much time had passed since the battle began, to be honest. But as the pressure from Bai Ningbing intensified, Xiong Li and the others started to feel that time dragged on longer with the difficulty he posed. Xiong Jiang's face was dim as water, Xiong Lin's forehead dripping with cold sweat, while Xiong Li maintained a serious gaze. At this point, even Xiong Li had to suppress his anger and admit Bai Ningbing's formidable strength. Even though Bai Ningbing suppressed his rank 3 cultivation, and only fought with rank 2 Gu Worms, he displayed strength that was able to suppress their entire group. But even then, the truth was that Bai Ningbing had not even given it his all. This was not intentional to prove a point, rather it was a precautionary measure against Fang Yuan. To Xiong Li and the others, their motive was simple. It was to arrest or kill Bai Ningbing. But to Bai Ningbing, the situation was more complicated. He needed to fight back the Xiong Li group on one end, while simultaneously being on guard to prevent Fang Yuan's sneak attack on the other end. He had seen Fang Yuan using the stealth scales Gu with his own eyes. Thus in battle he needed to make sure to divert some of his attention to prevent Fang Yuan's attack. But till now, Fang Yuan had not made a move. Did he leave? Impossible. Although it is our first meeting, he is not the type to retreat. He will definitely act. He is just biding his time. Bai Ningbing waved his ice blade and suppressed Xiong Li, while his thoughts raced in his mind. Not only did he have to use his brawn to fight the Xiong Li group, he also had to compete with Fang Yuan using his wit. Fang Yuan refusing to attack was increasingly putting pressure on himself. A sheathed sword is the most dangerous, because one would not be able to predict where the sword is going to stab. Although Fang Yuan had not struck, and was secretly watching the battle, he had been able to divert Bai Ningbing's attention all this time. If not for this diversion, the Xiong Li group would have lost long ago. Otherwise, they would not be able to hold on for so long. This Bai Ningbing is very meticulous. First, he killed the Bold Lightning Wolf decisively, reducing a pawn that I could use. Next, he risked getting injured to killing the healing Gu Master in Xiong Li group. All these actions are the most sensible decisions to make in his situation. Although he is engaging in serious combat with Xiong Li group, he is still holding back to prevent my attack, in fact. Under the shadow of a nearby tree, Fang Yuan crossed his arm as he watched, his eyes shining with uncertainty. It was not that he did not want to strike, but he just could not find an opportunity to. He was not anxious, though. The longer this dragged on, the more battle strength would be drained from Bai Ningbing. The 10 extreme bodies had a supreme primeval essence recovery rate, much more than A-grade, but it still was spent up over time. The longer Fang Yuan waited, the more primeval essence used up in Bai Ningbing's aperture, and the more the scales of victory would shift towards Fang Yuan. If Bai Ningbing's aperture had no primeval essence left, so what if he is the northern dark ice soul body? One moonblade and he's beheaded. Fang Yuan knew this, and Bai Ningbing was aware of this fact as well. Although he currently had the upper hand, his heart was getting heavier. I cannot continue like this. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone as he took a large step back, pulling some distance from the Zhongli group. Next he gulped, his throat expanding like something had risen from his stomach into his mouth. His jaw was raised high as he opened his mouth in difficulty. An icy blue-colored small bird popped out of his mouth, its head raising above his white teeth. It looked around and soon found a locked onto a specific gaze. Jumping out of Bai Ningbing's mouth, the small, icy bird flapped its wings strongly, flying towards Zhongli. The small blue bird was cute like a pigeon, but Zhongli and the others' faces lost their color upon seeing it. Rank 3 bluebird ice coffin goo. Get away from it, quickly. The Zhongli group frantically tried to dodge around, but this blue ice bird was not like the moonblade. Once sent out, it was locked onto the target. Boom! It smashed into the support goo master in Zhongli group, before promptly exploding. Frosty air blew all over the place, and the piercing blue light from the explosion lit up the entire battlefield. The next second, the blue light dispersed, and a partially transparent block of ice was revealed, a cold, watery blue in color. The goo master was visibly sealed within the ice block, his face still retaining the fear and anxiety before death, but he had lost all signs of life. Even though Bai Ningbing was already a rank 3 goo master, once a rank 3 goo worm was used, his suppressed rank 2 primeval essence in his aperture would be rapidly used up. At the same time, it cannot display the true power of a rank 3 goo worm. Moreover, once used during the following period, the enemy can make use of this opportunity to attack. But Zhongli's group of 3 were frozen in shock instead, startled by this bluebird ice coffin goo. Bai Ningbing did not follow up the attack, and instead turned around and left, attempting to leave the battlefield. This was a wise decision, for if he continued, the situation would become more disadvantageous for him. Damn it, Bai Ningbing, don't run if you have guts. Big brother Xianxia was killed by him. Kill him. Take revenge for brother Xianxia. Zhongli group cursed loudly but could not catch up. Originally, the 4 of them were barely enough to form an encirclement, but now that they had one less person, their blockade was easily broken by Bai Ningbing. Seeing that Bai Ningbing was about to leave the battlefield, at this time a moonblade flew out from among the bushes, and a person leapt out and quickly following after. Bam! Bai Ningbing's ice blade waved and dispelled the moonblade. But his abdomen was hit by someone, throwing him back by 3 large steps. During this period, Zhongli and the others were sobered from their stupor, getting close, and surrounded Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing ignored the 3, staring at the newcomer instead, chuckling. So you finally appeared. It's Fang Yuan. Xionglin's eyes shone, seeing a glimmer of hope. Fang Yuan, good job. Xiongjiang was overjoyed, shouting. Zhongli stayed silent. Although he seemed rash, his thoughts were more meticulous than anyone else. Fang Yuan did not strike earlier, but suddenly appeared. Was he watching the battle all along? The thought of this possibility brought him unease. Fang Yuan smiled mildly, showing a victorious appearance, but his heart sank. Bai Ningbing's act of retreating was to force him to appear. Fang Yuan was clear of his intentions and saw through it, but so what if he did? He had to show up. Zhongli's expression was also taken into account, and he had expected it. Rest assured, everyone. He opened his mouth. I've informed the clan, just hang in there for a little longer. Reinforcements are coming. Zhongli was relieved at once. Zhonglin, Xiongjiang's battle spirits were ignited, and Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, so he's called Fang Yuan, such an interesting guy. I only want to kill you even more now. I'm afraid you're not capable enough to achieve that. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, taking a step forward. Bai Ningbing, the heavens want you dead. You're finished. Xiongjiang gritted his teeth, running into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you are too arrogant. You will pay the price today, Xionglin growled, moving towards Bai Ningbing's back. Fang Yuan, stay back a little. Back us up and prevent Bai Ningbing from escaping, Xiongli said. If Fang Yuan interfered, it would destroy the chemistry the three of them shared. Battle continued. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil while he continued to constantly attack, treating Zhongli's words as if they were air. The Zhongli group frowned. Outsider interference would cause the battle formation to be chaotic, and their cooperation would start to fail. But Fang Yuan's every attack was ruthless and decisive, having a strong grasp of opportunity, instead being of great help to them. At first, Xiongli growled threateningly at him, but soon he shut the fuck up. His frowning face slowly eased, and his brows started to raise instead, revealing his surprise towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not strike much, but each attack he made had great implications on the battle. Once his master-level methods were displayed, he instantly grasped the battle in his hands. Zhongli's group of 5 originally were at a disadvantage when fighting Bai Ningbing, and ended up getting 2 of their members killed. But once Fang Yuan joined in, along with the 3's combined combat prowess, they managed to suppress Bai Ningbing into a corner. Bai Ningbing, just go and die, Zhongli growled loudly, jumping up and landing heavily. His 10 fingers intertwined to form a punch, slamming toward Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing wanted to dodge, but Fang Yuan appeared at that moment, and at the same time shot out a moonblade, blocking the direction where he wanted to leap. Bai Ningbing had no choice but to endure Xiongli's attack. Water shield goo. From his nostrils, 2 lines of water vapor coiled around his body, forming a spherical barrier of condensed moisture. With a loud impact and a compressed pop, Xiongli's heavy punch landed on the barrier, breaking through it instantly. But this act also caused the punch to lose all its built-up velocity and allowed Bai Ningbing to escape death. Even so, Xiongli took a glance at Fang Yuan, showing signs of admiration. If not for his superb cooperation, this hit would have been avoided by Bai Ningbing. It would not have forced Bai Ningbing to take the hit head-on, expending his primeval essence. Water shield goo again. Fang Yuan did not mind Xiongli's gaze, but focused on Bai Ningbing, frowning. It was this water shield goo that alleviated Bai Ningbing's predicament. The defensive power of the water shield was superior to even the white jade goo, but it had a weakness. He needed to form a ball shape and rely on the moving water to draw the force away, dispersing the damage in order to display its full defensive capabilities. If Bai Ningbing was up against a wall, he cannot form a ball shape and his defense power would be greatly reduced. There are many forests on Qingmao Mountain, but even then Bai Ningbing had been very careful, making sure not to get into a tight spot. As long as I beat this water shield goo, I can put Bai Ningbing in a tight spot. But how? Fang Yuan was thinking. But suddenly Bai Ningbing's mouth opened, and a new blue bird flew out. Zhongli and the others were fearful of this attack, but Fang Yuan was not flustered in the least. He snorted coldly, shooting a moonblade. With a bam, the moonblade hit the ice bird, causing it to explode. Bai Ningbing growled in a low voice. He was too close by, and after the ice bird exploded, he was hit by it too. The impact caused him to fly up and then fall on the ground. At the same time, half of his left limb was frozen, losing its ability to fight. Divine opportunity. Seeing this, Xiongלי's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting, "Go die!" and his arms gathered to form another punch towards Bai Ningbing. This hit was too heavy, and as Bai Ningbing was on the ground, the water shield goo's defensive capabilities were less than half of the usual. If this hit his head, there was no doubt that he, Bai Ningbing, would instantly die. Chapter 137, Shadow of Death. Translator, Skypharaoh Editor. Skypharaoh, seeing that Xiongli's fist was about to hit Bai Ningbing, Xianglin and Xiongjiang both showed a joyful expression. Only Fang Yuan stood far away, his eyes shining with solemnness. With his understanding of Bai Ningbing, how could he commit such a beginner's mistake? As expected at this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly struck. His right hand and forearm's flesh all turned into a transparent blue frosty ice. From outside his finger bones could be seen. His fingers gathered straight, forming a palm blade and striking like lightning, puncturing Zhongli's heart. Erg! Zhongli's descending body came to a halt. He stared with wide-opened eyes, lowering his head and staring at his chest in disbelief. How can this be, Lord Zhongli? With the sudden twist of events, Xiongjiang and Xianglin could not believe it. You think my right arm was really broken by your punch? Naive. I already used the rank 3 ice muscle Gu and trained a body of ice muscles. This is the ultimate defense. The reason I pretended earlier was to give a certain someone a surprise. Bai Ningbing slowly got up, showing disdain in his eyes, and at the end of his speech, he looked towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, staring at him too. Plop. Bai Ningbing, Zhongli opened his mouth, saying his last words with difficulty. Bai Ningbing's ice hand spread out some cold air and froze his heart, cutting off his life force. Scheming scumbag, I will fight it out with you. Xianglin saw Zhongli's death firsthand, and under the extreme pain and anger, he ignored his own danger and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Xianglin, calm down. Xiongjiang acted in time, restraining Xianglin. Group leader is dead. We are no longer his match. Quickly leave. I'll block him. Xiongjiang controlled his sadness and said, Brother Xiongjiang. Xianglin was dumbfounded, his eyes turning red. Xiongjiang shrugged his hand backwards and took a step forwards, blocking Bai Ningbing. Shadow Bond Gu. The shadow below his feet suddenly came alive, distorting creepily, connecting itself to Bai Ningbing's shadow. I have the Shadow Bond Gu. Once I get hurt, Bai Ningbing takes the same damage. He won't kill me so easily. Xianglin, you are still young and have better talent than me or group leader. Go away quickly. Xiongjiang's gaze was locked onto Bai Ningbing as he shouted, Brother Xiongjiang. Xianglin's eyes were teary. He knew the weakness of the Shadow Bond Gu. In the previous battle, Xiongjiang had used the Gu worm too, but once Bai Ningbing pulled sufficient distance, the shadow would split. Xiongjiang saying this was just to console him. Especially now, Xiongjiang did not have enough primeval essence. He had already used up too much, and even the roaming zombie Gu had stopped working. Xianglin's feet seems to have taken roots, as he refused to move a step. He turned around, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why are the reinforcements not here yet? Fang Yuan did not speak, only staring firmly at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing moved his right arm, and after a while his right arm regained its fleshy state. He used a mocking tone. Reinforcements? Heh. They would have come long ago if it was the case, but this is all a lie. Tisk, 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 you are even more naive than the other one. You really think such a cheap method like Shadow Bond Gu can restrain me? He stared at the shadow in disdain, not giving a fuck. Fang Yuan, is this true? Xianglin clenched his fist, eyes speaking fire as he asked furiously. Fang Yuan did not care about him, but stared at Bai Ningbing, his mouth curling into a smile. That move earlier, it expended your primeval essence, right? By now, how much primeval essence do you still have in your aperture? Xiongli used a defensive Gu worm, but it was weaker than Fang Yuan's white jade Gu. The result was that his defense was penetrated, but such an attack is clearly not owned by a rank 2 Gu master. According to the earlier situation, Fang Yuan guessed that Bai Ningbing used the rank 3 Frost Demon Gu. This Gu's ability was strong, renowned among the rank 3 Gu, but overuse harmed the user. Joint problems were just a light symptom, but if serious, one's muscles could be frozen and damaged, thus it needed to be used with other Gu worms. Bai Ningbing had said earlier that his muscles had become ice muscles, and could take the cold of the frost. Thus, when used together with the Frost Demon Gu, they complemented each other. This was still Bai Ningbing using rank 2 primeval essence to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm. So it had to have high consumption, but he needed to use such a method to break the stalemate. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. The move earlier had caused a great consumption of his primeval essence, and Fang Yuan saw through it. Thus, after killing Zhongli, he did not strike again, but used the talking time to recover. He laughed heartily, nodding, and confessed, Not bad, my primeval essence is running dry. I left my right limb unused to lure you to attack. But you didn't fall for it. The real battle is just starting, isn't it? Fang Yuan squinted. If Bai Ningbing denied it, he would attack without doubt. But Bai Ningbing confessed, showing a look of fearlessness. Either that Bai Ningbing knew he was going to die, showing no fear towards death, or he probably had other strong trump cards and had great confidence in surviving. Ordinary Gu masters only had 3 to 5 Gu worms. Even Qing Shu and Qi Shan were as such, but there are exceptions. For example, Fang Yuan, with the Moonglow Gu, White Jade Gu, Stealth Scales Gu, 4-flavor Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Earth Communication Eargrass, and 9-leaf Vitality Grass. He had 7 Gu worms in his possession. Bai Ningbing was the Bai clan's hope and had the northern dark ice soul body, an absolute genius. From the start of his cultivating journey, he had received the full support of his clan, his wealth definitely greater than Fang Yuan. Up till now, he had displayed over 6 Gu worms. Fang Yuan was sure that he had others, and these Gu worms allowed him to be calm despite being in this position of having little primeval essence. Actually, the most troublesome kind of opponent is like him, not only having talent but not fearing death, and having large amount of Gu worms in hand. With these 3, it greatly affected a Gu master's battle in terms of victory or loss. Especially Gu worms with a strong or special one, it can allow a Gu master to overturn the situation. Bai Ningbing's Frost Demon Gu was a rank 3 Gu worm, so even with Fang Yuan's White Jade Gu defending, he could be penetrated. This is also why Fang Yuan had not engaged Bai Ningbing personally. Fang Yuan had used Gu Yueman Shi, Xiongli and others to fish out Bai Ningbing's secrets. After all, only knowing one's enemy can one be assured of victory. In comparing talent, Fang Yuan was only a C grade. Compared to Bai Ningbing, it was a world of difference. Bai Ningbing started cultivating earlier and had the clan's assistance, and he had more outstanding Gu worms in his possession than Fang Yuan. In terms of temperament, his fearlessness towards death made him almost invulnerable. The difference between the two was that Bai Ningbing was strong and Fang Yuan was weak. This is the truth. He had to accept it and understand it. But battles are interesting because the strong might not necessarily win, and the weak might not always fall. Fang Yuan wanting to win against the odds, it was not impossible. But he had to use all of the methods he had and make use of all the strength he could gather. Gu Yueman Shi was just the beginning, and Xiongli group is not the end. Thinking so, Fang Yuan struck. With a moonblade, a head flew away, and blood spewed. This moment, Bai Ningbing's iris shrunk to pin size, his face changing color. Fang Yuan's moonblade did not attack him, but was aimed at Xiongjiang's head. Xiongjiang did not expect Fang Yuan's betrayal. Bai Ningbing's pressure was too great, and all his attention was gathered on the latter. He did not have much primeval essence left, so to conserve them, he did not maintain the roaming zombie Gu, thus getting one-shotted. Bam! Bai Ningbing's face was pale as he vomited a mouthful of blood, and at the same time his ears, nose, and eyes had blood traces. Ever since the battle started, this was the most severe injury he had sustained. Shadow Bond Gu. With the shared damage effect, when the Shadow Bond Gu Master sustains an injury, the chain-linked Gu Master takes 10% of the damage. Now that Xiongjiang is dead, his injuries were connected through the shadow and transmitted to Bai Ningbing. This injury with a direct effect. Even if Bai Ningbing had the Water Shield Gu, it cannot block against it. Fang Yuan, what have you done? A second later, Xianglin came back from shock and shouted in a furious voice, heartbroken. Fang Yuan ignored him, his body glowing with white jade light as he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing getting such an injury, his body was wavering, and his head was dizzy, his battle strength dropped drastically. Seeing Fang Yuan attacking, he retreated immediately. Bai Ningbing, didn't you want a life and death battle? Fang Yuan chased relentlessly. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, escaping silently. His footsteps were messy, but he forced himself to focus, ignoring Fang Yuan's taunting. Although he knew he was a dying man and did not fear death, he was not stupid, and with such a dangerous situation, his heart grew calmer. Xianglin stood on the spot, not choosing to help Fang Yuan chase Bai Ningbing. His heart was filled with pain and anger. He hated Bai Ningbing and also detested Fang Yuan. Bai and Fang moved closely, traversing the valley. As time passed, Bai Ningbing's injuries slowly recovered, and his nose and eyes stopped bleeding. Slowly, his footsteps became more composed. He did not simply run away. but during this time used his goo worm to heal his body's injuries. Fang Yuan's pursued and his heart was secretly shocked. Previously, Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was almost fully expended, but during this time, the amount he recovered was enough to heal his own injuries. Northern Dark Ice Soul Body. 10 extreme talents. What sort of primeval essence recovery speed is this? The more he knew, the more determined he was to kill Bai Ningbing. Moonglow Goo. Fang Yuan sent a moonblade around the size of a face flying. It flew across the sky, emitting a buzzing sound. Bai Ningbing heard this sound and tried to dodge, but his arm still got sliced away. An injury appeared and blood poured out, but the injury was quickly covered by a layer of frost, stopping the blood. Bai Ningbing had obtained the ice muscles, and once this is achieved, it was like the black and white Borgu's strength increase. It required no primeval essence to sustain. But Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. Before his old injuries healed, new injuries would come. Evidently, Fang Yuan wanted to slowly grind him to death. Chapter 138. Someone is actually chasing and trying to kill Bai Ningbing. Translator. Sky Pharaoh, editor. Sky Pharaoh. He, there has never been anyone who forced me into such a state. Fang Yuan, you are interesting. Once I recover adequately, I'll definitely kill you. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart as he ran. The killing intent from Fang Yuan had him feel suffocated. This, to him, was an unprecedented experience. The thick aura of death made his body shudder, and it developed a twisted sense of excitement. Behind him, Fang Yuan was chasing and getting closer. Take this. He suddenly flicked his wrist and threw a black-colored goo worm. Fang Yuan's steps came to a halt as if an enemy had appeared, but once he got closer, he found out that this was the plunder goo from Xianxia. Splat. With a light sound, Fang Yuan caught this goo worm in his hands. The plunder goo was a black beetle, and at a normal size, its head had a pair of metal antennae, and its back had white spots. Once the Spring Autumn Cicada revealed its aura, Fang Yuan easily refined this plunder goo and kept it in its aperture with some use of its primeval essence. He continued chasing. For Bai Ningbing to even use such a method, it showed the severity of his injuries and the desperate situation he was in. But with this action, the distance between Fang Yuan and him had been pulled apart again. Unfortunately, I lack a movement goo worm. If I had such a goo worm, I would have caught up to Bai Ningbing already. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This Fang Yuan? He actually refined the plunder goo instantly? Bai Ningbing was shocked in his heart. He obtained this plunder goo and had been refining it for the last few days. Although there were improvements, the process was tough, and he did not succeed. This is also because Xianxia's death had an indirect relationship with him. The will of this plunder goo originated from Xianxia. Thus, it had greater hatred towards Bai Ningbing and raised the difficulty in refining it. But Fang Yuan instantly refined this plunder goo, and Bai Ningbing, who only used his side vision to see this, could feel his heart turn shocked and dismayed. There are a few goo worms that can achieve this. But Bai Ningbing had never owned one, to think that Fang Yuan would instead. Unknowingly, he had become more wary of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's image in his heart had intensified in a dangerous and mysterious way. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan's heart was the one that sank. The longer it dragged, the more primeval essence would be recovered by Bai Ningbing, and the lesser injuries he has. Fang Yuan's advantage over him would become milder and milder. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him this time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. According to this development, it won't be long before Bai Ningbing's injury and primeval essence recover sufficiently. Although Fang Yuan had been using the Moonglow goo to intensify the injuries on him, the Northern Dark Ice Soul Body's talent is too outstanding. It can be said to be a gift from heaven. The primeval essence recovery rate was even faster than Fang Yuan using primeval stones. Unless the people in front encountered a wolf pack and are trapped, or there will be a Goo Master group appearing and can temporarily block Bai Ningbing. But if it is a Bai clan group, I'm in danger. Fang Yuan's thoughts flowed like a whirlpool as he started to have intentions to retreat. Their chase was a long road, but in the middle they did not encounter a single pack of wolves or a Goo Master group. This meant to say that Bai Ningbing, who is selecting the escape route, also has a recon goo worm and can avoid danger. Qingmao Mountain is so huge, he can escape in all directions. Fang Yuan has no way to force Bai Ningbing to run in one direction. Against the wolf tide, the most important thing is to be united and not be isolated by the wolf tide. Once you are isolated, you are in danger, Qing Shu told Fang Zhang as they were rushing on the road. If the opponent is the bold lightning wolf pack, we can defend using terrain and defeat them head-on. But if it is the frenzy lightning wolf pack, the first thing to do is retreat, then use the signal gu and wait for the surrounding gu masters to regroup. We need at least 3 groups to cooperate to have a good chance of defeating the frenzy lightning wolf. Of course, opponents in the wolf tide are not just lightning wolves, but also gu masters. Saying so, Gu Ye Qing Shu paused. The other 4 knew who he was talking about. Evidently, it was Bai Ningbing. These days, Bai Ningbing had been challenging people all over, suppressing his cultivation and only using the rank 2 red steel primeval essence, and found trouble with Xiong Li, Qi Shan and the rest. From what he declared, Gu Ye Qing Shu is his next target. If we encounter Bai Ningbing, Gu Ye Qing Shu continued, the best would be to avoid battling. This sentence entered Fang Zheng's ears and caused his heart to feel disturbed. In his heart, Gu Ye Qing Shu, although mild on the outside, had a tough personality and stuck close to his principles. From Gu Ye Qing Shu, he could feel a strong sense of kinship. Towards Gu Ye Qing Shu, he respected and loved him, and naturally was not willing to see Bai Ningbing being superior to Qing Shu. Everyone is discussing Bai Ningbing. What kind of person is he? Fang Zheng frowned and asked. The 3 other people in the group became solemn. Gu Ye Qing Shu smiled kindly towards Fang Zheng. He is Qingmao Mountain's #1 genius. Fang Zheng, listen well. You are still young and have A-grade talent. You might be able to surpass him in the future. So before you fully grow up, avoid direct conflicts with him. Remember the story I told you before? Lowering your head and raising it. Sometimes people have to lower their heads. Fang Zheng looked towards Qing Shu, and when they made eye contact, he could not help but nod and respond. I understand, brother Qing Shu. Please be rest assured. Good. Qing Shu was still speaking when suddenly the recon gu master interrupted. Not too far away ahead, there is a gu master rapidly moving. Everyone's expressions changed. The healing gu master Gu Yue Yao Hong's expression was solemn. Must be a small group that got scattered by the wolf pack. Let's go save them. Fang Zheng said instead, could it be Bai Ningbing? Doesn't he travel alone usually? It could be him, or not. But if it really is a gu master that got lost, no matter which village, they are our alliance mate. We have to go save them, Gu Ye Qing Shu said, turning direction and charging towards the gu master. The 4 around him followed closely. But quickly the recon gu master spoke. It is not a gu master. Behind the first gu master there is another one. It's actually 2 gu masters, huh? It seems that the situation is just like Sister Yao Hong had said. It should be a group that got separated by the wolf packs. Gu Ye Fang Zheng sighed a breath of relief. Gu Yue Qing Shu's expression was unchanging, but the other 3's expression became more relaxed. At this point, if one was observing from a higher point of view, they would see Qing Shu's group, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, getting closer along the mountain road. Oh? Bai Ningbing's expression changed. He had a recon gu, and he felt that a group of 5 gu masters were approaching. He quickly changed his direction. Although he had a recon-type gu worm, it could not detect the identities of the people ahead. Every gu worm had one ability, thus it had pros and cons. Taking Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass, for example, it can hear noise and is most sensitive to footsteps, but it cannot discern information like male or female. And if a gu master uses the silent step gu, they can conceal their footsteps and he would not be able to detect them. Not knowing who it was, to play it safe, Bai Ningbing chose to avoid them. But this time, the situation was different. Qing Shu's group was full of elites, and their recon gu master was a professional as well. There's someone. Soon after, Fang Yuan detected the existence of Qing Shu group. He was sprinting, and his right ear had roots growing out, but did not go into the ground. Thus his detection range was not even half of its peak. Bai Ningbing changed his running direction again, but Qing Shu group followed closely, changing their direction to match. This way, be it Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan, their expressions turned serious. The 2 were extremely clever. They knew at once, this unknown group is the biggest uncertainty. It would definitely affect the result of the battle. If it is a Bai clan group, I will immediately use the stealth scales gu and retreat. But if it is the other two clans, heh. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with coldness. He knew that this decision carried certain risks. If it was a bi-clan group and the Gu masters among them had a detection method, he would be chased into a dead end. But if he lost this prime opportunity, he would probably never have another shot at killing Bai Ningbing. Furthermore, whichever clan the Gu masters are from, Fang Yuan had a 66% chance, while Bai Ningbing only had 1/3, so Fang Yuan had reason to gamble. As they sprinted, the two parties continued to get closer. We can almost see them right behind that turning point. The recon Gu master pointed at a curve along the mountain path. They could not help but slow their footsteps, awaiting the meeting further ahead. A white figure turned around the corner and appeared in front of them. Bai Ningbing! Fang Zheng shouted in dismay. He had obviously seen Bai Ningbing's portrait before. The other four, even Qing Shu's expression sank. Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state, he must have encountered a frenzy lightning wolf pack. He deserves this. Traveling alone in the wolf tide, what airs is he trying to put on? Everyone at once did not go up and meet with him. Bai Ningbing's movements and expression showed signs of escaping. This caused Qing Shu group to feel happy internally. But at this moment, Fang Yuan shouted from over the corner, Bai Ningbing, why are you running? I must kill you today. Saying this, he was trying to test water. Using the earth communication eargrass, he knew that around the corner, there was an unknown group of 5. If it is a Bai clan group, this proclamation would invite their intense rebuttal. Around the corner, Qing Shu and the others heard this, and their eyeballs rolled wide. What's going on? There's actually someone chasing and trying to kill Bai Ningbing? Did I get it wrong? Something like this is happening? Getting Bai Ningbing into such a pathetic state, who in the world is behind him? Gu Ye Yao Hong could not help but look at each other, a look of shock all over their faces. Gu Yue Fang Zheng was shocked and suspicious. This voice? Why is it so familiar? Before he could remember the owner of the voice, Fang Yuan turned around the corner. What? Gu Yue Qing Shu's serious expression turned into dumbfoundedness. The other four stared with their eyes wide opened. After seeing Fang Yuan appear, their eyeballs almost dropped. This. Gu Yue Yao Ji opened her mouth wide, big enough to swallow a duck egg. Big brother, Fang Zheng was tongue-tied. It's him? Even Gu Ye Qing Shu with outstanding composure was shocked beyond words. Chapter 139, Broken Arm Translator. Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh, who was Bai Ningbing, the #1 genius of Qing Mao Mountain, someone who could single-handedly change the structure of the 3 clans, whose cultivation speed left everyone dumbfounded, dimming the luster of even A-grade geniuses. No one doubted his future accomplishments. Even his enemies had no choice but to accept the fact his talent was unparalleled. However, now someone was actually making this genius flee in such a wretched state. No one among the Qing Shu group expected this. What was even more astonishing was that the person chasing after Bai Ningbing was actually from their clan, Fang Yuan. Regarding their impressions of Fang Yuan, they were mainly based around the arena battles and chasing away river-swallowing toad. And since the moment Fang Yuan had admitted defeat to Xun Li, his true strength was widely underestimated. When did Fang Yuan become so powerful? The Qing Shu group found this difficult to accept. Fang Yuan turned around the corner. Gu Yue Qing Shu. His mind jolted when he saw the Gu Yue Qing Shu group. I won the gamble. Bai Ningbing, today will be the day you die, Fang Yuan thought. He shouted, Little brother, you were here. Great. Quickly stop Bai Ningbing. He is a heinous murderer who killed the Xun group and even our clan's Gu Ye Manxi group. What? But our clans have signed a treaty. No, nothing is too excessive for Bai Ningbing. So it was like that. No wonder Fang Yuan was able to chase Bai Ningbing. The Qing Shu group was shocked and came to a realization. It seemed that after Bai Ningbing had fought several intense battles, his fighting power had fallen to its lowest state, allowing Fang Yuan to luckily seize the upper hand. Am I really going to die here? No, I have just enough primeval essence to self-detonate the frost demon Gu. I still have hope, Bai Ningbing thought in his mind. In front of him was the Qing Shu group, and behind him was Fang Yuan. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Actually, there was a rift in Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng's relationship. Fang Zheng naturally wouldn't heed Fang Yuan's words. However, Bai Ningbing didn't know of this. As an outsider, he only saw the similarity in appearance between Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan, and firmly made a choice. He lifted his right arm, pouring all the hard-earned primeval essence that he had recovered into the frost demon goo in his right palm. The muscles in his right arm transformed into a light blue ice. One could clearly see the white bones of his arm within the ice. Bang! With an explosive sound, Bai Ningbing's whole right arm suddenly self-detonated. Steam and mist arose, and an intense chill started to crazily pervade the surroundings. Snap, crack, pure white frost spread onto the narrow mountain path in the blisteringly hot summer, covering the soil and the trees. The temperature abruptly dropped. He sacrificed his entire right arm. Fang Zheng was aghast by Bai Ningbing's ruthless move. Quick, retreat! Guyue Qingshu grabbed Fang Zheng and hurriedly ran away. Great amounts of frost rushed towards them like the wolf tide. It would be very troublesome if they actually got frozen. Fang Yuan retreated to a distance of 100 steps along with the Qingshu group as the onslaught of frost gradually dwindled. Originally, the mountain path had been full of lush trees, filled with the fragrance of wild plants. Now it had become a world of ice. The trees were all frozen, and there was a thick layer of snow on the ground. Fang Yuan stepped onto the snow and approached the middle of the mountain path. Bai Ningbing's whole body was frozen in ice like an insect in amber, his expression still showing the malevolent decisiveness and ruthlessness of his personality. He suicided? Fang Zheng muttered. The Qingshu group had quickly followed after Fang Yuan. No, Qingshu's expression was very heavy. Bai Ningbing has already formed ice muscles. This layer of ice crystals won't freeze him to death, and will instead act as his armor, giving him time to recover. Fang Yuan stared closely at Bai Ningbing and threw a moonblade. Screech! The moonblade produced a crisp sound when it struck the ice crystals. On the 3 meters high and 2 meters wide ice crystal, there was only a shallow scar. But in just a moment, the cold aura within the ice crystal filled the injury and the scar disappeared. Fang Yuan, is what you said earlier true? Qingshu turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Of course. Only Zhong Lin remains of the Xiongli group, and he can testify for me. We can't stay here for too long. The details will have to wait. We must quickly leave this place. Fang Yuan nodded and answered. He had made up his mind to leave. He knew he was unable to destroy this ice crystal. Even if they were to combine their strengths to destroy it, it would waste a lot of time and primeval essence. If Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice, their fighting strength would have dropped, and his fighting strength would have recovered, making it a bad situation if a battle started. Leave? Why should we leave? Fang Zheng couldn't refrain from asking in a loud voice. Bai Ningbing has already destroyed his right arm, and with the battles he went through, he is tired both mentally and physically. We can break open this ice crystal and activate the signal goo for the clan's reinforcements to eliminate him. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Everyone's hearts were moved by these words. Since Fang Yuan could chase Bai Ningbing and try to kill him, why can't we do the same? Several goo masters looked at each other and they couldn't help but have such thoughts. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we will become great heroes of the Guyue clan. But if we kill him, won't the Bai village start a war in their anger? And now, there is the wolf tide. No, it is exactly because there is a wolf tide that even if we kill Bai Ningbing, Bai village will just have to swallow their bitterness. Right, a dead genius isn't a genius, the group members discussed, their minds set on the fame and glory. Truly stupid. How can you imagine the power of the northern dark ice soul physique? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes while sneering inwardly. He was not going to accompany these people if they wanted to look for death. Guyue Qingshu also hesitated. He, no doubt, had much deeper understanding of Bai Ningbing than the rest of the group. He didn't know of the secret of the 10 extreme physiques, but he didn't have much yearning towards the fame from killing Bai Ningbing either. He was indifferent towards fame and profits. He had once been nurtured by Gu Yuebo as the next clan head, but he willingly gave up this position to Fang Zheng. His true concerns lay within the interests of the clan, and his heart was intricately linked with the clan's well-being. Bai village's emergence is completely due to Bai Ningbing. If we kill Bai Ningbing, our Gu Yu clan will remain the #1 clan of Qingmao Mountain. Although Bai Ningbing is a rank 3 Gu master, I have the wood charm Gu and the ability to fight with him. Moreover, he just lost his right arm, and he will certainly need some time to get used to the absence of a limb. This can be the greatest disadvantage in a life-and-death battle, Qing Shu thought. Gu Ye Qing Shu's gaze turned resolute. Fang Yuan was observing Qing Shu's expression the entire time. He realized what the latter had chosen to do when he saw Qing Shu's expression. If Gu Yue Qing Shu uses the wood charm Gu without any regards to the consequences, he will be much stronger than the average rank 3 Gu master, and even have the power to surpass levels in fight. However, the one he is facing is Bai Ningbing, who possesses the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. The battle definitely won't be easy. Since Bai Ningbing can dilute his primeval essence and suppress his cultivation, he can naturally restore his rank 3 cultivation. Right now, he has enough time inside the ice crystal to remove this restriction. Once he breaks out, he will very likely be as a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing was extremely talented, and Fang Yuan had needed external help to fight against him even when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was suppressed to rank 2. Once Bai Ningbing enters rank 3, his fighting strength would rise by several times. Fang Yuan was the main cause of the loss of his right arm. When the battle begins, Bai Ningbing's ruthless temperament will definitely target Fang Yuan. Moreover, Fang Yuan had some concerns and didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of Gu Ye Qing Shu. Thus, Fang Yuan immediately expressed his intention to leave and left the battlefield, ignoring the urges of others to stay. He really left? Such a coward. Him leaving is good. If he were to meddle, it might instead destroy our tacit teamwork. Ha ha ha, it really frightened me when I saw him chasing after Bai Ningbing. Now it seems Fang Yuan is indeed Fang Yuan, a coward who admitted defeat in the Gu battle competition. Quit it. Everyone has their own ambitions. At least, he gave us intel on Bai Ningbing before he left. Moreover, he will inform the clan who will send reinforcements. As Qing Shu gazed at the departing figure of Fang Yuan, his brows slightly furrowed. Group leader, you are too kind. There is no need to justify for cowards like Fang Yuan. Right, although Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother, the way I see it, one is earth and the other is heaven. I have already stopped talking with Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng's face grew red. He felt ashamed at Fang Yuan's running away before battle. Fang Zheng, you leave too. Gu Ye Qing Shu suddenly spoke. What? Fang Zheng's eyes were wide open. As the clan's only A-grade talent, we can't lose you. Bai Ningbing may have lost an arm, but the following battle will definitely be very dangerous. For the clan, we can die, but you, Fang Zheng, must not die. The other 4 members were all moved. Well said. A bright laughter echoed, and an old Gu master appeared. Lord Elder. Fang Zheng promptly paid his respects. He recognized this man as a very senior clan elder. The elder drew near, looking at Gu Ye Qing Shu with praise. Gu Yue Bo raised a great adopted son. With such feelings of fighting to the death for the clan, why would we have to worry about our Gu Yue clan not expanding? Fang Zheng was still growing up, and after the Wang Er's assassination attempt, the clan had sent an elder to always follow Fang Zheng and protect him. Fang Zheng, you don't need to take part in the fight. But don't leave. You can just observe from a distance. Isn't it just a Bai Ningbing? I've always heard about how outstanding he is, and how he has the strength of an elder. Now it seems he is only just a kid. How much battle experience can he have? Mutilating himself, he is really amateurish. The elder snorted in disdain. Gu Yue Qing Shu still wanted to persist in his own viewpoint, but it wouldn't be good to refute the elder's decision. As a junior, he needed to respect the old and take care of the young. How could he so easily refute and question his elder? Chapter 140. Gu Ye Qing Shu vs. Bai Ningbing. Part 1. Translator. Sky Pharaoh. Editor. Sky Pharaoh. The time Bai Ningbing took to break out of the ice was shorter than anyone had imagined. With a loud crack, the ice crystal began to fracture, the cracks intensifying until it completely broke from within. The clan elder, Gu Ye Qing Shu, Gu Ye Yao Hong, and the others, totaling up to 5 altogether, had surrounded him. Gu Ye Fang Zheng was standing far away on the mountain slope, staring at the battle from a higher ground while staying vigilant. Once a Bai clan Gu master group appears, he has to send out a warning immediately. Bai Ningbing, you dare to kill the Gu masters in our clan, breaking the 3-clan alliance openly. Paying a life for a life is natural law. What else do you have to say? The clan elder said with a haughty snort. Bai Ningbing did not pay him any mind, staying quiet and staring at his right arm instead. His left arm floundered in vain, grasping nothing, as it was reaching for something that wasn't even there in the first place. He started to frown, his face dim like water, as lightning started to nurture between his eyes, actually forcing me to lose off my right arm. This guy is called Fang Yuan, right? Listening to Xiong Li and Xing Shu's words, he had already learned Fang Yuan's name. Muttering, Bai Ningbing's pair of crystal blue eyes was filled with extremely callous killing intent. His body emanated the oppressive aura of a rank 3 Gu master. As Fang Yuan had predicted earlier, with the capabilities to seal his own cultivation, Bai Ningbing was also able to release the restrictions on it. It was just that in the battle earlier, he did not have sufficient time to unlock it. Now, the white-silver primeval essence of rank 3 filled his aperture fully. The dense primeval essence placed great pressure on his surrounding aperture walls. Bai Ningbing knew that he was moving towards the path of destruction. A Gu master's aperture produced primeval essence, and the primeval essence in turn nurtures the aperture. The truth being, as long as the primeval essence exists within the aperture, it acts as a form of nurturing towards the aperture. It is just that this effect is not very evident, far less effective than the Gu master using the primeval essence to do so. This was similar to how a still seawater would still have a corrosive effect towards surrounding rocks, but this effect is less evident than the waves hitting on the rocks. But to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, after attaining rank 3, even if they do not expend primeval essence, as long as the primeval essence is stored in the aperture, the nurturing effect would be the same as if a Gu master was actively using the primeval essence to nurture their aperture. This is the secret behind the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's ability to raise a Gu master's cultivation at rocket speed. Moreover, this nurturing effect would become stronger as the primeval essence is refined. At rank 4, as long as primeval essence exists within the aperture, they would nourish the aperture, and the effect would be several times better than a regular Gu master using primeval essence to nurture their aperture. With ordinary Gu masters, the higher their cultivation, the slower the speed of cultivation. However, the 10 extreme physiques were the opposite. The higher the cultivation, the stronger their aptitude, and the faster their cultivation, until they explode into oblivion. As an analogy, it is similar to a person in free fall, dependent on the posture and qualities of that person. They would continue to accelerate as they descended, albeit dying a horrible death once they reach the ground. The 10 extreme physiques cultivation technique is falling from the highest point with the most suited conditions to fall faster than anyone else. As their cultivation gets faster and faster, it only gives them the temporary glory that they attain before they face the threat of death approaching. Like a meteor landing on Earth, moving toward its own destruction. The point where it shines the brightest comes only at the very moment where it burns up completely in the atmosphere. Earlier, the reason Bai Ningbing had diluted his white-silver primeval essence into red steel primeval essence was because of this. Right now, his aperture was completely filled with white-silver primeval essence again, and he could feel that every second his cultivation was steadily rising and improving, actually forcing me to use the white-silver primeval essence, and even making me go as far as to sacrifice the frost demon Gu. Where is Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing's killing intent intensified as he asked. His blue iris swept across the surroundings, but could not find a trace of Fang Yuan. The frost demon Gu that he sacrificed was a rank 3 Gu worm, one that he only managed to refine after 3 failures and consuming a large amount of resources. Now that it was gone, it is truly a waste. Although Bai Ningbing is rank 3, it only happened recently, and even with the clan's support, he could not hog all the resources to himself. Thus, he only had 2 rank 3 Gu worms. Now that the frost demon Gu is gone, he only had the bluebird ice coffin Gu left. The more he thought about it, the more he felt angered. Since the start of his youth, he had never suffered such a loss. If Fang Yuan was here, he'd have attacked in a frenzy with no one able to stop him. Bai Ningbing's disregard caused the Gu Yu clan elder to feel greatly humiliated. "Arrogant young lad, eat my moonblade slash," he shouted, and jumped. Bai Ningbing's left arm swept, and the frost air that gushed out formed into a long ice blade. The original ice blade he created was only over a meter long, but now it was 2 meters in length, with an even deadlier edge and greater frost energy. Ching! The clan elder raised both hands, shining with moonlight to collide with the ice blade, emitting a metallic noise. The clan elder's face was full of shock, however, as he took a step back, and both his palms clapped together and slashed out. Golden moon slash. A curved moonblade, over a meter long with a golden body, emitted a dominating aura as it flew out. The golden moonlight reflected on Bai Ningbing's pale face. He laughed as he raised the ice blade in his left hand, attacking head-on. Clank! Moonblade and ice blade colliding. The golden moon disappeared, and the ice blade broke into small fragments of ice. This is a battle between rank 3 Gu masters? Really strong, not only the ice blade, but also that golden moonblade I cannot block either. Far away, Fang Zheng watched in fascination, with his lacking knowledge. How can this be? A rank 2 ice blade Gu, managing to block my rank 3 moonhand blade, as well as the golden moon. Clan elders stared with bulging eyes, disbelief in his tone. The northern dark ice soul physique had a strengthening effect towards ice Gu, a variation of water-type Gu. In addition, this boost grew stronger as the Gu master's cultivation rose. Bai Ningbing, at rank 3 in cultivation, can make a rank 2 Gi worm display rank 3 power. When he is rank 4, if he used a rank 4 Gu worm, it would have an effect that can even surpass rank 5. Firstly, he suppressed his cultivation. Thus only the effect of recovering primeval essence remained. Now that his limiter was off and he was back to rank 3, the northern dark ice soul physique's true ability was starting to show up. Huh, old man, you don't know a lot of things. Bai Ningbing's feet paused, holding his ice blade horizontally, as he started to rotate. Ha-hoo-hoo. The intense sound of the wind enveloped him as he became faster and faster. Howl! The wind seemed to have transformed into a beast howl, a 5-meter sword storm forming after a matter of minutes. The tornado-like winds were white in color, whipping out and causing the people nearby to have numb senses. Quickly dodge! Even a clan elder, upon seeing this, did not dare to challenge it. He quickly avoided. But the other rank 2 Gi masters could not manage to dodge in time. The ice blade storm came at once, with a speed 3 times or even greater than before. Ah! As soon as the 2 male Gu masters were caught up in the storm, their cries came to a stop. In a matter of seconds, they were already minced to a paste by the ice blades and lost their lives on the spot. Save me! Gu Ye Yao Hong screamed in fear, seeing that she was about to be swept into the tornado and perish. Green Vine Gu. Gu Ye Qingshu shot out green vines, which quickly coiled around Gu Ye Yao Hong's waist like snakes. Just as he was about to drag her back, the ice blade storm had already reached her, devouring her in one shot. Swish, swish, swish. The ice blades instantly went to work, cutting this female Gu master into 5 or 6 pieces. The icy air had already frozen her blood before she could bleed. Soon after, these pieces were further cut into smaller pieces, forming palm-sized frozen corpse fragments. Yao Hong, seeing this scene, Qingshu grieved with sorrowful eyes. Sister Yao Hong, on the slope, Fang Zheng could not take such an intense scene, kneeling on the ground with a soulless gaze, tears overflowing from his eyes. Damn it, Steel Shirt Gu! The clan elder took a deep breath as his body glowed with black light, looking as he was covered in a steel armor. He used both arms to cover his face as his legs sprinted, charging towards the icy blue ice blade storm. Chink, chink, chink. He charged inside bravely. In a few breaths' time, the ice blades hacked on his body numerous times, emitting a crisp sound. A moment later, the storm ended. Bai Ningbing and the clan elder faced each other. Old thing, you are asking for death. Bai Ningbing's blue iris were purer, complementing his white hair and white clothes, while standing still in the cold winds. His left hand's ice blade had already broken into 2. But this did not stop it from penetrating the elder's heart. Huh! Clan elder lowered his head, staring at his left chest, his mouth emitting a sound of helplessness and shock. Bai Ningbing let go of his right hand, abandoning this ice blade. He walked past the clan elder, steadily approaching. Behind him, the clan elder's face was covered with a light blue frost, and soon he collapsed onto the ground to never get up again. Far away, Fang Zheng saw this scene and his irises shrunk to the size of pins, intense fear spreading throughout his body. This was out of his wildest dreams. A grand rank 3 clan elder actually died like this. This Bai Ningbing is so strong. Where is Fang Yuan? Tell me, and I can let you die peacefully. Bai Ningbing walked towards Gu Ye Qingshu. Bai Ningbing, Gu Ye Qingshu sighed deeply, staring at Bai Ningbing without fear. You and I have fought over 10 times. You are getting stronger, and right now I have to admit that you have surpassed me. but your strength cannot cause me to betray my clansmen. Come, fight me. Just you? Hehe. Bai Ningbing snorted in disdain, turning around to look at Feng Zhong, raising a brow. That is Fang Yuan's brother? Gu Ye Qingshu's expression changed, taking a big step out and blocking Bai Ningbing. Don't think of finding trouble with him. Bai Ningbing's face sank. You are quite an interesting opponent. Keeping you alive can add some color to my life. But my mood is very bad now. Don't take my patience for granted. Tell me nicely which direction Fang Yuan went. Gu Ye Qingshu replied him in the most direct way with action. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Wood Charm Gu, Chapter 141. Gu Ye Qingshu vs. Bai Ningbing, Part 2. Translator, Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh, under the power of the rank 3 Gu worm, Qingshu's eyes turned into a jade green color. At this moment, his aura changed. From a vibrant human, it turned into a deep, serene forest feeling. Oh? Bai Ningbing showed slight shock unknowingly. He pouted in dissatisfaction. It seems that after a long time you've gained some interesting new skills. Icicle Gu. He willed the Gu, and 5 sharp icicles appeared out of nowhere. Go. Bai Ningbing's ice hand pointed, and the icicle shot out. Pow, pow, pow. From Qingshu's palms, 2 vines grew out. The vines danced in the air like 2 snakes, dancing agilely, easily deflecting the icicles. The icicle changed directions, only scraping Qingshu's shoulder, and stabbed deeply into the ground, the hard mountain rock, and the forest that stood like a statue. Qingshu easily broke through the attack, causing Bai Ningbing's attack to be futile. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. Your whipping skills got better, but I want to see how many icicles can you block. Saying so, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a mild blue light. 10 icicles appeared immediately, floating in front of him, before shooting towards Qingshu. After that, 10 more were created. Like this, over several times it turned into an icicle rain. Swoosh! The icicle tore through the air, emitting a sound that shocked people's hearts. Qingshu dodged while manipulating his green vine with both hands, dancing like a shadow. His whipping technique, after countless practices, had gotten to a level where he could command them like his fingers, fully in sync. But there was too many icicles. Qingshu was bound to miss some, and his shoulder was hit by an icicle. The icicle penetrated his right shoulder, and the tip appeared from behind him. Pin needle Gu, Qingshu controlled the pain, sweeping his long hair. From the tips of his hair, numerous jade-colored pin needles shot out. The pin needles engulfed Bai Ningbing, but he managed to activate the water shield Gu in time. It had gotten stronger too, and was much thicker than before, being no weaker than a rank 3 Gu worm's defense. The pin needles entered the water shield and slowed to a halt before being purged by the water currents. But this also forced Bai Ningbing to stop his icicle attack. Seeing this opportunity, Qingshu ignored the pain and pulled out the icicle from his shoulder by force. There was no blood dripping out. One was due to the icicle's cold air, and the other was because his body was gradually turning into wood. Bai Ningbing kept the water shield Gu, his gaze attracted to Gu Ye Qingshu's injury. From the opening on his torn shirt, he could see Qingshu's injury, revealing the rings of the tree trunk, and his flesh could be seen recovering at an observable speed. And on the newly grown muscles, the tree's ring lines were formed. At the same time, both his ears started to become longer, and his hair turned jade green with green leaves growing within. Both his hands, from the fleshy color of a normal person, turned darker and more reserved. His skin became harder and turned into the brown tree bark. This was the first time he had used the wood charm Gu without considering the consequences. The wood charm Gu was causing him to turn into a tree spirit, and at the same time, Gu Ye Qingshu could feel the rich natural essence in the air. These essence could not be felt by ordinary Gu masters. Only special life forms like tree spirits could feel, absorb, and use them. Gu Ye Qingshu felt that he was soaking in his mother's liquid, thick essence enveloping him, giving him a strong sense of fulfillment. On his body, the Moonwell Gu did not change, but the Green Vine Gu, Pin Needle Gu, and the Vitality Grass all showed signs of growth. With Qingshu's identity as a tree spirit, when he uses these wood attribute Gu worms, their power is amplified. Gu Ye Qingshu breathed deeply. He had never felt so strong before. The rich natural essence gave him an almost infinite source of primeval essence to use. This was the power of the wood charm Gu. But in his heart, a deep sense of fear also rose. He knew that if he was greedy over this strong and comfortable feeling, and used the wood charm Go without restraint, he would eventually turn into a dead tree man. Anything had its price. Gu Ye Qingshu soon suppressed this fear. He stared at Bai Ningbing and said 2 words, "Let's fight." Thus, the intense battle started. Green Vine versus Ice Blade, Icicle versus Pin Needles. One was the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, with insane primeval essence recovery rate, and the other was the Wood Charm Tree Spirit, using all the natural essence as his own. This battle had far surpassed the realm of ordinary Rank 3 Gu Masters. Fang Zheng stood on the slope, watching dumbstruck. He had never seen such an all-out intense fight. Normally speaking, Gu Masters have limited primeval essence, and they always have to keep 10% of it as reserves, carefully using them like thin ice. But now, be it Qingshu or Bai Ningbing, both were using it without constraints, as if they had an unlimited supply of primeval essence. The entire path was wrecked by their battle. Huge trees fell and were destroyed. Mountain rocks smashed to bits. After a long time, Bluebird Ice Coffin, Gu Bai Ningbing grabbed an opportunity and opened his mouth, and from within, an ice blue bird flew out. The flying bird chirped its body like a pigeon, but under the boost of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it gradually turned into the size of an eagle while flying, and after circling for a while, flew towards Gu Yue Qingshu. Gu Yue Qingshu could not dodge in time, so he faced it head-on. Bam! A sound explosion later, Gu Yue Qingshu was frozen in an ice crystal as large as a room. It's over. Bai Ningbing sighed as he had not fully enjoyed himself. He saw the immobile Gu Yue Qingshu within the ice crystal, and muttered, "Thanks for providing me such an interesting experience. This battle is the most exciting one I've had thus far. Qingshu, your death has meaning. I will remember it clearly." "Lord Qingshu." On the slope, Fang Zheng shouted loudly, "Why are you shouting, you mere ant? The next one will be you." Bai Ningbing snorted, walking towards Fang Zheng. At this point, the sound of the ice crystal breaking entered his ears. How can this be? He turned around and saw that within the ice crystal, Qingshu had undergone a massive transformation. His body became bigger, and his Rank 2 Gu Master outfit was almost ripped. His hair turned into green vines, and palm-sized leaves grew on it endlessly, turning into a thick greenery. His fingers had turned into sturdy wood, his limbs turning into thick tree branches, only having a rough form for his arms and legs. With a sound, the ice crystal broke completely. Gu Ye Qingshu stood up. He had already changed in appearance completely. The original delicate and handsome human face turned into a sharp-nosed, huge eye-tree spirit face. He was 3 meters tall with a strong body, wearing tree barks as his armor, and on them were large amounts of leaves and vines. Bai Ningbing stared at his transformation in shock. Compared to this Qingshu, he was like a child beside an adult. "This appearance, did you refine the wood charm Gu? This Gu is way harder to refine than my frost demon Gu." Bai Ningbing found the answer. Tree spirit wood charm can use the essence in the air. No wonder Gu Yue Qingshu had such ample primeval essence. He realized at once, but got more confused. He asked the question in his heart, "Qingshu, using the wood charm Gu like this, aren't you afraid of turning into a dead treeman? So what if you win me? You're destined to die." Bai Ningbing, Gu Ye Qingshu's voice became low. "I understand you, like I understand myself. You and I are both orphans, adopted by the clan leader. Yet we walk on such different paths. A tree dying in a forest is nothing. For as long as the forest exists, numerous trees will continue to grow and rise up. Let's have our final battle, my nemesis." Saying so, hundreds of green vines assaulted Bai Ningbing like giant pythons. For the clan? What a fool. Bai Ningbing retreated in a rush, but the green vine's speed was faster than before by several times. Quickly chasing up to Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing controlled his body and dodged nimbly. Green vines thick as an arm swept near his body, hitting the soil or the mountain rocks, causing the soil to fly and the rock fragments to scatter. Water shield Gu, Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time and created his shield. Qingshu had seen through the weakness of this Gu worm. He did not attack forcefully, but manipulated the vines to wrap around the shield. Next, he pulled back his strength, and the water shield came into contact. The surface water current moved quickly as it hit the green vines, causing water to splash everywhere. The water shield could not endure the strength of the green vine's restriction and shrunk in size, on the verge of collapsing. Not good. If the water shield breaks and I get entangled in the green vines, I will get killed by Gu Yue Qingshu. Bai Ningbing in the water shield was sure of his situation. In the next moment, the water shield exploded. Bam! An ice blade storm exploded from within, becoming larger and larger. Bai Ningbing purposely withdrew the water shield Gu's defense. Since defending couldn't work, he had to fight offense with offense. At once, the temperature fell, and cold air emanated. The white ice blade storm flew towards Qingshu. The vines could not stop this tornado and were cut into numerous segments by the ice blades. Nice timing. Gu Yue Qingshu had no fear, his large body bravely entering the ice blade storm. With a bam, he knocked onto the white-colored tornado. He opened both hands, wrapping around it. Crack, crack, the sharp ice blades cut through his body, and numerous leaves and tree bark were sent flying. The delayed sense of pain assaulted him as Qingshu growled in pain, but did not let go, using all his strength to grip the tornado. The ice blade storm was actually shrinking under his strength. Damn it, this maniac that doesn't care for his life, Bai Ningbing scolded internally. In this situation there was no other way. He could only create more ice blades and rotate faster, competing with Gu Yue Qingshu. The ice blades slashed on Qingshu's body and gradually became blunt, but under the ice blade Gu's power they sharpened once again. The battle was at a stalemate, out of their control, and no one could hold back and stop. Either Gu Yue Qingshu kills Bai Ningbing, or Bai Ningbing kills Qingshu. Pitting offense with offense, the battle was filled with bravery and intensity. Chapter 142, Gu Yue Qingshu vs. Bai Ningbing, Part 3. Translator. Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh Fang Zheng stood far away, not even daring to take a deep breath as he watched. The battle had reached the climax. The winner and loser will be decided in this showdown. Lord Qingshu, hang in there. Fang Zheng was so nervous his body was shaking. He knew that going over would only cause trouble. Thus he could only cheer for Gu Yue Qingshu loudly. As if he heard Fang Zheng's voice, the ice blade storm got smaller, forcefully suppressed by Qingshu. Damn it, I can actually get into a situation where my primeval essence is insufficient. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, rotating slower as his primeval essence recovery could not keep up with his expenditure, getting into a helpless situation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's primeval essence recovery is very fast, but the recovery speed at rank 3 is still slightly inferior to the tree spirit's ability to extract natural essence. If Bai Ningbing could cultivate to rank 4, his recovery speed would greatly surpass the wood charm go. Except in life and death battles there is no if. Whether it's win or lose, the results have to be accepted. Eventually the ice blade storm stopped, but Gu Yue Qingshu also paid a heavy price. His arms were large like a horse carriage, and at the moment on his left arm he had 2 fingers left and 3 on his right. Both his palms were sliced off by half due to the ice blades. But when his palms gradually gathered together towards the middle, new tree branches grew again rapidly from his palm, interweaving together. The 2 palms formed a wooden cage, trapping Bai Ningbing within. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. His primeval essence was running dry. He could only be at Qingshu's mercy. We won! Far away, Fang Zheng jumped at this sight. Am I going to die? Bai Ningbing shouted in his heart, his eyes widening as he saw the 2 palms approaching. When both palms clasped together, he would be smashed into a bloody meat pie. But the palm's speed became slower, and slowly stood in midair. Bai Ningbing was stunned momentarily, before realizing that Gu Yue Qingshu's body had developed problems, instantly being overjoyed. Damn, I was so close. At this moment, Gu Yue Qingshu's heart was filled with helplessness. His hands had lost all senses, completely turning into wood. At the same time, he gradually lost the connection to his intestines and lungs. The wood charm Gu's ability had corroded his entire body, bringing him to the brink of death. No, it cannot end like this. I can still use the green vine Gu. Gu Yue Qingshu forced himself to focus and activated the green vine Gu. Numerous thick vines appeared and attacked Bai Ningbing through the openings of the cage. Bai Ningbing dodged quickly, but he had undergone several battles, and his stamina was greatly depleted. Furthermore, there was little space in the cage, and he could not move much. Thus, eventually, a vine entangled onto his right leg and tripped him. It's over. Qing Shu sighed in relief as he quickly moved tens of green vines to follow up. At his moment of life and death, Bai Ningbing's aperture finally recovered enough primeval essence for his usage requirement. He used all the primeval essence without further thoughts, sending it all into the ice blade goo, and formed a new ice blade. The ice blade was sharp and cut off the green vine on his right leg. Bai Ningbing rolled in a sorry state, managing to avoid tens of vines. The green vines hit the ground and penetrated the thick earth. The soil flew around, and the green vines attacked once again. Bai Ningbing breathed heavily as he used the ice blade to defend desperately. The green vines attacked from all directions, as if he was walking on thin ice. A single mistake by Bai Ningbing would cause him to be instantly killed by the vines. But he was, after all, a top-tier genius. With the stimulation of death, he squeezed out all the potential in him, and his evasive actions became quick and clear. Although he was tripped sometimes by the green vines, he managed to avoid the danger, and eventually kept his life. The green vines were cut by the ice blades, and their amount became less and less. It was not that Qing Shu did not want to activate the green vine goo and produce more vines, but it was because the surrounding natural essence had been almost fully absorbed by him. Although outside there was still essence in the air gathering, the diluted essence in the air was no longer able to fulfill the green vine goo's needs. There was an even worse piece of news. The wood charm goo's strength had completely corroded Guye Qing Shu's body and was starting to take over his consciousness. Guye Qing Shu's consciousness started to become dazed, and he had intermediate blankouts. The aura of death was blowing on his face. Is it going to end? No. He was indignant, forcing his mind to focus and put in the last-ditch effort in killing Bai Ningbing. He could no longer see anything, for the wood charm goo had taken over his eyes, and he could not hear any longer either, his ears merely an accessory now. He only had a meager sense of touch. Relying on Bai Ningbing's retaliation, he judged the distance and position and attacked. His efforts were rewarded as Bai Ningbing was finally captured. A vine wrapped around his neck and raised him up, gradually tightening. Bai Ningbing could feel difficulty in breathing. It was no use even if he opened his mouth. Along with Qing Shu, they was progressing towards death. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. An intense battle had ended. On the floor laid 5 corpses with opened eyes. They were all Bai Clan Gu masters. Relying on the stealth scales Gu to sneak attack, with the advantage of the Moonglow Gu and the strength of 2 boars along with his 500 years of experience, he displayed shocking abilities. Although he told Qing Shu he was going to return to the village, it was just an excuse. After leaving for a distance, he used the stealth scales Gu to hide himself, moving around the battlefield and going to the area where Man Shi and Xiong Li died. He collected the Gu worms in Man Shi and his groupmates' corpses, and when he got to Xiong Li's corpse, he found that the corpse was missing, not to mention their Gu worms. It seems that Xiong Lin collected their corpses. What a waste! I wanted to get Xiong Li's brown bear innate strength Gu. Fang Yuan sighed. Leaving Xiong Lin alive was not what he wanted. But back then, after he had killed Xiongjiang, Xiong Lin was already vigilant, thus killing the latter would expend much effort. At that time, Bai Ningbing was close by. If Fang Yuan and Xiong Lin fought, Bai Ningbing would be overjoyed. But the brown bear innate strength Gu might not be on Xiong Li's body. He already has the strength of a bear. He might have given the Gu back to his clan already. Fang Yuan focused his gaze and escaped the mountain path battlefield. Qing Shu and the others fighting against Bai Ningbing would cause a huge commotion, and it will be detected by the surrounding wolf packs and Gu masters. Although Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Qing Shu's group, he had seen firsthand the power of the wood charm Gu in his previous life. Against Bai Ningbing, there would at least be an intense struggle. He was unwilling to give up such a chance, thus he chose to wait at the surroundings. At times, Gu masters were attracted by the sounds of the intense battle, so Fang Yuan lured some wolf packs over and restrained them. Those that he cannot stop, Fang Yuan would strike with his own hands. The mountain path battlefield's noise has come to a halt. It seems they are deciding the victor already. His right ear had roots growing out, digging into the mountain walls, allowing Fang Yuan to hear some things from the battlefield. Honestly speaking, Qing Shu's performance was better than expected. After Bai Ningbing lost his right arm, the effect on his battle strength was much greater than Fang Yuan had expected. But soon, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He heard large amounts of footsteps from two directions, heading towards the battlefield. One direction was from Guyu village, while the other direction was from the Bai clan village. Each group had at least 20 people. It was not something a bold lightning wolf pack could block, and Fang Yuan could not lure two groups of wolf over anyway. It seems the news about this battle has been found out by someone, so these are the reinforcements sent by the two clans. I have to enter the mountain path immediately. Fang Yuan's distance was shorter, thus being the first to enter the mountain path. The battlefield scenario was not out of his expectations. From the cage's opening, he could see Bai Ningbing hanging by the vines on his last breath, but was still barely alive. The ice muscles' defense are stubbornly sustaining Bai Ningbing's life. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. Fang Yuan's killing intent surged as he took a few steps forwards, sprinting towards Bai Ningbing. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a flurry of pin needles surrounded Fang Yuan like rain droplets. It was Gu Yueqing Shu's pin needle Gu, attacking Fang Yuan. What is going on? Fang Yuan retreated immediately, avoiding the pin needle rain. He focused the gaze at the large tree, realizing at once, it seems that Gu Yueqing Shu's consciousness had been blurred to the point where he can no longer differentiate between friend or foe. He's merely relying on his will and attempting to kill Bai Ningbing. Anyone that intrudes the battlefield would be regarded as an interferer by him. At this moment, Bai clan Gu masters appeared from the mountain path. Seeing such an intense battlefield, their faces showed a shocked expression. The lad over there, don't make any unnecessary movements. A rank 3 Gu master shouted towards Fang Yuan, his tone full of warning and threat. This Bai Ningbing is such a cockroach. Fang Yuan, seeing this scene, laughed coldly in his heart, knowing that he could not have the last strike. Firstly, Qingshu's consciousness was blurred. A green vine was insufficient to kill Bai Ningbing, who had the ice muscles. For Fang Yuan to get close to Bai Ningbing, he had to break through Qingshu's trap, but this way, it would divert much of his attention and might even help Bai Ningbing in escaping his predicament. Even if they broke through by force, Bai clan's rank 3 Gu masters and rank 2 elites were not for show. They would definitely stop him. Furthermore, fighting against Bai Ningbing had danger as well. Bai Ningbing's aperture had recovered primeval essence sufficiently to at least use the bluebird ice coffin Gu. Even if Fang Yuan managed to kill Bai Ningbing, these Bai clan elites would not let go of him. They would definitely kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The distance is too long. There are at least 20 steps to get to him, and my Moonglow Gu's attack range is only 10 steps. Furthermore, to kill this Bai Ningbing who is destined to die anyway, I would need to put my life at such risk, greatly interfering with my rebirth plans. It is not worth it. Thinking so, Fang Yuan took a few steps back. This was evidently a weak and cowardly movement, causing the Bai clan Gu masters to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 143. Answer translator. Sky Pharaoh, editor. Sky Pharaoh, soon after, Fang Zheng rushed over as well. Lord Qing Shu, he had an exhilarated expression, stupidly running towards Gu Yueqing Shu, but soon was forced to retreat by the pin needles. Group leader, it's me, Fang Zheng, he shouted in shock, sensing something amiss for the first time. But how could Gu Yueqing Shu answer him? Big brother, what's wrong with Lord Qing Shu? Fang Zheng, under confusion and shock, could only turn to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan ignored him, squatting down and grabbing with his right hand, making a claw shape towards Bai Ningbing. Plunder Gu. He secretly activated this Gu, quickly sensing that he had grabbed something. He quickly pulled back, and a Gu worm flew out of Bai Ningbing's body. It was a red steel relic Gu. This was given to Bai Ningbing by the Bai clan leader, but Bai Ningbing never used it, as he quickly reached rank 3 cultivation. Now it became Fang Yuan's loot. Seeing the red steel relic Gu coming out of Bai Ningbing's body and flying away, landing in Fang Yuan's palm, the Bai clan Gu masters were anxious until their eyes turned red, starting to scream. Scumbag, if you don't want to die, stop right now. Stealing our Bai clan Gu worm right in front of us. It's a red steel relic Gu worm, Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Once the red steel relic Gu was obtained, he used the Spring Autumn Cicada to instantly refine it, but did not keep it in his aperture, putting it in his clothes instead, giving the impression that he had not refined them yet. He grabbed once again. This time, a gray-colored beetle flew out. Stone Aperture Gu, Fang Yuan recognized this goo immediately. As his eyes shone, he refined it once again and kept it in his arms. "Damn it, yet another goo worm! Stop him, he dares to do so openly. He does not hold any regard for our Bai clan. Save Bai Ningbing, kill these guys." The Bai clan goo masters growled, running furiously from the mountain path. Bai Ningbing had the full support of his clan, so every goo worm in his possession was outstanding. Now that they were snatched away by Fang Yuan in public, they all could feel their hearts bleeding. This felt worse than killing them. Seeing these people approaching with their imposing aura, Fang Zheng took a step back in fright, but Fang Yuan was unfazed. In the current scene, he and Fang Zheng were at the east side of the mountain path while the Bai clan Gu masters were at the west, and in the middle of the two sides were Gu Yue Qingshu and Bai Ningbing. Whoosh, whoosh, pin needles rained like cats and dogs. Damn it, Bai clan Gu masters started scolding as they were blocked by Gu Yue Qingshu. Gu Yue Qingshu is going to die any time. The remaining time only allows me to use the plunder Gu once. What would it be this time? Fang Yuan calmed down, using the plunder Gu again. Every time the plunder Gu was used, it expended a large amount of primeval essence. It depended on how strong the target Gu worm was. The harder the process, the more primeval essence is expended. If the plunder fails, the Gu master would even face a backlash. Thus, the plunder Gu was a rather unreliable Gu, with little usage. But at this moment, Bai Ningbing was almost dead. His consciousness was hazy, and he was almost at his limits. Plundering his Gu worm was not hard at all. Among the Gu worms in Bai Ningbing's possession, the most valuable is the Frost Demon Gu. This Gu was on par with the Wood Charm Gu, allowing a person to transform into the Frost Demon. But if used for extended periods, it would cause the Gu master's life force to dwindle, turning into an ice statue. Bai Ningbing knew this weakness, thus he had never been like Gu Yue Qingshu, using the Gu to such an extent. Other than the Frost Demon Gu, the second most valuable is the Bluebird Ice Coffin Gu, a rank 3 Gu. Right now, it resides in Bai Ningbing's throat. If he can plunder the Bluebird Ice Coffin Gu, it is the best scenario. But the plunder Gu is only a rank 2 Gu. Even if the Gu master wills it, it does not have the ability to do so. Eventually, Fang Yuan caught Bai Ningbing's Water Shield Gu. This was not bad at all. The Water Shield Gu, together with the White Jade Gu, could provide Fang Yuan greater defensive power. The tree spirit that Gu Yue Qingshu turned into was eventually felled by the Bai clan Gu masters. They split open the wooden cage and saved the Bai Ningbing, who had fainted after losing his right arm. Just as they were about to slaughter Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, the Gu Yue clan reinforcements arrived. The two were at a stalemate for a while, before both retreated in mutual understanding. Qingshu's death and Bai Ningbing's injury, with the threat of the wolf tide, such a loss is already horrifying. If a large-scale fighting broke out, for each clan their pressure for survival would intensify greatly. Regardless of which world, people always compete for their own benefits, and the greatest benefit in the world is undoubtedly survival. Eventually, Gu Yue Qingshu's corpse and Gu worms were brought back by the Gu Yue clan's Gu masters. The two sides held caution as they retreated from the battlefield. The sky was raining, and the entire area was gloomy. A group of people stood at a slope behind the village. This was the graveyard. Every now and then there would be a few more gravestones erected here. In this world it was tough for people to survive, and whether it is due to external threat or internal cause, there would always be a few sacrifices. The clan elder's voice was low as it entered everyone's ears, making them feel even more down. We have the same surname, we come from the same clan, the same blood flows in our bodies. We are so close together in distance, yet we are forever separated by life and death. This pain aches in my heart. Wait for me. Someday in the future I will lay beside you as well. Let us turn into ash and soil as we support our future generations. On a newly erected gravestone, a group of people hung their heads low. Some were crying softly, and some were staring at the name on the tombstone as they were filled with sadness. The cruelty of death was like a white bony arm, slashing a bloody injury on everyone's heart. Except that some were already numb from the pain, while others were still too inexperienced. Gu Yue Fangzheng was among these people, his drooping eyes staring at the tombstone with Gu Yue Qingshu, these 4 words. Dead, in his eyes there was endless uncertainty. Yesterday's battle, the entire process and situation, was still imprinted deep in his heart. His experience was limited. He did not understand Guye Qingshu's moving and tragic bravery as well as his sacrifice. But now that the truth was in front of him, he could not accept it suddenly. Dead? That kind Lord Qingshu that always smiles, advises, shows concern and takes care of me, is actually dead? Why did this happen? Why is it that in this world good people die easily while bad people live long? Is this a dream? Am I having a dream right now? Fang Zheng clenched his fists, and the realistic feeling of touch caused him to feel ever more upset. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. Sigh, I can't believe that this time, even Lord Qingshu sacrificed himself. Humans will eventually die, but it is too much of a pity. I heard that Bai Ningbing still had a breath of vitality left. He was eventually saved. May he rest well underground, and bless us with the hopes of surviving this wolf tide. The crowd slowly dispersed, until Fang Zheng was the last one left. The young man's lonely shadow facing the graveyard full of tombstones alone. Lord Qingshu, he suddenly kneeled on the ground, his tears falling on the ground. He was lost, he was regretful, he was in pain. Drip, drip drop, drip drop. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting on the ground, causing the leaves and tree branches to bend. The smell of the earth rushed into Fang Zheng's nostrils, and he wept in painful grief. The sound of his crying and the raindrops mixed together. His 10 fingers grabbed the soil, trying to retrieve Qingshu's life, but eventually he only had 2 handfuls of soil. It started raining, and Bai Ningbing lay upon a soft bed, staring at this rain blankly. His right arm, which was broken, was already taken care of, wrapped with a white bandage. His eyes also returned to black, but his cultivation was rank 3. He had no longer suppressed it to rank 2. When he woke up from his slumber, he suddenly lost all spirits, feeling extremely empty. He laid on his bed peacefully, his eyes opened for over 10 hours. He let the rank 3 white-silver primeval essence nurture his aperture. He couldn't bother to care about it. This rain triggered the deepest memories in his heart. It was under such a summer rain that he was officially adopted by the Bai clan leader. The clan leader's benevolent and hopeful gaze fell on him, as the surrounding clan elders gave their words of congratulations, gushing in like tidal waves. The young him stood on the icy ground barefooted, and he stared at the rain outside the window. But all he felt was being lost and lonely. What is the meaning of living? This question troubled him for 20 over years, and could continue to trouble him until the problem of his self-explosion surfaced again. Is it for kinship for the clan? Bai Ningbing unavoidably thought of Guye Qingshu. From young to adulthood, he had seen such a sacrifice many times. Sometimes it is a Bai clansman, sometimes they were from Guye clan or Xiong clan. He could not understand these fanatics. He was born as a cold and emotionless person. Guye Qingshu could not give him answers. Thus, Bai Ningbing thought of Fang Yuan. The first time he saw Fang Yuan was sitting by a tree eating a wild fruit he picked, emotionlessly starting at the battle below. He was excited until his body shuddered, shivering with excitement. The reason was that he saw himself from Fang Yuan's similar eerie abyss-like iris. But now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze had something more than him. That thing is the answer to his questions. The rain got heavier, and thunder rumbled while lightning flashed in the sky. What is the meaning behind living? In the dark room, Guye Fang Zheng asked the same question. Guye clan leader Guye Bo sighed. He stared pitifully at the young man who had lost his soul, and then looked outside the window, at the rain. Fang Zheng's doubt was understandable. An unavoidable death always urges people to think behind the true value of existence. You know something? More than 10 years ago, there was another young man with a similar situation as you, and asked me the same question. Long after Gu Yuebo started to speak. That person is your clan leader's, my adopted son, Gu Ye Qingshu. Fang Zheng was momentarily stunned, raising his head, a pair of swollen red eyes showing an intense urge for answers. Chapter 144. Sacrifice is common, and faith is undying. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh, I said to him, a person has 1,001 reasons to live. Why are you alive? I cannot answer that. Only you have the answer. Go find it yourself, Guye Bo said. Then clan leader, what is your answer for yourself? Fang Zheng blinked in confusion, asking. Guye Bo laughed. In his eyes, Fang Zhang and Qing Shu's images were overlapping. Gu Ye Qing Shu had asked the same question in the past. Clan leader thought for a moment, recalling the past, then repeating the same answer he gave back then. An organization is bound to have sacrifices. From the moment a person is born, death is imminent. Between life and death, humans are fragile, but one thing can warm the heart and shine upon our souls. That is, love. This is my answer. Sacrifice is common. Gu Yue Qing Shu is he, Gu Yebo's adopted son, and after raising him for so many years, his current sacrifice brought great pain to this foster father. But as clan leader, he had seen far too many sacrifices. When one has the resolution of life and death, pain and grief becomes more acceptable. Fang Zhang lowered his head, keeping silent. It seems he was thinking. Clan leader laughed, taking a letter from the drawer in his desk. He handed it to Fang Zhang. This is Gu Ye Qing Shu's letter. It records the answers to questions he's been thinking about for years. I am handing it to you now. You can take a look. This is his answer. Undoubtedly, Fang Zhang's current heart had intense attraction to this letter. He opened it on the spot, and after seeing the first line, his tears could not help but flow out. It was Gu Yue Qing Shu's familiar handwriting. In his words, there was his unique, amicable aura. The starting paragraph recorded his perplexity and pain. Next was the situations that had given him some ideas through continuously thinking about them these past years. Fang Zhang looked at the letter and felt like he had experienced Gu Yue Qing Shu's entire life. He followed Gu Yue Qing Shu's footsteps until he finished the entire letter. At the end, this was recorded. The clan is like a forest, and we members are like the trees in the forest. The old trees extend their branches and shelter the young from rain and wind. When the young trees grow into large and tall trees, the old trees will turn into the nutrients in the soil, fertilizing the land and nurturing new trees. People will always die, and heaven and earth will not remember us. But new trees are the proof that the old trees have existed. Under this continuous testament, the clan forest becomes larger and spreads further, walking towards the path of prosperity and flourishment. People are bound to die. As Gu Masters, we cannot hide from impending death. Even rank 7 and 8 Gu Masters can merely live a little longer. Towards death, I feel fear as well. But I understand deeply. Eventually, one day I, Gu Ye Qing Shu, will die too. I might die of old age, illness, or the battlefield. But at that moment, I can leave peacefully with no regrets. At the end of the letter, Lord Foster Father, the question I asked you before, I think I have found the answer. After seeing the letter, Fang Zhang wept soundlessly. In his mind, it was filled with memories of Qing Shu. When he committed a mistake, Qing Shu did not blame, but instead comforted him. When facing trouble, the gaze of encouragement was given, and when in a loss, the hands of Qing Shu would warmly touch Fang Zhang's head. Gu Yuebo kept the letter and said, "In future, when you think of the answer, you can also write a letter and tell me. Go, return, and have a rest. The danger of the wolf tide is not over. We need you to contribute your strength as well." No. Fang Zhang slowly raised his head, clenching his fists. "What?" Gu Yuebo asked. "I've found my answer." Fang Zhang's tone was filled with indescribable determination as he continued. "I want strength, to protect my family and protect them from any harm. I want to protect the clan and strengthen the clan. I want the wolf tide to no longer be able to torture us. I want to see the happiness of joy of my companions. This pain, I do not want it to repeat. I want to use my pair of hands, my body, my soul to protect those around me." Gu Yuebo showed an expression of surprise, and at this moment, he felt that he saw Gu Yue Qing Shu. "Qing Shu, you did not die in vain." Seeing Fang Zhang's shining eyes, clan leader sighed emotionally in his heart. An old tree has fallen, and just as it gradually decays away in the soil, a new sprout is already starting to grow rapidly. Renzu was unable to endure the heart of loneliness. Thus he dug out both eyes, turning them into a son and daughter. This alleviated his sense of loneliness. But good things do not last, for his children started to crave the scenery of the outside world, forgetting all about their father Renzu, and always going out to play until they forgot the time, and even forgot to take care of Renzu. Renzu could not see anything. It was total darkness, but at time he could see a little bit of light. To this he felt perturbed and asked the Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu told this to him. Oh, this is the eternal light given out by the faith goo. Faith. Bai Ningbing, seeing this, laughed and threw the book that recorded the ancient legends out. The door was opened at this moment, and the person entering was almost hit in the face by the book. Ningbing, what are you doing? The one entering was the Bai clan leader. He frowned, consoling. I know your mood is bad, but losing your right arm is nothing. In this world there are many goo worms that can heal such an injury. In the past, I got the clan elders to stay by your side and protect you, but you always rejected it, and even attacked the clan elders. You finally suffered a loss this time, huh? But this is a good thing. Since young, you've had too smooth of a path, but as long as it is not death, such a loss is no big deal. Your injuries are already healed, but the wolf tide is getting more ferocious. The clan needs your strength. A bunch of wolf cubs, what can they amount to? Bai Ningbing shut his eyes, lying on the bed and answering nonchalantly. Clan leader's face showed a serious expression. The situation is not looking good, or rather, it is pessimistic. According to our reconnaissance, there are already 3 frenzy lightning wolf packs moving near the village. Your failure brought a great influence to our clansmen. I hope that tonight you can come out and show yourself. As long as you are standing, it can greatly motivate our clansmen. Do you understand? I get it. It's a small matter, Bai Ningbing responded, showing impatience. If it was any other person acting like this to the clan leader, they would have gotten heavily punished. But Bai Ningbing was different. Bai clan leader sighed helplessly, closing the door and leaving. When the room had only Bai Ningbing left, he opened his eyes, showing a gaze full of loneliness and perplexity. He did not tell the others about the problem with his body and the premonition of death that he was feeling. From the clan's ancient records, he found out the name of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. In that limited information, the 10 extreme physiques were also known as the Absolute Death Talents, for when the aperture walls reached their limits, the self-destructive power would be extremely great. It is true that the Bai clan leader had raised Bai Ningbing for many years, being so lenient to him. However, if the matter of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was exposed, Bai Ningbing had no doubt that the first person to kill him would be this Bai clan leader. What's the point of a person being alive? In the past, when he considered this question, Bai Ningbing would feel lost, feeling emotions like boredom, frustration, and anger. All these negative emotions. But now his heart felt a sense of peacefulness. People would grow up, not to mention a genius like him. In the past, he knew that he was going to die, thus in his despair he longed to live, and he felt a sense of fear towards death deep in his heart. But now, after he had almost died, he had gotten over it. Allowing the rank 3 white-silver primeval essence to nurture his aperture, he was no longer worried. After all, he was no longer afraid of death. Even though he was still lost about the meaning of living, he knew where the answer was. This answer was already in Fang Yuan's heart. This feeling was indescribable. It was like an instinct, but he was clear of it. Moreover, the stone aperture goo was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan, we will meet again, he lightly muttered, his eyes shining with a brilliant light, like the glimmer of a diamond. Stone aperture goo. In the rented house, Fang Yuan held the goo worm in his hands, falling into deep thought. Stone aperture goo was like a dice, cubic and had a gray-white body, extremely sturdy. This goo was an expenditure-type goo, gone after one use. Its use was to turn a goo master's aperture wall into a sturdy rock wall. This act completely squeezes the aperture's potential and growth dry, allowing the goo master to reach peak stage cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan was now a rank 2 middle stage, so after using the goo, he can instantly become rank 2 peak stage. But the price is, Fang Yuan would no longer have the possibility to advance to rank 3. At the same time, he would lose the ability to regenerate primeval essence, thus he would only be able to use primeval stones to replenish them. The stone aperture goo was for some goo masters who were at their wits' end. For some goo masters' aperture that suffered an unrecoverable injury, developing cracks and can't be healed, they would have to use this goo. Or, in special situations, the goo master has no hopes of advancing and need to raise their cultivation quickly to live. Thus, they will use this goo. The cost of refining this stone aperture goo is very high. Seeing that Bai Ningbing refined this goo worm, he probably wants to convert his aperture into a stone aperture to prevent the imminent death. Unfortunately, this method can only delay his death, but cannot stop his destruction. If the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is so easily broken, how can it be called a 10 extreme physique? This stone aperture goo was useless to Fang Yuan, but the red steel relic goo he got from Bai Ningbing's body as well as the water shield goo were very useful. As for the goo worms Fang Yuan extracted from Gu Yu Man Shi and the others' bodies, they were not outstanding, and once he returned to the clan he had them exchanged for large amounts of merit points. Because of the wolf tide, the issue of Qing Shu and Bai Ningbing's battle was suppressed by all three clans, controlling their urges. The three clans needed each other's power to survive this ordeal first. Xiong Lin's report exposed the fact that Fang Yuan possessed the white jade goo, but he used the reason of buying it from the caravan to get through for the time being. Chapter 145. Sacrifices are encouraged. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. As a person involved, Fang Yuan had to go through the clan's investigation. It was not an in-depth investigation. The ever-growing severity of the wolf tide had attracted almost all the attention of the clan's higher-ups. Fang Yuan's earth communication, eargrass, and stealth scales goo were still concealed, but even if they were exposed, Fang Yuan could just attribute it to the caravan. In any case, communications had already been severed due to the wolf tide. The caravan won't be coming. Under such circumstances, the clan couldn't obtain the confirmation from the caravan, and could only delay the investigation. When the results of any investigation truly came out, Fang Yuan would have already become a rank 3 and left Qingmao Mountain. Of course, if the Four Flavors Liquor Worm and Spring Autumn Cicada were exposed, it would be a completely different matter. Either of them could cause a huge commotion in the village if exposed. Four Flavors Liquor Worm represented a whole new fusion recipe and had extremely significant meaning. Fang Yuan wouldn't be able to explain it even if he pushed it onto the caravan, and would be thoroughly investigated by the clan. And Spring Autumn Cicada? If it was discovered, the wolf tide would be greatly sidelined. This is a rank 6 goo after all. Even the clan head Gu Yue Bo would immediately dispense with the civilities. The nonsense of kinship and the clan head position could all be given up. There was no doubt that it would be forcibly seized. July was month of a scorching hot summer, and the hot air was filled with the iron smell of blood. The wolf tide was growing more serious, and fights were becoming more intense. Many had begun to realize that the wolf tide this time was of a rarely seen enormous scale among all of past history. Bold lightning wolf packs had fallen to a supporting role now. Thousand Beast King Frenzy lightning wolf packs had started to roam nearby the village. Mankind's living space had shrunk down to an extreme level. Even Gu Yu Ye clan headquarters were as such. There was no need to mention the village at the foot of the mountain. 9 out of 10 houses were empty, and a portion of fortunate villagers were living in the clan by utilizing all kinds of connections. But the majority of the villagers could only leave their homes and make an arduous journey to evade the wolf tide. Their destination was another mountain village. But the fierce beasts, wild goo, and the lightning wolves that filled the whole mountain reduced their hopes to an almost negligible amount. This was a hopeless journey. Gu Yu clan could only give up on these mortals. They would all die before they even reached halfway to their destination, either because of the fierce beasts or due to attacks from insects. No matter if it was mortals or goo masters, they were all struggling between life and death. Even the elders, who usually had a high position, had no choice but to don their armors and go to the battlefield. The goo masters that had retired were enlisted again. When the wolf tide ends, those that managed to live on would definitely not surpass even 1/10. The cruelty of nature was displayed in all its glory at this moment. It was the survival of the fittest, and in no way could it be avoided by speaking words of warmth. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. His eyes were closed as he looked at his aperture. In his aperture, 44% of red steel sea waves were surging up and down. These primeval essence were all dark red. It was the rank 2 peak stage dark red primeval essence. Rank 2 primeval essence were collectively called red steel primeval essence. But it had 4 different small realms: initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. There were also slight differences in the red steel primeval essence. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence was light red, middle stage primeval essence was scarlet, upper stage was crimson, and peak stage was dark red. Many days ago, Fang Yuan had advanced to upper stage. His crimson primeval essence went through 4 Flavors Liquor Worm's refinement, and along with the replenishment from primeval stones, it had completely changed to the current dark red primeval essence. Right now, the aperture wall was no longer a watery membrane with the flowing light, but it was instead a thick stone membrane formed by layers upon layers of piled-up white light. White jade goo and stealth scales goo were in the depths of the red steel sea. 4 Flavors liquor worm was playing around in the sea, but when the Spring Autumn Cicada slowly showed up, it immediately sunk towards the depths of the sea. Under the aura of the Spring Autumn Cicada, the surface of the whole primeval sea became as calm and smooth as a mirror without the slightest wave. Spring Autumn Cicada's condition was getting better. Its 2 wings were completely recovered, appearing like a pair of tender leaves. Only its main body was still withered. Fang Yuan would check on Spring Autumn Cicada every so often. He could clearly sense the recovery speed of Spring Autumn Cicada increasing rapidly. The Spring Autumn Cicada was like a dying patient before, one who couldn't even open their mouths to eat and could only take in liquid food to preserve their life force. Now, this patient could get off the bed and eat much more food to nourish itself. The recovery speed would naturally become faster. Besides the Spring Autumn Cicada, there were 2 new members in Fang Yuan's aperture. They were both taken from Baining Bing. One was Water Shield Goo, which looked like a jellyfish as it floated in the sea. Another was Red Steel Relic Goo. Fang Yuan's advancement to upper stage was because of the purified primeval essence by the 4 Flavors liquor worm and continuous nourishment of the aperture wall, causing a qualitative change. Fang Yuan hadn't used the Red Steel Relic Goo. Just based on cultivation level, Fang Yuan would already be the 3rd highest person among rank 2 Gu masters of Gu Yue clan. Zhongli and Qingshu were dead. Fang Yuan was in the top 5 even among the whole Qingmao mountain. As for Qishan and Mo Yan, they originally were at rank 2 upper stage but had advanced to peak stage not long ago. This could be said to have aroused the morale of the clansmen who were down after Qingshu's sacrifice. Fang Yuan was progressing, and others naturally were also progressing. Qishan and Mo Yan had been in upper stage for quite a bit of time, and had continuously been pressured by the peak stage Qingshu. The intense stimulation of death brought by the wolf tide caused Gu masters to have a deep thirst for power, squeezing out their potential and leading to cultivation advancement. But if we count fighting strength, I am the number 1 among the rank 2 Gu masters of the whole Qingmao mountain. Now, after I use this Red Steel Relic Goo, my cultivation will rise to peak stage, and when combined with my deep experience, I can even battle rank 3 Gu masters to a certain degree. Fang Yuan calculated. His low profile and patience had brought him plentiful gains now. He could advance to this stage with just C-grade aptitude. The whole clan would be shocked if they knew this. Even the A-grade aptitude Fang Zheng was only at rank 2 middle stage. Naturally, even if he advanced to peak stage, Fang Yuan couldn't win against rank 3 Gu masters. Bai Ningbing was able to surpass levels and kill a rank 3 Gu master because of his northern dark ice soul physique. Gu Yue Qingshu also could do that because he had the Wood Charm Gu, a powerful and special rank 3 Gu worm. In actuality, Fang Yuan had a much stronger trump card than them, Spring Autumn Cicada. However, this rank 6 Gu was very special, and Fang Yuan forced himself to not use it. Spring Autumn Cicada hadn't fully recovered, and if it was forcefully used, whether it could rebirth would be a huge question mark. The Red Steel Relic Goo was only effective to rank 2 Goo masters. There was no value in keeping it. Fang Yuan was just about to use this Goo when there came a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Lord Fang Yuan, it is me, Gu Yue Xianxia, a voice shouted after the knocking. Fang Yuan frowned. This Xianxia was getting more overbearing recently. He would repeatedly look for him to ask for vitality leaves. The number of deaths and crippled people were increasing, causing the price of the vitality leaves to become increasingly higher and even becoming a situation of high demand but no supply. How many times have I told you that I don't have more vitality leaves? Get lost, Fang Yuan coldly snorted. How could he give up his cultivation time for trifle primeval stone's earnings? Outside the door, Xianxia had a flattering smile on. Lord Fang Yuan, please appease your anger. You are aware of the current situation. What choices do I have? Many Gu masters know I sell vitality leaves and they all look for me. It is not easy for the little me to pass my days. How about this? I will pay 10% more. Lord Fang Yuan, please be kind and give me a dozen vitality leaves. After speaking, he started begging, and his sound carried some sobbing. Fang Yuan was indifferent. That is your affair. What does it have to do with me? Your guts are getting bigger these days. You forgot the agreement between us and actually brought someone else. Ah, Xianxia gave a bitter smile outside the door. He looked at the old Gu master beside him. He had no other way. This Gu master was very powerful, and had stubbornly followed him here. Little friend Fang Yuan, this old Gu master spoke. I am Gu Ye. I believe you have heard of me. I came to purchase some vitality leaves, and hope you, little friend, can show me some respect, and give a little time to produce some. Give you respect? Heh, what reputation do you have? Fang Yuan sneered. This Gu Ye was somewhat famous. He was a retired Gu master, but had been brought back by the clan due to the wolf tide. At his peak period, he had reached rank 3. However, because of injuries, his cultivation dropped down to rank 2 peak stage, and now due to his old age, his cultivation had further dropped down to rank 2 upper stage. Although his cultivation was the same as Fang Yuan, his fighting strength could not be compared to the latter. Gu Ye's expression was ashen. He had long heard of this eccentric loner Fang Yuan, a lad with a vicious and stubborn temper, arrogant and rude, considering everyone beneath him. He had prepared his heart before he came here, but to think that he had still underestimated Fang Yuan. He wanted to use his reputation, but this usually successful method had no effect on Fang Yuan. He felt his face burning and his heart filled with anger. He had lost all his honor right now. This disrespectful son of a bitch. He cursed inwardly but didn't leave. He needed the vitality leaves. He was an experienced man and deeply knew the importance of the vitality leaves. In times, a vitality leaf could mean the difference between life and death. As one gets old, their courage starts to shrink. Back when he was young, he was hot-blooded and easily excited. He wanted to protect the clan's people. He wanted to change the world. He wanted to become a great hero. In those times, he had the resolution to view death as a return home. However, right now he was old and was much more cool-headed. He had seen through many aspects of life in these years and could be said to have reflected on himself. Especially after several of his children died, his heart had grown more cold. Any organization needs sacrifices. Resources are limited. Although they are produced all the time, they are also consumed. As such, this add and decrease limits the total amount. Humans need food, clothes, and lodging to survive. These are resources. Gu masters need Gu worms, primeval stones, and food to cultivate. These are also resources. Becoming strong requires even more resources. But if you don't sacrifice, then where can I get more resources? I rather compromise others than sacrifice my benefits. Protecting, honor, family love, dreams, hot blood, they are all honorable reasons for sacrificing. There are no organizations that do not encourage self-sacrifice. However, the higher-ups would never say that. They would instead talk of protecting, honor, family love, dreams, hot blood, happiness, and so on, and give all kinds of material benefits. However, the material benefits are just nonsense once one dies. What could a dead great hero enjoy? Look at Gu Yue Qingshu. He blissfully died and was buried in the soil, his name carved in the gravestone as his spirit continues to influence future heroes. Chapter 146. Oppressive Translator. Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh Xianxia looked at the Gu Yue, whose face was grim, the former secretly feeling happy in his heart. This old man had forcefully made Xianxia bring him to this place. Xianxia only had rank 1 cultivation and was a junior. Thus he had to lower his head to Gu Yue and bring him here. But now that he had been humiliated, Xianxia's heart was envious of Fang Yuan's unrestrained personality. Gu Yue wanted to give Fang Yuan a few tight slaps to lecture this arrogant junior. But for the vitality leaves, he had to control himself. Junior Fang Yuan, you can't say that. You are still young. You don't know the importance of human relationships. There will come a time when you need to beg others. Just think, in future when you come to ask me for a favor and I treat you like this, how would you feel? Bullcrap human relationships. Fang Yuan laughed in disdain in his heart. The so-called unity was just because they were individually weak. Human relationships. It was important on Earth. After all, there was no difference in personal strength among people. But in this world where people cultivated, things were inherently different. Human relationships were just a byproduct of strength. If one is strong, their human relationships would thrive. But for those who pursue relationships, they definitely have something to ask others of. As for not needing relationships, if one is overly powerful, they can snatch anything they want, give it away, or die. Why would they need people's relationships? These were demonic path thoughts, and Fang Yuan would naturally not advertise them publicly. But since he was disturbed like this, Fang Yuan might as well do this business. Thus, he said, "It's not that I can't sell it either. 1 vitality leaf for 68 primeval stones. How many do you want?" "Huh." Gu Yueye outside the door was shocked by this price, quickly saying, "Junior Fang Yuan, this price is too expensive." Fang Yuan snorted, "Then don't buy it. Among the resources provided by the clan, there are also vitality leaves. You can exchange it with merit points." Gu Yueye laughed bitterly. "How would I not know that, but these vitality leaves are all sold to those with relationships. The Medicine Hall clan elder Gu Yueyao Ji has complete control over it. How can I interfere? Junior Fang Yuan, sell me a favor. I will definitely repay you. From what I see, 60 primeval stones is a just price. I do not anticipate people's repayment. You have wasted enough of my time. 70 primeval stones if you don't want to buy it. Leave." Fang Yuan responded. Gu Yeye was furiously stomping. "Junior Fang Yuan, how can you do business like this?" Fang Yuan snickered. "Times are different. It is 72 primeval stones now. Every sentence you say wastes some of my time, and when I feel unhappy, I will raise the price. I hope you can make the right decisions." Hearing this, Gu Yuye's face became furious. He wanted to say something, but every time he opened his mouth, no words came out. His hagged face was green and red, and Xianxia, who was beside him, saw this and cheered internally. Finally, he gritted his teeth, saying, "Okay, I'll buy it. I need 5 vitality leaves. You can hand the primeval stones to Xianxia. As for the vitality leaves, collect them from him 3 days later." Fang Yuan said. This was overbearing. Trading goods and money was the most basic fairness. But Gu Yuye still paid the money, handing multiple bags to Xianxia on the spot. His movements were slightly trembling, for this was his meager savings, the savings from him scrimping throughout the years. And now they were all taken by a shrewd merchant. Finally, he walked out of this bamboo building with an endless feeling of indignance. "Lord Fang Yuan, what you did was really cool revenge. But I'm afraid you have completely offended Gu Yuye. This old man, when he was young, he always took revenge on people. He would not let go of this easily." Outside, Xianxia said carefully, "Let him be. An old man relying on his seniority, he is bound to get eliminated by the clan." Fang Yuan opened the door, and Xianxia handed him the bags. The clan wants to resist the wolf tide, so that requires large amounts of resources. With less resources, they cannot maintain the large organization structure. Thus, they would need to get rid of members. These old men being alive were wasting precious scarce resources. They were destined to go. The wolf packs eliminated the old and sickly, expelling the crippled wolves. In human society, they would not be so obvious, always masking their evil with a shield of light. Thus they called these old Gu masters to fight. So what if Gu Yuye understood the intention? Being in the system, a person in society, they had no choice. The clan uses the reason of protecting their family and clan to call them to fight and sacrifice. How can they refuse? On earth there is a sentence: if the emperor wants the subjects to die, they cannot do otherwise. But still countless people fight for the positions of being the emperor's subjects. This was the allure and cruelty of the system. Every round of the wolf tide in the past, those old Gu masters who come out to fight, how many can survive? Let's not say 5 vitality leaves. Even if we give this Gu Yuye 50 pieces, he might not make it out alive. Fang Yuan stood at the door, laughing coldly. When Xianxia heard this tone, his heart was freezing. He could feel an aura from Fang Yuan, full of coldness and frost, like the northern winds blowing until he cannot raise his head. Fang Yuan looked at Xianxia, his eyes dark and black, continuing, "From now on, other than the arranged timings, you cannot look for me. If you break my rules, be prepared to face the consequences. Letting you sell the vitality leaves for me is on account of your brother, but respect is given by others and thrown away by own self. Think over your own actions." Xianxia heard Fang Yuan's lecture, not daring to speak. Thinking of Gu Yuye's sad state, sweat poured from his forehead. "Also, from now on, raise the price of the vitality leaves to 70 primeval stones," Fang Yuan said again. 70? Xianxia was shocked as he gulped, his eyes shining, as if he can see an endless supply of primeval stones. But he was also rather afraid. asking meekly, "Lord Fang Yuan, raising prices like this, will it cause others to think that we are growing a fortune through the misfortune? Would we have the suspicion of taking advantage of the clan's state? If we do this, we might incur public outrage." Public outrage? What can they do? Do what I order. Don't talk crap. If someone finds trouble, tell them the vitality leaves are sold by me. Fang Yuan snorted. Yes, yes, yes. Xianxia nodded furiously. Fang Yuan's words were what he wanted to hear. He was going to do this as well. He was just a rank 1 small fry. He cannot offend too many people. Throwing all these problems to Fang Yuan, he had already started doing so. A small fry also has his own survival methods, and towards Xianxia's intention, Fang Yuan was clear at heart. But cultivation difference and era difference results in Fang Yuan living a different lifestyle. After using that red steel relic goo, he would be rank 2 peak stage, near to rank 3. That means he has finally grown past the initial step, and having this strength means his life and future would be different. In the past, he needed to lay low, but now he needed to be oppressive. Only when he is oppressive can he obtain the biggest benefit. As for this Xianxia, he still has some value to make use of. Even with his petty acts, as long as it does not infringe on Fang Yuan's benefits, he can tolerate it. Even revealing some unimportant trump cards is not a big deal. During peacetime, those higher-ups have nothing to do, thus they might find problems. But now that there is the Wolf Tide, who has the energy to care about such minute details? After the Wolf Tide, it is not guaranteed that the Gu Yue village still exists. Half a month later, lightning wolves attack like tidal waves, causing the Gu masters to retreat in a hurry. Xiong Yuan Zhen, you must hang in there. Gu Yu village is not too far away. Xiong Jiao Man stared at the clansman on the ground, her eyes turning red as she shouted, "Leader Big Sis, I can't take it anymore. I have something in my heart I want to tell you." Xiong Yuan Zhen was at his dying breath. His injuries were severe, and his face was full of death. "Okay, speak," Xiong Jiao Man sobbed. She knew in her heart that although this Xiong Yuan Zhen was normally quiet, but he was secretly in love with her. At this moment, she knew what he wanted to say. But when Xiong Yuan Zhen opened his mouth, he did not manage to confess and say, "I love you." He had died of blood loss, injuries too severe to cure. His body was full of injuries, all from the bites of the lightning wolves. The most fatal blow was at his chest, from his right shoulder all the way to his belly button. This was caused by a bold lightning wolf. "Big Sis, the situation is bad." Another bold lightning wolf group came. The recon Gu master shouted, his voice filled with panic. Xiong Jiao Man's cries ended, placing Xiong Yuan Zhen's body down. She was the group leader. Her group members need her. The dead has passed, and those alive has to continue facing the cruelty of this world. These goddamn wolves, is there an end to them? Xiong Jian Man cursed fiercely. Her body figure was hot and she had a nice pretty face, so when she said these swear words there was a unique flavor about her. Hearing her words, the others calmed down internally. As Xiong Jian Man cursed, she observed, the investigation result made her slightly distressed. She could kill a group of bold lightning wolves, fight her way out of 2 groups. But against 4 bold lightning wolf groups, the wisest decision is to retreat to the valley behind her and use the signal goo, hoping for reinforcements. "Retreat to the valley," Xiong Jiao Man shouted as she activated both her giant bears to protect them. These 2 giant bears were well raised by her, one brown and one black with smooth and shiny fur, but they were both full of injuries all over their bodies. When Xiong Jiao Man and the others successfully retreated to the valley, these 2 bears were left with one. The black one had been engulfed by the lightning wolves' pack after killing tens of lightning wolves, having run out of energy. A goo worm shot out from the bear corpse, returning back to Xiong Jiao Man's hand in an instant. This was the bear enslavement goo. It can be planted into bears to allow the goo master to manipulate giant bears. Of course, it can only be an ordinary bear, for the bear enslavement goo is a rank 2. It cannot enslave a bear king. If it can enslave a bear king, they would be strong. Because a bear king, even if it is the weakest, has at least 100 bear subordinates. If a goo master can enslave a bear king, it means they have a beast group to manipulate as well. Now we wait for reinforcements. Hopefully they can get here soon. Xiong Jiao Man panted as she sighed. They had retreated to the valley, thus the area they had to defend against greatly decreased. causing the pressure from the wolf packs to also decrease. But it also meant they had no way out, and the blood and continual battle would attract more wolf packs. The crisis was not resolved. At this point, from the cliff above their heads, a voice was heard. Everyone raised their heads to look, and saw that there was a young man. It's him, Gu Yu Fang Yuan. The 7 Xiong clan Gu masters were first invigorated, but then showed a complicated expression. Chapter 147. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. Translator. Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh. Ever since Bai Ningbing and Qingshu's intense battle, Fang Yuan, who had chased after Bai Ningbing the entire way, had become well known, and his popularity rose. These days, Fang Yuan had shown his strong side in the wolf tide, heading alone to hunt lightning wolves and showing shocking results. He was the new generation's rising star. If not for his strange personality and bad reputation, his status would be on par with Qi Shan and Mo Yan. But to the Xiong village members, Fang Yuan was also Xiong Zhang's murderer. Thus, when Xiong Zhao Man and the others saw Fang Yuan, they showed a complicated expression. Fang Yuan stared at them from above, waving his tree vine, saying slowly, "You can continue to wait for reinforcements, or escape using the vine in my hand and climb up the mountain." Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Matters on the battlefield were ever-changing. Xiong Zhao Man and the others obviously chose the tree vine in front of them, but Fang Yuan actually asked them for remuneration. This caused the Xiong clan Gu masters to be furious. "Fang Yuan, we are alliance mates. How can you do this?" someone shouted furiously. "Asking for the bare enslavement, Gu, how shameless can you be?" someone sneered. Fang Yuan calmly retorted, "1 bare enslavement, Gu, and 700 primeval stones. In exchange for all 7 of your lives, this is a cheap price. You can reject me, and I will go back to the clan to report your circumstances." But when will the reinforcements come? Will they encounter a wolf pack on the way here? That I cannot guarantee. Everyone became quiet. Their expressions were ugly. "All right, I promise you. Fang Yuan, you really live up to your reputation." Finally, Xiong Zhao Man chose to give way for the sake of everyone. Her words were full of spite towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. The result was as expected. He threw down the tree vine and laughed coldly in his heart. These 4 bold lightning wolf packs were lured here by him. He wanted to wait for them to die before retrieving their Gu worms and get a huge amount of merit points. But their signal Gu had attracted the attention of the surrounding groups of Gu masters, and they were all rushing over to help. To not waste his effort, Fang Yuan could only act as a reinforcement Gu master for once. Xiong Zhao Man and the others used the tree vines and successfully escaped from the wolf pack. Not long after, 3 Gu master groups arrived, and one of them was the Qi Shan group. This caused the 7 Gu masters to become even more upset. Xiong Zhao Man was extremely regretful. Not long ago, she had withdrawn her consciousness from the bare enslavement Gu, and cooperated with Fang Yuan in refining the Gu worm. Thus, even if she wanted to go back on her words now, it was impossible. "Fang Yuan, I will remember you." Xiong Zhao Man stared at Fang Yuan fiercely in the eye. "Remember or not, that's your business." Fang Yuan laughed plainly, turning around and leaving. "Miss Xiong, we meet again." At the other end, Qi Shan group arrived, speaking with a courteous tone. Ever since the Bai Ningbing incident, Gu Yue clan lost to Qingshu and Xiong clan Xiong Li died. Thus the 2 clans got closer. Politically, Bai clan became resisted by the other 2 clans together, even though the alliance was still in place. Little sister pays respects to elder brother Qi Shan. Xiong Zhao Man lifted her frowning brows, cupping her fists towards Qi Shan, continuing, "This time we are asking the Gu Yue clan for some reinforcements. Xiong clan has been surrounded by wolf packs for 6 days and 6 nights already. These days, the wolf tide was getting more severe. The lightning wolf packs have already started to surround the villages with the intention of attacking. Xiong clan had the lowest position among the 3 clans. Situated at the mountain foot, they would be the first to get attacked by the wolf packs. In fact, this is the 3rd time they had gotten surrounded, and they needed reinforcements. With the coordination of offense from the outside and inside together, they would then be able to scatter and defeat these lightning wolf packs. The matter about reinforcements is not issue. Didn't we cooperate well the last 2 times? But this matter, I have to report to the clan leader first. "Come with me," Qi Shan said. Xiong Zhao Man and the others followed Qi Shan group, coming to Guyue village. Guyue village already had layers of defenses. The outer walls were strongly reinforced with dozens of towers. Below the village walls were trenches dug and filled with sharp bamboo poles. The village walls had been planted with the steel vine goo and poison flower goo. At one glance, the walls were covered in sharp vines, and the beautiful poisonous flowers were all budding, over hundreds or even thousands of them. Entering the main door, one could see that the surrounding buildings, whether it was a residence or tavern, had been all transformed into temporary forts. Xiongjiao Man and the other 6, after leaving the Xiong clan, their journey was filled with difficulty. Traversing through wolf packs, they all had different injuries. Thus, they were led into a bamboo building to receive treatment. There was over 10 healing Gu masters in the bamboo building, mostly rank 1 Gu masters, but also a few rank 2 Gu masters. But what caused Xiongjiao Man and the others to be shocked was, the person in charge was not a rank 2 healing Gu master, but a young girl. Put this unconscious one on the vine chair. The one here has a fracture on his leg. Guyue Xing, come here and give him treatment. Superficial injury, Ah Feng, come here and stop the bleeding. Ah Xing, come here and apply the disinfectant. Xiao Hua, go place a fracture board on that leg fracture. Then come here to bandage the injury. The young girl had black hair, a peach-like small mouth, both eyes shining like crystals, and her face was slightly chubby, with the alluring voice. But when she handled the patients, she was very experienced, causing others to look in amazement. Xiongjiao Man suddenly thought of one person, asking, "This little sister, are you Gu Yue Yao Le? Xiong clan's sister Jiao Man, hello. To think you know of my name." After assigning the Gu masters to their stations, Gu Yue Yao Le walked over and introduced herself. "Sister Yao Le, you are a famous character, inheriting Lord Yao Ji's benevolent heart, and also extremely talented in medical skills. Even with your rank 1 cultivation, you are known as the top 10 rising stars in Qingmao Mountain. Even at the Xiong clan, there are numerous people admiring you, sister." Seeing her strong background, Xiongjiao Man politely praised as she was on a trip to ask the Gu Ye clan for help. "I'm flattered, Sister Jiao Man." Gu Yue Yao Le is still young, and her face turned red as she looked down in embarrassment after being praised. At this time, a Xiong clan Gu master complained, "Although you're both the top 10 rising stars, that Gu Yue Fang Yuan seriously cannot compare to you, little sister. Don't mention Fang Yuan. My blood boils thinking of him. Times without heroes, lad gains fame. Sigh. This person's morals are lacking. To think he is also a top 10 rising star, and even the number 1 position. Thinking about it makes me want to vomit." This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the people nearby, including the Gu Yue clan's Gu masters. "Gu Yue Fang Yuan? What did he do this time?" someone curiously asked. He took one of my bear enslavement Gu, and even 700 primeval stones as a reward for saving us. I've never seen anyone so shameless, and corrupted by greed." Xiongjiao Man snorted, venting her unhappiness. "This is nothing. There are worse things. His heart is blacker than coal, selling a vitality leaf for 80 primeval stones. He is taking advantage of the situation. This person is greedy and extremely shameless. He is too arrogant and proud. My friend wanted to join his group, however not only was he rejected, but he even got insulted in public. What's his deal? He's merely a C-grade talent. He is a living prodigal son, wasting the inheritance both his parents left him to buy a red steel relic Gu from the caravan. Next, he snatched another red steel relic Gu from Bai Ningbing. If I had these 2 Gu worms, I can also have his cultivation. Lord Gu Yue Qingshu is the best after all, humble and kind. Too bad he died early. But his brother Fang Zheng has a sense of justice, helping those in need, and is kind-hearted, also having Lord Qingshu's humble attitude. He is completely the opposite of his brother." Xiongjiao Man did not expect her ranting to cause so much reaction from the Gu Yue clansmen. She was shocked. To think this Fang Yuan was such a failure as a human, being hated by so many people. She felt strange, asking, "Since he is so hated, why did no one teach him a lesson?" The bamboo building instantly became silent. The Gu Yu clansmen all looked at each other, not saying a word. In truth, many people could not stand Fang Yuan's mannerisms, as well as his act of maximizing profit under such circumstances. Many people found problems with him, but the result every time was that the person finding fault got into an even bigger mess themselves. After many times, no one came to find fault with him anymore. And Fang Yuan also became publicly known as the head of the top 10 rising stars that emerged from the wolf tide. All these statuses originate from strength. Fang Yuan's battle strength was the strongest, so he was the head, regardless of how bad his reputation is or how poor his human relationship is. That Fang Yuan again, Gu Yaoji lightly frowned, muttering. She had never seen Fang Yuan, but had already heard much about him. Towards Fang Yuan, she had a poor impression of him. This Fang Yuan, although my senior, the things he does are unforgivable, and he is so extreme. He dared to extort Sister Zhao Man this time and got the bare enslavement gu, not giving a hoot about our two clans' agreements. No, I must tell Grandma and let her teach this Fang Yuan a lesson. Otherwise, our Gu Yue clan will be humiliated. Thinking of this, the young girl suddenly felt that there was a need for a clan higher up to come out and teach this Fang Yuan a lesson. She naturally did not have this ability, but she felt that her grandma, Medicine Hall's Gu Yue Yaoji, could. In her eyes, her grandma was omnipotent. You want me to deal with Gu Yue Fang Yuan? Yaoji looked at her granddaughter, her expression blank, and soon after that she started getting nervous. My dear granddaughter, did he bully you? She hurriedly asked. He did not bully me, but he bullied others. This time it is the Xiong clan sister Zhao Man, he extorted her, getting a bare enslavement gu and 700 primeval stones. This is too much if this goes on. The clan's reputation would be completely ruined by him. Gu Ye Yao Lei said, Grandma knows this matter. Darling granddaughter, leave first. Grandma will not disappoint you. Yao Ji said after deep considerations. Thank you, Grandma. Grandma, you do not know, but this person is too wicked, raising the price of his goods and bullying the weak. He is a true villain. After the young girl left, Yao Ji fell into deep thoughts. She had wanted to deal with Fang Yuan for a long time. However, it was naturally not a naive reason like Yao Lei's, but because Fang Yuan possessed enough profits for her to strike. First was the liquor worm, although previously Yao Ji had bought one from the caravan, but that was given to her granddaughter Yao Lei. She herself still needed one liquor worm as an ingredient to refine a rank 3 gu worm she wanted to fuse. Next was the 9-leaf vitality grass. The clan's 9-leaf vitality grass were mostly in Yao Ji's control, and by relying on selling the vitality leaves, she could consolidate her authority and status in the clan. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. First I wanted to buy his liquor worm, but he refused. What guts! This time he raised the price of the vitality leaves and earned a fortune. Does he really think I, the medicine clan elder, is thin air? Chapter 148, Circumstance Translator. Sky Pharaoh. Editor. Sky Pharaoh. 2 giant banners fluttered in the wind with a ringing noise. One was the battle merit board. Fang Yuan was now among the top 10 in the list. Another banner listed all kinds of goods which could be exchanged with battle merits. However, most of the gu masters in the crowded plaza had their attention on a newly announced decree. The content of the announcement was, the wolf tide is becoming more fierce and the casualties among the clan's gu masters are increasing day by day. To reinforce the treatment methods, the medical hall orders all the gu masters who possess 9-leaf vitality grass to temporarily hand them over to the clan. The medical hall will organize staffs to unify all the productions. There were a list of names in the notification. They were the names of the gu masters that possessed 9-leaf vitality grass in the clan. Naturally, Fang Yuan was also listed. Right now he was standing in a distant corner looking at this notification. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly. At first sight, he had realized this to be Gu Yue Yaoji's move against him. This Gu Yue Yaoji has been indignant since she failed to purchase the liquor worm from me. I already accumulated enough battle merits to exchange for that 3 steps fragrant grass gu, but she prevented this from happening in the dark. Now, she is actually coveting my 9-leaf vitality grass. Gu Yue Yaoji's actions were understandable. People of the same trade were natural enemies. By controlling the sale of the vitality leaves, Gu Yue Yaoji could consolidate her authority, deepen her influence, and maintain her connections. However, Fang Yuan sold them an increased price, so this imperceptibly was infringing on her benefits and shaking her influence. I have a lot of gu worms on me now. White jade gu, moonglow gu, plunder gu, water shield gu, earth communication eargrass, and more. 9-leaf vitality grass is my most important economy source. If I lose this gu, it will be like receiving a checkmate. Gu Yue Yaoji made a really fierce move. Fang Yuan frowned. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. Medicine Hall made a truly great decision. There are very few vitality leaves, and they simply can't meet our needs. Every time a batch appears in the goods board, they will immediately be purchased by others. Elder Yao Ji is truly gentle and kind. Look at the name list. It includes several Go masters from both Qi and Mo factions. She has no doubt offended many powerful elders with this action. Elder Yao Ji is thinking for the clan she is worthy of respect. Only Lord Yao Ji has such courage. If it was any other elders, who would dare to take such action? Look, the notification contents have changed. Qi and Mo factions' Gu masters have handed over their 9-leaf vitality grass. The crowd was boiling. 9-leaf vitality grass being consolidated and unified production meant the availability of much more vitality leaves. This was a great news to the crowd. Fang Yuan watched the notice with rapt attention, and sure enough saw, beside the name list of these Gu masters, there were new words, handed over. His own name had thus become conspicuous. His heart felt increasing pressure. Gu Yue Yaoji was an old veteran with deep schemes. With this move, she was borrowing the momentum to pressure Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan resisted or disobeyed, that would be attracting even bigger troubles, giving people a hold over him. It was absolutely not a sensible act. This was the power of the system. If the clan wanted you to sacrifice, it won't directly say so. Instead, it will drape a shiny cape of righteousness and give you no choice but to submit. An example was the recruitment of those retired old Gu masters and making them sacrifice their lives. How could they resist? The current movement of collecting the 9-leaf vitality grass was asking Fang Yuan and other Gu masters to sacrifice their benefits to satisfy everyone, and was basically to Yao Ji's benefits. Anyone that dared to disobey was going against the clan and alienating themselves. They were traitors and rebels. To resolve this, small schemes like delaying tactics won't work and will instead put oneself into an even more passive state. Yao Ji's move carries righteousness and the public opinion. Any small schemes will be destroyed, only by using an even bigger momentum. Fairly fighting back and defeating her momentum openly will resolve this. Fang Yuan already had a solution. This plan was simple but grand. Advance to rank 3. Rank 3 and rank 2 Gu masters had completely different status. In the clan, any Gu master that advanced to rank 3 would immediately become an elder and join the decision-maker's circle. Even the clan head couldn't lightly infringe upon their benefits. Don't think that the Gu masters of the Mo and Qi factions obediently handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, seemingly sacrificing their own benefits. Behind the scenes, Gu Yue Yaoji should have already completed secret transactions with Gu Yue Qilian, Gu Yue Mo Chen, and other elders. This was political transaction. However, the majority couldn't see this truth and were hoodwinked by Yao Ji. If Fang Yuan was a rank 3 Gu master, even if he had to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, he would definitely obtain enough compensations in other aspects. Why was Gu Yue Yaoji so anxious to deal with Fang Yuan? On one hand, it was because of benefits. Fang Yuan's actions infringed on her benefits, and similarly she wanted some Gu worms that was on Fang Yuan's body. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was already at rank 2 peak stage. If she didn't make any move now and waited for him to become a rank 3 elder, there would be no more opportunities. Advancing to rank 3 is a must. The clan can sacrifice rank 2 Gu masters, but rank 3 Gu masters are its pillars, and each loss would incur a huge damage. Moreover, I have accumulated too many troubles. Qing Shu died, but the clan didn't do a careful investigation. I have the Water Shield Gu, Plunder Gu and other Gu worms, but the clan has turned a blind eye to it. My cultivation is advancing so fast, the higher-ups clearly know about it, but are enduring it and haven't examined the secrets on me. Fang Yuan was very clear on his current situation. On the surface, he looked to be strong and well off, but he was actually surrounded by danger. The clan didn't move against him because their attention was completely on the wolf tide. If they can't resist the wolf tide, the clan would be destroyed. In front of such pressure, Fang Yuan's situation was only a minor detail to them. However, once the wolf tide is gone, the clan's higher-ups would regain their energy. How could they not look for him to settle the account? Before, in the academy, the clan elders didn't move against Fang Yuan because he was too weak. He was taking small steps and didn't infringe upon their benefits, thus not attracting their attention. But it was different now. Fang Yuan's cultivation was already at rank 2 peak stage. If he took one step further, he would become an elder. Simply this cultivation had already touched the elder's nerves. His every movement was observed and noted by the elders. Any newly advanced elders could influence the whole political situation of the Gu Yu clan. This resulted in continuous suppression of Fang Yuan. What's more, Fang Yuan hadn't joined the system and entered any factions. Thus, these made the suppressions become even more intense. Neutral faction was also a faction. No one could tolerate the current Fang Yuan, someone who was roaming beyond the clan system. If I advance to rank 3, the suppression will definitely be much more lower than now, though they will still be there. Rank 3 is a point of qualitative change, a threshold. Stepping through it will bring one to a whole new world. Similarly, with rank 3 cultivation, I can freely move about. At worst, I will simply leave the clan. Fang Yuan was clear on this. However, advancing to rank 3 was not an easy thing. Especially considering Fang Yuan's C-grade aptitude, it was almost an impossible barrier. In his previous life, he had stalled at rank 2 peak stage for over 100 years, until afterwards he paid a painful price to obtain a Gu and promoted his aptitude. Only then could he step through this difficulty. In a Gu master's cultivation, it was easy to advance through small realms. They only needed enough time and patience. However, every large realm had a barrier, and the higher you go, the harder it is to cross. Especially the difficulty in advancing from rank 5 to rank 6 was beyond imagination, harder than ascending heaven. Fang Yuan already had a lot of difficulties in advancing from rank 1 to rank 2. Now, to advance from rank 2 to rank 3, there was no possibility of success by following the traditional route. Fortunately, in Fang Yuan's 500 years of life experience and vast memories, there were 2 to 3 methods. Saying it nicely, they were alternative paths, but saying it coarsely, they were demonic practices. This option was very suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. With this option, advancing to rank 3 required one to refine a peculiar and bloody Gu, man-beast life burial Gu. An ancient devil path sect leader had made painstaking efforts and invented this recipe to strengthen his subordinates' cultivation. The man-beast life burial Gu was specialized for rank 2 Gu masters to break through to rank 3 realm. In his previous life, Fang Yuan explored unknown places and coincidentally found this recipe. It had made a deep impression on him, and he had firmly kept it in mind. The crucial point was that the materials required for the fusion were not rare. If it were normal times, Fang Yuan might need 2-3 years to collect them, given his circumstances. However, the wolf tide gave him a great opportunity. He had already collected sufficient primeval stones and Gu worms. The only remaining thing was to wait for an opportune moment. Everyone, quickly look at the notice the medicine hall has just issued. They want to collect 9-leaf vitality grass and unify the production of vitality leaves? This is a great news. In the bamboo building, a group of Gu masters gathered near the notice pasted on the wall. They were all filled with delight when they read it. Ha ha ha, I reckon Fang Yuan is close to tears. Serves him right for selling the vitality leaves at such a high price, exploiting our hard-earned money. I really want to see what expression Fang Yuan has now. It would definitely be very ugly. Many people were taking joy in the other's misfortune. Hehehe, this really lets us vent our resentment. We really need to thank Miss Yao Lei for this. If she didn't persuade Lord Yao Ji, how could there be such a day? Right, we are really grateful to Miss Yao Lei. Miss Yao Lei is not only beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, upholding justice and fairness for us. She has the demeanor of Lord Yao Ji. As she heard the continuous praises, Gu Ye Yao Lei shyly lowered her head. She felt happy. Little sister Yao Lei. Right at this time, Xiong Jiao Man walked in through the door. I came to say my goodbyes. I saw the medicine hall's notice. I am really thankful to you for letting me vent out my indignance. People like Fang Yuan are black sheeps and need to be controlled. Big sister, you are leaving? Gu Ye Yao Lei threw a concerned look. Xiong Jiao Man put one hand on her hip and pointed the thumb of her other hand to a group of Gu masters standing outside the door, saying, I have already asked for reinforcements. I must hurry back. Let's meet again next time. Yao Lei's heart was filled with grief. Xiong Jiao Man had 10 Gu masters when she had left her clan, but there were only 7 left when she reached here. Now, these Gu masters were going to step into the cruel battlefield again. How many of them could safely return? Chapter 149. Wolfpack attacks the village translator. Sky Pharaoh editor. Sky Pharaoh Yao Lei sent Xiong Jiao Man and the others to the door with her gaze as they got further apart. But this separation was extremely short-lived. Merely 15 minutes later, Xiong Jiao Man and the others returned to the bamboo building. "We are unlucky there's a wolf tide," Xiong Jiao Man laughed bitterly, explaining. When the Gu masters in the bamboo building heard this, their expressions tensed. Xiong Jiao Man's group had great numbers, yet they were forced to retreat to the village. It showed the intensity of this wolf tide. "Everyone get ready, the lightning wolf pack is about to assault the village," Xiong Jiao Man said. Once she finished her words, sirens resounded in the entire village. The village went quiet for a moment, then, in the next instant, noise erupted. "This alarm, there is a large-sized wolf pack attacking the village. Quick, quick, gather all our group members here. There's a huge battle incoming." "Damn it, I just got back, I wanted to get a good sleep." Gu masters cursed as some showed a cold expression. At once, in the bamboo building and on the streets, Gu masters could be seen moving quickly, gathering towards the 4 doors of the village, as well as the outer walls. On the interior side of the village outer walls, there was a large wooden ladder at every interval for Gu masters to climb up, and the many defensive towers were made higher than the outer walls, like brave, courageous defenders of the village. Fang Yuan was among the crowd, arriving at the base of the outer wall. A Gu master was treading on the wooden ladder, and as he was about to head up, Fang Yuan pulled him down and ascended himself. "Which bastard?" That Gu master was about to scold out, but saw that it was Fang Yuan and immediately shut up. Fang Yuan climbed up the wooden ladder, then he expedited the white jade Gu and peeked at the front lines. Just outside the village, there were roaming lightning wolves everywhere, thousands of them. Taking a glance, there was an endless number of glimmering green wolf eyes, causing one to break out in cold sweat. These wolves were all starving, and some were so hungry even their bodies were shrinking. The lightning wolves' amount was too much, it became a moving disaster. The surrounding wild beasts were either chased away or eaten, and for the wolf packs, they were getting less and less food. To them, a village full of people was a fatal attraction. Wolves were full of wildness, and a hungry wolf is even scarier, more dangerous, and crazier. A lightning wolf that is full would not attack the village. Other than these normal lightning wolves, there was also the bold lightning wolf. Although mixed in with the wolf packs, the bold lightning wolf was still easily recognized. Their bodies were as large as a calf. There was at least 30. Many people upon seeing this drew in a deep breath. This was the second time Guye village had been attacked by wolves this year, but this size was almost twice, or even more than that of the last time. These bold lightning wolves were all at the peak of their health, strong like bulls. Ordinary lightning wolves might not get food, but these 100 beast kings definitely had ample nutrition. Resources were naturally given to the higher-ups first. The benefits of the lower-rank members would be stripped, sacrificed, and given to the higher ranks. Be it human society or wild beast groups, it worked the same way. These bold lightning wolves are not the real threat. Fang Yuan's gaze moved, continuously finding and quickly saw 3 large wolf shadows at the back of the wolf pack, hiding under the shadow of the trees. 1,000 Beast King, Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Each Frenzy Lightning Wolf was as large as an elephant. When Fang Yuan saw this, his pupils shrunk slightly, but went back to normal immediately. He continued observing, only finding even more bold lightning wolves coming in from all directions. Fang Yuan did not see the lightning crown wolf. Fang Yuan breathed out a sigh of relief secretly, for without the lightning crown wolf, the village was relatively safe. In his memory, the lightning crown wolf appeared at the end of August. It caused great damage to the Guyue clan, and if not for the clan leader and elders joining forces to block them relentlessly, along with Guyue Qingshu sacrificing his life to raise his strength, Guyue village would have gotten wiped out already. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan changed many things. Guyue Qingshu had already been sacrificed prematurely, so Fang Yuan dared not be careless. There was even a possibility of the lightning crown wolf appearing now. Thus, he rushed to the site to observe the scenario. Howl. 3 frenzy lightning wolves raised their heads as they howled long and loud. In their cries, numerous lightning wolves received their orders and started to attack the village. On the village's end, the Gu masters had already prepared themselves, getting into formation. Rank 1 Gu masters were all at the wall's corners, both hands supporting the cold walls. Rank 2 Gu masters, some climbed the wooden ladders while others gathered at the top of the towers. Right behind them, the temporary forts that were remodeled from buildings were filled with Gu masters. Some were support teams, some were healing Gu masters from the medicine hall, and recon Gu masters were moving between them, providing the battle information to the back-end staff. Some clan elders were at the back end, some ascended the tower buildings, and others watched at the sidelines, reserving their strength and being a pillar of mental support to the clansmen. "They're here." Fang Yuan stood on the wooden ladder, his eyes glimmering. Lightning wolves moved from the entire mountain, forming into a tidal wave and assaulted the village. Rumble, rumble. They first fell into the pre-dug pitfalls outside the walls, their bodies penetrated by numerous bamboo spears like dumplings inside a pot. Some died on the spot, while others had some life remaining, crying out pitifully. The wind blew, and the smell of blood entered everyone's noses, while wolf cries entered their ears. The wolf packs attacked in a frenzy. Not only did they not stop, they were, in fact, stimulated by the blood, and attacked even more furiously. Lightning wolves fell into the trap one by one, using their lives to pave the way for the others, stepping on their companions' corpses and crashing up onto the village walls. At once, thudding sounds were heard. A lightning wolf was powerlessly against the wall, but with the endless hordes, the impact caused the outer wall to shake. Rank 1 Gu masters below the outside wall held in their tremendous fear and risked their lives injecting primeval essence into the steel vine Gu and poison flower Gu. The village wall's numerous thorns stabbed into the lightning wolf's body. The poison flower Gu gave these steel vines a poisonous touch as the poison invaded the lightning wolf's body. Lightning wolves scratched and attacked the village walls, opening their mouths and biting. But as their injuries intensified and the poison accumulated, their movements gradually turned sluggish. Pew pew pew. Rank 2 Gu masters stepping on the wooden ladders, along with those at the tower buildings, shot out moonblades. The moonblade shot into the wolf packs, and instantly blood splashed everywhere, and wolf limbs went flying. The bold lightning wolves began to enter the battle, immediately bringing injuries and deaths to the Gu masters. Fang Yuan's corner. A thin, long blue lightning current moved about and hit onto the village walls, instantly penetrating and creating a hole. It electrocuted an unfortunate rank 1 Gu master inside as well. That bold lightning wolf that killed a Gu master quickly received heavy attention. Numerous moonblades flew towards it, but it dodged left and right, relying on the surrounding lightning wolves to provide cover, thus suffering only minor injuries. Howl. It opened its mouth, and between its sharp teeth, sparks flew, quickly forming an electric current that flew through the air towards Fang Yuan. Water Shield Gu Fang Yuan snorted, and from his nose, 2 lines of light blue water vapor flowed out. The water vapor expanded, forming a water ball shield, protecting him. The lightning current hit the water shield and caused it to shake, almost breaking. Moonglow Gu Fang Yuan kept the water shield, and from his wrist, 3 moonblades shot out. The moonblade's angle was tricky. The bold lightning wolf dodged the first, but its right front leg was hit by the second, causing its movement to slow down, and the third hit its head, causing a severe injury that crushed its left eye. It cried out in pain, but other Gu masters saw the opportunity, and quickly, a flurry of moonblades enveloped it. Pew pew pew. This bold lightning wolf was instantly pelted, its body bathed in blood, and injuries were so deep its bones could be seen. Its body shook a little before collapsing completely. The surrounding wolf packs went into a panic, like ripples in a pond. But at this point, there were 3 frenzy lightning wolves behind holding the fort, and the wolf packs only went into chaos for a while before raising their claws and attacking the village walls again. Fang Yuan shot a few more moonblades out before getting down the wooden ladder. With just this, his deep red primeval essence had already gone below half, needing replenishment. Seeing him coming down, a rank 2 Gu master quickly replaced his position and ascended the wooden ladder. Normally, Gu masters that had long-range attacks would ascend the wooden ladder or gather at the tower building's roof. Their emphasis was on the bold lightning wolf, as its threat was greater than any ordinary lightning wolf. Some bold lightning wolf had a Gu worm that assisted with jumping in their bodies, allowing them to leap into the village. Fang Yuan walked down the ladder and continued towards the back. Surrounding him, there was people walking around, similar to him, those that had expended their primeval essence and were recovering. Another group of Gu masters replaced their positions and entered the battlefield, providing their strength towards defending the clan. This was a battlefield. Strength below rank 2 peak stage was meager. Only rank 3 Gu Masters were the important pillars, able to control the situation. Fang Yuan came to a bamboo building. This was a modified building and was heavily reinforced. He squeezed his way in, where many Gu Masters were sitting inside, holding primeval stones and recovering their primeval essence. Some healing Gu Masters moved among the crowd. Some squatted on the ground. Some bandaged injured Gu Masters, and the first aid kits were placed at the side. Fang Yuan found a spot to sit down, and a healing Gu Master immediately came over. He shook his head towards her and she understood, approaching another Gu Master instead. Such a rotational strategy. All the way till 10 o'clock at night, Fang Yuan had already entered battle 5 times. But the lightning wolf packs did not seem to reduce. In fact, they could see even more wolf packs, hurriedly arriving upon hearing the frenzied lightning wolf's call. "It seems this wolf tide will sustain through the night," said a clan elder who stared outside the village, his face full of worry. At night, Gu Master's vision was poorer, but on the other hand, the lightning wolves had superior vision and were unaffected by the darkness. "This is only the second wolf tide this year, and it is already so intense. The situation is not optimistic." Another clan elder sighed. Gu Ye Yaoji's face was sullen. She was the Medicine Hall clan elder, leading the healing Gu Masters. First-hand injury reports would be sent to her. On that thin piece of bamboo paper, it recorded the injuries and deaths of the day. Yao Ji held it in her hands, feeling solemn. The death toll was far greater than previous years. But she understood this was not due to the decline of quality of Gu Masters, but because the wolf numbers were too great and too ferocious. 9-leaf vitality grass housed the acquisition. Seeing the blood-red sun setting, Yao Ji sighed, asking faintly. Her subordinate quickly reported, 3 people had not given up theirs yet, and Fang Yuan was among them. Yao Ji listened and snorted, then asked, "Where is Yao Lei?" "Miss Yao Lei is near the east door leading the healing team. I've advised her many times, but she refuses to stay at the back, insisting on going to the front lines to battle." Saying so, he kneeled down in horror. Yao Ji thought for a while before nodding, waving her hand to send off the subordinate. Near to her granddaughter, there was a clan elder. Xiong Zhao Man and the gang were also there, fighting at the village walls. It could be said that the front lines was the safest place. Although Yao Ji doted on her granddaughter, she supported her courage as well. The ones in power have their considerations. These experiences will become Gu Ye Yao Lei's political advantage when she inherits the Medicine Hall. Chapter 150. I am only helping myself. Translator, Sky Pharaoh Editor, Sky Pharaoh. The golden full moon hung in the sky, the drifting clouds casting a gloomy shade. There were desperate battles going on outside the village, and the bright moonlight was great news to the Gu Masters in the dark night. Wolf corpses piled up in the traps and were already reaching the midpoint of the wall. This gave a good platform to move on for the charging lightning wolves. Some ordinary lightning wolves jumped, clawed, and even directly leaped across the wall. However, these lightning wolves usually fell or staggered due to the height disparity and were immediately disposed of by the standby Gu Masters. At this time, Fang Yuan was standing on top of a tower, along with many other Gu Masters. They were endlessly throwing out moonblades and other attacks at the wolf packs. In the whole battlefield, these towers were the most important source of damage. The combination of the Gu Masters and the towers had eliminated a large number of bold lightning wolves. "Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate these wolves. Nana, I will take revenge for you. Persevere, just a bit more. The clan's safety lies in our hands." The surroundings were a cacophony of noises. Some people were madly screaming, some were shouting revenge, some were shouting in pain, and some were shouting slogans. Fang Yuan indifferently stood there, his hand tossing out moonblades occasionally while continuing to observe the battlefield. Although there was a bright moon, the visibility couldn't be compared to daytime after all. The 3 frenzy lightning wolves were at the rear, unmoving, their figures indistinct. As long as they were unharmed, the lightning wolves were just cannon fodders, and even bold lightning wolves were only high-level sacrifices. Suddenly, a frenzy lightning wolf unhurriedly took a step forward. It opened its large mouth and threw a thunderball. Rank 3 Thunderclap Gu. This thunderball was not big, it was only the size of a millstone. However, A large amount of eerie blue electricity was condensed in it, and its speed was strangely fast. Almost immediately, the thunderball fiercely collided with the tower Fang Yuan was on. The progress of the fierce battle had been in a deadlock. Many Gu masters were mindlessly fighting, and they were not able to react to the thunderball. Water Shield Gu, White Jade Gu. Fang Yuan was only able to put up his defense before white light covered his sight. Boom! The huge sound from the explosion nearly ruptured his eardrums. A formless force erupted out from the explosion and sent him flying. The devastating thunder destroyed the water shield within 2 breaths of time. The surplus electric current struck Fang Yuan, and even with the White Jade Gu's defense, he still felt bursts of numbness. Bang! He fell to the ground from a height of 3 to 4 meters. White Jade Gu was not the raiment Gu. It couldn't lessen the force on impact. Fang Yuan's back hurt all over. He quickly got up from the ground, his eyes repeatedly blinking as teardrops fell from it. After 3 breaths of time, he slowly recovered his sight. The tower that had been built with thick stones was half destroyed. There were many burnt black corpses scattered around on the ground. The thunderball attack had opened a huge hole on the outer wall, and an unending stream of wolf packs charged into the village like a tide. The frenzy lightning wolves finally entered the battlefield. 1,000 Beast King level strength was extraordinary. The many Gu masters that were around Fang Yuan in the tower just a moment ago were completely dead. Some left without intact corpses. Only Fang Yuan alone had survived. The jellyfish-like water shield Gu appeared very dull inside his aperture. If the water shield was continuously destroyed many times, the water shield Gu would also be damaged and could even perish. White Jade Gu was also in a similar state. Gu worms were strong and yet fragile. Take this Thunderclap Gu, for example. Its thunderball was very powerful and fast, also difficult to resist. But it also had a weakness. It couldn't be used repeatedly, and needed some time before the second thunderball could be shot out. Boom! But Fang Yuan had just stood up when another thunderball flew over. To think, this Wolf King has 2 Thunderclap Go on it. Fang Yuan's complexion turned pale and he hurriedly dodged. He tried not using the Water Shield Gu and only relied on the defense from the White Jade Gu. Beast, stop your insolence. At this critical timing, a figure appeared in midair, golden light bursting out from the figure as he resisted this thunderball. The elders had made their moves. However, 1 elder was still not enough. Soon, the elder was joined with 2 other elders. A frenzy lightning wolf needed at least 3 groups with great teamwork to join hands, or at least 3 rank 3 Gu masters to face it. The frenzy lightning wolf took heavy steps forward, emerging from the indistinguishable wolf packs as the surrounding wolves gave way. It gradually started from a slow run and then got faster and faster, charging at the village wall with its head lowered. Seeing this scene, all the rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters fled in terror. Only those 3 elders still remained on their spots. Everyone tacitly vacated this part of the battlefield and left it to them. The intense battle between the 3 elders and this frenzy lightning wolf unfolded. Not long after, the other 2 frenzy lightning wolves also charged towards the village, opening another 2 battlefields. 9 elders and 3 frenzy lightning wolves formed into 3 great battlefields. Thunder and lightning burst out everywhere, destroying the bamboo buildings. Most of the game masters or the lightning wolves who were caught in these 3 great battles didn't have a good end. Lightning wolf packs were still charging towards the village, but Fang Yuan didn't fight anymore and moved to a corner of the battlefield, observing the 3 great battle stages from a distance. No doubt the attacks from these wolf packs had reached the climax. 3 frenzy lightning wolves. One has 2 thunderclap Gu and has high offensive power. Another has thunderwings Gu and can fly for a short moment, giving it very high flexibility in the battle. Another holds the thunder roar Gu and can kill its enemies with the sound waves. Fang Yuan slowly got the details on these 3 frenzy lightning wolves after observing for a moment. 1,000 Beast King usually has 3-4 rank 2 and a rank 3 wild Gu worm residing on it. The Gu masters could give proper response as long as they were clear on these Gu worms. Once the frenzy lightning wolves suffered targeted attacks, with their low wisdom, they wouldn't change their monotonous attack styles, and the battle outcome was certain. Sure enough, soon the several elders retreated, and other elders replaced them. With the mutual coordination between them and superior tactics, they were soon able to occupy the upper hand. After a short moment of intense battle, they controlled the battle situation. Victory was only a matter of time. The outcome is set. Just when Yao Ji puffed out a sigh, a roar sounded out from the eastern gate. A lightning wolf was growing bigger. From the size of a normal lightning wolf, as if air was blown inside it, it swelled up to a size of an elephant. There is actually another frenzy lightning wolf. Many elders were alarmed at this scene. Their attention had all been on the 3 battle stages, as their entire battle formation was heavily emphasized on these 3 areas. The forces at the eastern gate was somewhat thin and weak. Not good, Yao Lei is still there. Yao Ji suddenly turned pale and she immediately shot out towards the eastern gate. To think there was still such an unforeseen event. This frenzy lightning wolf should have a rank 3 aura restraint goo. It used this disguise to mix in with the lightning wolf packs and deceive the goo masters at the eastern gate. Fang Yuan observed carefully. The situation at the eastern gate was far from good. A frenzy lightning wolf suddenly appeared and directly smashed the eastern gate, creating a huge hole. Countless lightning wolves flocked behind the bold lightning wolves, howling savagely as they charged into the village. Gu Yue Yao Lei was numb with fear as she saw the lightning wolf packs charging in like a tide. Fortunately, she had veterans like Xiong Zhao Man beside her. At this critical timing, Xiong Zhao Man took it upon herself to control the scene and ordered, "Quick, close the doors and the windows. We need to defend this place till the reinforcements arrive, and only then will we have a fighting chance." She had just finished speaking when, bang, the roof of the bamboo building collapsed under the attack of the frenzy lightning wolf. Gu Yue Yao Lei screamed. The abrupt twist in events had caused her to lose her composure. She was, after all, too young and only had rank 1 cultivation. She had stubbornly stayed here because she felt safe and had never thought she would fall into such a dangerous state. "Brute beast, stop at once," Gu Yue Yao Ji shouted while frantically running. She helplessly looked as the frenzy lightning wolf rammed into the bamboo building. Her beloved granddaughter was in a dangerous situation, but even though she had the power, she couldn't help her because it was beyond her reach. At this dangerous moment, it was again Xiong Zhao Man who stepped forward. She willed in her mind, and her remaining brown bear charged towards the frenzy lightning wolf with a roar. The frenzy lightning wolf swatted with its right paw, sending this 400-kilogram brown bear flying. It opened its mouth and bit the brown bear's head to pieces. How could an ordinary wild beast resist 1,000 Beast King level strength? Xiong Zhao Man took this time when the frenzy lightning wolf was tangled up with the brown bear to rush out with Gu Yue Yao Lei in tow, managing to pull apart a small distance. The frenzy lightning wolf roared. It naturally wasn't willing to see its prey run away like this. It leapt and crossed 12 meters at once, landing in front of Xiong Zhao Man. Suddenly seeing this frenzy lightning wolf appear in front of her, Gu Yue Yao Lei's legs went soft. Xiong Zhao Man dragged her, but didn't dare to rush forward recklessly. She could only change her direction and run towards the outside of the village. The frenzy lightning wolf was just about to pounce on them when Gu Yue Yao Ji arrived and threw a light purple moonblade at the wolf's back. The moonblade quietly changed into a ball of miasma and bore into the frenzy lightning wolf's nose. The frenzy lightning wolf immediately coughed twice. It was poisoned. This was the rank 3 moon poison goo. The frenzy lightning wolf was furious, and it raised its head and roared. Its fierce roar formed into an invisible force and smashed into the surroundings. Thunder Roar Goo used the vibration of the sound waves to kill, but this was not Thunder Roar Goo. It was the sound wave goo which formed invisible pushing force. Xiong Zhao Man and Gu Yue Yao Lei were sent flying into different directions by this pushing force. Xiong Zhao Man struck a bamboo building. No more movements could be seen from her, whereas Gu Yue Yao Lei was sent flying past the broken eastern gate and out of the village. The fall stunned her, and as she tried getting up, she saw a lightning wolf opening its bloody mouth and trying to bite her. "Ah!" She gave a shrill scream, and at this critical juncture, a moonblade flew over and killed this lightning wolf. She hurriedly stood up and saw the benefactor who saved her. He was a young male goo master. The lower half of his body had been buried under the collapsed wall. The male goo master vaguely smiled at her with his blood-drenched face. The next moment, his throat was ripped open by the swarming lightning wolves. Tears flew down Gu Yue Yao Lei's face, and she cried as she ran. This part of the battlefield was extremely chaotic. Because of Gu Yue Yao Lei's identity and background, there were Gu masters who helped her out from time to time. But they were powerless to even protect themselves, much less help her out of this predicament. Gu Yue Yao Ji was also tangled up with the frenzied lightning wolf and couldn't attend to her. Gu Yue Yao Lei was perplexed and fully at a loss within. There were only the images of claws and teeth of the lightning wolves in front of her. In her frantic state, she suddenly heard a voice speak, "Move a step back!" She subconsciously followed the voice and was able to luckily avoid a lightning wolf's bite. Roll to the right. That voice came again. Yao Lei's consciousness was still blank, but her body had already made the move. There was a snapping sound of a wolf's mouth. She had escaped the bite by a hair's breadth. The voice arrived unceasingly, and the young girl meticulously followed them. There were mistakes made sometimes, but at those times a moonblade would fly over from seemingly nowhere and get her out of the trouble. Only when there were no more lightning wolves around her did Yao Lei discover that she was already safe. It was only when she had unconsciously drifted far away from the village and was in a remote forest. A human figure appeared in front of her. Her eyes immediately opened wide. "Gu Yu Fang Yuan, you were the one who helped me." "No, I am only helping myself." Fang Yuan grinned, revealing an evil intent. Chapter 151. Demonic Nature Translator. Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh, what? Gu Yue Yao Lei was shocked when she heard this. Fang Yuan had already struck at lightning speed, his hand chopping her neck. She fainted immediately. The young girl fell down helplessly, and Fang Yuan's hand quickly moved, holding her by the waist. Next, he activated the stealth scale Gu, and their bodies vanished on the spot. When Gu Yu Yao Lei woke up in a sleepy state, she found herself in a dark mountain cave. She shrugged her head, trying to stand up subconsciously. But she soon found out that her arms were tied behind her back. The rope looped around her neck. She was tied tightly on a large rock. All the goo worms on her body had been plundered away by Fang Yuan, refined and turned into his. She was merely a 15-year-old young girl. With that frail body, how could she break free from that thick ropes wrapped a few times around the rock, even tied with knots? Being trapped in this remote and unfamiliar place, the young girl started to feel frightened. She thought about the moment before she had fainted. Even the most naive person would also know that Fang Yuan was going to do something bad to her. But how would Fang Yuan deal with me? What is he planning to do? Is it because I complained about him to Grandma, thus he is taking revenge? The young girl was tied helplessly, but her thoughts quickly flipped like pages of a book. The more she thought, the more frightened she got, and she started sobbing uncontrollably. "Grandma, where are you? Quickly come and save me." As she cried, she felt an intense fear and loneliness. Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen, and the cave was filled with her cries. "Is Fang Yuan planning to trap me here? For 7, 8 days, and make me suffer in hunger so I will never speak ill of him again?" After crying for a while, Gu Yue Yao Lei thought of a possibility. "Too evil. Fang Yuan, I will never forgive you." She gritted her teeth as her impression of Fang Yuan, which was bad from the start, fell into negatives. Since her birth, Gu Yue Yao Lei had not hated a person so much. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Soon, Fang Yuan's silhouette was seen emerging from the shadows. "Fang Yuan, what do you want? Let go of me now, otherwise my grandma will deal with you." Seeing Fang Yuan, Gu Yue Yao Lei struggled intensely, her slim legs stomping on the ground like a small deer that fell into a trap. "You sure are lively," Fang Yuan coldly snorted. Gu Yue Yao Le was about to open her mouth and continue crying in a rage, but she soon saw a large bear moving behind Fang Yuan. Bear. Her widened eyes showed shock as she stuttered. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, stretching out his hand and caressing the bear's black fur. His voice filled with coldness that flowed in the cave like ominous winds. "Because of the wolf tide, it was not easy to find such a wild bear. It took me lots of time and effort to find it." Gu Yue Yao Le reacted instantly. Her quick-witted thoughts soon remembered that Fang Yuan had once taken a bear enslavement Gu from Xianxia man. "So that's it." She laughed coldly and was about to speak, but Fang Yuan suddenly squatted in front of her. "What are you doing?" The young girl tried to move away, but Fang Yuan easily used his right hand and grabbed her cheeks firmly. "Such a cute appearance, lovable indeed," Fang Yuan plainly commented. Swoosh! His right hand moved quickly, grabbing Yao Lei's shirt and pulled. The shirt was instantly torn, showing her pink undergarment. "Ah!" The young girl was stunned momentarily before shrieking loudly, frantically struggling. Even though her tender muscles bled due to friction from the ropes, She couldn't care less. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, continuing to pull and tear her clothing apart. Rip. Soon, the young girl's ragged garment was only left with a few torn strips of cloth, showing off large areas of her milky, delicate flesh. No, no! She was extremely frightened, crying out loudly. As she thought of all the various possible ways Fang Yuan was going to deal with her, her whole body shook and trembled. However, Fang Yuan did not continue on as she expected, but instead he stood up and moved backwards. The young girl's loud cries turned into sobbing. But at this moment, the black bear moved its paws and got closer. The young girl was frightened as her iris shrunk into pin size, for at this moment she felt an intense sensation of death. Whoosh! The bear paw struck, and the sound of it breaking air could be heard. With a crisp sound, the young girl's skull was hit, and the intense force broke her thin neck. Her head was twisted at a creepy angle, broken and hanging on one end. One moment ago, she was still an alluring beauty, and the next moment she was a corpse. Her warm body, tied to the huge rock, was like a broken toy doll. At this moment, even without Fang Yuan's control of the bear enslavement goo, with its craving for food, the black bear had already lowered its head, enjoying this sumptuous meal. It first started to gnaw at the young girl's throat, and fresh blood immediately bubbled out, splashing onto its black fur. Next was the young girl's white and tender breasts, like flower buds that were unopened. The black bear bit on her right breast in one whole mouthful, tearing away the skin and flesh, exposing her deathly pale ribs. At this moment, the black bear used its paw to break these bones. The young girl's internal organs were crushed, and immediately blood poured out endlessly. Without the skeleton's interference, the black bear placed its mouth further into the girl's body. It nipped at the girl's heart that was still beating, then proceeded to swallow it in one mouthful. The heart passed through its throat and into the stomach, and this bear that had to hide around and couldn't eat due to the wolf tide howled out in satisfaction. After another cry, it lowered its head again and started to consume her internal organs wantonly. Chomp, chomp, chomp. The black bear's mouth opened and chewed, large amounts of blood gushing out from its mouth, issuing a watery sound. After a good while, the black bear finally moved its head out. The young girl's chest was already empty, the immense injury extending to her stomach. But towards the shining, white intestines, the bear did not seem to have much interest. It started to focus on the young girl's white, slim legs. The girl's jade-like fingers were all bitten away by the black bear at once, and with a few rounds of chewing, the fingers were swallowed with a crisp sound. The girl's thighs were also a delicacy. The tender skin and flesh of her thighs emitted a virgin fragrance. When the bear had finished, all that was left was the white leg bones. Among the swaying movements, the girl's skull finally dropped onto the ground. To be honest, she did have a cute appearance. Those black, lustrous eyes with a round nose slightly pointing up, and her skin blushing like peach blossoms, with a small mouth and 2 rows of white, clean teeth. But now her face had lost the color of blood, her skin turning deathly pale. Her fine black hair was left hanging, covering half of her face, with those pair of eyes staring wide open, filled with fear and anger. A death full of grievance. Note: the following is religious text that may make no sense to most, but read it with a pinch of salt. Fang Yuan folded his arms as he observed Gu Ye Yaolei's expression, thinking of a Buddhist saying on earth, without a sense of self, without a sense of person, to be detached of all living things, detached of the sense of time, void is the red skull and white bones, skin and flesh. I am, namely myself, without individuality, breaking the sense of self, realizing that one is common and ordinary. Without a sense of self means everyone is equal, there is no difference. Man is humanity no longer treating humans as a superior race and demeaning other living beings. Without a sense of person means that the world is equal, there is no difference. Living things refers to all life, no longer recognizing life as superior and thinking that non-living beings like rocks and water have cognition. This is detached of all living things, which means all in the world is equal, there is no difference. Any object or creature has their respective lifespan, and detached of the sense of time namely means, regardless of whether it exists or not, they are all equal without difference. No matter how beautiful the guy or girl, they eventually turn into a skeleton. Bones, skin, and flesh are one, but people favored skin and flesh while fearing bones. This is being fixated on appearance, not recognizing that all is equal. This Buddhist term is calling for humans to break through all forms, seeing the truth. Beauty is superficial, and people, me, the world, and time, is all superficial. If one goes past the superficial aspect, they would see Buddha. Recognizing and going beyond, treating all as equal, all is equal. Thus, Buddha sacrificed his body to feed tigers, cutting off his flesh to feed eagles. This was the benevolence in his heart, seeing all in this world as his own, loving everything, and his great love for everything. No matter if it's me, others, animals or plants, or even the lifeless rocks and water, even those that do not exist, we have to love them. If a mortal standing there watches the bear eat a person, some hot-blooded teenager would jump out and scream, "You beast! Don't you dare eat a person!" Or, "Beauty, do not fear, uncle is here to save you," etc. This was the mortal's love and hatred, loving young girls and hating large bears. Not going beyond and still fixating on the superficial, not able to see her red human skeleton. If Buddha stood there and watched the bear eat a person, he would sigh, chanting, "If I do not enter hell, who would enter?" He would save the young girl and feed himself to the black bear. This was Buddha's love and hatred, loving the young girl and loving the bear, treating all as equal. But right now, Fang Yuan was the one standing here. Seeing the young girl's tragic and violent death, his heart was unmoved. This was not because of his numbness to death, but he had gone beyond the superficial, having no obsessions, without a sense of self, without a sense of person. To be detached of all living things, detached of the sense of time, seeing all living things as equal, the world is equal. Thus, the girl's death is no different from a fox or a tree's death. But to a mere mortal, the girl's death would trigger their anger, hatred, and pity. If it was the girl eating the bear, they would not feel anything. If an old lady was eaten, the pity in their hearts would be greatly reduced. If it was a villain, a murderer getting eaten, they would clap their hands in joy, praising. In actuality, all beings are equal, and heaven and earth is just. Nature is fair, disregarding love or hate. It is emotionless, and never gives differential treatment. Rule of the strong, victor takes all. The disappearance of a life form towards the entire natural realm and the infinite cosmos to the long river of history. What does it amount to? Death means death. Who can choose not to die? What talk about a girl, bear, ant, fox, tree, old lady, murderer? They are all lowly, humble mongrels. Only by recognizing this and going beyond the superficial, arriving at the truth, does one gain divinity. This divinity, taking a step towards the light, it becomes Buddha. If it takes a step towards the darkness, it becomes a demon. Demonic Nature, Chapter 152. Advance to Rank 3. Translator, Sky Pharaoh, Editor. Sky Pharaoh, an hour later, Guyue Yao Lei was almost completely eaten by the black bear. The black bear was unwilling to eat the intestines and the girl's brains, but Fang Yuan did not want that to happen. According to the man-beast life burial goose recipe, a wild beast must consume the entire person up to the tiniest scrap for the greatest effect. This can ensure success to the greatest rate. To refine this man-beast life burial goo, about 10 ingredients are needed, and the most important two are man and beast. The human has to be a virgin girl and has a goo master's aptitude. Furthermore, she has to be at least C-grade talent, but of course A and B grade would be better and can greatly enhance the chances of success. This beast refers to the beast enslavement goo, the bear enslavement goo, wolf enslavement goo, tiger enslavement goo, etc. Even deer enslavement goo or bull enslavement goo can work. However, only bears, wolves, and tigers, these carnivores, have it easier eating meat. Otherwise, if forcing a herbivore like a deer or bull to consume this human, the enslavement goo's manipulation would be required to force them to do so. After the beast consumes the human, the refinement has to begin immediately. Otherwise, when the beast digests the person's bones and meat, the refinement would no longer be possible. Seeing that the black bear refused to eat Yao Lei's intestines and brain, Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure and willed in his mind, activating the bear enslavement goo that was planted in the black bear's body. The black bear growled, and under Fang Yuan's oppression was forced to swallow the intestines and brain. At the same time, it broke the girl's bones to bits and swallowed them piece by piece. The bone shards were sharp and pointy, but under Fang Yuan's control, it swallowed them and many of the shards stabbed into its mouth and throat, the pain causing the huge bear to tear up. But Fang Yuan only strengthened his control, and the bear's body was no longer under its own control. Seeing the black bear stuffing the spine into its throat, Fang Yuan knew the time was ripe. He flicked his finger, and a single aperture charcoal goo flew out. The goo worm flew into the black bear's mouth and burrowed its way in. The black bear suddenly cried out painfully, as the charcoal goo's power was burning its internal organs. The black bear's body was shuddering intensely. It cried painfully and wanted to roll around on the ground, but the enslavement goo had a steady grip on its movements. After burning for 15 minutes, Fang Yuan's finger moved again and 3 kerosene goo flew out. The kerosene goo was a rank 1 expenditure type goo, and upon entering the black bear's body, it exploded into large amounts of kerosene and intensified the fire burning inside the black bear's body. The black bear cried until its throat was dry, but Fang Yuan timed it well and threw several more goo worms out into its body. These goo worms were all exchanged using merit points. The black bear laid on the ground, completely motionless. A moment later, from its eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, as well as its butt, small sparks of flames were seen. Then, the fire got bigger and quickly enveloped its entire body, turning it into a giant fire pillar. The entire dim cave was lit up by this fire. But this fire was not the usual orange, but instead an eerie blood color. Fang Yuan patiently waited for a moment until the fire was about to extinguish. Then he threw out the final goo. This was a rank 2 poison goo. Throwing it into the fire, an intense reaction occurred. A white lump of light emerged from the fire, initially only fist size. Fang Yuan quickly took out primeval stones from his money bag and threw them into this light lump. The white lump digested the primeval stones and became bigger. After throwing up to 1,000 primeval stones, the light was around the size of a room door and then suddenly shrunk. Huff! The fire on the bear's corpse extinguished at once, and the cave returned to darkness, while a goo worm wobbled its way to Fang Yuan. Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. Rank 3 Expenditure Type Goo. It looked like a black spider with furry long legs, but it had the head of a bear, and on its back there was a blood-colored tattoo, drawing the outline of a young girl's beautiful face. This was Gu Yu Yao Lei's face. It resembled a smile, yet wasn't. It looked like a crying face, and yet was not. But she seemed to be staring at Fang Yuan with a gaze filled with utter hatred. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, not minding it at all. Death is the end of all. Even in life she was merely so. What more can she do to Fang Yuan after death? He opened his mouth with no hesitation and swallowed this Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. The Man-Beast Life Burial Goo moved along his throat into his esophagus, turning into a black and red mix of water flow. The water flowed from above, like an inverted heavenly river, pouring into his aperture. Entering the aperture, this gush of black-red water entered the red steel primeval sea immediately. At once, the entire primeval essence was turned into an eerie black-red color, filled with the smell of blood. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as he activated this black-red primeval essence, rushing it towards the aperture walls. 10%, 20%, 30% when 38% of the primeval essence was expended. The aperture had a loud boom as the white crystal walls broke into pieces. What replaced it was an entirely new, round, ball-shaped, light membrane aperture wall. At this moment, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, but Fang Yuan did not loosen up, and instead forced the remaining black-red primeval essence out of his body. This primeval essence was not usable, and if injected into goo worms they would die. If left remaining inside the aperture, the longer it stayed, the more it would pollute the light membrane aperture walls and cause one's aptitude to decrease. After expelling all of the black-red primeval essence out of his body, he grabbed a primeval stone and started to recover his primeval essence. First, a white-silver fog appeared, then it condensed into water droplets, finally forming his white-silver-colored primeval sea. For a goo master, rank 1 is green copper primeval essence, rank 2 is red steel, and rank 3 is white-silver. But this white-silver primeval sea was not pure, as there was a trace of black-red mixed in. This is the side effect of using the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He calmed his mind and expelled this white-silver primeval essence out of his body, before forming new primeval essence. The second time round, the black-red colored substance was reduced by half, but Fang Yuan was not satisfied and expelled his white-silver primeval essence again, forming new primeval essence for the third time. After several tries, the black-red substance was reduced to a barely observable amount, and even if Fang Yuan attempted more tries, this substance would remain. This was an unavoidable consequence of using the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. The Man-Beast Life Burial Goo's effect was extraordinary, able to turn a Rank 2 peak stage Goo Master with no hopes of advancing his entire life into a Rank 3. This was literally changing fate. Thus, there had to be some imperfection. Getting rid of this black-red substance, there was a method. The most common would be to use the cleansing water goo. Cleansing water goo can completely wash away impurities in the aperture. It appeared once in the treehouse but was bought by the Qi faction. In this short term, Fang Yuan could do nothing about the black-red substance. "You bunch of useless idiots, what are you all doing? Not able to find such a large, lively person?" In the medicine hall, Gu Yue Yaoji flew into a furious rage, and her screaming caused even the window lattices and curtains to tremble. In her heart, she was worried, frightened, anxious, and enraged. It had been 3 days and 3 nights. The 4 frenzy lightning wolves were exterminated, and Gu Yue village was relatively safe at the moment. But her granddaughter Gu Ye Yao Lei was nowhere to be seen. Even after she mobilized all her relationships and combed the battlefield, there even being large-scale search parties around the village, there was still no trace of her. The ones who saw Gu Yu Yao Lei for the last time were the battling Gu masters. What they saw was Gu Yu Yao Lei falling into the encirclement of the wolves, and had to run away frantically, in a worsening predicament. These showed that Gu Yue Yao Lei was not in an optimistic situation, most likely consumed by the wolf packs. But Gu Yue Yao Ji was indignant. She could not accept such a cruel truth. If it was any other girl, so what if they die? But this was her own blood-related granddaughter, someone she had nurtured since young to be the inheritor of her medicine faction. She was so well-behaved and intelligent, loved by everyone, so lively and cute, bringing others joy. These days, Gu Yue Yao Ji could not sleep at all, for in her mind, it was all images of her granddaughter. Gu Yue Yao Ji had originally maintained her looks well, but in these 3 days she seemed to have aged over 10 years. It was like her heart was dug away, and she felt an endless pain of emptiness. In her screaming, tens of Gu masters lowered their heads, enduring the cruel insults of the old woman. Reporting to Medicine Hall Clan Elder, this subordinate has something to report. At this time, a Rank 2 Gu master walked in. "What? Is it news about Yao Lei?" Gu Yue Yao Ji's eyes shone, asking quickly. Someone advanced to Rank 3. The clan leader is holding an elder meeting at the clan leader pavilion to confirm the situation. The Gu master quickly reported. Gu Yue Yao Ji's eyes dimmed, waving her hands. "Not information about Yao Lei, and still disturbing me? Wait, what did you say? Someone advanced to Rank 3 and became a new clan elder?" Halfway through, she reacted and lightly frowned. This was too sudden, with zero premonition. The appearance of a new clan elder would influence the entire Gu Yue clan's political situation. This was a huge hit on the medicine faction, who has lost its inheritor. In the medicine hall, the standing Gu masters started to discuss among themselves, guessing the identity of the new clan elder. Gu Ye Yao Ji frowned, asking immediately, "Who advanced to Rank 3? Reporting to Lord Yao Ji, "It is Gu Ye Fang Yuan," the Gu master answered. "What? It's him!" At once, Gu Yue Yao Ji's iris shrunk. This was the worst of news to her. In the hall, the Gu masters also started to discuss violently. They couldn't have made a mistake, could they, to think it's Fang Yuan? Isn't he a C-grade talent? How can he become a Rank 3 Gu master so quickly? Once he's Rank 3, he will be a clan elder, a higher-up in the clan. When we see him next time, we have to bow and greet him. How can this be? This is literally soaring through success. Earlier, didn't they say he's dead? He went missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse could not be found on the battlefield. We thought he was eaten by lightning wolves already. They were stunned, jealous, and confused. Missing for 3 days and 3 nights without a corpse on the battlefield. Isn't this the same as Yao Lei's situation? Gu Ye Yao Ji's ears twitched, and her woman instinct caused her to have intense suspicion towards Fang Yuan for no reason. She suddenly changed her mind. She is going to the clan leader's pavilion. Chapter 153. Really Aged Translator. Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh, he has truly advanced to Rank 3. This rank 3 aura is genuine, and there is the white-silver primeval essence. There is no mistake. The atmosphere in the clan hall was solemn. The clan head Gu Yuebo was sitting on the highest seat, with many elders seated in rows by his left and right. Whispers could be heard here and there, and dozens of people's attentions were more or less gathered on a young man who was standing upright in the center of the hall with his head held high. The young man was Fang Yuan. To think this Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I hadn't personally seen it, I would never have believed it. Doesn't he only have C-grade aptitude? How could he advance so suddenly? Actually, it can't be said to be sudden. Did you forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic goo? Right, it was 2 whole relic goo that can completely raise his cultivation steeply. Just thinking back when I cultivated, the group of elders were both amazed and puzzled. This matter had caught them completely unprepared. This Fang Yuan was able to advance to rank 3. He is merely of C-grade aptitude, but could actually have such accomplishments in this short time. This is really a surprise. Gu Ye Mo Chen, who was seated on the frontmost seat in the left row, exclaimed inwardly. He thought of 2-3 years ago, when Fang Yuan was still in the academy, and killed a servant of his family. He had already forgotten the name of this servant. But the minced corpse Fang Yuan sent over had left a profound impression on him. From that day, he saw Fang Yuan in new light, but didn't expect much from him due to his aptitude. Now this young man actually had such accomplishments. According to the clan system, all Gu masters who advanced to rank 3 were new elders. A new elder was bound to have a huge impact on the old political structure. If I had recruited him before, I would be able to use this impact and gain political dominance. It really is a pity. Thinking of this, Gu Ye Mo Chen couldn't help but glance in front of him. His old rival Gu Yue Qilian was seated on the frontmost seat in the right row. Right now, he had a gloomy expression, and obscure light flashed in his eyes. This Fang Yuan definitely has secrets on him. Although he had the help from the 2 red steel relic Gu, he couldn't have had advanced to rank 3 so fast. This is something even Qing Shu couldn't accomplish. Gu Yuebo was also pondering. He unavoidably thought of his adopted son Qing Shu and sighed. Were Gu Ye Qing Shu alive, he might also have rank 3 cultivation by now. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Lord Gu Yu Ye Yao Ji has arrived. At this moment, the door guard suddenly announced loudly. Following his announcement, an old woman walked in through the door. Her face was pale and filled with wrinkles, but under her weary eyelids were extremely sharp eyes that locked on to Fang Yuan in an instant. Gu Yue Yao Ji spoke as she walked forward quickly. Fang Yuan, you advanced to rank 3? I don't believe it. I will personally verify it. Let me inspect your aperture. The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret, and was also their personal affair. How could they let others inspect it so easily? Fang Yuan slightly turned his body and looked at Yao Ji, who was walking over. He replied with a sneer, Gu Yue Yao Ji, on what basis are you demanding to inspect my aperture? Back then, when he had just begun cultivating, his aperture would be inspected at fixed intervals by the Academy Elder. But it was different now. He was already a rank 3 Gu master, someone who was on equal footing with other elders like the Academy Elder and the Medicine Hall Elder. Moreover, it was very simple to verify one's cultivation. White-silver primeval essence couldn't be faked easily, and similarly his rank 3 aura was a fact. Outrageous. You, a junior, dares to call me by name? Yao Ji's eyes widened. Why can't I inspect you? With my identity as the Medicine Hall Elder, and also as your elder, I have the right to do so. Huh, old hag, calling you by name is giving you respect. I still have yet to settle the scores between us. You harbored a grudge towards me when I didn't sell you my liquor worm, and actually wanted to plunder my 9-leaf vitality grass. I also wanted to exchange my merits for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but you prevented it in the dark. Now I am also a rank 3 Gu master, so you had better stop putting on airs. Fang Yuan's eyes were narrowed and his words sharp as a blade. He was very clear-cut with his words, completely showing off his hostility towards Yao Ji. If he said this with the cultivation of rank 1 or rank 2, he would definitely be suppressed and even attacked. However, the situation was completely different now. He was a rank 3 and his position was already equal to the elders. Towards Fang Yuan insulting Gu Yue Yao Ji, the other elders' strategy was to wait and see. Being at a high position, their considerations were profound. Even if they weren't born shrewd, The years of political struggle had trained the shrewdness in them. They didn't have much understanding of Fang Yuan, so they could take this opportunity to observe him. "Brat, you have the cheeks to slander me." Gu Yaoji was furious due to the humiliation. What Fang Yuan said was true, but why would she admit it in front of everyone? The elders present were all silently observing the situation unfold. Most of the elders present here knew of the matter regarding the 9-leaf vitality grass, and even had transactions with Gu Yaoji. However, in politics, there are only eternal benefits, never eternal enemies or eternal friends. Upon hearing Gu Yaoji retort herself, Fang Yuan coldly laughed and didn't reply. Gu Yaoji's sound echoed and lingered within the hall. This old woman was slightly trembling. This silence made her feel like she was alone. Something had changed. The situation was no longer the same. Were Fang Yuan to be a rank 1 or rank 2, these elders would immediately jump out to stand on Gu Yaoji's side and unitedly punish Fang Yuan. The authority of higher-ups absolutely didn't allow the lower levels to challenge it. However, Fang Yuan was rank 3 now, and even if the clan head hadn't officially announced it, his position as an elder was already set in stone. Thus, his contradiction with Gu Yaoji was now the internal conflict between higher-ups. Fang Yuan was a newly advanced elder. His foundation were not yet deep and didn't have any background. But this was also his strength, as he had nothing to lose in the first place, thus having no fear. By contrast, Gu Yaoji was old, and though she was in control of Medicine Hall, had a high position and broad connections, this was also her weakness. She was old and she couldn't afford to lose. Her medicine faction's inheritor Yao Lei was missing, and the enormous assets she controlled were coveted by many. It would not be bad if it were peaceful times, but now was the time of the wolf tide, and even elders had the possibility of dying. Things were turbulent. Newcomers climbed up in position and old-timers stepped down. This was a time of change. There weren't any elders that could guarantee their own safety. Even the clan head could fall down. In the history of Gu Yue clan, the number of clan heads that died in a wolf tide weren't few. As for the elders, they couldn't even guarantee their own safety, so unless there were enormous benefits involved, they wouldn't meddle in other people's fights. Gu Yaoji felt like the situation had turned thorny. The hall was silent. Due to the matter regarding her granddaughter, she hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now, as she stood there, she felt an invisible pressure shrouding her body and mind, and it caused cold sweat to form on her forehead. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in the wolf pack. The surrounding wolves were standing in the shadows, observing her through their deep, dark green eyes. Fang Yuan, who was in front of her, was like a stoic wolf who had revealed its brilliance in the battle. He was so young, energetic, and also ambitious. It really was the saying, "Old waves push the new waves forward, and a new generation replaces the old." At this moment, Gu Yaoji felt that she had really aged. Very much so. Her eyelids jumped even more severely as her imposing aura gradually lowered. However, Gu Yaolei's figure appeared in her mind. She forcefully opened her blurred eyes, her aura increasing suddenly. She opened her mouth. "Fang Yuan, why did you disappear for these 3 days? If you hadn't shown up, your name would have been listed in the casualties announcement in the medicine hall, in the list of the Gu masters who died in battle. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you come back, you are already a rank 3 Gu master. What happened during these days?" I believe everyone here is interested in your explanation. After realizing she could no longer easily create troubles for Fang Yuan, her tone became more mild, no longer as forceful as before. However, her words were still very strong, with treacherous intentions hidden within. After all, she had the highest seniority as a high-ranking politician. The elders' eyes brightened when they heard this, revealing clear interest. No one was a fool among those present here. Fang Yuan's sudden advancement to rank 3 was indeed strange. His C-grade aptitude was after all known by everyone. Gu Yaoji's words brought those elders to stand by her side again. However, since Fang Yuan dared to return so grandly, he naturally had made preparations. Under everyone's gazes, he raised his head and laughed. "Old woman, what you want to know? Am I obliged to tell you? However, hearing the pitiful news of your granddaughter's death, I will benevolently tell you. During the past few days, I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qilian's manor, trying to break through to rank 3. This point can be verified by Elder Gu Yue Qilian." "What? Gu Yue Yaoji revealed a startled look. Other elders were also shocked, all kinds of complicated expressions appearing on their faces. Immediately, everyone's gazes were cast towards the gloomy-faced Gu Yue Qilian, the Qi faction head, who held one of the two most powerful influences in the Gu Yue clan, now appeared so gloomy that water could drip out from him. However, in front of everyone's gazes, he knew he needed to give an explanation. Thus, he reluctantly replied, "It is indeed so. I can testify that Fang Yuan has been in a closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my manor during these past few days." The instant these words came out, the whole crowd went in an uproar. The elders possessed deep restraint. They wouldn't lose their bearings and make a scene. However, there were many whispers and mutterings. To think, Gu Yue Qilian actually had relations with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's advancement is related to Qilian? There is a great probability. Didn't people speculate that Fang Yuan had someone supporting him from behind the scenes? To think it was the Qi faction. Maybe the reason for Fang Yuan's fast cultivation speed is because of Qi faction pouring resources to him. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother. Elder Qilian's actions have a very profound meaning. Some elders discussed, whereas some elders' mind were flipping over. It turns out this Fang Yuan wasn't a junior with no one to guide his steps. He has the help from Qi faction. We need to be cautious towards him in the future. Fortunately, we didn't interfere and jump into the fight between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in a dangerous predicament. She wanted to deal with an elder who didn't have any backing, but she could never have had expected that his background was so solid. It's actually the Qi faction. Gu Yue Yao Ji's face was very pale. When she had heard Gu Yue Qilian confirming it, she took a step back in shock, her whole body trembling faintly. Opposing a lone elder compared to an elder backed by the Qi faction, these were two utterly different concepts. Chapter 154, Vomit Blood Out of Anger, Translator. Sky Pharaoh, Editor. Sky Pharaoh Gu Yue Mo Chen's heart was very heavy. He had planned to recruit Fang Yuan, but stopped himself due to Fang Yuan's aptitude. But now his old rival Gu Yue Qilian actually got affiliated with Fang Yuan already. All the evidence points to Qilian providing support for Fang Yuan since over a year ago. Now his investment had received such a great reward, and the Qi faction has a new clan elder. How can his heart not be heavy? Except, other than solemnness, Mo Chen was also confused. He was Gu Yue Qilian's old rival, having competed since they were young. He had such a good understanding of his rival that he even knew what color of underwear his rival liked to wear. Logically speaking, Gu Yue Qilian would have started gloating by now, throwing mocking and smug glances towards Mo Chen. But right now his face was grim, like he had suffered an injustice. This was too strange. Just what had transpired between him and Fang Yuan? What sort of agreement did they reach? Gu Yue Mo Chen could not get an answer. This Fang Yuan, his guts are greater than the heavens. To think he would actually threaten me. Gu Yue Qilian's heart was filled with anger and perplexity. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly approached him and used the matter of Gu Yue Qi Cheng's fake aptitude to threaten him. Heavens! How did this important secret that only he, Gu Yue Qilian, and his grandson Qi Cheng knew about, come to the knowledge of this outsider Fang Yuan? Gu Yue Qi Cheng was only a C-grade talent, but for the sake of the Qi faction's benefits, Qilian had to take a risk and show a facade of Qi Cheng being B-grade. If this matter was exposed, its impact towards the Qi faction would be unforeseen. The Qi faction family head's integrity would be questioned for his cheating personally, and this would ruin his reputation completely. More importantly, the Qi faction inheritor is only a C-grade. This means that the Qi faction would have no political outlook anymore. Who would be dumb enough to rely on this type of faction? Fang Yuan, knowing this secret, was equivalent to grasping the fatal weakness of the Qi faction. When Fang Yuan threatened him, Gu Yue Qilian almost couldn't control himself from attacking and eliminating this threat on the spot. But he forcefully stopped himself, as he did not know who else got a hold of this secret, and whether Fang Yuan told anyone or left behind any paper evidence at some secret location. Pacify him first, understand the situation, then eliminate him. I cannot leave this threat hanging. That was his thought at the time. But soon after that, Fang Yuan displayed his rank 3 cultivation. Qilian, while shell-shocked, could only change his plan to cooperation. Rank 3 is a clan elder, and if he murdered a clan elder, this matter would just be as serious as cheating. Furthermore, fighting against a rank 3 Gu master would take some time, and the commotion it creates is even harder to deal with. Falling out with Fang Yuan would not have any benefits for the Qi faction. In fact, the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has a hold on me, a shared secret is also a form of collaboration. Finally, Qi Lian could only convince himself to comfort his heart. Fang Yuan's threat was so sudden, so he could not tell how many safety nets Fang Yuan had in place. Thus, he could only go along with it. But now, Fang Yuan fearlessly implicated him, letting him attract the attention in Fang Yuan's place. It was really throwing him under the bus. However, even if Gu Yue Qi Lian knew this, what could he do? This time, Fang Yuan slowly spoke again. Gu Yu Yao Ji, I know your heart is in a mess now. Yes, that B-grade talent granddaughter of yours is dead, and without a proper corpse, your medicine faction is now without an inheritor. But a C-grade talent like myself advanced to rank 3 instead, so you feel anxious and indignant. Thus your fury is directed at me. I understand that. What did you say? Gu Ye Yao Ji stared widely, uncontrollable anger rising. You little wretch, I'm telling you Yao Lei is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, shrugging nonchalantly. Her matter of life or death, what does it have to do with me? Yao Ji, you don't have to emphasize that. But, he suddenly twisted, Gu Yue Yao Ji, in order to find your granddaughter, you assembled search parties and wasted much human and material resources. That concerns me, the clan elders here, and even the clan leader. Gu Yu Yao Ji, letting you lead the medicine hall, that is because of our trust. But what have you done? You dispatched the medicine hall's healing Gu masters out to search for your granddaughter, leaving those injured and crippled Gu masters in distress. You are too selfish. Yao Lei's sacrifice, it is indeed the clan's loss. But you further worsened our loss. You are not fit to be our medicine hall clan elder at all. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head, tearing at Yao Ji's weakness, her pain. But what he said was very true. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, many clan elders started frowning secretly. Whose faction did not have injuries? Gu Ye Yao Ji's actions were indeed overboard, dispatching Gu masters on her own and not attending to the urgent business at hand, but instead searching for her granddaughter. You. Gu Ye Yao Ji was so angry her body was trembling, her finger pointing to Fang Yuan, unable to say another word. Her eyes were like glowing fire, having a strong urge to strangle this bastard Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold and indifferent, staring at her with no fear. He was returning the favor to her. Gu Ye Yao Ji's earlier words were all righteous and caused the many clan elders to get curious about Fang Yuan's secret to advancing, causing a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's words were the same, and with reason backing him, standing at the highest point of the clan rules, it caused the clan elders to subconsciously defend him. To the clan elders, protecting the clan's rules were akin to protecting their own interests. Gu Yue Yao Ji's actions these days did infringe on their interests. This Fang Yuan, fucking bastard, Gu Yue Yao Ji shuddered, not knowing that Gu Yue Qi Lian was also angered to the point of fuming. Fang Yuan was offending Gu Yue Yao Ji to the limit, and her hatred towards him will also spill to the Qi faction since Fang Yuan was now a part of them. But the truth was, Qi faction is innocent. Was he, Gu Yue Qi Lian, a fool? Why would he offend Gu Yue Yao Ji, who is the most senior and has the greatest social network? Gu Yue Qi Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart. May the other clan elders not direct the attention to himself. Fang Yuan doing this is his own idea. It has nothing to do with the Qi faction. But Fang Yuan's next sentence broke this illusion of his to smithereens. He turned around and reported to the clan leader Gu Yue Bo. Clan leader, I highly doubt Gu Yue Yao Ji's ability to continue leading the medicine hall. I suggest we temporarily revoke her title of medicine hall clan elder and hold a thorough assessment of her. Each one of the clan's healing Gu masters are precious to us. We cannot let her waste them like this. Otherwise, the ones that suffer the most are the brave Gu masters that fight using their lives for our precious clan. Pausing momentarily, he continued, This suggestion of mine, Elder Qi Lian is also very supportive of. What? Gu Yue Yao Ji's iris shrunk as her face changed colors. What? The clan elders were all taken aback. To hear of Gu Yue Qi Lian's forthright attitude like this, does it mean that he was unhappy with Yao Ji from long ago? then has been lusting after the huge benefits in her possessions, wanting to get a piece of the pie? What? As the person in question, Gu Yue Qilian nearly jumped from his seat. How could he not be angry? He was going to go crazy from Fang Yuan's antics. This Fang Yuan had not only offended Gu Yue Yaoji, he even dragged him into the boat. His original political intent towards the medicine faction was closeness and cooperation. But now his efforts were all thwarted by a single sentence from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was framing and harming him, in front of the person himself, framing, harming, and spreading false rumors. But he, Gu Yue Qilian, the Grand Qi faction family head, was held hostage by Fang Yuan and had no way to fight back. "Oh, Elder Qilian, you support this?" Gu Yebo's gaze shone as he asked. Gu Ye Qilian gritted his teeth, slowly getting up. He stiffened his neck, resisting the urge to look at Fang Yuan. He was afraid he could not control his rage. At this point, he can do nothing to Fang Yuan and can only carry on the show. Revoking Yao Ji's title, this is Fang Yuan's sole idea. With the threat of the wolf tide, suddenly changing people is not appropriate. However, I do agree that Elder Yao Ji has deviated from the role of the healing Gu Masters due to her personal feelings. If these efforts were placed into the right areas, it would reduce our clan's loss to a great extent. Saying so, his heart was bleeding. He would definitely not follow through with what Fang Yuan said, as he had his own interests in mind. These words he had already exerted the greatest effort to find a balance between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. But even so, after he finished speaking, he heard a thump. He turned his head around and saw that Gu Ye Yao Ji had vomited blood out of her intense anger and fell on her back. "It's over. I've completely offended Yao Ji." At this moment, Gu Yue Qilian felt like he had fallen into a chasm, his heart icy cold. "Lord Yao Ji, someone quickly diagnose her. She just lost consciousness. It's not an emergency." Lord Yao Ji had not rested at all for these 3 days and 3 nights. Her body and mind is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was in a mess, but slowly quietened down. Gu Yue Yao Ji was carried away by a stretcher. She was already old and had worried for so many days. With a weakened heart, now that she was triggered by both Fang Yuan and Qilian, adding on to her misery, it was no wonder that she fainted. Lord Yao Ji had led the medicine hall for so many years. She had worked hard for so long, she is truly tired. Letting her rest is also for her own good. Now that she is unconscious, the medicine hall cannot be without a leader. I advise that we let Fang Yuan take over, Gu Yue Qilian suddenly said. This old man stood before his seat. Seeing Gu Yue Yao Ji being carried out, his eyes shone coldly. Since he had already offended her, then why not go the entire way and continue the mistake? To prevent the medicine faction's revenge, he might as well suppress them entirely. This is someone in power, the resolve and wisdom of an expert in politics. The hall fell into temporary silence. Yao Lei's death, Yao Ji's downfall, it showed that the medicine faction was on an imminent decline. The cruelty of politics is even more heartless than the wolf tide. Fang Yuan was silent as well, letting him be the medicine hall clan elder. Heh. Gu Yue Qilian was only saying it casually, letting a newly advanced young clan elder to hold such an important role. Maybe if the clan elders and clan leader were all retarded. Gu Yue Qilian saying this intentionally had deep meaning. As expected, in the next moment, Gu Yebo declared, "The medicine hall's role shall temporarily be held by Elder Qizhong. Fang Yuan's cultivation has indeed reached rank 3, thus according to the clan rules, he shall also assume the role of clan elder. Send out the news and let the entire village rejoice." Saying so, Gu Yuebo stood up and left. Congratulations. After the clan leader left, the clan elders all walked towards Fang Yuan, cupping their fists with faces full of smiles. Fang Yuan cupped his fists as well, replying with a warm smile. Chapter 155. Borrow Translator, Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh, congratulations. Elder Fang Yuan is young and promising. You are definitely a role model for the young generation. Haha, we truly anticipate Elder Fang Yuan's brilliance as we work together from now on. The group of elders surrounded Fang Yuan and spoke customary words. The academy elder stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression complicated as he looked at Fang Yuan. He had never expected Fang Yuan to become an elder. In his class, he had been most optimistic of Fang Zhang. and then Qi Cheng and Mo Bei. But to think that the one who was the first to achieve success was actually Fang Yuan. How could these little achievements of mine compare to the elders? I still need to thank the clan's teachings for today's achievements. Academy Elder, I have always engraved your words in my heart. Fang Yuan had a warm smile on, and he spoke modestly and prudently. The Academy Elder hadn't expected this punk to take the initiative to greet him. He was blank for a moment before a gratified expression appeared in his face. Looks like you have matured a lot in these years, Elder Fang Yuan. Keep up the good work. I am proud of your achievements. The clan needs new blood like you. Fang Yuan sincerely thanked the Academy Elder again, and also replied to the other elders. With his 500 years of experience, putting on such an act was very easy. He had a sense of propriety. His words were gentle and his attitude was humble, making all those who heard him feel like they were basking in spring breeze. Guya Qilian was indifferent at this scene, but the more he observed, the more frightened he became. This Fang Yuan knew how to deal with the situation adequately, and every sentence and word were as if spoken by a veteran. Was he really just in his teens? Could he be a born politician? The Academy Elder was astonished too. He thought of the Academy times. Fang Yuan was so rebellious, even exploiting his own classmates. He had countless headaches due to this, but the current Fang Yuan seemed to have completely changed. On the contrary, Guye Mo Chen wasn't baffled by Fang Yuan's behavior. After all, he already had a taste of Fang Yuan's schemes. Right now, as he looked at Fang Yuan's cultured and gentle behavior, becoming a focal point of the crowd, he kept on sighing that Gu Yue Qilian had made a great move. The exchanges continued on for some time, but, regardless of what thoughts the elders had, the ones present there couldn't help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. They continuously sighed that rumors were really unreliable. In the end, Fang Yuan tactfully rejected some of the elders' invitations and left the clan head pavilion with a smile together with Gu Yue Qilian. Are you satisfied now? After pulling down Gu Yu Yao Ji, you even dragged my Qi faction into hot water. When they reached the study room, Qilian couldn't pretend anymore, and the smile on his face was replaced by fury. Fang Yuan was sitting in front of him and leisurely smiled. You need to thank me for this. Gu Yao Ji is down. This is a great benefit to your Qi faction. Gu Yue Qilian's gaze flashed. Young man, your thoughts are too simple. Qi Zhong is my Qi faction's member, but his wife is of Yao faction. The clan head appointed him as the temporary medicine hall elder precisely because he wants to balance out the internal strife between my Qi and Yao faction. How did you find out about Qi Cheng's matter? At the end, Gu Yue Qilian suddenly asked this. He closely watched Fang Yuan, with a gaze like that of an eagle's. Fang Yuan unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders and said, Old man, I don't have much primeval stones on me left. Give me 3,000 primeval stones. Bang! Gu Yue Qilian fiercely slammed the table. He lowered his voice and roared, Fang Yuan, don't even think that you can extort my Qi faction just by knowing that secret. I am old and don't have long to live, so at worst, I will just give up my life. I can accept cooperating, but I will absolutely not receive any threats. I won't allow what happened today to happen again. If you recklessly make enemies and pull my Qi faction into your mess, you will regret it. You really think that secret can destroy my whole Qi faction? Don't be so naive. Fang Yuan didn't reply. His gaze was ghostly as he let Gu Yue Qilian continue to berate him. When Gu Yue Qilian had slammed the table, his aura was astonishing like that of a tiger. But as he continued to speak, his aura started getting weaker and weaker, and in the end he appeared to be in deficiency of energy, showing a lack of confidence. Only when he no longer spoke did Fang Yuan leisurely smile and say, Old man, don't get so angry. I am indeed short of money recently, and I am not asking these 3,000 primeval stones for free. I am just borrowing them. I can even sign the receipt for loan. Gu Yue Qilian snorted. He spoke slowly. You won't lack primeval stones. You have just become an elder and don't know the preferential treatment the clan gives to the elders. As long as you are an elder, you will receive 100 primeval stones every week. This is the amount you receive in ordinary times, but as this is the time of the wolf tide, you will receive 300 primeval stones as allowance. Not only that, you can also freely take a rank 3 goo worm. Similarly, the clan's rank 1 to rank 3 recipes will be open to you. You can choose any recipe that you like and refine your rank 3 goo worm. There are also other privileges. For example, ordinary goo masters can only marry one wife, but an elder can have one wife and 2 concubines. So that's it. Fang Yuan knew this, of course, but he pretended it was the first time he heard it. But even if it is so, I still want to borrow 3,000 primeval stones. You also know that I just advanced to rank 3. Refining a rank 3 goo worm consumes a great amount of primeval stones, Fang Yuan sincerely said. Gu Ye Qi Lian reflected on this. He pondered, with Fang Yuan's identity as an elder, he wouldn't go so far as to not pay his debt. Does he not want his reputation? If in case he dies in the wolf tide, then wouldn't my 3,000 primeval stones go in waste? Wait, won't it be better if he dies? We can continue to hide the matter regarding Qi Chang's aptitude. But how did he learn this secret? Is there still anyone else who knows of it? I had better lend the money to him first and lower his guard, then I can probe his secret. As he thought up to this point, Gu Yu Qi Lian didn't insist anymore and immediately took out a brush and paper. Fang Yuan wrote the receipt for loan and signed with his fingerprint. Gu Yue Qi Lian called his butler and gave some orders. Soon, several money bags full of primeval stones were brought over. Fang Yuan weighed each money bag and didn't find any problems. He truly needed these primeval stones. He had almost spent all his savings in refining the man-beast life burial goo. These 3,000 primeval stones could be considered a timely assistance. He had just advanced to rank 3. He needed to refine a rank 3 gee worm. Only then could he truly possess the battle and survival ability of a rank 3 goo master. He already had a rough plan regarding this. 3,000 primeval stones might not be enough. However, it wasn't urgent, and the chief action would be his great money farm. The primeval stones he borrowed this time was only the start. If it happened once, it will happen twice. First time is difficult, but subsequently gets easier. As for paying the debt, Fang Yuan wasn't in a hurry to leave after getting these primeval stones, but instead smiled, I still want to borrow something. Don't go overboard. Gu Yue Qi Lian was grim, but in the end he still said, Speak, what is it? Cleansing water goo? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said candidly, There was a cleansing water goo on sale previously in the caravan, and if you consider who was most likely to purchase this goo, it would be Gu Yue Qi Lian. He used his own primeval essence to nurture his grandson's aperture and advance his cultivation. This led to there being mixed auras in the aperture, which needed to be purified by the cleansing water goo. That is impossible, Gu Yue Qi Lian firmly refused. He indeed bought that cleansing water goo, but he prepared this goo for his grandson Gu Yue Qi Chang. If he wanted to buy it again, he could only rely on fate. Don't refuse me so fast. Fang Yuan laughed. I believe you, Lord Gu Ye Qi Lian, the head of Qi faction. Know which is more important, a cleansing water goo or Qi faction's reputation. Gu Yu Qi Lian's face darkened completely, the aura around him turning cold as he fiercely looked at Fang Yuan, gnashing his teeth. Fang Yuan, know what you are trying to do. You are blackmailing me, blackmailing the head of the Grand Qi faction. No, this is not a blackmail, it is a discussion. I am only borrowing the cleansing water goo, and will return you a new one in the future. I can sign the receipt of loan for this too, Fang Yuan chuckled. However, his tone was firm, and it showed his determined will. Don't even imagine it. Qi Lian's attitude was also firm. After an hour, Fang Yuan walked out of the Qi family manor with 3,000 primeval stones and a cleansing water goo. And Gu Yue Qi Lian was sitting in the study room, looking at the 2 receipts, written by Fang Yuan, on the table. The indignance in his heart was like a surging river, overflowing endlessly. Fang Yuan had a hold on Qi faction, which put Qi Lian in an extremely passive situation. Thus, his victory was reasonable. 3 days later, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, white light shining upon his face. A white ball of light was floating in midair. The fusion process had reached its end stage. Fang Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the ball of light, while throwing primeval stones into it. The ball of light suddenly faded away, and a whole new goo worm flew into Fang Yuan's palm. Its appearance was like a big ladybug. Its semicircular milky white carapace was decorated with dark spots. It was quite big, about the size of an adult's fist. Rank 3 sky canopy goo. I'd finally succeeded. Fang Yuan satisfiedly nodded his head. This was his second time trying this fusion. The Sky Canopy goo was refined from the fusion of rank 2 white jade goo and an aqua defense goo. In the first try, Fang Yuan used the water shield goo and white jade goo, but the fusion ended up a failure, resulting in the death of the water shield goo. The aqua defense goo he used this time had been exchanged with his battle merits. However, this Sky Canopy goo wasn't Fang Yuan's first rank 3 goo worm. His first rank 3 goo worm was directly obtained from the clan. After advancing to rank 3 and becoming an elder, the clan would bestow them with a rank 3 goo worm. Fang Yuan used this chance to pick a Thunderwings goo. This goo was gotten as spoils of war after the elders had killed a frenzy lightning wolf. Its ability was to materialize a pair of Thunderwings and give goo masters the ability to fly for a short duration. With the Thunderwings goo to assist with movements, Fang Yuan's final combat shortcoming was fixed. Chapter 156. Digital Shade Recipe. Flower Wine Mystery Translator. Sky Pharaoh. Editor. Sky Pharaoh, Lord Fang Yuan. This way towards the secret room, please enter. In the dark, eerie tunnel, a rank 2 old goo master walked in front, leading the way for Fang Yuan. The secret room that held all the goo worm combination recipes of the clan was not far ahead. Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, thus his status had a 180-degree change. All the fusion recipes kept in the clan, as long as they were not rank 4 or 5 recipes, he had the authority to look through. If it was a rank 1 or 2 Go master, to look through the recipes they would need to pay primeval stones or exchange using merit points. This secret room was in the basement of the village, at a very hidden location. Even if the village was eradicated, this secret room would still remain. Back then, the Gu Yu clan's creator, the first-generation clan leader, found a primeval essence spring inside this underground cave, thus deciding to build his village here. Through the generations of development and growth by the clan leaders, Gu Yu clan's underground cave had become the Gu Yu clan's secret base. Normally, ordinary Gu masters did not have the rights to appear at this location. Only clan elders, the clan leader, and the Dark Hall's Gu masters in charge of protecting the place had such authority. Many Gu masters had only been there once in their lives, that is, during the awakening ceremony, where the youngsters would come to the primeval Spring Sea, hoping to awaken their aperture. Other than this, unless there is a special reason, entry to this underground cave is prohibited for all people. Even the Gu master guarding the place is picked after careful consideration. After all, the primeval spring in this underground cave is the entire foundation of the Gu Ye village. From the spring center, large amounts of primeval stones are produced, and that sustains the Gu master cultivation of the entire clan. In the tunnel, 2 sets of footsteps could be heard. Far away, the sound of river water flowing sounded. That is, the underground river in the cave. A moment later, the Gu master leading the way brought Fang Yuan to a rock door. He patted his belly, and a goo worm flew out of his aperture. As sparks flied, it knocked onto the rock door. The rock door's surface rippled, like a rock thrown into the water. Soon after, the rock wall blinked and gradually faded away, showing the secret room behind. The secret room's size was rather small, being only 666 2/3 square meters. Every few steps, there would be a rock table half the height of a person. Tens of rock tables had a white jade plate on them, and on the plate there was a goo worm silently resting. These goo worms had all sorts of colors, being around the size of a fist. They had very similar appearances, like silkworms. On its head there were 2 compound eyes like bees or dragonflies. It was colorful and looked like shiny glass. However, the surface was not soft, but covered in a layer of insect shell, and the shell even had golden luster. Lord Fang Yuan, this is your first time to the secret room, so let me explain. These are rank 2 digital shade goo, all have recipes recorded in them. In the green digital shade goo worms, almost all the rank 1 recipes can be found in them. As for the red-black colored goo, there are rank 2 recipes. White contains the rank 3 recipes, and orange has the rank 4 recipes. As for rank 5, it is contained in the most central purple digital shade goo worms. Beside him, the old goo master introduced appropriately. Digital shade goo was a recording type of goo worm. Just one step further in advancement, and it would be the rank 3 photo-audio goo. After the photo-audio goo is refined, it not only can store a recording, but can also record the voices as well. In the rock-crack secret cave, the flower wine monk used a photo-audio goo to inform Fang Yuan of the inheritance details. But to record down recipes, voices are not necessary. Thus, the digital shade goo is enough. Fusion recipes, these were very precious. Using normal bamboo paper to record them, if they were stolen, not only can they refine the Guye clan's specialty goo worms, it is also a huge leak of the clan's information. Knowing the enemy leads to easier battles, and experienced goo masters can learn about the strengths and weaknesses of a goo worm from the refinement recipe. Once it is leaked, towards a clan the loss would be severe. In future, when they battle, the goo masters from that clan may also be disadvantaged in goo worms. Thus, recipes were strictly controlled and, as classified by ranks, stored appropriately. Digital shade goo was easier to refine and had a low cost. Thus, it was a common method to contain recipes. Lord Fang Yuan, these digital shade goo all belong to the Secret Hall clan elder, but it would not impede you from using primeval essence and browsing through. Just that, with your current identity, you cannot browse the rank 4 and 5 recipes. There's also 2 more things. The secret room is the clan's red zone. Your every action here is observed fully in secret. Every day, you can only stay here for 15 minutes. Once the time is up, you must leave. The Goo Master continued speaking. I understand. Fang Yuan nodded. Lord Fang Yuan, this subordinate has no authority to enter, thus I will wait at the door. Once the time is up, I will bring you out. The old man bowed. Fang Yuan walked into the secret room. Once he entered, the rock door turned from virtual to solid, trapping him in the room alone. Walking in the secret room, it was peaceful. The echoes of his footsteps could be heard bouncing off the walls as the surrounding walls had water-light goo in them. Their bodies emitted a light, wavering like water, interchanging between light and shadow, with layers after layers shining indefinitely. Fang Yuan took a red-black colored goo worm and injected his white-silver primeval essence inside. Immediately, 2 beams of light shot out from the digital shade goo's compound eyes. He raised the goo up and pointed the eyes at the white jade plate on the table. 2 beams of light hit the white jade plate, and after some fluctuations, words started to appear. This was the recipe on how to refine the Moonscar goo. First, it listed the Moonscar goo's strengths, which was the increase in attack distance, twice of the Moonlight goo. The weakness was the subpar attack. Next was the refinement recipe. Moonscar goo is refined from fusing the Moonlight goo and Scar Rock goo. Next is the important points for refining this goo. The crux was, if during the refinement, some jade rock is added in, or done during a night when there is abundant moonlight and exposed to it, there would be a higher chance of success. Lastly, it is the experiences of the goo masters who had attempted to fuse this goo. This had the greatest content, almost up to 10,000 words. Fang Yuan took a look and memorized some things to heart. It was, after all, countless people's experiments and tries, and the experienced gathered from numerous attempts. Some information even Fang Yuan did not know. After all, Moonlight goo is a unique goo to the Goo Yue clan. In his previous life, he had never become a clan elder or came here to browse the recipes. Time was limited, so Fang Yuan quickly took a look and placed the digital shade goo back to its spot, then picked up a white-colored goo to observe. In the white digital shade goo, there was the rank 3 fusion recipes. Most of the recipes did not suit Fang Yuan, as they needed goo worms like Moonwhirl or Moonscar goo as the base. Fang Yuan did not look through closely. To save time, he skimmed through. He first used the Moonlight goo to fuse with the Little Light goo to form Moonglow goo. On that basis, there was only 3 refinement recipes worth using. First was the rank 3 Golden Moon, with the same 10 steps of shooting distance, but the attack power is increased once again. Once shot out, the golden-colored crescent moon would nearly be half a man tall and had a strong, imposing aura. Second was the Frost Moon goo. The moonblade becomes eerie white and icy, having an element of ice to it. Whoever it hurts will be invaded by the coldness, moving slowly. The third is the Illusory Moon goo. This goo was more unique. It is not used to attack, but once activated, it can allow the goo master to create a shadow clone to attract attacks and confuse the enemy. Especially when this Illusory Moon goo, once refined, can be used as the basis for the rank 4 Moonshadow goo. Moonshadow goo can be implanted into a goo master's aperture and suppress them from using primeval essence. In the information on the Illusory Moon goo, There was only some vaguely explained information about the Moonshadow Goo as reference. Moonshadow Goo. Isn't that the goo worm used by the 4th-generation clan leader to sneak an attack on the Flower Wine Monk? Fang Yuan, seeing this, frowned deeply. In this world, there are countless goo worms, and even with his 500 years of experience, he only knew less than 0.001% of all the goo worms in this world. He originally had a rough idea of the Moonshadow Goo, but now that he knew the goo worm's effect, Moonshadow Goo had a unique use. It was able to suppress 30% of the primeval essence in a rank 4 goo master's aperture, 15% of a rank 5, and 60% of a rank 3 goo master. That means, with a C-grade talent like Fang Yuan, only having 40-50%, if they were hit by this Moonshadow Goo, they would be unable to deploy a single ounce of primeval essence, losing all their battle strength, and were as good as crippled. Of course, if it were Fang Yuan, if the Moonshadow Goo was used on him, it would be throwing a meat bun at the dog. What's gone can never come back. That is because once the Moonshadow Goo enters his aperture, the Spring Autumn Cicada will demonstrate its dominance, and under its aura, the Moonshadow Goo would be instantly refined by him and become his. What puzzled Fang Yuan was not the Moonshadow Goo's effect, but the Flower Wine Monk. I remember that on the shadow wall, the Flower Wine Monk was bathed in blood, full of injuries. Firstly, his battle with the 4th-generation clan leader and elders only gave him mild injuries. I thought those severe injuries were caused by this Moonshadow Goo. But to think that this Moonshadow Goo is only used to suppress primeval essence, crippling the Goo Master. Then where did the Flower Wine Monk get his severe injuries from? Fang Yuan's thoughts were meticulous, thus becoming more suspicious. Back then, when the Flower Wine Monk lost to the clan elders and escaped, what actually happened? Moonshadow Goo was not the cause of his death. So then, what was? At once, the originally clear Flower Wine Monk inheritance became a complete mystery to Fang Yuan again. Lord Fang Yuan, it has been 15 minutes. I believe you have had some gains. No matter what, please come again tomorrow. At this point, the door turned into an astral state again, as the old Goo Master stood outside and said respectfully, "Okay." Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he put down the digital shadow goo, leaving the secret room. Regardless of whether it is the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, or Illusory Moon, these refinement recipes were not what he wanted. That is because they all consumed large amounts of moon orchid flower petals. Moon orchid flower petals were hard to store, only able to live for a few days. In Fang Yuan's plans, he wanted to leave the Gu Yue clan and roam the world. If he refined these Gu, without any food they would die in half a year. He might as well not refine them. However, there were still rank 3 recipes that he did not manage to see. I'll come again tomorrow, I guess. Such a thought flashed across his mind. Chapter 157, Blood Moon Goo, Translator. Sky Pharaoh Editor, Sky Pharaoh Second Day, Secret Room. On the shiny white jade plate there was a recipe, Blood Moon Goo. Using rank 2 Moonglow Goo and Blood Essence Goo to combine and form the rank 3 Goo Worm. Once activated, the Moonblade glows blood red with the size of a face. If one gets injured by it, there would be a continuous bleeding effect. That's it. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the information and memorized this recipe at heart. Then he closed his eyes and recited again, and opened his eyes to check. After several times, he checked that he had completely memorized this recipe in his heart, with no margin of error. Compared to the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, and Illusionary Moon Goo, the 3 classics, this Blood Moon Goo was much more unorthodox. The former 3's refinement recipes had almost 100,000 words of refinement experience. But this Blood Moon Goo barely had a few thousand. It can be seen that through history, Goo masters who chose this Blood Moon Goo were rare. The Blood Moon Goo's attacking capability was average. It only had a 10-meter range, and even the bleeding effect after attacking isn't optimal. Goo masters from rank 1 to 5 had limited primeval essence and could not sustain for a long battle to decide the victor. A bleeding effect in the real battlefield was only a small problem. Against a Goo master experienced in healing, they could even have the ability to counter this. Furthermore, the Blood Moon Goo had the biggest flaw. Every few days of the month, it would ooze fresh blood out. The blood would flow uncontrollably, and during this period, its attack power would be reduced to a third of the original. But it had the greatest advantage that Fang Yuan liked. It was easy to feed, much easier than the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, and Illusionary Moon. The food it needed was no longer moon orchid flower petals, but fresh blood. Although the blood required was a lot, it was not limited to one type. In the western desert, it might be a problem, but the southern border had all sorts of wild beasts in its forested and mountainous areas. Killing them would allow easy extraction of blood. To the blood moon goo, its food was all over the southern border, everywhere. Next, all I have to do is refine this blood moon goo, Fang Yuan decided in his heart. The refinement steps, as well as things to take note of, were all memorized by him. In his hand there was already the moonglow goo, but the blood essence goo was slightly harder to get a hold of. The blood essence goo was precious, being able to replenish the blood of a goo master. Those goo masters with it were always energetic, and even if they got injured and lost a lot of blood, they could replenish it easily. Thus, their survivability in battle was much higher than others. Xianxia once desired a blood essence goo badly. If the blood essence goo was paired up with the roaming zombie goo, it would greatly reduce the side effects. It would allow him to be a zombie for a longer period without any worries for backlashes. He was already a well-to-do rank 2 goo master and had a rather high position. But until he died, he did not get his wish fulfilled. In the secret room, Fang Yuan looked at the digital shade goo on the rock tables again. There was still ample time today. Out of the 15 minutes, he only used 5 minutes, so there was still 10 minutes left. The yellow digital shade goo recorded the rank 4 recipes. The purple digital shade goo recorded rank 5 recipes. The owner of these digital shade goo had always been the generations of each secret hall clan elder. But the one responsible for feeding them is the clan. Goo worms can be borrowed as long as the will on the goo worms concedes to it. The will in the digital shade goo is one with the secret hall clan elder. Fang Yuan, as a newly advanced clan elder, is recognized by the secret hall clan elder, thus he can freely use a portion of the digital shade goo. But the secret hall clan elder does not think Fang Yuan has the authority to browse the rank 4 and 5 recipes. Thus the yellow and purple digital shade goo, even if he used primeval essence, there would not be any reaction. The truth is, even if it's a wild natural goo worm, it is possible to gain their recognition as well. Those beast kings are like this, thus able to borrow the goo worm's ability. Among humans, such situations occur as well, like the story of the rank 5 river-swallowing toad and Zhang Fan. Of course, Fang Yuan could rely on the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to refine these goo worms and obtain the recipes. That was definitely possible. But the consequences of doing that is something Fang Yuan cannot handle yet. The benefits involved is not sufficient for him to act either. Actually, the most precious recipe is not these rank 4 or 5 recipes, but how to reverse engineer a moonlight goo. This goo originated from the first generation clan leader, and on that basis, after hundreds of years, developed into such a scale and structure Fang Yuan thought. Goo fusion is to turn low-ranking goo worms into higher-ranking ones, while reverse fusion is to turn the high-ranking goo worms back to their lower forms. Between rising and falling, because of different processes, what is obtained can be entirely different goo worms. The moonlight goo is not a natural goo worm, but something gotten from reverse fusion by the first-generation clan leader. The goo worms in this world were mostly new species created by many goo masters on the basis of natural goo worms. Thus, even with Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience, he still had limited knowledge of the entire goo worm ecology. And for the clan, they would definitely have one or a few unique goo worms. These goo worms were not the rare natural species, but a new species created through reverse fusion. On this basis, goo masters can develop a strength unique to their clan. Gu Ye clan's Moonlight Goo, Xiong clan's Bear Strength Goo, Bai clan's Stream Goo, these were all the same. If they used a common and well-known goo worm, they would be easy to deal with and easily targeted. A clan's foundation lies in the primeval spring, as it can produce primeval stones. Next is a unique goo worm that can prevent one's strength from being completely deciphered. Lastly, it is bloodline. Bloodline and kinship are an important chain that ties a clan together. Thus, don't look down on the rank 1 Moonlight Goo. The worth of its reverse fusion recipe is far greater than rank 4 or 5 recipes. The recipe to reverse fuse the Moonlight Goo is normally kept by the clan leader. Other than the clan leader, the most loyal clan elder of that generation would also know the recipe's secret. At the same time, the Moonlight Goo recipe's digital shade goo is also hidden appropriately. Fang Yuan could obviously not obtain the recipe from this secret room. This recipe's value is very high, thus if I can obtain it before I leave, that would naturally be the best. But I do not have to force it. Fang Yuan was very plain about this matter. For starters, he was not planning to create an organization or force. The Moonlight Gu's recipe to him was not a necessity. However, the Blood Moon Gu and the other rank 3 recipes are what I need. Although Fang Yuan was rank 3 now and had white-silver primeval essence, not all his Gu worms were rank 3, thus he could not display the true fighting power of a rank 3 Gu master. I have the Thunder Wings Gu and Sky Canopy Gu, so if I manage to refine the Blood Moon Gu, I will have 3 rank 3 Gu worms. But that is nowhere near enough. Ordinary Gu masters can rely on the clan. With the cooperation of their clansmen, as well as ample resources, they only needed 3 to 4 Gu worms. But Fang Yuan wanted to roam the southern border and leave his homeland. Thus he needed at least 6 Gu worms to deal with all situations. With his experience, the 6 Gu worms had to be attack, defense, healing, storage, recon, and movement. 6 attributes to provide him ample support. For attack, the Blood Moon Gu barely qualifies. For defense, he has the Sky Canopy Gu. Movement-wise, even though the Thunder Wings Gu uses a lot of primeval essence, it can allow temporary flight and is very powerful. For healing, the 9-leaf Vitality Grass is slightly weak. It is, after all, a rank 2 Gu, and even the advancement option is not satisfactory to Fang Yuan. The rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass did not have outstanding healing abilities. Its only advantage was creating the rank 1 Vitality Leaves, and from selling that, Fang Yuan can get a continuous supply of primeval stones, akin to a money tree. But thereafter, Fang Yuan is going to travel to places where there are no inhabitants. So even if he creates the Vitality Leaves, no Gu masters would buy them using primeval stones. For recon, Earth Communication Eargrass had a huge range, so even as a rank 2 it was still usable. For storage, Fang Yuan had no such Gu. This was, however, the Gu of the utmost importance. This is because after he starts traveling alone, the supplies are the most important. It can single-handedly become the basis of the other 5 categories. Storing food to feed the Gu worms, his own food, and storing primeval stones. Without primeval stones, Gu master lose the power to cultivate. On this matter, Fang Yuan had no progress. Before he obtains a satisfactory storage type Gu worm, he will not leave the village. Gu worms for storage. The first condition is a wide utility, able to store food and primeval stones. Next, they have to be easy to feed. And lastly, it is best if they have the ability to prolong the expiry date of the items stored. But even in the resource board of the 3 clans, there is no Gu worm that I like. It seems I can only make use of the Chai faction and squeeze out the last of their savings. Once 15 minutes was up, Fang Yuan walked out of the tunnel as he continued to ponder. Lord Fang Yuan, hello. A middle-aged Gu master stood outside, specifically waiting for Fang Yuan. You are? The person smiled. I am Gu Yue Qizhong, the current acting medicine hall clan elder. So that's him? Fang Yuan realized, starting a close inspection of this person. Gu Yue Qizhong had a proper appearance with a squarish face, and he showed an aura of stability. Similar to Fang Yuan, he was also a clan elder, but his cultivation was rank 3 middle stage. After Fang Yuan caused Gu Ye Yaoji to faint, Gu Ye Qizhong had been ordered to temporarily lead the medicine hall, and his wife was an important member of the medicine faction. Thus, this was Gu Yebo's political approach to balance the 2 factions' rivalry. But no matter what, Gu Ye Qizhong still managed to ascend to this role. This is 300 primeval stones, the payout to the clan elders for this week. I know that you are here, thus I brought this over as well. I hope you do not mind me taking matters into my own hands, Gu Yue Qizhong said, handing a money bag to Fang Yuan. This man, Fang Yuan, squinted, taking the bag. The clan elder's payout needed to be collected by the clan elder themselves. But Gu Yue Qizhong could collect it for him, so in some ways this was hinting to Fang Yuan his status in the clan as well as his social network. But this hint was also well-timed, as it showed a sign of goodwill and was not aggressive. To speak the truth, I took the initiative to find Lord Fang Yuan this time, because I have a matter to ask of you. Soon after, he went straight to the topic and mentioned his intention. Oh, you want me to turn in the 9-leaf Vitality Grass? Fang Yuan showed a deep, profound expression. Chapter 158. Times have changed. Translator. Skypharaoh Editor. Skypharaoh Gu Yue Yao Ji had longed after Fang Yuan's 9-leaf vitality grass, and thus she exploited her authority to set a policy for the transfer of 9-leaf vitality grass. However, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 and became an elder, responding with a powerful counterattack, which caused Gu Ye Yao Ji to faint on the spot and let Gu Ye Qizhong take the stage. A new officer in power has to display his authority. Gu Yue Qizhong took the initiative to find Fang Yuan and persuade him to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. Handing over the 9-leaf vitality grass, it's not that it cannot be done, Fang Yuan said after muttering to himself for a bit. There was a saying, what was true then isn't true now. And now the situation was different from before. Previously, Gu Ye Yaoji wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. That was an order. You had to hand it over whether you wanted to or not. However, Fang Yuan was already an elder now, and his status was equal to Gu Ye Yaoji and others, and only lower than clan leader Gu Ye Bo. Thus, Gu Ye Qizhong asking Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass was not an order, but instead it was a type of transaction with equal benefits. 9-leaf vitality grass was indeed very precious. With its ability to produce vitality leaves, it was by itself a micro-scale source of revenue, and was in high demand. Fang Yuan was now raising many go-worms, and a large part of their food expenses was supported solely by it. However, this world didn't have anything that couldn't be sold. It was only a matter of the profits being too small to move the heart. 9-leaf vitality grass was precious, but if an appropriate price was provided, why couldn't it be sold? Goo-worms were only tools, methods to achieve one's desires and ambitions. So what if it was the Spring Autumn Cicada? As long as the circumstances were suitable, why couldn't one give it up to exchange for an even larger benefit? If one wants to obtain benefits, they need to learn to give up first. Naturally, Fang Yuan had the awareness of this and looked at Gu Ye Qizhong. Gu Ye Qizhong understood and smiled. If sire is willing to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, I will willingly compensate you with this command token. Saying so, he took out a token. This token's design was simple. It was triangular shaped with smooth corners. There were words written on the front, pilling up in a pyramid shape. Prize token. Similarly on the back said, Reward contributions. Prize token. Reward contributions. Sire is a newly promoted elder and may not be clear on some matters. This prize token is issued to the Gu Masters who have made great contributions to the clan. Even among elders, few possess it. With this token, you can go down to the clan's underground Gu cave and choose any Gu worm you like. The underground cave holds many rare, precious Gu worms. Among the top 10 Gu worms in the exchange board, 4 of them have been selected from the underground Gu cave. Gu Ye Qizhong explained. Fang Yuan was instantly moved. He wasn't surprised about this, for Gu Yue clan had stood high for centuries, and it was impossible for there not to be any trump cards and accumulations. In fact, any long-established clan would also have secret places to store Gu, like the Gu underground cave. But to obtain such Gu worms, one needed to have made great contributions, and also should be loyal to the clan. Fang Yuan only recently became an elder, so he was very far away from having such qualifications. I want to leave the clan, so I need a storage Gu. This token is a good choice, but Fang Yuan had some worries. If he had to give up the 9-leaf vitality grass, so be it. It was a great help to Fang Yuan, but he wouldn't have any use for it in the future. Its healing ability was not outstanding, and one couldn't continuously use the vitality leaves to heal. Fang Yuan's worry was that there might not necessarily be his ideal Gu worm in the Gu underground cave. Gu Ye Qizhong had been observing Fang Yuan's expression, and he misunderstood the latter's hesitation, saying, The underground cave holds not only rank 3 Gu worms, but also rank 4. Elder Fang Yuan, you won't be at a disadvantage, but if somehow you regret it, we could re-exchange them. That can be done after some time, secretly. Fang Yuan raised his eyes, unable to refrain from looking at Qizhong again. This is an outstanding guy, he sighed inwardly. A new officer in power has to display his authority. Qizhong clearly understood why he was promoted. He had to strike a balance with not only the clan leader but also Qi and medicine faction. And at the same time he needed to display his ability. Fang Yuan transferring the 9-leaf vitality grass over held a special significance to him, and he was willing to pay a high price for it. The world is vast. Countless outstanding talents are everywhere. Under the wolf tide, the old-timers are being sacrificed, and newcomers are advancing. From a certain point, this can also be said to be a reform which allows the clan to preserve its vitality and stand high without falling. Fang Yuan thought inwardly. Too many old-timers will only create a rotting organization. Thus, the process of elimination is the only way for an organization to continue working. Gu Ye Qi Zhong was a representative of this. The world was all about the survival of the fittest. A human body continues to live through the process of metabolism. A Gu master shouldn't stick with the same Gu worms, only with change could they progress. At this thought, Fang Yuan accepted the token from Gu Yue Qi Zhong and then handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. As he had transferred it himself, Qi Zhong could quickly refine the 9-leaf vitality grass. Only after keeping this grass Gu into his aperture did he let out a big sigh of relief. He had his own ambitions, and being able to act as the temporary medicine hall elder was an extremely important opportunity to him. If he could grasp this, he might even assume the official post instead of temporary. However, he would have to make compromises with the 3 sides if he wanted to achieve this. After all, politics was an art of compromising. Yao Ji couldn't do anything to Fang Yuan while she was reigning. But after taking the seat, he was able to get Fang Yuan to hand over his 9-leaf vitality grass. This not only showed goodwill to the medicine faction, being able to handle the political matters left behind by Yao Ji, and subtly display his own ability. Thus he didn't hesitate to give up the prize token which he had got with great difficulty. Lord Chai Zhong, it's really delightful to chat with you. I wonder if you still have some time now, Fang Yuan asked as he stored the token. Gu Yue Qi Zhong's eyes flashed. He was puzzled. After a while, in a hall, we pay respects to the 2 elders. Fang Yuan's uncle and aunt bowed and greeted. They were very respectful, and even a little afraid. After the news of Fang Yuan becoming an elder was announced, he became a model example for young Gu masters, whereas it brought astonishment and panic to the uncle and aunt pair. He was clearly a C-grade talent. How could he advance to rank 3 and become an elder so fast? Even Gu Ye Fang Zhang, who was an A-grade talent, was only at rank 2 upper stage currently. After the astonishment was fear. They couldn't help but be afraid. When they thought of how they had bullied and been so hard on Fang Yuan, their hearts trembled with fear. What goes around comes back around. It was not the same once he had an elder's identity. They were afraid of Fang Yuan taking revenge on them after achieving success. But still, in the end, Fang Yuan came to their door and also brought another elder with him. They came with bad intentions. Bad intentions. Gu Ye Dongtu sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan chuckled. Uncle, aunt, no need to be so courteous. Although I have become an elder, I am still your nephew. Come, let's all take a seat. Saying so, he sat down on the main seat. Gu Yue Qi Zhong sat beside him. These 2 positions were usually where uncle and aunt sat, the seats of the family heads. Uncle and aunt, however, weren't the least bit discontent with the seatings. They were even full of hesitation and fearful when sitting in the lower seats. This was the power of the clan elders. Uncle and aunt glanced at each other. They were on tenterhooks as they sat stiffly, only sitting near the edge of the chairs. The servants came in with some tea. Gu Ye Qi Zhong maintained his silence and didn't drink. Fang Yuan, however, took a sip calmly and asked, "How has uncle and aunt been these days?" Fang Yuan was smiling as he asked, but in uncle and aunt's eyes it felt even more terrifying than him flying into a rage. It was especially so for aunt. When she thought of how she had insulted Fang Yuan, she started trembling with fear. Life had been in upheaval due to the wolf tide. The tavern was forced to close down, and the rent of the bamboo houses has been decreasing. In fact, we are so poor that we're reaching the point of starvation, Uncle said, and then tears fell down from his eyes unexpectedly. He used to maintain his health very well before, but now his face was no longer ruddy, while the hair near his temples had gone white and the wrinkles on his face had increased. His predicament was even more obvious due to the forceful enlistment. However, Fang Yuan knew his uncle had managed the tavern for many years, so he definitely had some savings. The miserable appearance he was putting on now was because he was afraid of Fang Yuan's revenge and wanted to use his pathetic look to gain Fang Yuan's sympathy. Uncle is usually so astute, but how could he be so stupid when the matter involves himself? If I had come to take revenge, why would I bring Gu Yue Qi Zhong with me? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He greatly disliked and had no respect towards his uncle and aunt, But this didn't mean they had no use. Uncle, aunt, you have taken good care of me for so long. All my current accomplishments are due to your nurturing. I have just received the elder payout from the clan. These 300 primeval stones, please take them. Saying so, Fang Yuan handed the money bag to Uncle. What? This, Gu Yue Dongtu's expression was really wonderful at this moment. His astonishment contained unease. The unease was close to fear, and under the fear was incredulousness. Aunt, who was at the side, was also dumbstruck as she blankly looked at the money bag in Fang Yuan's hand. What in the world was going on? There was none of the revenge they had imagined, but instead they were being gifted 300 primeval stones? Fang Yuan's words were ear-piercing, no matter how they looked at it. The words, taken good care and nurturing, were full of sarcasm which made them feel the whole situation was even more bizarre. What is he scheming? What the heck does he want to do? How does he want to torment us? Uncle and aunt glanced at each other. Both were hesitating and didn't dare to receive the money bag. It is Elder Fang Yuan's filial piety. Do accept it. Gu Yue Qizhong expressionlessly spoke from his seat. Yes, yes, yes. Uncle repeatedly nodded his head and hurriedly accepted the money bag. Even if he was called the hidden elder, that was nothing in front of the medicine hall elder. He used both hands to hold the bag full of 300 primeval stones. He normally loved money, but right now he felt like the money bag was scalding hot and wanted to immediately throw it. Since Uncle has received it, I will take my leave, Fang Yuan said, and started leaving. Uncle and aunt immediately tried to see them off, but were stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't look anymore. At the corner, Mother Shen let out a breath of relief and said to her daughter Shen Sui. Shen Sui's expression was gloomy, and she looked at Fang Yuan and Qizhong's figures from behind until they were completely gone. Mother, did I make a wrong choice? She said. An elder could take in a wife and 2 concubines. If she had been faithful from the start, who is to say that she couldn't be Fang Yuan's concubine at this moment? I really hadn't expected this. This Fang Yuan advanced to today's stage with only a C-grade aptitude. Mother Shen helplessly shook her head. Daughter, cheer up. Fang Zhang has an A-grade aptitude. His accomplishments won't be any less. Yes, Shen Sui responded, and some luster emerged within her dark pupils. In this world, the status of a common mortal was so petty and low. How many things did she have that could move the great Gu Master's hearts? She had already given her body to Fang Zheng. That was the gamble of her life, and she couldn't turn back anymore. Chapter 159. This Fang Yuan. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh Howl. 4 frenzy lightning wolves raised their heads and howled loudly. Pit-pat, pit-pat. The rain poured from above as the curtains of water interweaved, and dark clouds roamed the sky. It caused the weather to turn dark, obstructing the vision of many. Quick, the northern gate has a breach. Quickly go there, Shengnan group. Healing Gu Master? We have a heavily injured person here. Kill, 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 kill all these bastard wolves. The wolves' cries were countered by the Gu Master's shouting. Almost everyone was bathed in blood as they battled ferociously. Surrounding the village, battles ensued, spreading like wildfire. The people's cheers, the wolves' cries, the sound of the rain mixed in with the sound of the wind. Uncountable number of lightning wolves rushed towards the village walls. The pitfall trap before the walls had already been flattened by a thick layer of wolf corpses, and as they were led by the numerous bold lightning wolves, the lightning wolves had a strong charging force together. Rank 1 and Rank 2 Gu Masters fought bravely on the front lines. Large amounts of moonblades flew towards the wolf packs, slaughtering numerous lightning wolves. But the wolf packs still sent out lightning currents and lightning balls towards the village, bringing injuries and fatalities to the clan. Elder Fang Yuan, this is the Medicine Hall's newest injury report. Please take a look. A Gu Master in charge of transmitting information quickly arrived, and after seeing Fang Yuan, greeted him and handed over the report with both hands. Fang Yuan was now a Rank 3 Gu Master. Thus, as a clan elder, his mission by the clan was to lead the Gu Masters in suppressing the western area. Fang Yuan removed his attention from the battlefield and took the report, saying to the Gu Master, "You may leave." The Gu Master paid his respects before taking his leave. His speed was fast, and by using Gu Worm to accelerate his body, he quickly left to the next area. Any Gu Master in charge of information dissemination had at least one movement assist type Gu Worm, while some even had 2. Fang Yuan opened the report, taking a glance. The injury toll on the report gave a feeling of considerable shock. Until now, the wolf tide had attacked the village over 10 times. The injury and death of the clan's Gu masters was very severe. This led the clan elders to be so frantic, and the Gu master that took over the medicine hall, Gu Ye Qi Zhong, felt even greater pressure. As a middle-aged man, he even had several white hair growing out some days ago. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories and was mentally prepared. Thus, he was not surprised. This wolf tide is one of the most severe ones in the Gu Yu clan's history. Such injuries and death is unavoidable. He thought this in his heart, and as moonlight gathered in his palm, he reduced this report to ashes. This report, only clan elders had the authority to view it. If it was released to the masses, it would cause social instability. Despite this, the Gu Yu clan was already in a panicky state as the feelings of instability got stronger by the day. At this point, the moonlight in Fang Yuan's palm was no longer the eerie blue color, but of blood color. This is the rank 3 Blood Moon Gu. To refine this Gu, Fang Yuan had failed once, and only on his second attempt did he succeed. As for the refinement ingredients, he naturally extorted Gu Yue Qi Lian for it. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering into his aperture. In the aperture walls were shining and dimming at regular intervals, without a single drop of impurity. It was a pure white state. His primeval essence was fully white in color, but also emitted a luster of a silver metallic glow. This is the rank 3 Gu Master's white-silver primeval essence. Water gathers into a sea. In his aperture, it was a white-silver primeval sea. On the surface, there was originally a black-red residue, but now it was no longer there. The cleansing water Gu he forced out of Gu Yue Qi Lian had long been used. The man-beast life burial Gu's side effect was completely eliminated, but this was not without a price. Fang Yuan's aptitude lowered a little from 44% C grade. Due to the man-beast life burial Gu, it dropped by 2% to a maximum capacity of 42%. But this price, Fang Yuan was prepared for it. In fact, it was all thanks to Gu Yue Qi Lian. If not for the cleansing water Gu and letting that black-red residue corrupt the primeval essence any longer, Fang Yuan's aptitude would decrease even further. A white shell, black-spotted ladybug danced in the air above the sea. This was the sky canopy Gu. The stealth scales Gu with a stonefish appearance was deep inside the primeval sea. Four Flavors liquor worm was playing with the waves above the sea surface. As for the newly refined Blood Moon Gu, its appearance was similar to the Moonlight Gu, residing in Fang Yuan's right palm, turning into a red crescent insignia. As for the rank 3 Thunderwings Gu, it resided in Fang Yuan's back as 2 lightning bolt tattoos. To be worth mentioning is the Spring Autumn Cicada. Its condition was getting better, and was recovering quicker. This situation caused Fang Yuan to rejoice, and at the same time worry. Spring Autumn Cicada is rank 6, but he is still rank 3, and at this time his aperture is unable to hold a fully recovered Spring Autumn Cicada. The Spring Autumn Cicada's aura was getting stronger. Like using a paper tube to contain rocks, the aperture would not be able to handle the load. If I'm left with no choice, I can only raise it outside of my body. Fang Yuan sighed. That had great implications. Rank 6 Gu worms are implicated with Dao, containing the law fragments of heaven and earth. If left outside for extended periods, it would create a resonance with the natural laws, unless the Gu worm is slumbering. Otherwise, the commotion would be huge, as it would cause all sorts of natural phenomena, attracting the attention and greed of other experts. But this was a solution out of necessity. Howl. At this point, a loud, shrill wolf howl suddenly entered everyone's ears. Fang Yuan gathered his spirits. Lord Clan Elder, the frenzy lightning wolf has entered the battle. Gu Yue Zheng Jian and 2 others elders are at the eastern gate blocking them. They hope you can go and assist, a Gu master frantically reported. Crack. The sound of lightning cracked as 2 wings sprouted from Fang Yuan's back. These 2 wings were formed by blue lightning, the form abstract and simple. But with a flap, it brought Fang Yuan high into the sky, and with a fast speed he sped towards the eastern gate. Flying in a straight line in the air, Fang Yuan got to the battlefield in a few breaths' time. The frenzied lightning wolf was trying to break through the eastern gate, and a few clan elders were near the door aggressively engaging in battle. The frenzied lightning wolf jumped abruptly out of the battlefield, and with a swing of its tail swept at a female rank 1 Gu master at the corner. This Gu master's face went pale. She could only hear the sound of the winds blowing as the wolf tail swept at her, and in her heart she screamed, "I'm doomed." With her ability, she could neither dodge nor take the hit. But at this crucial moment, a shadow descended from the sky, hugging her. The young girl felt the world spinning before her. When she finally recovered, all she saw was that she was flying in mid-air, while the wolf tail swept right below her. A 2-story bamboo building took the hit and was shaking violently. Her expression got dimmer. If she was hit right on by this tail, she would have turned into meat pulp. Soon after, she realized that she was saved. Who saved her? She stared at this person and was stunned. It's him? Gu Yu Fang Yuan. At once, the young girl's heart was filled with complexity. It was impossible to describe with words. She and Fang Yuan were classmates. Fang Yuan had formerly extorted her primeval stones. Thus she hated him greatly. But she had to be amazed at his achievements, especially after news of him advancing to clan elder spread, causing her to be in shock and admiration. Compared to Fang Yuan, she was also a C-grade talent, but was now only a rank 1. Now she was saved by Fang Yuan once. He was a true lifesaver. She was filled with gratitude towards Fang Yuan, and under her shock and admiration, her lingering hatred was also gone with this. The battlefield here is dangerous. Retreat far away. Fang Yuan's wings flapped, landing on the ground and placing her down gently. He had some impression towards this young girl. They were possibly classmates, but he could not remember her name. Saying so, he turned around and left, no longer flying. Instead, he sprinted, entering the battlefield. The Thunderwing's Gu's speed was fast, but its primeval expenditure was faster. Fang Yuan being only C-grade talent among the rank 3 Gu masters in terms of purely primeval essence storage, he is the lowest tier possible, thus he needed to conserve his primeval essence more than others. Blood Moon Gu. He threw a moonblade out. The moonblade was blood red in color, and upon hitting the frenzy lightning wolf's body, it caused an injury that bled continuously. The young girl's sight remained on Fang Yuan, staring at his shadow blankly. Slowly, her eyes started to shine in a mysterious manner. 17 to 18 years of age, this is the prime of youth. This Fang Yuan, what do you think of him? Far away, Gu Yuebo looked at this scene and asked a close aide. The aide replied, "I heard that Elder Fang Yuan had already answered the call of the medicine hall and handed in the 9-leaf vitality grass in his possession. After getting the first payout, he gave it all to his uncle and aunt as a filial gesture. These days, he had struck personally and participated in killing lightning wolves. His aggressive and ruthless attacks have gained him much battle merits. Not only that, after saving many clansmen this time, his reputation is improving. The clan already has rumors, him turning over a new leaf, the Fang faction's new clan elder, etc. This subordinate thinks that although he is only a C-grade talent, with his impressive battle capabilities, he had gotten great opportunities. First, with his parents' inheritance, the 9-leaf vitality grass became a continuous source of income. Using 2 red steel relic Gu, he managed to cultivate to rank 3, but also had an element of luck. Saying so, this close aide showed an expression of slight jealousy. He was also a C-grade talent, but was only rank 2. Getting to this stage, he spent half his life doing so. But that Fang Yuan was merely 17 years old, yet he was already a clan elder. Competing with others is really infuriating. Hearing his aide's words, Gu Yebo nodded unnoticeably. His close aide's words represented the view of majority of the people in the clan, but was slightly shallow. Gu Yebo had been the clan leader for many years, thus he had greater foresight. Fang Yuan handing in the 9-leaf vitality grass, he had obviously struck a deal with Gu Yuechizhong. Handing his payout to his aunt and uncle was not out of goodwill, but a political show. The person who spread news on this matter was Gu Yuechizhong. As for saving people, whether it's true and sincere, there remains doubt. But no matter what, Fang Yuan no longer isolated himself, and his actions were indeed worthy of praise. Him advancing to clan elder, and his actions thereafter, this was an initiative to get close to the clan and contribute to the clan. The clan's prosperity requires these contributions and relationships. Thinking so, Gu Yebo instructed, "Those people in the hidden hall, these few days they also did not find anything from their investigations. Forget it. Withdraw the investigations on Fang Yuan for now." Quell, "Yes, this subordinate shall inform them now." Saying so, he took his leave. Gu Yebo stood on the ground, squinting. He thought in his heart, No matter what's the reason, his cultivation still rose too quickly. This Fang Yuan, he has a great secret on him. However, in this period, with the severity of the wolf tide, every bit of strength is needed, and wasting it on Fang Yuan is too wasteful. Investigation is still necessary, but this can only wait after the wolf tide. Chapter 160. Astounding applause. Translator, Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh with a bam. The frenzied lightning wolf fell on the ground like a giant elephant. It opened its mouth wide, but its eyes lost focus as life slowly exited its body. On its body there were injuries all over. As wolf blood poured out endlessly, the environment was dyed red. The rain continued to pour as it diluted the wolf blood and caused the blood to spread further into the ground. The ground was muddy, and some elders were standing beside the frenzied lightning wolf corpse, taking deep breaths as their bodies were drenched by the rain. They were also covered in wolf blood and mud, looking like beggars. Finally killed it. This frenzied lightning wolf actually had a defensive goo worm in its body and was so difficult to take down. Luckily, we had Elder Fang Yuan's blood moon goo accumulating injuries on it, or else it would have been even more difficult trying to kill it. When the elders said this, they looked towards Fang Yuan. Initially, when they heard that Fang Yuan had refined the blood moon goo, they felt disapproving towards it, but it seems now that it was very effective in dealing with frenzy lightning wolves. I am flattered, fellow esteemed elders. If not for your assistance and protection, I would not have been able to attack so relentlessly. Fang Yuan wiped the rainwater off his face as he said politely, No, it is our duty. We are old people already. We didn't feel it before, but after fighting together with Elder Fang Yuan, we feel that we have truly aged. Indeed. The several elders laughed together. In this earlier battle, Fang Yuan had a strong grasp of when to attack and retreat. With his ruthless and savage attacks, many times his methods were even more effective than normal elders, causing the clan elders to see him in a different light. Especially with his polite and humble attitude and no sense of arrogance, he is definitely not what the rumors said, that aloof and unruly person. Thus the elders had a good impression of him. I still have many aspects that need to be learnt from all of you, Fang Yuan said respectfully, but his eyes shone with a dark light. The blood moon goo had pros and cons. After using it for so many times, he had some insights about it. The blood moon goo specialized in prolonged battles, causing unhealable injuries. As time passed, the enemy's injuries would get more and more severe. But this is established on the fact that there is no healing-type goo worm. Nature is balanced. There is no strongest goo worm. Each goo was bound to have strengths and weaknesses. Blood moon goo's greatest drawback is the few days of the month where it oozes blood and faces a rapid drop in battle strength. It is my main attacking method, so this makes it too unstable. But after I get the chainsaw golden centipede in the flower wine inheritance ground, I can cover this weakness. These few days were a high alert period where the wolf tide continued to attack the village, so as a clan elder, Fang Yuan attracted even more attention than before, and had no chance to go to that rock-cracked secret cave. Quick, save our clansmen. Sweep the battlefield. Don't miss a single goo worm. Seeing the frenzy lightning wolf fall, a group of healing goo masters immediately came forth. Esteemed elders, you all have exerted yourselves. Please accept special treatment from our medicine hall. The leading goo master bowed towards Fang Yuan and the elders. Oh, medicine factions, Li Chen. The few clan elders recognized this person, nodding and changing their expression. They were courteous to Fang Yuan, putting on a face full of smiles. But towards this person, they kept their emotions and displayed the authority of a higher-up. This is the difference in status. This Gu Ye Li Chen is only a rank 2 Gu master. I have no injuries. I do not require treatment. Elders, let's talk again when we are free. Fang Yuan nodded to the elders. Elder Fang Yuan is so outstanding he's not even injured from such a battle. What a true young hero. Sigh, compared to Elder Fang Yuan, we are really old. Hey, take care of yourself, Elder Fang Yuan. The few elders started to laugh as they said, Elder Fang Yuan, please pardon my rudeness, but do allow our medicine hall healing Gu master to do a checkup for you. Gu Yue Li Chen insisted. He was a member of the medicine faction, and after Fang Yuan angered Gu Ye Yao Ji to the point of fainting, causing her downfall, he naturally had hatred towards Fang Yuan. But with his position and job, as the leader he cannot ignore Fang Yuan. Thanks for your goodwill, but it's fine. I'll see everyone again. Fang Yuan patted Gu Yuelichen's shoulder, leaving with a smile. The elders smiled or nodded to reply him. Only after he left did their expression change rapidly, turning solemn. This Fang Yuan, although only C-grade, had grown to this point. It is truly hard to come by. Fighting together with him, they could feel his heartlessness and ruthlessness, but when thinking about it, they felt threatened. When they were 17, did they have such achievements? Especially when they saw him smile as he patted the medicine faction member's shoulder. Such talent in politics and scheming. It is truly stunning. Lord Fang Yuan, do you recognize me? Along the road, a person showed a respectful expression as he greeted Fang Yuan. You are, Fang Yuan squinted, recognizing this person as his classmate. Only that he could not remember the name, but when he extorted primeval stones from him, this person always handed them up nicely. It shows his brilliance under that meek personality. Lord Fang Yuan, I am Gu Yu Dingzong. To have the fortune to be your classmate, that is my honor. Actually, after news that you had advanced to a clan elder spread, many of our classmates admired and were envious of you, Lord, wanting to find an opportunity to discuss cultivation experiences with you. Are you free tonight, Lord? Gu Yue Dingzong rubbed his hands, his eyes smiling into a line. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan's eyebrows raised, nodding. Okay, but let me change my clothes first. This drenched attire is making me uncomfortable. I have already prepared warm water and new clothes, and several beautiful attendants are waiting for serve you, Lord. Gu Yue Dingzong smiled, his expression very eager. Fang Yuan shook his head to reject. No, before that, I have to go to the underground tunnel. Ah, I see. Gu Yue Dingzong expression changed. The underground tunnel was only accessible to the clan elders, and to people like them, it was a forbidden ground in the clan. Next, his smile became even more subservient, and his back was arched even further, as his tone carried a servant feeling. Lord, go ahead with your business. This lowly one's time is not valuable. Waiting for you is also an honor of mine. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking anymore, and continued to walk away. Gu Yue Dingzong took a step back quickly, opening a path as he bent his back and sent Fang Yuan off with his gaze, entering the underground cavern again. This secret room that contained precious goo worms was very large, almost as big as the village square. But the goo worms contained inside were not many. There was only a few dozen. Cave declaration grass, air return cicada, dried bone dragonfly, phoenix wing butterfly. There were goo worms varying from rank 2 to 4. It was only that there was very little rank 2 goo, and among them was a love separation goo. This is the number 1 poison goo among the rank 2s, and injuries caused by it cannot be healed even by a rank 3 healing goo. This love separation is the one Wang owned back then. After obtaining it, the clan kept it here. The most was rank 3 goo, while rank 4 goo was relatively little. Fang Yuan did not have high hopes. Although the clan had some fortune, it is still a middle-sized clan, and has competition with 2 other villages, as well as the pressure of the wolf tide. But to think that he actually found a desirable goo. Tusita flower. This was a rank 3 grass goo, shaped like a red lantern, and had round green leaves. The leaves were thick and fat, a total of 3 pointing at 3 directions in symmetry. This Tusita flower is the same as the Tusita grass. Not only was it able to store food, but it could also store primeval stones, and is one of the most ideal goo in Fang Yuan's mind. To think that this Gu Yue village had the Tusita flower. With it, I can cover the weakness of storage. Fang Yuan rejoiced, choosing it immediately. Actually, in the village there definitely is a rank 5 goo. Gu Yue clan had 2 rank 5 experts in history. They were bound to leave behind some goo worms. Except they cannot be placed here. These rank 5 goo are the trump cards of the village, fed by the village with all their resources. Though to say feed, it is actually more like offerings. Fang Yuan left the tunnel. The rain had stopped, but the weather was still gloomy. The air was also not fresh as there was the smell of blood. Fang Yuan changed to a clean shirt and slowly moved towards the gathering point. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here. It is our greatest honor to have you with us. Gu Yue Dingzong stood at the door staring with wide eyes. From afar he could see Fang Yuan walking across the street, and he quickly smiled and received him. He brought Fang Yuan into the bamboo building. There was already a feast prepared, as many people were sitting there. On seeing Fang Yuan, they quickly got up. Soon after, all sorts of praises and flattering rushed like water towards Fang Yuan. Greetings to Lord Fang Yuan. After so long, Elder Fang Yuan's glamour is greater than ever. This lowly one truly admires you. To be Lord Fang Yuan's classmate, it is my luck from 3 lifetimes. Even thinking about it now, it feels like the experience of a dream. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the table, seeing all his classmates. They were familiar faces, all of them people who he had extorted. My pleasure. He lightly smiled, sitting at the highest position. Serve the dishes, serve the best wine. Gu Ye Ding Zong shouted, and the servants quickly got to work. All sorts of dishes were served, their flavors top-notch. This Gu Ye Ding Zong's family sure had some assets. To be able to serve such dishes during the Wolftide, it showed that he really paid a big price, showing his sincerity. Elder Fang Yuan, this lowly one toasts you. Elder Fang Yuan, take your time to drink. I'll down this first. Fang Yuan was really very casual. With a cup of wine, he only took a small sip every time. But the people had no complaints towards this. After toasting almost everyone, and having drunk a decent amount, he suddenly held his cup and stood up, laughing. The young are foolish. I was immature in the past and did some horrible things. I hope everyone can forgive me, and do not mind the past. Once he stood up, no one else dared to continue sitting, and all of them quickly got up. Everyone knew that the matter Fang Yuan was referring to was the primeval stone extortion. They quickly shouted, "Not at all, not at all. Elder Fang Yuan truly has character, a true hero. To have my primeval stones eyed by Elder Fang Yuan, that is our greatest honor." That's right. Elder Fang Yuan's glamour and heroism has always been engraved in my heart. Fang Yuan drank this cup of wine in one mouthful, as everyone cheered and clapped. Chapter 161, Willingly Exploited Translator. Sky Pharaoh, Editor. Sky Pharaoh Fang Yuan put down his cup, sitting down. Only then did everyone dare to sit down. Among them, not all the classmates were present. For example, Mo Bei, Qi Cheng, and the others with strong backgrounds were not among the ones present. It's about time I have to go. This was a well-organized meetup. Fang Yuan showed his inclination to leave. Gu Ye Ding Zong, upon hearing the praise, was overjoyed and quickly stood up, taking out a money bag from his pocket. The bag was filled with primeval stones. He smiled and bowed. Upon hearing Lord's wisdom today, I felt a strong sense of enlightenment, reaping a great reward. This is a small gift, but I hope Lord can accept my token of gratitude. He talked a bunch of crap, and from the start of the banquet, he had been flattering Fang Yuan non-stop. So how could he have gotten any enlightenment? But everyone else acted as if this indeed really happened, shouting loudly and urging Fang Yuan to accept his gratitude. Fang Yuan did not reject, smiling lightly and naturally taking over this money bag. Next was the second and the third, simultaneously coming up to offer their gifts, all primeval stones. All right. Fang Yuan smiled as he accepted them all. Tens of bags filled with primeval stones. How could Fang Yuan carry them all? Gu Yue Ding Zong, on seeing this, quickly summoned a few family servants to carry his load for him. In this short amount of time, Fang Yuan gained almost 10,000 primeval stones. Lastly, Fang Yuan slowly stood up, raising his cup once again. Our encounter is by fate. This classmate relationship, both you and I remember it at heart. This is truly worth drinking over. Yes. Well said, Lord Fang Yuan. Such perfect phrasing, taking the words right out of our hearts. This is talent, no doubt. Everyone stood up, praising as they raised their cups. They either had no background, or their background was not strong enough. Fang Yuan advanced to clan elder, and they were afraid of his revenge. But at the same time, they also wanted to enter Fang Yuan's social network. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, raising his hand and toasting with his wine cup. At this point, the dark clouds dissipated, showing the lustrous moonlight enveloping the garden outside. The cool air was mixed with the smell of blood, and reality was extremely cruel. But in this hall it was exquisite with beautiful lights and decorations, overflowing with wine and fortune, and everyone smiled superficially as if they were in heaven on earth. This is the allure of the system. Fang Yuan's eyes glinted. As he stared at the wine in his cup, his mind thought about it. Back then, when he extorted his classmates, it was only several primeval stones, but he incurred public outcry. However, right now, He didn't even have to say a word. Yet these people were all willing, fighting to be the first to give him primeval stones, each bag having over 100 primeval stones. This differential treatment, on the surface it looked like the result of Fang Yuan's elder status. In reality, the truth was because he had previously been outside the system. Right now, however, he had entered the organization's higher management. Under the system, the members are all exploited willingly. Even without any hints from Fang Yuan, they would come forth and bribe him. Some would use their network to get into his faction, while women use their charms to get closer. It works this way in this world, and the same goes on Earth as well. This world's people are hilarious, being robbed and extorted only for a meager loss, and they resist violently, screaming injustice. But bribing the higher-ups, sending gifts, bodies, and virginities, they do it willingly. And they are even afraid that it's not enough. Being able to get so many primeval stones today, this is all borrowing the power of the system. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, thinking of Gu Yue Qingshu, Mo Yan, and Qi Shan. Talented people like Gu Yue Qingshu, having B-grade talent, they had much greater cultivating talent than Fang Yuan. But all of them cultivated slowly, staying at rank 2 realm for a long time. Did they not work hard enough? Let's laugh a little. This is the deprivation and pressure from the system. Such deprivation and pressure, it is invisible. Ordinary people cannot even feel it. Taking Fang Yuan's situation, for example. The primeval stones these people gifted, if used on themselves, would definitely be a driving force towards their own cultivation. Thus, bribery is a form of deprivation. Numerous lower rankers fight to bribe the higher-ups. This was a form of gathering resources and fortifying the authority of the higher-ups. Other than monetary fortune, there is also the deprivation of time. Elites like Gu Yue Qingshu did not need to bribe others, but their time was used up. Telling you to do this and that on a daily basis, running errands, doing missions, but acting rightfully so. This is for the higher-ups' attention and favor. If this time was used to cultivate, Gu Yue Qingshu would have broken through rank 2 peak stage and reached rank 3. Then using the wood charm Gu, he might have even been able to kill Bai Ningbing. The amazing part was that the clan elders did not want this junior Gu Yue Qingshu to advance to rank 3 so quickly. For such a useful pawn piece, if he really became rank 3 and was on the same status as them, how can they make use of him? Who was willing to have their authority shaved? Thus, they consciously dragged and suppressed him, even using the reason of, I think well of this lad, but he needs to train. Only by refining can he become a true jade. This is the truth of the system. If one cannot see beyond this, regardless of how heroic they are or how talented one is, they are merely tigers and dragons chained up, only being slaves. People like Gu Yue Qingshu and Shi Zhong, no matter how intelligent or talented they are, so what? Although he had so many thoughts, his thoughts flashed in an instant, and only a second passed in real life. Everyone, please drink up. Fang Yuan moved the cup to his lips, downing the drink in one mouthful. Everyone quickly toasted him, not daring to leave behind a single drop. Goodbye. Fang Yuan cupped his fists, taking his leave. The family servants held the primeval stones as they followed behind him. Everyone quickly sent him off. Please continue drinking. You don't have to send me off, Fang Yuan said, but everyone did not do so. Instead, they left their seats and continued their flattery. Fang Yuan continued, I like peace and quiet. Seeing his expression, everyone finally got his intentions and remained in the hall. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure leaving, some people sighed while others remained silent, and someone exclaimed, Elder Fang Yuan truly is a legend, such elegance. They were all frogs in the well, only able to see the moon from below, thinking about Fang Yuan's unrestrained position, but not being able to see beyond the system's restrictions. Actually, as long as one joins the system, they would be weakened, and their benefits would be sacrificed. Even the clan leader has to sacrifice. He needed to manage the clan, and with this he contributed much of time and effort. It is just that the members at the bottom of the chain are deprived more severely. The higher one's status is, the more benefits one will enjoy. Initially, when Fang Yuan extorted primeval stones, he worked against the system, acting alone and not even sparing his own brother. That was to avoid this deprivation. Thus, he had ample time and energy to advance to rank 3 and become a clan elder, causing numerous people to scream in wonder. But now that he had undergone a huge transformation, becoming a clan elder, His temperament became mild and respectful with authority and status, enjoying the benefits of a clan elder, causing many to be filled with envy. This separation and joining, entering and leaving, is filled with deep wisdom and knowledge. But how many people can see clearly across this fact? Fang Yuan was not exploited, but he still enjoyed the benefits. In the eyes of mortals, this is unrestrained and elegance. "All right, put the things on the table and you can go," Fang Yuan said. The family servants did not dare to have an opinion, quietly placing down the items and bowing to Fang Yuan before taking their leave. This is no longer the rented apartment Fang Yuan stayed in before. After advancing to elder, the clan allocated him a brand new bamboo building. There was a study room and a secret room for closed-door cultivation in the bamboo building, but there were no family servants. Fang Yuan needed to find them himself. Tusita flower come out. Fang Yuan willed in his heart, and with the injection of his white-silver primeval essence, the Tusita flower residing on his tongue as a tattoo came alive immediately. He opened his mouth and spit out, only to see red light appearing as the Tusita flower rotated gradually like a lantern in midair, floating and appearing in front of him. Fang Yuan activated the Tusita flower. Instantly, red light flashed and caused the entire area to be lit in a red hue. When the red light shone upon the pieces of primeval stones, there was a formless attraction, and all the stones flew out of their bags and entered the Tusita flower. A moment later, the red light dissipated, and Fang Yuan opened his mouth. The Tusita flower entered his mouth once more, landing on his tongue and turning into a red flower lantern tattoo. This Tusita flower is a rank 3 goo, able to store primeval stones and other things. Among the rank 3 storage goo, this is one of the better ones, being able to store a max of 30,000 primeval stones. But considering that I have to store other things as well, the most would probably be around 15,000 primeval stones. Although it was his first time using this goo worm, with his previous life's experience, he could quickly estimate the limit of the goo. Primeval stones are the most basic resource for a goo master's cultivation, undeniably. Without primeval stones, goo masters would lack a driving force severely, and primeval stones also help in quickly restoring primeval essence, so in battle it has a lot of help. Especially for goo masters who travel alone, primeval stones are the most basic assurance for traveling. Normally, they would need at least 10,000 primeval stones to ensure that a goo master has the basic needs covered for a period of time. And every once in a while, they require replenishment. A saving of 15,000 primeval stones to Fang Yuan was still too little, but also at an acceptable range. First, I borrowed 3,000 primeval stones from Qilian, and with today's earnings, I do not have to fret over primeval stones for a while. In the 6 classifications, I have the Blood Moon Goo and Sky Canopy Goo for attack and defense, Thunder Wings for movement, Tusita Flower for storage, and Earth Communication Eargrass for recon. I only lack a Healing Goo. Fang Yuan calculated. He previously had a 9-leaf Vitality Grass, but Fang Yuan handed it up already, thus being able to get the Tusita Flower. But for this rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass, even in Fang Yuan's possession, the healing ability was not satisfactory. Rank 3 Healing Goo Worms. There are a few desirable ones. Endless Vitality Goo can sustain healing and expends little primeval essence. On this note, it is the best for goo masters like me with low aptitude. There's also the Undying Grass, a goo that can save me as long as I have a single breath left. This is the best life preservation type of goo. The most optimum is the Self-Reliance Goo, relying on the goo master's own strength. The larger the goo master's strength, the more it can stimulate the metabolism of the goo master and thus recover injuries faster. But for these 3 goo worms, how can Fang Yuan obtain them? In the Gu Yu clan, he even checked the underground cavern, but found no such goo. On the resource board, they would also not display such a precious goo. The only hope lies in the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. But the chances were slim. Fang Yuan barely held any hope. He could feel that the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance was coming to an end. How could there be the exact goo that Fang Yuan needs right at the end? If that was the case, it would be too perfect, too idealistic. But Fang Yuan knew how cruel this world was. Placing your faith in such a thing, that's naivety. But even so, I have to finish exploring this inheritance ground. At least for that chainsaw golden centipede, I have to subdue it, Fang Yuan thought in his heart. Chapter 162. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor. Sky Pharaoh, although he had planned to investigate the flower wine inheritance ground, Fang Yuan couldn't find the time to do so. With his elder status, many were watching him, and with the busy schedule of the wolf tide, many battles had to be fought, and he did not have an opportunity to leave. By the time he returned to the rock-cracked secret cave, it was over 10 days later, the end of summer, nighttime. The rain just stopped, bringing the atmosphere of autumn itself. In the sky, a golden moon was hanging round like a plate, high up in the sky. Hearing vague wolf cries mixed with the remaining crickets, Fang Yuan stood on a slope, turning back and observing. Gu Yue village was bright with numerous lamps lighted. The torn walls had been fixed over and over, losing the peace and tranquility it once had. It was almost like a huge beast that had undergone numerous battles, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. After my rebirth, even the wolf tide's progress has changed much. In my memory, the Thunder Crown Wolf arrived 3 days ago, but now it is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan took a look before moving his sight. Tonight he had managed to squeeze out some time, and had to make good use of it. A moment later, he entered the rock-cracked secret cave again. The cave entrance was purposely covered with gray ash. There had never been any footsteps on it, showing that this place was yet undiscovered. This small kind of detection method could not be called professional, but Fang Yuan's experience placed them to good use. Of course, he did not only have one method of precaution, and after several layers of checking, he finally confirmed that this secret cave was still safe for the time being. He breathed a sigh of relief. After all, since his rebirth, many things had been altered. Especially during the wolf tide, Gu masters moved around more frequently, so someone might have discovered this place. He entered the tunnel and went into the second secret room. Pushing open the rock door, he entered the rock forest. In the rock forest, the path that he once excavated was filled with jade ice stone monkeys again. But the Fang Yuan now is already a rank 3 Gu master. Although the Blood Moon Gu did not have the highest attacking power among the rank 3 Gu werns, it was definitely far superior than the Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan spent 6 hours exterminating almost 10 groups of monkeys, reopening a path for himself. He came to the most central area and stepped down the rough rock stairs, entering the third secret room. A rock door blocked his path, and on the rock door there was a carving. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Last time, he had been stuck at this step, but this time he opened the rock door with no hesitation, striding into the darkness. He held a torch that illuminated the surrounding 10 steps. This centipede cave was wide, having a height of 3 meters and breadth of 2 meters. There were also many narrow paths that extended all over the place. Wherever Fang Yuan walked, the fire would proceed to light up the place and dispel the darkness. Initially, the cave only had the sound of his footsteps, but soon all sorts of noises came from all over the place. The sound gathered into one collective body, continuously sounding. At the edge of the lighted area, he soon saw a large number of centipedes. They were ferocious. It was only due to the bright fire that they did not attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan knew that as time passed, the centipedes would increase in number, and with the back pushing the ones in front, this stalemate would soon be broken. But he did not mind it. If he was still rank 2 with only the White Jade Gu's defense, he would definitely not cause such a commotion, attracting the movement of the centipede group. But now that he was rank 3, the Sky Canopy Gu's defense was enough for him to withstand the bites of the insects, and his only concern was the insect king of the place. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. It had appeared. Fang Yuan purposely used a trace of his white-silver primeval essence from his aperture, releasing it into the air, exposing his rank 3 Gu master aura. This aura caused the Chainsaw Golden Centipede to feel a strong threat. To it, Fang Yuan had stepped into his territory, and this wild beast needed to be eliminated immediately. Fang Yuan stood on guard against it. This Chainsaw Golden Centipede was around 1 meter long, its body as wide as 2 fists. It first landed at the fringe of the lighted area, coiling its body around it, like Python ambushing its prey. But in the next moment, it moved slowly, with numerous legs sustaining its weight, as it gradually got closer towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's rank 3 aura only made it alert, and not afraid. If he was rank 4, it would not pressure Fang Yuan like this. If he was rank 5 and only revealed a bit of that aura, it would run for its life. Fang Yuan raised the torch high. As the fire burned, it illuminated the surroundings and the shadow's movements. Under the glow of the fire, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's exoskeleton emitted an eerie light. At the side of its body, there were silver-colored saw teeth. As it got closer, the saw teeth moved as well, looking like a slowed chainsaw, emitting a buzzing sound. The other centipedes gathered towards Fang Yuan from the walls and the ground. Some centipedes climbed to the ceiling, then dropped down, landing on Fang Yuan's shoulder and back. Fang Yuan did not mind it. He activated the sky canopy goo, and a thick white crystal light appeared on his body, the form of an armor subtly showing as it covered him fully. The centipede's poisonous limbs could not do anything against this white crystal armor. The twisting and turning centipedes climbed on his face or behind his ears. It was a little disgusting, but Fang Yuan's endurance level was way beyond this, thus ignoring them completely. In his previous life, he had eaten almost anything in the wilderness, and even non-poisonous centipedes were eaten raw. In fact, the taste was not that bad, almost a bit strange initially, but he got used to it after eating them for a while. He only placed his attention on the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede moved gradually, reducing the distance between Fang Yuan and itself. When there was a distance of 3 to 4 steps between them, Fang Yuan stopped the white-silver primeval essence from leaking, and this caused his aura to instantly weaken. The chainsaw golden centipede acutely felt that, thus instantly increasing its speed, moving like a golden line. Phew! In the blink of an eye, it had shortened the distance and coiled around Fang Yuan's stomach. This speed was really fast. It first appeared motionless, then, on the very moment it moved, it dashed through like a golden light. When Fang Yuan managed to react, this chainsaw golden centipede had already coiled around his waist like a snake, opening its mouth and attacking towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan quickly stretched out both arms, grabbing the head of this golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede struggled, and Fang Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, felt that his strength was insufficient, especially when the chainsaw golden centipede's 2-bladed edges started to move rapidly. Clank, clank, clank. A strong pulling and slashing force grinded at the white light of the sky canopy goo. At once, Fang Yuan's white-silver primeval essence was rapidly used up as the white light grinded with the chainsaws, causing sparks to fly. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was only initial stage light-silver primeval essence, and with only 42% in storage, it could not support such an expenditure. However, Fang Yuan was unfazed. Even though he could not get free from the chainsaw golden centipede, he had a trump card. Spring Autumn Cicada, he willed in his heart, and the Spring Autumn Cicada's shadow appeared from his aperture. The Spring Autumn Cicada was gradually recovering. Its 2 wings were tender and new like fresh leaves, and at the same time its body had a royal wooden luster, but overall it still gave off a withered feeling of death. It had recovered around 20%, thus its aura was much stronger. Once this aura was leaked, the chainsaw golden centipede that was struggling intensely immediately surrendered. It was only a rank 3 wild goo worm. Against the aura of the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, it did not dare to move at all. Fang Yuan felt it most evidently. Previously, he was still gripping the chainsaw golden centipede like a poisonous python, using all ways to prevent it from biting. The next moment, it had become a soft and harmless rope. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, using his white-silver primeval essence onto the chainsaw golden centipede that had basically given up. Fang Yuan's will worked without obstacles, completely eliminating the wild consciousness it had. In a few breaths' time, the chainsaw golden centipede was already refined by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan let go of both hands. The chainsaw golden centipede's numerous segments moved with rhythm, moving across the white protective armor and around Fang Yuan's waist, finally twisting and coiling around his arm. The surrounding centipede groups went away like a receding tide. The wild chainsaw golden centipede, because of its natural consciousness, was able to dominate the insect group. But now that Fang Yuan's will replaced it, the chainsaw golden centipede lost its ability to communicate and control the group. Fang Yuan did not eliminate these centipedes, instead letting them leave. Maybe in another 12+ years, a new chainsaw golden centipede might be born. But this no longer had anything to do with Fang Yuan. He let the chainsaw golden centipede hang on his shoulder as he investigated deeper into the cave. This centipede tunnel had a lot of paths, and after moving for a while, the main path split into 3 branches. Fang Yuan first used the earth communication eargrass, and after a while he eliminated the center path. Choosing the path on the right, he moved for half an hour and found a dead end. He could only backtrack and go through the left path. By keeping the chainsaw golden centipede, he could deter the centipede groups and cause them to move away from wherever he goes with the golden centipede's aura. This greatly aided his search. Not long after he entered the left path, the centipede group that moved away revealed a cave, and he found some clues there. These are signs of human construction. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. Very evidently, this path was dug out by the flower wine monk, initially using the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan moved along this path at a slow pace, patiently investigating. There were a lot of centipedes in this path, and this was another piece of good news for Fang Yuan. This is because areas with insect groups living there allowed him to eliminate the possibility of placed traps. This tunnel was longer than he expected. Fang Yuan spent over 12 hours and walked over 3 li worth of distance. The slope gradually moved down as Fang Yuan approached a deep underground area. Every once in a while, he stopped and used the earth communication eargrass to eliminate any possible threats. Swoosh, swish. What sound is this? Fang Yuan eventually heard a weird noise. Immediately, he noticed what it was. This is water. Don't tell me. His thought moved quickly as he had an idea. At the end of the tunnel, he saw a crystal wall, and behind the crystal wall was water. In the water, there was an ash-gray-colored river that flowed in a spiral like a mini tornado, endlessly swirling in a self-sufficient system. As I thought, this is a natural essence spring. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's attention was piqued. Soon after, he saw that behind this watery crystal wall, there was something else in the spring. A flower bud with the colors of blue and white following one another was leisurely floating in the spring water. This is actually the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fang Yuan was shocked. Note, this tunnel was longer than he expected. Fang Yuan spent over 12 hours and walked over 3 li worth of distance. Z is 500 meters. I don't know why he took 12 hours just to walk. 1.5 kilometers long? It's not even an exaggeration. Chapter 163. Thunder Crown Wolf Translator. Sky Pharaoh Editor. Sky Pharaoh. As Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly essence treasure lotus, many doubts in his heart was cleared. He could roughly speculate what had happened. Going back in time a millennium ago, a solitary rank 5 Gu master came upon Qingmao Mountain and incidentally found this underground natural spirit spring. He was exalted and settled down here. He began merging the mortal villagers living around the foot of the mountain together, forming the prototype of Guyu village. He took in over 100 wives and concubines, wantonly spreading his bloodline. He was the ancestor of Guye clan, the founder of Guye village. Time passed by, and he passed away, ending the first generation. Then it was the second, third, until it reached the fourth generation. The fourth generation clan leader possessed an A-grade aptitude and cultivated to rank 5, creating another golden age for the clan. One day, a demonic path Gu master came to the village. He was bald and muscular, dressed in pink clothes and moved alone. His favorite hobby was to defile innocent women. It was the famous devil of the demonic path, Flower Wine Monk. Who knew what fortuitous encounter this Flower Wine Monk had to be able to know the recipe to refine heavenly essence treasure lotus? After many preparations, he only lacked a natural spirit spring to refine this flower goo. After looking all around, he finally chose Guyu village's spirit spring. At first, he used the pretense of buying moon orchid to slowly approach the Guyu clan's higher-ups and get the details on Guyu clan. Afterwards, in the battle with the fourth-generation clan leader, he was able to achieve complete victory with his formidable strength. He had not only killed the fourth-generation head, but also downed a large majority of the elders. However, his body was infected by the Moonshadow Gu. Moonshadow Gu's ability was to restrict primeval essence, and wasn't enough to be fatal. However, Flower Wine Monk couldn't wantonly slaughter if he wanted to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, as that would attract a lot of attention and hinder the progress. Thus, he chose to do things from the dark. He used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to dig out a tunnel, secretly advancing to this area. Due to the thorough preparations he had made before, and with the sufficient materials, he was able to refine heavenly essence treasure lotus in the spirit spring. The heavenly essence treasure lotus has an extraordinary background. Its fusion recipe had been created many millenniums ago by a Gu master of the righteous faction, Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only a rank 3 flower Gu, but it had its advancement route and could become the rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. which was ranked 6th among the list of top 10 great immortal goo rankings. Its worth was about the same as the Spring Autumn Cicada. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus had a reputation as a portable spirit spring, because it could produce primeval stones. However, its fusion process had an extremely high price. To refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, there must be a natural spirit spring. This spring should be full of primeval energy, and cannot be a spirit spring that has been used for many years, with its reserves drying out. After the fusion succeeds, this spirit spring will be thoroughly useless, and will lose its ability to produce primeval stones, becoming just an ordinary spring. A natural spirit spring is extremely valuable. One only needs to look at how this spirit spring has sustained countless goo masters of the Gu Yu clan for close to a millennium to realize this point. Refining a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus would completely destroy this spirit spring. But that was just the beginning. If it was to be advanced to rank 4, it would need 7 spirit springs, 9 at rank 5, and 11 for rank 6. Apart from this, many extremely precious goo worms would be needed as auxiliary ingredients. If I take this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, it would be like carrying a mini-scale spirit spring with me. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus is only a rank 3 goo, so its daily primeval stones production can't compare to a normal spirit spring. But the amount will be enough to sustain my cultivation expenditure. This was just one of its benefits. The primeval stones produced by Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus were a lot more than the earnings from the 9 Leaves Vitality Grass. Primeval stones can not only help in advancing cultivation, they are also an exchangeable form of currency. With the Treasure Lotus, Fang Yuan could decrease the amount of primeval stones he carried. The Tucida flower could then be used to store various stuffs which could greatly decrease the burden on him. However, I heard that the fusion process of the Treasure Lotus is quite mysterious. It appears from nothing, during which it transits between the astral and physical form. Ordinary people can't see it, and it can only be seen clearly through the crystal. This goo is quite delicate, and needs to be nourished within the spirit spring for 9 days and 9 nights until it grows out 9 intact leaves, before it can be plucked and put into the primeval sea in the aperture. If one picks it up before the time is ripe, all their efforts would be completely wasted. Fang Yuan didn't know the detailed recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and only knew some insider rumors. He had no idea on how to advance it in the future. Even so, this rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus would be of an enormous assistance to him. He looked beyond the crystal wall and carefully observed. To his surprise, the flower only had 8 and a damaged half-leaf. There was only half a leaf left for the 9 complete leaves. Fang Yuan wasn't baffled by this. Centuries had passed. The Spirit Spring's reserves had been consumed for 4 generations of time. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus condensed the majority of the Spirit Spring's essence, constantly consuming the primeval stones produced by the Spirit Spring, and causing the Spirit Spring's reserves to further decrease. As a result, the Treasure Lotus slowly began to reverse the absorption, instead replenishing the damage to the Spirit Spring. By doing this, it was damaging itself. This was the reason for the damaged leaf. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus must have 9 complete leaves before it can be plucked. It only has 8 leaves and a half now. I need to throw in primeval stones to the spring if I am to pluck it. Primeval stones were the crystallization of the Spirit Spring. They could provide the nourishment to the Treasure Lotus and let it grow again. However, don't underestimate this half-damaged leaf. It was sure to require large amounts of primeval stones for it to grow back. If I am not wrong, this crystal wall should be produced by a moat goo. Fang Yuan tried to touch the wall and found that this wall was real but also virtual, just like light and shadow. His hands went through the wall without any obstruction. But he quickly took back his hand and didn't dare to go deep into the Spirit Spring. Spirit Springs should never be polluted. He poured his primeval essence into the Tucita flower and took out a primeval stone. He threw the primeval stone through the crystal wall. As if the wall didn't exist, the primeval stone went through it and dropped into the Spirit Spring, striking onto the phantom figure of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus transited between blue and white and started shaking like water ripples. It digested the primeval stone in almost an instant. After waiting for the flower to turn calm, Fang Yuan observed it attentively, but found no change in that damaged leaf. His expression was calm. He started throwing in dozens of primeval stones, but there was still no change to the damaged leaf. Fang Yuan continued to throw in primeval stones while silently counting the number. When over 500 primeval stones were thrown, the damaged leaf finally grew by a little. After the sight of this scene, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel slightly gloomy. From this calculation, he had to throw in at least over 50,000 primeval stones in at one time. If he did it in batches and the time gap was long, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus would consume itself to replenish the spirit spring as the clan continuously extracted primeval stones. Over 50,000 primeval stones. I only have just over 10,000 with me, and lack 40,000 more. With his status as an elder, raising these 40,000 primeval stones wasn't really a problem. The true problem, however, lay elsewhere. Once he took out this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring would be completely useless, and this was bound to attract the whole clan's furious and frantic investigation. Fang Yuan had plentiful experience, but he had limited methods. If the clan investigated without any considerations, they were sure to find some clues. In fact, the clan's higher-ups were already suspicious of him, but their suspicions were temporarily suppressed by the wolf tide. If the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, Fang Yuan would definitely be the primary suspect. Even if Fang Yuan secretly escaped, he would suffer the whole clan's reckless chase. I can't give up over the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Even if I don't have its fusion recipe, who knows what the future holds? The problem is that once I take this goo, it is akin to stabbing a hornet's nest and bringing calamity upon myself. Fang Yuan secretly considered every situation and decided he had to wait for the best opportunity to appear to take this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus should be the last inheritance of Flower Wine Monk. But there are many suspicious points to this. Flower Wine Monk would have come to this place to refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. So what kind of accident did he encounter to be so seriously injured that he had to hurriedly set up this inheritance before dying? Fang Yuan already knew the reason for the Flower Wine Monk to set up the inheritance. It was to take revenge against the Gu Yue clan. If Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was to be taken out of the Spirit Spring, whether it was a success or failure, this natural Spirit Spring was bound to be useless. Without the natural Spirit Spring, Gu Yue clan would have no foundation to stay here. It was only a matter of time before the clan broke apart. Forget it. I won't make any headway in my doubts without any new evidence. I should return to the village now. In the end, Fang Yuan shook his head and began to return back the way he came. When he had just exited the rock crack, a loud and clear wolf howl continuously resounded. This sound, Fang Yuan turned grim and quickly moved. When he reached the riverbank outside of the rock crack, he could smell a thick odor of blood. Sounds of cries, yells, wolf howls, and explosions could be heard, even though there was still some distance to the village. Fang Yuan concealed his figure and climbed a hill. It was early in the morning, and the first rays of sunlight had just broken out of the sky. Countless wolf packs were rushing towards the Gu Yue village like a flood. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past them, then his body trembled. In the rearmost part of the wolf packs, he saw a lightning wolf that was as large as a small hill. Myriad Beast King, Thunder Crown Wolf. It was tall and slim, had strong limbs, and its whole body was covered with eerie blue scales. Tufts of golden wolf fur could be seen on its claws and tail. The fur on its head were all stiff and upraised, forming a towering crown. It was crouching on the ground and was still like a sculpture. The frenzy lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves around it constantly howled, serving to show its elegance and nobility. Just by sitting there, it had already brought a great mental pressure to the Gu Yue clan. The Myriad Beast King has finally arrived. It is the decisive moment for the survival of the Gu Yue village. Fang Yuan gazed towards the village. Innumerable Gu masters were in fierce battles, using all of their strength to block the frantic charge of the wolf tide. Suddenly, around 10 figures flew out of the village and rushed against the wolf tide, charging towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. They were all elders, and in front of them was the clan leader Gu Yue Bo.